Gia, everyone. Welcome back to Sao Paulo. It's been another gorgeous day here in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil, and we have an incredible tournament coming up because we have already had an incredible tournament to begin with yesterday. I've got Mike Ellis, I've got Kirk Dubé, I've got Nick Livesey, and I've got myself, Evan Latt, here because we are all in for the Latin America International Championships. Mike, what was your favorite moment from day one?
Well, I mean, we started off the stream round one with our LAIC Masters champion from last year versus our LAIC Seniors champion. So right from the off, our games have been incredible.
Immediately?
Immediately.
That's incredible. Kirk, what's going on over in Unite?
Yeah, we had a lot of that same energy. Our world champions, Peru Unite, kicked off our day losing to the Brazilian home team, 2Z Esports, to really set things off right here at LAIC for us.
Wow, that's incredible. And Nick, what's going on in Go?
So here at LAIC, we've had our first limited meta ever for the Pokemon Championship Series, and it has been a blast. Oranguru, Pokemon that does no damage in the game, has been doing so much damage on the Go stage.
Wow, that's incredible to hear from all of our games here. And of course, the video game championships, we have seen an incredible tournament so far with a lot of firepower, a lot of weather wars going on, and potentially we have a lot of Latin American players at the top of the standings who could potentially bring that trophy home to Latin America for the very first time. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our players to watch, though. In the VGC, we have two remaining players who are undefeated, starting with Kylan Van Severen from Canada. This is a big one, guys. There is an alert out. Dondozo Tatsugiri is undefeated here in Latin America. We have had, this player has been bringing this core the entire time he's been playing Regulation H, and he's finally gotten an undefeated run here in Sao Paulo.
Feels like a bit of a throwback to the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet meta where Dondozo and Tatsugiri were running riot everywhere, and now they're back sort of towards the end of it, which is amazing to see.
Absolutely, we're in that weird cycle where people left their Dondozo counters at home, and now Kylan Van Severen is undefeated. Joining him in the undefeated spot is Justin Tang. This young man is a phenom in VGC, only started playing in the Scarlet and Violet era, won his very first regional championship that he attended, and this year in Regulation H, he has attended 3 events and gotten top 8, and top 4, and now he is undefeated heading into phase 2 of our tournament. Definitely a player you're going to want to keep an eye out for, and this is an international championship, and the best example of that is the team that Yuma Kinugawa is running. Yuma Kinugawa was the 2025 Japan national champion, but also he has been competing in our international circuit over the last season, and he has been doing incredibly well. And right now he's running this really cool manual Sun Typhlosion Eruption team that he brought to Las Vegas last week. Additionally, that team is also being run by former world champion Luca Cerabelli and hometown underdog Ali Dakiki, who we saw on stream yesterday. So players from Italy, Brazil, and Japan all running the same team archetype. Really just the 3 of them, and all of them at 7-1 heading into phase 2.
Do you think those 3 trainers called each other this morning and dressed the same at the venue as well?
I hope so. We have to get a fit check on all of them. Well, let's go ahead and toss it over. Mike, who are the TCG players we should be looking out for?
Well, I mean, the story of the season is our recently aged up previous world champion in the seniors division, Gabriel Fernandez, who last season almost completed the perfect season by winning all 3 international championships and then just coming second at Worlds after maxing out his CP. He's also a 2-time LAIC champion in the seniors division and a previous world champion, and this season, in his first season of Masters, has come second at a regional and top 8 at a regional, and is currently 9-0 here at LAIC in his first international championship in the Masters division.
Incredible.
I mean, when you look at Gabriel Fernandez, the story of his season last year was incredible, right? No, we had never at that point seen somebody win every single IC in a season until Luminosity Gaming did it in Pokemon Unite, and we were like, well, the kings hold the crown. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, we held that crown for about 2 hours until Gabriel Fernandez went ahead and won NAIC and outkicked Luminosity's coverage by making it run runner-up last year at the World Champions as well.
Well, hoping to run upset in the Masters division and potentially come the 3-time LAIC champion, with the third being in Masters. And I think the story of the event is really about Gardevoir EX, and what better pilot to talk about than Henry Chow, who's currently 7-0-2, played an amazing game on stream, taking down a Charizard, which is typically a bad matchup. So an amazing pilot of the deck, and has been synonymous with the archetype since the beginning of Gardevoir EX's reign, and is currently looking to try and continue that here. But it's also the story of the dark type attackers, because Gardevoir EX is so popular here, it's considered the best deck in format. So decks like Marnie's Grimmsnarl, which Takashi has been piloting, is another dark type deck that has been trying to take down the Gardevoir, as well as Enzorok, as well as Mega Absol EX. So it still feels like the format of Gardevoir EX and the dark type attackers.
And I gotta ask you, Mike, when aren't Gardevoir or Charizard on the top decks of TCG?
Well, we've just coming close to Charizard EX being rotated, and a Mega Charizard EX will be coming out soon to try and replace that reign. But I mean, Gardevoir has always been such a powerful card in the TCG.
All right, well, Nick, you have whetted my appetite for Go information with that Oranguru call out. What else can we expect? Who should I be looking at in the Go tournament this weekend?
Well, at the top, there's got to be our first LAIC champion, JW Naldo, who is going to be looking to make a repeat performance here. In the Go scene, we've only had one other trainer win the same IC twice, and that is our previous world champion, it's Axon. There has been no repeat winners for LAIC, so JW Naldo is going to be making to look his stand here. Additionally, for the Go scene, we have never had a player win an IC outside of their own region.
No way, that's crazy. I feel like that's got to be a crazy stat across all the Pokemon games. I feel like,
yeah, 100%.
That's not common.
And we have two trainers from out of region who are going to be trying their best to be the first person to do so, and to make the Latin American region the first region to have that stain on their mark of losing their first IC within their region. First one, none other than Dudebunk. He's won 6 regional championships. His last one, not that long ago in Las Vegas, and he's going to be looking to repeat a good performance here. He's been really good at the ICs all around, had really good performances, but he has yet to claim victory, so I know he's going to be looking to do that. And across the ocean, we have Stone Collection, who, in order to make it into the top cut, had to repeat a grand finals matchup against PvP David, another really young, bright, shining star in the Go community. And both of these trainers are going to be looking to make their mark here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and that's going to be really exciting to watch. Actually, on the opposite side of it, in the VGC, like I mentioned before, a Latin American player has never won the LAIC, so we're going to be really excited to see if any of our top Latin American trainers can bring it home. Actually came very close 2 years ago, made it into the finals. Thiago Latanzi from Brazil almost brought it home for Latin America, but we have a number of really strong trainers here that are going to be looking to do that for us on the VGC side. Now, Kirk, take us home. What can we expect? What fireworks are coming out of Unite this weekend?
Well, a lot of powerful teams representing their region well here in Brazil. I'm going to kick off the conversation with Tuzi Esports, runner-up from last year, but this Tuzi Esports team is in name only, right? This org is now anchored by Baby Mazo, kind of the face of Brazilian Unite over the last 4 or 5 years, qualifying for Worlds every single year. Didn't qualify last year, but then got picked up as a sub by another Brazilian team. They're like, oh, we'll take Mazo with us. So that Tuzi team, we saw them beat Peru Unite, our world champions, to open up our day yesterday. Mazo, Mats, Leozine, just anchored by a great core. However, formerly known as Tuzi, that were the runner-ups last year, are now on Force Team. And this team beat their group down 3-0, walked out head and shoulders above the rest. Lel, Soto, Falb, they anchored the Tuzi team last year that came runner-up, and they're anchoring this team that is doing so well.
Kirk, would you say that they're a force to be reckoned with?
Let's talk about Dignitas, formerly known as TTV. Just absolute superstars from NA, have really held down our scene since what we call as year 0, where it was just grassroots events before we were introduced into the World Championship Series that you all were already a part of. And you take a look at this team, you have Otter from Luminosity last year that won all the ICs. Of course, everybody knows the story of Luminosity. But then you have Ender, you have Toon, you have Zugrug, a phenomenal defender player that was on Orange Juicers, representing NA incredibly well. And as the resident paleontologist, those fossils absolutely needed some young blood in there. And they went and got themselves a kid that's cracked on the sticks in Zealot that's really helping push that team over the finish line, because this team is something, or a group of guys that we've always expected to really win the big one, and they've fallen short kind of on repeat for the last 5 years, and they definitely hope that Zealot is going to be the difference maker for them and really kind of live up to their own expectations.
Well, all of our competitors are going to be competing for incredible prizing here in the Latin American International Championships, but for those of you who are unable to make it to the event, you can still participate in the prizing by our wonderful distributions. And Mike, what can our TCG players expect to see this weekend?
Well, we got loads on offer, but let's start off with some packs that you can get a hold of. Everyone loves TCG packs, and you can use the code LAIC26, Phantasmal Flames. It's quite a long one there, so make sure you type it out in game to get some access to those Phantasmal Flames packs that will be legal in tournament play next weekend in Stuttgart. So very much the format to look forward to. And you can also get some drops while you're watching, so why not just watch the stream, put it on in the background, watch as many of the games as you can, and you can get access to the Mega Venusaur accessories, and they look incredible. The sleeves, the deck box, the coin, but it's all about that jacket, really spicing up your characters in the game.
Yeah, and on the VG side, you can receive Federico Camporisi's winning Whimsicott, say that 5 times fast, the winning Whimsicott of North American International Championships. Use that code LAIC26 Tailwind, swap out those eyes for ones, and you can download that Pokemon to your Scarlet and Violet now. Nick, what have you got for Go players out there?
Similar to the VG, we have our NAIC champion, It's Axon's Araquanid. You can get that through a special timed research. In addition, you can get an elite charge TM, which will allow you to change a charged attack on any Pokemon you'd like to any of its learnable movesets, in addition to the normal ones, as well as any signature moves that might not normally be TMable. You can get some XL candies for Jupiter as well as normal charge TMs and fast TMs. A lot available through doing that timed research.
All right, and Kirk, what can the Unite players at home receive?
Well, all the stuff that you guys have is super cool, but what do you know about a sticker? Go ahead. So do children. LAIC 2026 gets you a sticker for your trainer card, representing obviously that international championship logo. And also, if you are stitched deep into the game, like those of us are named Dupe Snacks, you know that there is nothing stronger than a platinum emblem for just tuning in. So tune in and get yourself that incredibly invaluable platinum emblem.
If you want it, you gotta watch, and you gotta stay right here on our broadcast, so stay right here. Day 2 is about to begin.
and good morning to all the trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Adam Watson, joined here by Spraggles, and we're here to welcome you to Day 2 of the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships, coming to you live from one of the biggest cities across the entire world, Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, baby. You know, Adam, yesterday we saw some incredible competition in day one. But if I know one thing is true in this crazy mixed up world, I know this. Day 2 is going to be even more exciting. Before we get started, let's talk about a few of our competitors that we are going to be following as they battle their way towards Championship Sunday.
To kick things off, we've got Pokemon Go. Former LAIC champion J.W. Naldo is aiming to take back the title, while Dunebug97 is coming off of a fresh win in Las Vegas, looking to claim his first international championship.
Now in Pokemon Unite, your 2025 LAIC finalists and hometown heroes here out of Brazil, Tuzi went undefeated in their group stage, even delivering a loss to our current reigning world champs, Peru Unite.
That's impressive, but what's even more impressive is in Pokemon TCG, we've got Gabriel Fernandez, last year's LAIC champion, here undefeated in Phase 1 with Charizard EX, is on track to defend that title.
Wow. In lesser-known video game, Pokemon VGC, 2 players remain undefeated going into Phase 2. Kylan Van Severen and Justin Tang. Fun fact about Justin Tang, he has top cut every single event he's attended this season. And that's good.
And that's going to be hard to top because all of the players that are here, still in the competition, still in the running, have a chance to earn championship points towards an invite to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California this August, alongside the debut of Pokemon XP, and furthermore, a chance for their share of a massive $500,000 prize pool.
Oh, dang. Well, with that, Sao Paulo, are you ready? Let's kick things off. Best of luck to our remaining trainers, and let's get Day 2 of LAIC started.
Woo!
Welcome to the 2026 Latin America International Championships. We're coming to you live from Sao Paulo, where the best trainers in the world are meeting to fight for the title of LAIC champion. Last year, 2-time world champions Luminosity started their historic season off with a dominant win to start their 2025 IC sweep.
Has just been buckled in Brazil! Your former world champs are your LAIC champions!
Regional hero Marto Galde persevered with unmatched resilience, withstanding one final brave bird attack before rising tall as the LAIC champion.
He might be the greatest of all time!
Miloslav Posledny proved that patience pays off. His highly calculated plays laid the groundwork for an inevitable victory and achieved status as TCG legend.
Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand.
Defending LAIC champion Marco Silva devastated his opponents, burning through the competition and searing his name into Pokemon VGC history.
As the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
Welcome to the Latin America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Bom
India. Hello, good morning, everybody. Back for the second day of the Pokémon LAIC International Championships. You're here on the VGC stream, which is exactly where you should be, with myself, David Partington, and of course, Costa Didymos. Mate, how are you getting on today?
Just the same way as I was yesterday. Absolutely pumped and excited to be here, especially casting along your lovely self. We are here for phase 2, of course, is what has been one of the biggest events so far this season. This is a real big stepping stone for trainers in order to be able to try to not only get ahead of the competition in terms of leaderboards and obviously the title, but also travel awards and stipends, as this is the final opportunity to be able to get those valuable CPs in order to be able to bolster yourself moving onwards to EUIC later on in several months.
100%, yeah. And we are doing the Regulation Set H format here as well, where we are kind of in that second iteration of it after having it last year, where all of those little Pokemon that don't get quite to shine in some of the more restricted metas are able to really kind of cut through. And we've seen things like Sneasler, we've seen plenty of Golden Go, obviously, Incineroar, Saluna, Basculegion, and plenty of other friends to go around as well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's sort of what we've said. Since there's been a first version, there's always going to be further iteration that's going to be made, but then the usual suspects, of course, that will make another debut. But generally speaking, when it comes to the overall performance of our trainers and the general formatting of the tournament structure, we've got a lovely little graph to be able to break that down for you lovely folks.
Let's dive into the format for Pokemon VGC at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon VGC LAIC Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format with open team sheets. An open team sheet means critical details about each trainer's Pokemon are available to the opponent. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied with 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of LAIC champion. Let's get this tournament started.
As we've seen, a lot of champions to be made over this weekend, and we do have the rankings of a couple that we will be encountering later on this weekend. But for now, Justin Tang and Kylan Van Severen, our only 2 undefeated trainers, and what an accomplishment and confidence boost going into what is such a prominent phase 2 phase, of course, of the tournament.
Yeah, super duper accomplishment, really, getting this far already. And a lot of these players can still afford to take another loss and still have contention of getting into the illustrious top cut as well. So yeah, plenty more names down there that we've also featured yesterday. Yuma Kinugawa on the right there, one of the players from Japan as well. And so far, our most recent Japanese championship champion as well. A really cool team with Typhlosion, Saluna, just really aggressive hyper offense too.
Yeah, lovely representation across the board globally as well. So it's really good to see so many people come to the fore, especially the local community as well. We've got lovely little representation, not only of Brazil, but also of Peru. We've also got of Argentina, with Hans Pizarro and Juan Salerno. So a lot of very well prominent trainers that have risen to the fore. I've had chats with Juan Salerno, and he's been on a bit of a spree in terms of traveling around. He visited us in Europe only several weeks ago, so clearly on top of his game.
But there is who we will be featuring for our round 9 Swiss match at the very top there. Gabriel Agachi versus Teoti Masu. A very incredibly hype match. Really excited to see that one. And of course, we've got a few of our other matches that will be going on at the same time just below.
Yeah, exactly, and there's so much action to be found. We've got EUIC 2022 finalist Oliver Escalin running a very, I would say, disruptive team, you know, high-octane sort of Venusaur, Dusclops, Sun mode, which I'm a big fan of. I've had chats with Oliver as well, and he did really well last weekend in Las Vegas, so looking forward to seeing how he could bring that sort of matchup going up against Bruno Rebello.
Yes, exactly. Plenty of very hype action of Pokemon that we're going to see very soon too. So yeah, like got that undefeated match, Justin and Kylan as well. That would be really hype to see as well. I think that might even be on our side stream as well. Hopefully you've been checking that out as well. And often we have the time to also feature those side stream matches on our main channel too. But of course, if you're ever at a loss for Pokemon action, Pokemon.com/broadcast is where you can find it.
Yes, exactly that. So make sure you do not miss out at all, as we have got our trainers getting ready. They're on the floor right now, prepping for the first round of this Phase 2 segment. Gabriel Adachi versus Tail Team Muscle in what seems to be a mirror match, excluding the cheeky little toad at the bottom left. I believe that's a Politoed, David.
It certainly is, yeah. So there's a combination of that rain setters and those snowy setters as well. And Gabriel looks very happy to be there, showing this team off. I think it seems like from the socials that Politoed has been the most valued Pokemon on his team, to be honest. And it'd be really interesting to see what sort of a matchup it might have into Tio Team's Pokemon team as well, because Water is good into 3 of those that I can see.
Yeah, and there's just a lot to be able to look into in terms of the set that this Politoed has. And you sort of see the rest of the 5, which are pretty much similar to the San Vito team that was able to go ahead and win in Gdansk. But then you've got that Politoed that adds a bit more of variety. The Chilan Berry, David, I'm going to quiz you. Do you remember what that item does?
Yes, so it halves the damage of normal type moves once when it hits that Pokemon. And what big normal type moves do we know of, Costa?
I don't know, maybe a Blood Moon of sorts, maybe even a Hyper Voice. I guess Hyper Beam, but we don't usually see that being run. That'd be insane. But it actually has Whirlpool, Perish on, Weather Ball. So Weather Ball's just as the main sort of damage output. Whirlpool is there in order to trap your opponent. So it's sort of a self-trap set of the Politoed that doesn't actually have a Gothitelle escorted by it, henceforth why it feels the need to be able to do that, and then just have its own Perish mode activated. So it's a great way to be able to face those certain matchups that seem to be the big thorn on the other side, for the mirrors in particular, because like we were talking about, the only Pokemon missing right now and different between Gabriel and Tail Team is the Blood Moon Ursaluna v Politoed matchup.
Yeah, and you'd think, well, I'm going to just choose an Ursaluna. Why would I give everything up for Ursaluna? But yeah, when you've got a Politoed there instead that can do just that, wow, cool. I'm just really excited to see like what it's actually able to do in this matchup if it decides to be brought. And of course, here is Tio Team's team on your screen at the moment, who we featured in day 1 yesterday as well, who up in a Volcarona setup sort of mirror versus Dorian Quinones as well, and won it quite convincingly, honestly, really showing the mastery of the team.
Yeah, exactly, and the Basculegion is such a great addition to this team composition that I feel originated from the Lele team, and then as we're talking about throughout the meta development, it's just progressed to trying to cover for the Golden Go mirrors, and then eventually being able to have that Basculegion instead of the Sneasler, to have that immediate pressure, allow the Volcarona to have the Grassy Seed, get that proc to further make it such a powerhouse once it has been set up.
Yeah, we've seen how that Basculegion was really good in that mirror in our Phase 1 yesterday as well, where it was able to get around the special defensive boosts of the opposing Volcarona and just hit it really hard. And even if there was like a speed boost as well, often with the Choice Scarf, the Basculegion would steal out speed. It would also be able to take a fire attack or 2, and also a Terra Blast at the same time. So just an all-round really good Pokemon that you can just kind of slap onto your team and your composition to really deal with things.
Yeah, and Tail Team, back in Gdansk, obviously regional finalist only several weeks ago that was up against Simone San Vito, and we saw how important the Basculegion was in that matchup, and also the speed tiering of the Volcarona, which at least from Tail Team's side, I believe was a bit slower than Simone's, but we're going to have to see if that does come to fruition, because there's going to be a Volcarona face-off yet again. Gabriel bringing the bulk of his own Basculegion its side, and Tail Team actually bringing the Incineroar, already having an impact on the Bastion Legion's damage output.
Yeah, I really love this lead from Gabriel, actually, because you're suddenly in that position where you're threatening 2 fire types with your really powerful Bastion Legion. And what that's going to mean is that it's going to force some defensive play from TU Team, whether that's going to be a Protect or it's going to be a Terror. And especially if Gabriel can kind of get TU Team to really spend that Terror really early on, it's going to make the rest of that game so much easier, which is kind of how TU Team played his previous match yesterday as well, when he kind of forced the Terror out early from Dorian and then was able to kind of use those resources to kind of win out from there. So the question is, though, what does TU Team do? Does he try and go for the Terror immediately, or does he maybe pivot around a little bit more? Maybe bring in a Rillaboom, for instance?
Yeah, it's most likely going to be that Tico Rhythmic. It's the Super Fade Out Bro Part 2 inclusion into this turn 1 of Game 1. Now, that means, of course, the Grass Seed has been procced, so +1 defense in this Volcarona if it's allowed to be, you know, to the point where you've got the Intimidate drop on the Bastion Legion. It's sort of equivalent to like half the damage that it would normally be able to take, so there's a good case that Tail Team might not even go for the Terastallization straight away.
No, indeed, and that would be a really good play too, but actually you see, yeah, the Terror Fairy on the Volcarona here instead, going for that big heart because it loves its trainer just that so much.
Ooh, all right, and Wave Crash will be targeting that slot. It's going to deal so little damage onto this Volcarona, just going to show why you've got the multiple offsets to be able to absorb that damage. And Quiver Dance actually revealing Tail Team's Volcarona to potentially be faster than Gabriel's, which of course will be immediately following suit. But all of a sudden, David, we've got Tail Team with that Rillaboom on the field directly threatening the Bastion Legion and maybe potentially forcing a defensive play.
Yes, definitely forcing a defensive play. However, TU Team doesn't really need to worry a lot about this Bastion Legion, right? Because we know it's locked into Wave Crash, and we saw how much damage it did, which is not very much. So I'd imagine, yeah, TU Team doesn't need to use this Rillaboom. You might as well switch out, maybe try and get in another opportunity to go for more Fake Out, or Bastion Legion to threaten the other Volcarona, I suppose.
Oh, yeah, as we're actually seeing the Bastion Legion staying in, going for the Wave Crash, clearly trying to prioritize getting as much damage onto the Volcarona as possible. This is a great way to be able to not let it run out of control, as we see a second Quiver Dance being set up by Tail Team, and Gabriel might even go on the offensive right now. No, it's just going to follow suit with that Quiver Dance, because at this point, it's sort of the case where, sure, Tail Team is getting those smooth little switch in, switch out interactions, already revealing all 4 of their Pokemon, but Gabriel's gotten so much damage onto this Volcarona, and this may invite an attack from the Volcarona itself now.
Yeah, so it's getting really low, and as you say, we need to start getting out that damage before the Volcarona starts leeching its attacks too much. So yeah, with the amount of low health from TU Team's end, it's really kind of pressure to start making the most of those boosts. But the Volcaronas on either end here have both gone for 2 bouts of Quiver Dances with no other stat changes, so they're kind of equal to each other. But yeah, TU Team's a little bit more pressure to actually start using it too. And the other key thing as well is once Bastion Legion has now come in on TU Team's end, it's Choice Scarf, yes, but the Volcarona on Gabriel's side has +2 speed, so it actually might be able to outspeed the Bastion Legion, and with enough power behind that Terror Blast, it might actually be able to get that 1-hit KO. But the only thing we're going to find that out is when the turn plays out.
Yeah, as we do have the switch out of Bastion Legion, Gabriel, like we said, sort of wanting to bring in that disruption and of course the Intimidate onto the Bastion Legion, allowing the Bastion Legion to not actually deal as much damage as most likely will be going into this Volcarona on Gabriel's side, forcing the Terastallization finally, as you definitely want to be able to maintain the position of, if you can start 1v1ing against the Volcarona, you've got more HP available, and Tail Team needs to be very cautious with the amount left for themselves, as the Terror Blast is going to be going into that Incineroar, so well switched out there. I think preserving the Bastion Legion is so crucial in this matchup, as the Heat Wave, it's not enough to pick up the KO onto Tail Team's Volcarona, but it allows the Wave Crash to now be dispatched onto it, just bring it down to 130 hit points, and there it is. It's the Flame Body activation, 30% of the time upon contact. Unfortunate for Tail Team in that scenario, halving all of the damage output of this little fish.
Yeah, and as you can see from the grassy terrain recovery turns there, yeah, as we already know, the Bastion Legion is still the slower, but compared to Gabriel's Volcarona there too. So yeah, a really key burn there, because we saw how Gabriel used his own Bastion Legion to deal consistent wave crashes into that Volcarona, bringing it really low, and TU Team's Bastion Legion is now just going to be doing nothing, just a really sitting fish. absolutely useless right now. Intimidate and the burn. So at least your team switching in out might be able to mitigate that Intimidate slightly.
Yeah, and that's sort of what you need to be able to do. Reposition the board to the point where you always have that Pokemon alongside the Volcarona to be able to offer that utility, the disruption of the fake outs, the repositionings in order to have more of an offensive piece right next to the Volcarona and sort of oppress and force misplays or defensive plays from the other side of the field, as that's what we're exactly seeing with that Volcarona saying, hey, I do not want any of this beef right now. The Volcarona is very close to getting KO'd, but Gabriel being able to read into that brings that Rillaboom in order to have the subsequent fake out available and sort of force the Volcarona down to either staying in or trying to go for a double protect.
Yeah, a brilliant play, honestly, from Gabriel there. Rillaboom consistently, usually faster than most Incineroar, and can be trained to be as faster than even max speed base point Incineroar too. So yeah, a really kind of good pin here, assuming Heat Waves can connect here. But Gabriel can also maybe just go for the Terra Blast instead. You can kind of fake out safely into the Volcarona, Terra Blast the Incineroar to deal a decent chunk of damage. Yeah. No KOs will happen there, obviously, and that does open up tier teams to be able to go on the offense with their own Incineroar here, which does have access to that knockoff and that party shot.
Oh, there it is, a speed interaction though, shows that the Incineroar moved first. Heat Wave following suit, picks up the KO on the Rillaboom. Volcarona being brought down to 94 of its hit points. The question is, Gabriel, have you stuck with the single target? Yes, you have. You do not want to risk a miss. Go for the Volcarona. Does pick up the KO. It is so low HP. You have neutral offset of the stat boost gained by the Quiver Dance. Sure, there's a critical hit, but we know that doesn't matter at that HP range. And all of a sudden, Tail Team's main sort of setup sweeper now out of game one.
Yeah, it is. And looking at the rest of Tier Team's team, you've got a Rillaboom, which is okay, I suppose, now that you've got the Terra Fairy commit onto the Volcarona. Grassy Glide, good physical damage that can come out from there, but you've already spent the Terra on your own Volcarona, so you can't go for that Terra Fire to be able to resist the moves that this Volcarona can unleash. Right. So you've got to really think about how you'd actually dish out the rest of the damage you need to, because this Volcarona outspeeds absolutely everything. It can continue to protect and kind of heal up from grassy terrain that has just been set up by TO Team as well. Yeah. And so it's looking like a bit of an uphill battle given how much HP this Volcarona has. So saying that though, this Basculegion is still on the field as well. So you need to either respect the Volcarona or the Basculegion, which will either KO your Incineroar or go down to the Rillaboom at the same time. So I think Tier Team needs to really make a read at this point. Where is Gabriel going to target? Where can you protect as well? Because that's the only way he's going to get into it.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see how this unfolds, as Gabriel always had that free and safe switching of the Incineroar, get that Intimidate on both physical, offensive Pokemon with that duo, whilst we have Tail Team actually switching the Rillaboom out, wanting to bring that more offensive Basculegion on the field, knowing that at least it can try to focus down on the Incineroar, maybe take that Heat Wave quite nicely. You want to be able to allow the Rillaboom safe passage for the end game against this Volcarona, because realistically, you don't have anything else that could pick it off, and you need to be able to rely on the Rillaboom in a better, more advantageous board position for yourself if you're Tail Team.
So yeah, a good play here from Tier Team to kind of just bring that Rillaboom back, knowing the Basculegion would maybe go on the defensive here instead. So yeah, a really good position. However, this Volcarona is still really fast, and it's still really bulky. You've still got that Grassy Seed boost, remember. So those physical hits are still not going to do very much, even if it's coming from this Rillaboom and the Basculegion. But something we can remember, though, is that the more KOs Tier Team takes, the more powerful the last respects comes on this Basculegion. So if Gabriel does end up not targeting that Basculegion, then it could get off a very powerful attack.
Yeah, and I think that's a great observation too, because at this point, you just need to be able to really review the current state of both the Basculegions as well. Gabriel has a very, very healthy one. At this point, may even be able to survive a Grassy Glide, dependent on the training, of course. But we're going to have to see how that unfolds, because the Basculegion over on Tail Team's side will be switched out. Incineroar allows the I'd say Intimidate onto the Incineroar if there's going to be a focus into the Rillaboom, which at this point would make sense because Gabriel's Incineroar does have Flare Blitz, unlike Tail Team, which does not. But no, it's just going to be the safe Basculegion being brought in for the subsequent turn, as we have the Heat Wave double connecting, not picking up the KO on the Rillaboom, unfortunately for Gabriel's side. But the Woodhammer, this is the real question. Is it enough to pick up the KO? It is not. 13 hit point survival says not today. day, not in this game. And Gabriel has so much offense going for their side whilst having the Incineroar that could be switched in.
Cool as a cucumber is Gabriel there. I feel like he must have known that he was going to survive that, honestly, because yeah, he was just so chill in that moment. But I don't know, it looked very close to me. Either way though, Rillaboom does get away with surviving, Volcarona gets away with surviving, but now Rillaboom's looking really strong with that grassy glide pressure as well. However, with a few turns of grassy terrain recovering Volcarona, and maybe with another Intimidate from the Incineroar on the back, you could get to the point where Volcarona can then survive that grassy glide out from Tier Team here. Easier said than done, however. We've seen both players multiple times kind of switch out, kind of respecting that ability to kind of play defensive to start with too. But if you're Tier Team, maybe you want to preserve it.
Yeah, and seems like that is exactly the case, given we will once again see the Basque Legion being brought in sort of like as a sacrificial lamb to an extent. You want to be able to sort of get some use out of it, given that it is burnt and it doesn't have that much. It still does have, in order to be able to safeguard the other pieces, and that's exactly what we see in this interaction. No Heat Wave being dispatched there because the flip turn is enough to pick up the KO. Will rotate the Incineroar back on the field right now. Sure, there's no Intimidate that will be, I'd say, influenced and forced onto the Rillaboom, given the way that the mid-turn interactions work and the moment that Rillaboom will come in at the end of the turn. However, you've got so many more resources available. 3 versus 1. Yeah, I don't think Tail Team's going to be able to come out of this one.
Yeah, I don't think so. No, that was a really pivotal turn there. We saw Gabriel just leave their Volcarona completely open to a grassy glide that could have just come out from that Rillaboom instantly on that turn and just kind of call it, saying, you're definitely not going to go for it. Gabriel takes game 1 in this 3-game set.
Yeah, and with what fashion as well. So cool, like he said, in terms of just the calmness and the zen that Gabriel is exuding at the moment, sort of saying, right, I know this matchup inside out. I know what I need to do. I know that Tail Team is an amazing, amazing player. So at least I'm able to sort of draw out how I need to be able to flow the sort of different steps and the key pivotal points of your pieces. With that Volcarona being sort of like a king or queen of the hill-esque sort of piece, whilst having all of the supporting cast by its side.
Yeah, and we've seen that kind of back and forward in our phase 1 as well. And yeah, here it is again, but using that ability to have that Basque Legion in the exact right position to deal out that much damage early on was really critical here. Yeah. And yeah, that final KO on that Basque Legion was really good here too. So yeah, I see Tail Team really kind of anguished on some of the last remaining turns of that whole game there. Yeah, like, but when it comes down to fine margins, just as that, you need to get every single turn right when you're at this level of competition, right? You've got so many accomplished players in this tournament, and 2 of them are standing right in front of you. We've got a regional champion, a multi-international finalist on your left in Gabriel, and Tier Team as well, a regional finalist and a top competitor.
Yeah, exactly that, and they're both going so well in terms of the current CP that they've been able to gain. Like we said, you know, they're vying for those awards for those finalists. Tail Team came very short of being able to get their first regional major title, but you never know. This may be their day as they progress on, and they essentially have the back against the wall right now. You do not want to drop any sort of game at the moment. Gabriel has been able to force out Tail Team to the point where you're going to have to really think if there's any sort of adaptations that you can make, but it doesn't seem to be the case, as we do have a mirror same leads from both our trainers.
Yeah, so exactly same lead, but obviously things can be a lot different. We saw how Gabriel's Basque Legion targeted twice into that Volcarona, which means that if you do that again, you're not guaranteed to not be burnt again. And so it could be that Tail Teams wanted to roll the dice a little bit here this game, saying, right, yeah, if you go for the same play, you could still just get burnt, literally, in this sort of set as well. And that could really pivot things around, because we saw how that Basque Legion was really good at taking KOs throughout the game and just really putting a thorn in Tail Team's side in terms of its plan. But on the face of it, Tail Team has the faster Volcarona.
Yes.
So in theory, he should have a bit more of an advantage here, especially given his Incineroar is also faster than Gabriel's Rillaboom.
Yeah, as we're actually going to see the Volcarona being withdrawn for the Politoed. Wow. And we were just talking before, David, about maybe Politoed's a Game 2 adaptation, but not what I would have thought when you're in the lead going into game 2, rather than trying to readapt with a game loss. So very, very interesting sort of bring in order to maybe be able to trap that Volcarona in, expecting the sort of setup of that Rillaboom being brought in, saying, okay, well, surely you just want to go ahead along the lines of game 1 that we saw, but Gabriel has such great potential to go on the offensive right now. That's exactly what we're seeing with the Terra Water commit of the Basque Legion. It's surely going to be going into the Volcarona. The Volcarona most likely is going to have to go for the Quiver Dance. You don't make the play of switching the Rillaboom in if you're not going to be able to do it, as there's a Terra Fairy commit as well from Tail Team's side. The question is, you are at -1 attack. How much damage will this Basque Legion go and deal onto the Volcarona? It's in the rain! It does not pick up a KO, showing how valuable the Grassy Seed truly is, but that is so much damage, especially accompanied by that weather.
Yeah, that was a massive, massive hit that Gabriel was able to push out there onto TOT's Volcarona. Yeah, really denting it in just the 1 turn. Rather, it took 2 turns for Gabriel to do that in the last game. And crucially as well, no burn on that Basque Legion either. So a really, really well done play there. And also, see, the rain is up now, right? So suddenly the Volcarona, even when boosted, is not going to be doing very much with those heat waves anymore. No. So the focus is now maybe more on this Rillaboom to see what it can do, which now is also not really pressured to go for that Terra Fire either, if Gabriel brings in that Volcarona later on again too. So yeah, being not the Terra Ghost anymore, it's not going to be immune to Fake Out, and definitely wants to go on the defensive.
But the targeting is going to be so key from Tail Team's side right now, henceforth why Gabriel's brought the Volcarona into the Basque Legion slot, hoping to be able to get a Grassy Glide commit into there, maybe pick up a cheeky burn. But no, Gabriel actually opting to go for the double switch here, making sure that there's no super effective damage dealt onto both of his Pokemon as the Fake Out does come out. And there's the Flame Body onto the Rillaboom. Damage output half. Not what Tail Team wants to see. You can see the dismay in their face as the Quiver Dance has now progressed on. Once again, we've got a +2 all around Quiver Dance Volcarona.
Yeah, we do. So that is a really, really good burn there for Gabriel. I was saying how like Rillaboom's going to be really important here. We get to deal with the Basque Legion and both the Politoed now. But yeah, with that burn, it's just looking so much easier for Gabriel in this matchup, particularly when the burn actually halves the power of your moves rather than halving your attack stats, so you can't even crit through that damage.
Some would say that Gabriel was trying to fish for a burn there and was able to get a catch, as Incineroar now being brought onto the field from Tail Team's side will be able to get an Intimidate drop or an attack drop onto the Rillaboom itself, as you've got this interaction of, okay, I'm going to protect my setup sweeper and bring in the support, the disruption, should I say, on the other side for the subsequent turn. Fake Out, of course, but this gives Gabriel the opportunity to go for a Quiver Dance of their own. Sure, we know that there's no Terra available for Gabriel's Volcarona to be able to utilize Terra Blast, but we've seen time and time again when it comes to a Volcarona face-off, or dance-off, some would say, then you get to the point where you've got so many Quiver Dance boosts, Terra Blast actually starts dealing a lot of damage.
Yeah, it really does, and that consistent fairy damage is something that's often lacking in this format as well. So when your Volcarona can be that fairy offense, when it's really fast and really strong, it's just really good neutrally to pretty much everything.
Yeah, exactly, as the Fake Out will be targeting down the Rillaboom, and now Tail Team starting to go on the offensive. This is a +2 Quiver Dance Volcarona. Terra Blast into the Rillaboom, dealing just about half of the HP, and Gabriel now set up their own second Quiver Dance. Both of them sort of directly having a face-off right now, and like we said, this is why it's so key to be able to better position your utility support on the other side at the appropriate time.
Yeah, definitely is here. Now, interestingly, we've got a matchup of those two Volcaronas with the same amount of boosts here as well. But crucially, like in game 1, Tail Team's Volcarona is on less HP. But you can see, though, it's healed up quite a lot, actually, from when it first took that wave crash. Almost healing up half of what that damage was already. So the Grass Terrain is really paying dividends here, and it does have a lot of boost at the moment, too. To now the point that it should be able to outspeed this Basket Legion once again, critically getting those 2 boosts that kind of secures its ability to do that. And when you've got that ability, suddenly the Basket Legion provides a lot less pressure here, particularly when Gabrielle has actually already committed the Terra Water onto it as well, meaning that any fake out from either the Incineroar or the Rillaboom is going to be able to target it as well. So Tier Team, back these against the wall, but this Volcarona is looking actually pretty strong now.
Yeah, it is truly starting to become a bit menacing, and that's sort of what we expect from the Volcaronas of this sort of Accord. Terra Blast going into the Politoed. This is a +2 special attack, and Politoed is known to have so much special defensive fold. It takes so much damage. Terra Blast now actually neutral, normal typing of course, from Gabriel's onto Tail Team, dealing, I'd say, respectable chip damage, just something above the degree of chip damage at that point, maybe 20-ish%, whilst most crucially, Tail Team goes for the parting shot. Now Gabriel's Volcarona is only dispatching +1 special attack damage output.
And now the Basket Legion comes in, and just as the rain kind of goes down as well, which is probably good at this point, more so for Gabrielle, to be honest, because, yeah, that Basket Legion is very strong, and it's hit on the physical side, of course. And as we know, Gabrielle's already spent their Terra on that Basket Legion that's in the back, so this Volcarona cannot resist those water moves now. Thanks to the Grass CC, though, should be able to take on a few hits, but what do you do going forward here? You can see that the Pyrax on the other end there is getting a little bit low, but you need to continually deal damage into it, otherwise it's just going to keep healing back. And what can you deal damage into it? Basket Legion on your end can just be outsped. It's probably your own Volcarona that you need to kind of keep dishing damage into. Hence we saw that Terra Blast earlier. It just wasn't doing a lot of damage. I think we want to see another Quiver Dance.
Yeah, and I think Gabrielle's really seeing the utility of being able to have that Politoed preserved, or at least that second slot preserved, because there's no Incineroar to be able to switch in order to lower the damage output of the Basket Legion, but also be able to have a subsequent fake out available too. As we see the Heat Wave, not quite enough to be able to pick up a KO onto the Volcarona, and the flip turn, trying to focus down on that secondary slot there, get that pivot going, most likely bring in either the Rillaboom or the Incineroar to be able to get that back and forth pivot action going, which is so crucial against Gabriel's setup.
Yeah, that was a really cool turn for Gabrielle, to be honest. Yeah, that was absolutely perfect because, yeah, obviously you can see Tail Team was predicting the Volcarona to maybe go for the Protect there and kind of get that Basket Legion back out. But yeah, now it's so perfect because Basket Legion has locked in now to that very much weaker flip turn move, and it's not even boosted by the rain at this point either. And Tail Team has to go for that again this turn, which really frees up Gabrielle's Volcarona here to be able to go for another Heat Wave, which the Pyrax on the other end is very much in range of now. So if the Volcarona wants to kind of do anything this turn on Tail Team's end, it's probably going to be taking that Heat Wave.
Oh, and there's a Heat Wave miss onto the Volcarona of Gabrielle. So it's a double miss. That's not what you want to see, especially because you feel like the Basket Legion would have been able to dispatch off the Politoed. So crucial there. Tail Team absolutely upset from that interaction. No wonder anybody would be in that case. Flip turn though, focusing onto the Volcarona from Gabrielle's side. Another burn! Just to put salt on the wound. Unfortunate there. And it's starting to look like so many resources available on Tail Team's side have just been expended right now. Gabrielle has been able to have such great board positioning, but also get a couple of super crucial flame body burn interactions there that have just halted all of the output potential from Tail Team's side.
Yeah, a really excellent turn, obviously, there for Gabrielle, getting that double miss there. That Heat Wave had connected on Gabrielle's Volcarona. Volcarona would be down, and it wouldn't be there to go for that then subsequent Heat Wave and knock out Tail Team's own Volcarona. Such a pivotal turn there, but that is the downside of kind of putting your eggs into the Heat Wave basket. Eventually, it will miss.
Yeah, it will, and yeah, just to add even more, I'd say, salt to the wound, Whirlpool locked in is what I would say normally the Incineroar is. However, we know that it does have parting shot, but it has connected. Whirlpool, not the most accurate of moves, if I'm not mistaken, 85% accuracy. It does have the interaction, of course, of locking Pokemon in that are not of the ghost typing or don't have any sort of pivot moves. But yeah, in Incineroar, being Incineroar, always finds a way.
Yes, it will just find a way. But yeah, like even without Flare Blitz on this Incineroar though, it means it's a lot harder to kind of bring into Volcarona with a Terra Fairy matchup. Obviously this Volcarona now is very much in range of a lot of attacks here, but yeah, I think with a nice safe protect here on this Volcarona, it should be able to take any sort of fake out and be able to kind of use something for the following turn here. So I think this is what TOT is predicting.
Yeah, bringing the Rillaboom in will allow you to be able to get that subsequent fake out available aside from the Incineroar. Now, maybe trying to get a back and forth sort of interaction switch up here as no. Gabriel's saying, right, I know what I need to do. I need to play it safe and sound. I've got the advantage. I'm aware of it. I do not want you to get any sort of cheeky pivots going. Look at the style point, self-parting shot on its partner to force an interaction of, hey, I'm going to get my Basculegion in at the same time as the Rillaboom because I expect you to go for the double protect. That was such a sick play.
Yeah, I love that actually now. And now you have that position where you can actually use your Basculegion versus a Volcarona that is faster than your Basculegion, right?
Yeah.
Because the protect has been spent, and now it's very much unlikely to get another one. So fake out plus water move or anything really into that Volcarona is pretty safe now.
Yep.
And the only thing that Gabriel can do to save that is switch out Volcarona, and then you give up all your boosts. So a really, really well choreographed play from Tier Team there. Obviously with the sacrifice of actually lowering the attack stat even further of this Rillaboom here. But if your Rillaboom is just going for fake out, that is enough that it needs to do here. And yeah, given the burn on Basculegion again, it should still be enough to do this Volcarona. But as we can see, there's still more Pokemon in the back of Gabriel. A Terra Water Basculegion, a healthy Rillaboom that's not kind of gone for the Terra either. Like, once that Rillaboom comes in, it's able to Grassy Glide into that Basculegion and get the KO there too. So it's still very much a little bit uphill for Tier Team, given, but just look at it, like, there's just a couple of burns over the side there. Kind of like we had the couple of sleeps yesterday on Federico's team, bless him. So anyway, here it comes, the Rillaboom.
Yeah, Rillaboom, the unrivaled, especially because it's not burnt as well. It's definitely not unrivaled in that case. Fake out will be disrupting the Volcarona, though. That's the true point of this. Last Respects is indeed enough because of the additional base power gained due to Tail Team's own Volcarona. Does mean at least there's a bit more damage to be able to ensure that, even with the burn. And that is, you know, quite a tough ask for Basculegion, which did deliver for its trainer, but like you said, David, there is the Rillaboom on Gabriel's side. This is enemy, I'd say, number one, but then again, it's not really, because the Basculegion's just waiting in the back. As long as Tail Team's Rillaboom has essentially been ejected from this game, Basculegion surely will be able to just wipe up the floor with this game too.
Yes, it should. However, yeah, how do you get rid of this Rillaboom? It's not like very offensive anymore because of that burn.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I think because of the burn though, Basculegion is actually able to come in here for Gabriel. Because yeah, we know it should be able to take a Grassy Glide at least at this point, but maybe not a Wood Hammer. But yeah, like you need enough damage now into this Rillaboom to be able to deal with it. Last Respects isn't that powerful. You've still got the one boost because you're of your own KO'd Volcarona, so it's base 100 power instead.
Yep.
But yeah, with that plus your own Rillaboom's hit, it might be enough. But yeah, like I don't know honestly. I don't think it's going to be that close.
No, and it's not. So 37 hit point survival there. Wave Crash, Adaptability, Water Terror, Multiplier without the rain into the Basculegion. On the other side of the field is enough. Tail Team now brought down to their final two Pokemon. Yes, of course, it is poetry. It has to be the double super fake out bro special, I would say, but at this point not in an advantage situation, given the fact that the burn is so crucial on the Rillaboom. Even if, let's say, for example, Gabriel hasn't brought the Incineroar and there is an open Grassy Glide going into that slot, it's just not enough. You don't have enough damage due to the halving of the interaction of the burn.
Yeah, 100% Foster. Now, we're in a position where this Basculegion probably wants to switch out because, yeah, you need some damage into this Rillaboom still.
Yeah.
Your own Rillaboom can't do that. Your own Politoed can't do that at the moment. And so, you most likely, Gabriel's wanting to really switch out that Basculegion so you can maybe lock into Last Respects and actually deal the damage that you want to do. However, there is a way where Politoed, if you can get in and go for a Perish Song, that could be pretty good as long as you've maintained all three of your Pokemon.
Yep.
But again, that looks a little bit tricky when your Rillaboom is really on its last legs here. And with Tier Team with a fake out turn this time, the pressure is really on to be able to just fake out Basque Legion and then go for another move into this Rillaboom, which might be enough for a KO, or you double into the Basque Legion with a Grass Leaf, because either way you'll get a KO on the point going all the Basque Legion.
Oh, okay, the Basque Legion did stay in. This means Tail Team might actually be able to get away with this. Going for the Wood Hammer into the Basque Legion slot is going to be enough at the half damage output. You can see Tail Team really hoping that it may be the case. Politoed sure will be able to be brought in, but Gabriel opting to not switch it out could be quite crucial right now to this end game situation of game 2. Woodhammer not going into the Basque Legion, makes the read and goes and picks up the KO onto the Politoed, but this allows for a free switch in of Gabriel once again having fake out online, accompanied by this Basque Legion, which is now further powered and bolstered due to the rain being present.
Yeah, no, it's looking quite good now, honestly, though. But I mean, Tail Team has now denied the ability for the Basque Legion to switch back into last respects. But yeah, given the U-turn on this Rillaboom, which is a little bit unusual, almost everyone's running high horsepower instead of that slot. Yeah, you've actually been able to deal a consistent amount of damage where you can, yeah, as you can see, Gabriel locking in very quickly there. Yep. The safe fake out wave crash.
That's it. It makes the most sense as the wave crash will be able to move first. It targets the Incineroar, and of course, was there ever any doubt? It picks up the KO. Gabriel pushing through even with a style point critical hit there, which absolutely did not matter, forcing this Rillaboom now to be on its lonesome self. And going up against the Basque Legion and Rillaboom, even the Rillaboom having U-turn, there's no way out.
Yeah, absolutely no way out now. Yeah, Gabriel has played this so well, but it's been so close so much of the time. Imagine without those burns on Tail Team's end, it would have maybe been a very different game here. But yeah, the writing's on the wall. Battle cancelled. Gabriel Legati, your winner of Swiss Round 9.
What a way to go about it as well. Huge congratulations to Gabriel being able to be one step closer to the top cut here in their local region. What a way. We know Gabriel, a phenomenal player. That, of course, still stands the same for Tail Team, putting up a very strong fight like we sort of discussed there, David, getting quite unfortunate with the flame body, as well as the heat wave interactions too earlier on. But that's sort of the price you pay when it comes to having to run A, the heat wave on the Volcarona, and obviously B, Volcarona just being so prominent in the meta. That flame body, even though it's not a direct way to be able to get immediate pressure onto the field as an ability, it's there for the passive interaction of the contact moves.
Yeah, it's a really punishing way to kind of deal with your opponents, isn't it? Yeah, like, Volcarona would be good just on its own, even without the flame bodies, but it's just kind of gravy on top, isn't it? True. It's amazing. And yeah, there's that turn with the double heat wave miss as well, which really pivoted that game around. Tail Team would have been in such a commanding position after that if that heat wave had hit there. But yeah, that's what happens when you click heat wave so many times in a row. Eventually it's going to miss something, and it just so happened to double miss, unfortunately.
Yeah, truly. But still, that doesn't mean that Tail Team, you know, just didn't absolutely play that phenomenally in that game too, just sort of trying to understand what needed to be done. And then we did see the interaction, of course, of the Politoed being brought in that game too, David. I genuinely, I was thinking, I don't see a real reason why maybe Gabriel should bring it, because I thought Incineroar surely had a lot of use when it came to sort of the interactions of the additional fake out user, the intimidates, of course, onto the opposing Basque Legion, but Politoed really pushing through with the additional multiplier, further bolstering the Basque Legion of his own to be able to just pick up some really powerful damage, especially onto that Volcarona.
I think you hit on a really interesting point there, though, obviously. Like, I think other than, yeah, the Basque Legion getting those boosted water moves off, I think it wasn't doing a whole lot in that matchup, right? Yeah, when you're trying to pivot in and support your Volcarona, you want that nice kind of core of defensive typing. Right. And yeah, you're suddenly missing that fire type now, and you're doubling up on water, making yourself really exposed to Rillaboom. It's true. So, yeah, and especially when you've not brought a fire type, as well as half your team being weak to grass, you don't even have a fire type for it either. So it's a really, like, interesting combination. I think luckily those burns came out for Gabriel in that second game.
Yeah, and I guess it's a great opportunity for us to be able to ask Gabriel himself. We've got Evan on the floor. Please take it away.
Thanks, y'all. I am so thrilled to be here on stage. The crowd is already cheering for you, Gabriel. Congratulations. 8-1. That looked really impressive. How are you feeling now as you won your first match of day 2?
I'm feeling great. I was very nervous coming to this match because the mirror is actually one of my hardest matchups. Like Bo, his Insane and his Volcarona were faster than mine, and he also had Taunt on Insane, so it's very hard for me to keep up with that. Game 1, I just played the exact same mirror and hope to get hang off guard by playing very aggressive. It worked pretty well. I also thankfully didn't get burned with my bass collision. And then game 2, I just got lucky.
Well, I really want to talk a little bit. You mentioned this as a mirror, but it's only a mirror in the 4 Pokemon from that first game. And I really want to talk about that switch up you made in game 2, going for the Terra Water on Basculegion and bringing Politoed to give it even more power. What was the thinking behind that specific switch up?
So, to be honest, I think my gameplay wasn't super strong because I expected the Wave Crash to do more damage. Since his Volcarona was faster, I expected to don't be super bulky, so I expecting it to be like, I was expecting a bit more damage and like hopefully to put the Volcarona on Grassy Glide range, but it took the hits very well. So I was like, I'm probably gonna lose. But I got like really lucky with like the Flame Body burns and the Heat Wave misses. I think there was a turn that I'm pretty sure he misplayed as well. So I guess that's very lucky. Politoed it's really good, but probably not for this matchup.
Well, sometimes you have to experiment and try things out and see what sticks and what's going to work. You are no stranger to the final stages of an international tournament. You've made Top Cut, I believe, 5 times at international championships. What would it mean to you to make Top Cut and potentially win Latin American international championships for the first time for a LATAM region player to win here in Brazil?
So it's very funny because the first time I top cut was the first LAIC, and I was using Perish Song Politoed back then. So it would be very fun to top cut again with like the same Pokemon. Since 17, which was this first internet, I'm trying to get the win. I'm getting close like a lot of times, but maybe this is the time. Who knows?
Yeah, the way you've been playing and the coolness of this team, I think, cannot be understated with the double weather modes with Politoed and Ninetales and having the Whirlpool to do, people think that Politoed needs Gothitelle to trap Pokemon for it, but maybe Politoed can just do it itself. Have you done that yet this tournament?
I use Whirlpool a lot and I use Perish Song a lot, but funnily enough, they usually like don't go together. Because so for this team, Whirlpool is more to always like win the weather war against some teams rather than trying to win with Perish Song. And Perish Song is more to clean late games. So for example, often I bring Politoed, Basculegion, Insane, and Rilla in some order. And with Basculegion I have a lot of offensive pressure. I don't know, let's suppose I get like 1 or 2 KOs, but then Basculegion faints. This is usually very bad, even if it's a like 2v3 scenario, because I don't have offensive pressure anymore. But with Perish Song, I actually win a 2v3 scenario because they can't switch. So Perish is more like just Perish, no trap.
Only Perish, no trap. I love it. Well, Gabriel, we're going to let you take a break and get ready for your next round. You obviously have a lot of fans out here in the crowd. Is there anyone you would like to shout out who's helped you along the way?
So I want to give a shout out to one of my opponents yesterday, Kian Campbell. I didn't know him before, only by like watching regional stuff. So we were playing game 2 and I had the game 100% won, but then we DC'd. We had a disconnection, and by rules we would have to replay the match because it was a 3 versus 4 situation. He recognized the game was already lost for him, so he let me the win, and I really appreciate that, the good sportsmanship. So thanks to my opponent, very much appreciate that. And also to to my family and my girlfriend. They were very supportive in the weekend, and all my friends as well. I have a cousin from Germany that is here showing some support, so a shout out to her as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Gabriel, congratulations once again. I am sure we will be seeing more of you later today and potentially into Championship Sunday tomorrow. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we will have even more action from Sao Paulo for the Latin America International Championships. Don't go anywhere.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, Believe in Eevee. For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yep, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep, and Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice for the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory, so wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man, okay, Gio defying all the odds, he believing in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. Gio proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
This is going to be a no-holds-barred match between Shiliang Tang and Justin Tang, 2 friends meeting each other in the finals of the San Antonio Regional Championships.
My name is Justin Tang, and I'm born in Maryland. If I was a Pokemon, I would probably be a Dark type. Wait, no. Wait, I messed it up. Wait, can we reset that? Reset that?
A rising star who cannot be stopped, the 3-time regional champion, Justin Tang.
If I was a Pokemon, I'd probably be a fighting type, just because of Pancham, my favorite Pokemon, so.
I mean, you must be on top of the world right now.
I don't know. It feels better than the first time and the second time, I guess. I don't know, man. It's so gonna be real.
My first partner Pokemon was Mudkip. Had a copy of Emerald. Like, I didn't really know how the game worked at the time, so I just gave it all the HM moves, and I was kind of circling around the sea for like hours and hours, and I don't think I ever beat the game, so yeah, I guess that's my favorite.
I mean, like, I've only been playing for like a year and a half in VGC, and I'm playing against guys who've been going for 10 plus years, and it's really insane. It's really cool to not just be winning, but to meet all these people, and it's just been great.
That's awesome.
I got into competitive Pokemon through a lot of YouTube creators. You know, I mean, Wolf was like, you know, everyone's example, right? Cybertron, like watching them ladder and like trying to make my own teams and then trying to play the game, even though I wasn't very good back then.
This should be enough to clean it up. Justin Tang, your Knoxville Regional Champion.
The first team I used at Knoxville was a variant of the, you know, Wolfie Orlando team. And I think it shows that, you know, you gotta start somewhere.
To watch out for
Justin Tang
winning his second regional championship
goodness.
here in Fort Wayne.
So impressive.
It's in the red, and with a third surging strikes, Ice Rider Calyrex goes down, and Justin Tang, three-time regional champion, winning the San Antonio Regional Championships.
Winning an event again, it just feels unreal. This is something I've been chasing for a long, long time. Winning 2 your first season is really a hard goal to achieve. And to try to come back at that peak, it's tough to kind of like falling short when you're so close, because I topped at countless tournaments last year. I topped 16 almost every tournament this year.
A long time coming after Justin had such an explosive start to his competitive career.
And I'm finally back. Compared from this finals to my other 2 I've had so far, honestly, it's been so long. I feel like it feels similar. It's just that adrenaline that hits. Just because I've been shooting for this. Like before, it was unexpected. I kind of went in blind. I didn't have those standards at the time. And having another win after chasing it for another year now, it feels really good.
Is there a player or just a mentor in the scene that you have?
It's gotta be Xiling Tang. You know, he's one of the most calculated players in the world. Like, whenever I watch a stream game of him, it's some of the most impressive work. Like, he sees things that most people don't see. Like, we're both grinders. Like, we both put in the work because, you know, we love this game and we want to do well.
Xiling Tang, one Pokemon knockout away from moving on to the top 4 and closer to another regional championship title.
We'll forfeit the match, and Xiling Tang is our first Tang in the finals.
And I feel that I'm learning something new from him every day. It's just been great working with him just because I, you know, find someone that just fits me best. So, yeah.
And Justin, one Pokemon away from moving on to the finals, where he has to face his team building partner.
Some parts of my gameplay I want to try to get better in is kind of just thinking more in turns. I feel that I can be calculated when I'm thinking right, but sometimes I just overthink. I try to cover things that I can't always cover, and I end up losing for it or trying to make overread. During my top 8 set, I almost lost because I spored to a sleeping Calyrex already because I misclicked. If I just gave more thought, I can just sport out a slot. I've also had experience like with that at Toronto, like trying to cover Wolf's every move.
But our Caledon not going for the protect.
Which wasn't possible. Like, thinking things that he wouldn't do, realistically, and he didn't, of course.
Who do you predict to win the San Antonio Regional Championship?
In my heart, he's been feeling the energy, he's been getting really into it, so I'm gonna have to lock in Justin here.
I knew I was gonna win finals after I saw the last turn trick room. His only way of winning was if he high horsepower crit me, and he didn't. It was Cali Ice versus Land of Ursh. The moment I saw the bar go down to like 20, I knew I had the game won, and it felt really good. I can't lie. Like, finally able to beat Xiling too. He always beats me in mirrors or in practice, so you know, it feels good being one of the best players in the world. My #1 goal for this season is to do well at Worlds. Xiling actually last year, he knocked me out of Worlds in the exact 6-1 mirror. So it feels really good to have my revenge on that. This year, I hope that things can be different and I can finally have that Worlds dub or cut, something that's just better than what I've had before. After 2 Worlds of maybe not the best results I wanted, I just want more.
Justin Tang once more, and he is getting more in this second wave of Regulation H. Justin actually just defeated Kylan Van Severen to become the only undefeated player left in our field here at the Latin American International Championships in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. Gabby, It's great to be back here behind the desk for our second day of competition, and I could not be more excited to see some of these matches as we get closer and closer to our elimination bracket.
It's always so fun to see the tournament develop as we go from phase 1 into phase 2, as this is when you start to see what the tournament metagame calls for, what Pokemon, what players are going to emerge out on the top. And honestly, this is when I think we can start calling some of the more surprises, some of the upsets that maybe weren't anticipated going into the tournament. And this is always the part that I find the most fun, because you can start to see like, okay, maybe this person is just here because they are that good. They're making the plays, they're making the reads, and oh, this person is here because they're a very good team builder and they made the team call. And it's great to see people's different strengths shine in such a very difficult tournament.
Absolutely.
I had the opportunity to talk to a few players yesterday after phase 1, and I heard many people say that this was a very difficult tournament to progress in.
Absolutely. I think we see that from the results of phase 1 into phase 2. Multiple world champions out in the field. Some of them are no longer in competition for the championship here. Of course, Marco Silva, our two-time defending international champion, dropped 2 games yesterday, but still made his way into phase 2. So still his tournament hopes are alive as of right now. But let's take a look at what players were running in our first day and how that's changed coming into our second day of the tournament. These 2 phases are very important and very critical, because in phase 1 you have the wide open field versus phase 2 when you're starting to look at, what are those things that are actually coming up on top? And what has surprised you so far, Gabrielle? Sorry, Gabriella.
It's okay. I understand. There's a couple of Gabriels out in the field here today. No, I said this yesterday. I said this today earlier to a couple people. It's been the manual sun. It will always be manual weather setting for me. We didn't see it in the top 12 Pokemon here yesterday. The only weather setter that made the graphic was that Alolan Ninetales squeaking in at the 16.5% down as our 12th Pokemon. In terms of usage on this graphic specifically, it really was the Annihilate, I think, that popped up that surprised me, as it's a very strong Pokemon, and it's no surprise that it's here, given that the Ursaluna, the Archaludon, and the Blood Moon Ursaluna have been doing so well. I just wasn't really expecting it, even though it's not surprising, if that makes any sense. Like, none of the popular teams that I had my eyes on really felt like they had room for an Annihilate, but as we saw yesterday, a lot of trainers have found the ability to sort of drop one Pokemon from the more common cores and sneak Annihilate into great success.
Yeah, and let's take a look at our second phase usage for this tournament. Of course, these are all of the players who have only 2 losses or less make it into the second phase of the tournament. So once we are able to take a look at that, we'll be able to see, I think especially, the Pelipper now squeaks in as a second weather setter, but I think this is kind of hiding the fact that Sun is having a real great tournament here, mostly because Torkoal is only on some of the Sun teams out here.
Exactly, and it really is the fact that you can set up Sun manually with that prankster ability that is distinguishing it so far ahead of the Alolan Ninetales and the Pelipper. We've seen some amazing gameplay from the trainers who are running Pelipper or Alolan Ninetales, or even Gabriel Agati, who we saw on stream earlier with that Politoed, being able to navigate it to great success. But just, it's so much easier to have a Whimsicott on the field and use Sunny Day than it is to make some of those switches. So it's great to see that weather is sort of the name of the game in Regulation H, as it's one of my favorite ways to play competitive Pokemon, and I think it's one of the more interesting ways to approach the game. And it does kind of spice up, the standard 6 up top. Your Incineroars and Rillabooms don't feel as comfortable when there's enough rain and sun in the mix.
Yeah, we've kind of stopped looking at that top line there, because the 6 Pokemon are, pretty standard there, but really big change here is that Blood Moon Ursaluna is the second most used Pokemon in phase 2. our Phase 2 competitors are really leaning on that Pokemon.
And it makes sense when you look at the fact that the Blood Moon Ursaluna has broken up the held hands between the Incineroar and the Golden Go in particular. That's Earth power, baby.
Get out of the way, Golden Go.
Exactly. Like being able to specifically target down both the Incineroar and the Golden Go and either force a terrestrialization or deal some insane super effective damage regardless of if it's the Life Orb variant or if it's one of those bulkier Assault Vest or Leftovers variant, I think is exactly why Blood Moon Ursaluna is in that spot. It's a very annoying Pokemon that can break up these two Pokemon specifically. And you kind of have to have a Pokemon like Rillaboom or Sneasler or the Annihilate or just something dedicated to handling it at the end of the day.
Yeah, and another pair that's here on this graphic that I am really interested in is the Volcarona and the Basculegion.
Yeah.
These are two Pokemon that are pretty frequently paired together on teams like we just saw in our first match of the day. And it's really interesting how they both interact because those Volcarona teams want to start Quiver Dancing up. They want to get all those boosts. And Basculegion, usually with the Choice Scarf on those teams, like we saw in match 1, coming in and just trying to get big water-type damage onto the Volcarona, either via Aqua Jet, because it can do be priority above the Quiver Dances, or just trying to go for a big wave crash, like we saw Gabriele Gatti try to do in that second game. So they're best friends, but they're also best frenemies.
Keep your enemies or keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I think that's exactly what those two have going on there. And I agree, you're absolutely right. And arguably, especially in the mirror matchup, when you know that your opponent is going to be trying to play to the same outs that you are, I do think you have to match the power of Volcarona with a Pokemon that can achieve the same heights. And right now in the metagame, that really is going to be that Basculegion male, which honestly was a bit of a surprise when I first saw Chuppa using it back in the North American regionals earlier on this season. It is a very powerful Pokemon, but I think it was scared away from Regulation H the first go around just because King Gambit was so prevalent. Whether or not we'll see more King Gambit emerge for our last Regulation H regional is tough to say. I don't know if a lot of people will be motivated to make some of the metagame adjustments that we have seen in the past, given that there really is only one event left. But it's great that Basculegion has had all this time to shine.
Absolutely. And I think it's also worth calling out the Archaludon that's still sitting here in 7th place on the usage graphic. And this is largely because we're seeing Archaludon become more prevalent outside of rain. Players like Justin Tang, who's even still an Assault Vest variant of the Archaludon, but using it as a more supportive option with the Snarl, as well as the ability to deal big damage with the Fighting Terra type body press. It's found a niche outside of just rain.
Not only that, I mean, Justin Tang dropped Electroshot entirely. So I would argue that's not even a niche outside of rain. That's just accepting no rain.
Yeah, no rain at all. And even the ones that are in rain are accepting the fact that maybe they won't have rain, as we have seen sort of these like fake out rain teams where the Basculegion is running adaptability instead of Swift Swim and holding the Focus Sash, or the Archaludon is carrying the Power Herb, even though there's a Pelipper on the team, to be able to get an Electroshot outside of the rain and also have that sturdy ability, which allows you to have a free Focus Sash, so 2 items at once.
Yeah, and ultimately at the end of the day, I think a lot of these techs are more to outplay your opponent rather than to sort of set up some sort of strategy. I think there's 2 ways to approach Pokemon in terms of how you play the game. One way that I think we saw a lot of in the single and double restricted formats is where you have a game plan and you stick to the plan. You have your line, you have your lead, and no matter what, you just follow that position. Maybe you make a couple of smaller adaptations depending on how your opponent, responds to you, but overall your game plan's pretty much set. You're just working on the execution. However, with something like the Archaludon that you just mentioned, it's meant to be a lot more flexible because at these bigger tournaments, when the power level is much smaller, you really need to have that wiggle room in order to respond to what your opponents bring to the table. And what better way to practice making those adaptations than to go to your local league, whether it's this weekend, today, tomorrow, next weekend, next month, next year even, you should scan that QR code, figure out where your local league is, and maybe make a plan to attend.
Yeah, I was actually just checking some messages earlier this morning, and there's actually a local happening in my region.
Really? Wait,
today.
really?
Yes.
I thought you guys were struggling there for a bit.
No, we're doing it. We're making it happen in Tennessee.
I love that.
I would be there if not for being, 1,000+ miles away.
Can you jump on a plane and make it?
No.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Next time.
Next time. And if you want to find those events for yourself, you can go ahead and scan the QR code right here. That'll help you find your local event. And it really is something to be able to go to your local community and play the game that you love with other people who love the game as well. We have it here in the macro at the Latin America International Championships, but also at the micro level, you get those really close-knit communities that start to start building together, start traveling together, start really creating those communities that help support trainers to make it to the international championships and the world championships.
And even if you're not ready to jump into competitive 100%, my local league, the Cheese League, we have a bunch of people who show up just to do their barbecues so they can get points, so they can go to the item printer and maybe try and get some of those elusive, rarer Johto Pokeballs, for example. I had one local last week do some trades for some extra shinies in Pokemon Legends ZA. It's not just about VGC, though obviously we are biased and are focusing more on that competitive aspect. And, maybe once you make a couple of Pokemon friends and you have some competitive Pokemon, you get a couple of lessons, some practice in, you can give it a try. It's such a low stakes environment, and I think that's so important because, when you look at us on this international stage, it can seem very intimidating to come up here and be like, I am going to play some insanely hard Pokemon in front of an audience of I don't know how many people in-house, and I don't want to know how many people online for prosperity. But you can just go to your local league and hang out with the 10, maybe 20 people there. There could be dogs. There are dogs at my local league, at least.
I wish I had 20 people at my leagues.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you wish you had dogs, so.
No, I'm a cat person. We know this.
Okay, fair enough. And it's just so much lower stakes, and it's a lot of fun. So please check out your local leagues if you haven't already. And then maybe someday you can find yourself here in the crowd.
Yeah, I love the venue here. They've done such an incredible job of dressing up the place. We had the jungle as we were walking in with all the grass types and some of the greener bugs as well, which are green. They're grass types in the trading card game, so it counts.
Yes, and they also had some photo booth style of those in the activity zone area, which is, you can't see it in this shot, but if you pretended you just walked to the right, that's where that is.
Oh, did you see you can see it sort of at the very top of the screen here, the photo booth where you're in a Pokemon Go, in a cell phone. It's really cool.
So yeah, if you're in the hall, check those things out. If you're at home, check out these pairings from our next round of Swiss. Evan, you sound pretty happy.
Oh, I am excited to see Oliver Escalin versus Luca Ceribelli for sure. That's going to be an incredible matchup, and I can't wait to get into that one. But there's also a lot of really great matchups here. Of course, Justin is our one undefeated player. Kylan dropped to him last round. We'll have to go up against Renzo Navarro, one of Latin America's greatest trainers, strongest trainers, regularly at the top tables and in top cut down here. And every one of these I would like to see.
Yeah, shout outs to Christian Rangel. We haven't had a chance to feature him on stream yet, but he's running a really cool sand team that I hope we can see later with Corviknight. Going to be playing Gabriel Agati. We have Yuya Tada versus Ali Dakik. Ali running that sun team that Yuya's also running, I believe.
And Luca Ceribelli.
And Luca Ceribelli too. We're starting to see that Whimsicott with the manual sun just popping up time and time again here in this topper table. So let's go ahead and jump to the stage though to see Luca versus Oliver once again. Luca even having the Whimsicott on stage with him to give some support. You gotta love that.
Well, obviously Luca is no stranger to the power of Whimsicott, having been a key critical component of his 2024 World Championship winning team. And here it is. We're gonna figure it out once and for all. Is Torkoal Sun or Manual Sun Whimsicott better?
I love Oliver's take on Sun here, though, because it has some components that we have not seen in VGC in a very long time. Special shout out to that Dusclops on his team. You know, it's going to be the Trick Room setter to support Torkoal in a more slow mode, which does mean that Torkoal will be the Eruption user on his team, having access to Eviolite, having access to Nightshade, which is guaranteed to do 50 damage to any Pokemon on Luca's side of the field, provided the attack goes through. It's a Pokemon that we saw a lot in the Sword and Shield era because it was one of the best Trick Room setters back then.
And one of the best Bulldoze users.
And one of the best Bulldoze users back then. But it's been taking a bit of a break since we entered the Scarlet and Violet era. And when you're playing against a team like Luca Ceribelli's team, where the Sun mode is arguably a lot faster and the Farigiraf Trick Room feels more responsive to other fast teams rather than an acknowledgement of, hey, my team is built especially for Trick Room, I think you do have to plan on utilizing that slow mode a lot more in your game plan.
Absolutely, but we also have to shout out the Venusaur. Oliver is getting ready for Mega Venusaur to come back, and of course that is the mascot Pokemon of this event, so Oliver definitely matching with the stadium right now. And I'm really excited to see this because oftentimes we see the Chlorophyll users being the jump fluff. Especially on a team that's trying to be more disruptive. But Venusaur gives you so much more offense available. And you can see Oliver has even decided to go with the Life Orb item, which is going to be dealing even more damage. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to match up against Luca's version of the Sun team.
Yeah, you do have to worry a little bit about accuracy on Venusaur with that Leaf Storm and Sleep Powder combination. They're known to be not the best moves, but against the Sun team that Luca Ceribelli is running, I think Earth Power is going to be your primary mode of attack if you do decide to start with a, I don't know, Torkoal Venusaur lead, and then maybe you switch the Torkoal around so that you can set up a late game Trick Room, as most likely the Pokemon that Luca is going to be leading, provided it's not the Dragonite, will be weaker to that Earth Power than anything else.
But also really cool is the Annihilate here with the Focus Sash.
I was just going to say, but like overall, I do think that Oliver's best strategy going into this matchup is going to be saving Chlorophyll maybe for a end game sweep situation and trying to rely on the Trick Room a little bit earlier on. And Annihilate does seem like it would be a fun way to sort of pressure the Farigiraf off the field and ensure that you have Trick Room up when you need it.
All right, well, here is Luca Ceribelli, of course, the 2024 World Champion, with his take on this manual Sun team with Whimsicott. We've seen a few different looks at this now, mostly the 5 Pokemon, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the Dragonite, the Whimsicott, the Typhlosion, and Farigiraf stay the same, and it's that 6th Pokemon that players are experimenting with. Luca is going with the offensive Incineroar with that clear amulet and the 3 attacks, including close combat. This version gives you so much more pressure against other Incineroar and gives you a little bit more, a few more options in the Trick Room mode.
It does, and I think it also most importantly allows you to make up for some of the offense that you would lose if your opponent does set up Trick Room. A close combat into that Torkoal would do enough damage to mitigate most of Eruption. My biggest question for Luca is how he's going to try and approach this game. We've talked so much about how this Whimsicott is such a key component to this team, but if you know that your opponent is going to be relying on something like Trick Room or maybe just trying to underspeed and ensure that they're going to be, you know, the fastest Pokemon on the field via Trick Room, you could try an Encore Trick Room so that it's always going to be used, but other than that, I'm not sure Whimsicott's going to have the most usage. It's not going to be as effective in this matchup as other ones.
Yeah, it's definitely more telegraphed that you're just doing Tailwind mode at that point. And you really have to then be able to break the Dusclops, which is so hard to do. Even in the Sun when you have powerful Pokemon like this Choice Specs Typhlosion.
Exactly, and certainly connecting a knockoff from this offensive Incineroar would go a long way to breaking it, especially when you remove the Eviolite. But that's still a very difficult Pokemon to take down.
All right, let's hop right into it. Luca Ceribelli will be leading with the Dragonite and Ursaluna, while Oliver has opted for that Trick Room mode with the Dusclops and the Incineroar. Of course, threatening some fake out on pressure to the Dragonite and Ursaluna, unless that Farigiraf is in the back. But if you have to switch out to Farigiraf, that means Trick Room just goes up for free anyway.
Yeah, and even though this will be a potential Terra Normal Life Orb boosted Blood Moon, if there's any Pokemon that can take it in the format right now, I do think that Dusclops has the bulk to take it.
No Fake Out coming out. Instead, just going to be damage onto the Incineroar. Luca goes on the offensive with Dragonite. Scale Shot will connect onto the Incineroar for all 4 hits. Not getting the 5th hit, unfortunately, but will take that speed boost, which is going to be very detrimental for that Pokemon in the future. However, the Incineroar is knocked out off of the field by doubling up with the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and that's going to let Trick Room go up and a free switch in.
But on the other hand, Oliver has now lost the ability really to pivot, as the Incineroar is the pivot Pokemon on this team. We get to see what Pokemon Oliver has in the back, and we'll be sending Torkoal in now, which makes a lot of sense. Trick Room has just been set up. Torkoal will get the opportunity to go for an Eruption after only taking maybe an Extreme Speed's worth of damage from that intimidated Dragonite. But the final Pokemon's going to be that Annihilate, so Oliver has to really take advantage of these 5 turns, because there's really no way out of it.
Well, Incineroar is a Pokemon that can resist a big boosted Eruption from Torkoal. It's holding the Charcoal item, so it's going to be dealing even more damage. But that Blood Moon Ursaluna should be pretty scared right now, as basically nothing underspeeds the turtle in Trick Room.
And that's what it does best. It's slow, it's strong, and it looks really good with that Terra Fighting hat.
And as a result, Ursaluna has to go ahead and protect itself from the Eruption damage coming out. In fact, the only thing that really underspeeds Torkoal is that Dusclops, which would have been able to break the multi-scale on Dragonite before the Eruption goes off, but it will connect onto the Incineroar. But this Clear Amulet Incineroar is not quite as bulky as some of the other Incineroar we've seen, but the natural resistance is going to do wonders for it to at least survive 1 turn and have some Fake Out pressure back onto the Torkoal.
But look at how much damage that Nightshade did to that Incineroar. Because there is no weakness and resistance, and it's just a guaranteed 50 damage, that's still going to put that Incineroar dangerously close to a knockout.
Oh, that's a really aggressive play from Oliver. Didn't go for a Protect on the Torkoal, instead just going to get faked out. That Nightshade also just missing the KO. Blood Moon, though, targeted down the Dusclops. There was an opportunity to go on the offensive against the Torkoal with the Ursaluna, but Luca, predicting that Torkoal would maybe try to just protect itself, just goes for damage, guaranteed damage on the Dusclops.
And now Oliver has a tough choice to make here, as Dusclops, now that it's below half of its health, you can do something a little bit different if you want to do more damage on the field. It has Pain Split, which, had it used that, could have healed it up a little bit.
Yeah, but Ursaluna will just protect itself once more. It is not going to try and allow itself to take an Eruption. With the Fake Out gone, there's no protection from the Torkoal, and the Nightshade will finally pick up that KO onto Incineroar. So Luca has been put very much on the back foot by the Trick Room mode of Oliver's Dusclops and Torkoal now.
But very smartly using Protect every other turn on his Pokemon on the field to get through these Trick Room turns. And I think critically, Oliver's going to struggle to reset the Trick Room now that the Dusclops has taken so much damage. It has the opportunity to try and heal itself up in the future, but I like this switch from Oliver because you really need to find a quick knockout here to try and even up the score and even get a Pokemon advantage, and this Eruption's really going to help that.
Ooh, Oliver going for the switch and Eruption means it will pick up the KO onto Ursaluna, breaks the multi-scale onto Dragonite, but doesn't deal full damage. Oliver switching out there may have predicted that the Dragonite was going to continue to protect itself, but Tailwind now being set up by the Dragonite as the Twisted Dimensions return to normal. So perfect timing there from Luca to go for the Tailwind and switch everything up to bring in the Typhlosion in Torkoal's own sun as Trick Room ended with the Tailwind.
And this is a great adaptation from Luca, as you do not need to bring your Whimsicott if you know your opponent's going to rely on Torkoal. Typhlosion is free to go for its own Eruptions now. It will be the fastest Pokemon on the field, and it will be beneficial from those choice specs and possibly even a terrestrialization of its own at this point.
Yeah, and unfortunately this Annihilate doesn't have access to Protect, so it is just sitting and waiting to get taken out by a combination of attacks from both Typhlosion and Dragonite. The Focus Sash does mean that it has to be double targeted, or actually that Dragonite did not get the Scale Shot, it switched out, but potentially you could make that happen, but just going to be the Typhlosion going on the offensive here.
It's a tough call to make because if you double into the Annihilate, you will be taking a potential full-ish health eruption from that Torkoal. So we'll have to see what the priority here is for Luca.
Yeah, I don't know how full health that eruption would be after the eruption from Typhlosion. It's going to connect onto both of these Pokemon and actually pick up a KO on Torkoal all by itself.
Yeah, that's just the power, the pure unconcentrated power, if you will, of the sun.
Uh-huh. Torkoal, he flew a little bit too, or crawled a little bit too close to the sun and got erupted by Typhlosion. Here's the scale shot that's connecting onto the Annihilate to pick up that KO as well. And after Trick Room has ended, Luca took control of this match, and Dusclops just does not have any amount of damage to take out these two Pokemon. And that's you know, the sun at least has ended, so the multipliers are gone, so it's not an embarrassing amount of damage to the Dusclops.
I don't know. There's still a Choice Specs and a Terrifier in play, and who knows, maybe if there's enough of a pause here, there could be some Blaze activation as well, but I agree with Oliver's choice there just to lock in that forfeit. I think that Luca found the win con in that once he stalled out that Trick Room, I don't even know if you necessarily needed the Tailwind there, depending on how that Typhlosion is trained. It should just naturally be faster than the Annihilate. Outspeed, Eruption, make sure you target down that Annihilate, and then, you know, you can pretty much go from there.
Yeah, the Tailwind at least covers for a potential last Pokemon Venusaur.
That's true, yeah. But I also think that we had seen all of Oliver's Pokemon at that point, so.
Yeah, but, you know, why not just get the extra Tailwind there?
Yeah, no, it's fair. It's fair. You know, you want to lock in your win conditions as solidly as possible, and that's why Luca Ceribelli is the world champion from 2024, and I am very much not.
Absolutely. And I think this was really interesting target prioritization because Luca was able to take out the Incineroar, which would be really critical outside of Trick Room.
Yes.
By focusing that Pokemon down early, Luca was able to limit the options that Oliver had once Trick Room went down.
Yeah.
And now when Dusclops doesn't have as much offensive pressure to make the most of those turns, and if Torkoal's not picking up big KOs, the way that Luca was able to pivot around and stall out those turns of Trick Room really made it so that Oliver got Trick Room up, but at what cost?
Exactly, and the downside to a team like Oliver's, you know, this Trick Roomy form of Sun is that you need the double Trick Room typically to close out games in Regulation H. So going into this game number 2, it looks like we will be seeing a mix-up in leads, and I like this because if Oliver can power through the Ursaluna without Trick Room, that could potentially free up a later game Trick Room to lock in the win.
Yeah, that would be very important for Oliver to be able to make something happen in an end game if you only get the one Trick Room.
Exactly.
The Annihilate also immediately threatens the Ursaluna on the field, which was very threatening, even though it did go down to that Eruption. As you can see, Luca has to retreat the Ursaluna because of the pressure that Annihilate is putting down. That's just going to be Typhlosion switching in, however, a fake out onto the Dragonite, so no damage done onto the Typhlosion at all because the close combat, Ghost types love to see it.
They do, but now the Typhlosion does have to worry a little bit about the Incineroar on Oliver's side of the field. I don't think there's necessarily a downside to locking a knockoff into that slot. There is no Sunset, and if it is like the game 1 that we saw, Luca does not have Whimsicott in the back, and it would take 2 turns anyways to set up the Sun at this point. So that Incineroar should be pretty comfy from Oliver's side. So we'll have to see if Choice Specs are going to be removed this turn, because look at just how much little more damage that does now.
Yeah, but Annihilate is able to take that damage and fire back with a Rage Fist to connect a one-hit KO onto the Typhlosion. Because Luca did not use the Terastallization there, Oliver is able to pick that KO up. The Scale Shot comes out from Dragonite, a big critical hit there actually. That could potentially, probably just a little bit out, would need another critical hit to KO the Incineroar here after that Intimidate. But getting that KO onto Typhlosion is very good for Oliver. This U-turn now will also allow that Oliver to pick which Pokemon will come in to face down Luca's remaining 3.
And confirmation that the Annihilate is faster than the Dragonite. So after that speed boost, Dragonite might be a little bit faster than the Annihilate. We'll have to see if it needs 1 or 2, but just good information to think about in the context of the previous endgame.
Absolutely, and Dusclops now coming out. As you mentioned, maybe a later Trick Room is the adaptation for Oliver. So Ursaluna, however, is able to make it onto the field now, threatening the Annihilate because the Focus Sash has already been broken. The Dragonite will be able to pick up that KO if it wants it, but no real way to stop this Trick Room.
Exactly, and that's what makes this turn so comfortable for Oliver, because there's no way to stop Trick Room. If the Pokemon next to Dusclops gets knocked out, which could be the Annihilate, or I think a little bit better here is that Incineroar, Torkoal can come in on the next turn, and just like we saw in game number 1, use that Eruption to get a nice knockout into the Dragonite and the Ursaluna, as multi-skill has been broken. But here's an adaptation from Luca. We're getting a Terrestrialization this turn.
Yeah, and of course, it's the Terra Normal on the Blood Moon Ursaluna. We have seen this time and time again. If Typhlosion goes down or is sacrificed on this team, that just means it's time for the Blood Moon Ursaluna to take the field. Dragonite will pick up the KO onto Incineroar with that Scale Shot again, but that does mean that it's just going to be this Terra Normal, potentially Blood Moon coming out onto the Dusclops to try and KO it before Trick Room can go up. And I just don't think it can without a critical hit.
It's going to be close, though, as we saw it do a little bit over half, which means without the critical hit, this would do about 75%. So you're absolutely right. That was a critical hit roll needed.
Yeah, but that means that Dusclops gets Trick Room up, and now the Torkoal in the back is safely free to switch in and fire off these Eruptions. And we already know that the Ursaluna cannot take it from this Torkoal.
What I would love to see here, though, before the Eruption connects with that Ursaluna, is a Pain Split into it, just so that Dusclops can get a little bit of health back, or into the Dragonite as well. I think that recovering some health here is more important than just the guaranteed 50.
Yeah, and of course, if the Incineroar is going to switch in, that's
even
also
better.
That's so much better for the Dusclops and the Torkoal. That's going to be one of the Pokemon that can resist your Fire-type Eruptions, taking damage and healing up the Dusclops at the same time. Torkoal, of course, goes for the Terrestrialization into the Fire typing to make sure that it can get even more powerful Eruptions. And there's the Protect from Ursaluna. So just like in Game 1, Luca is switching in the Incineroar to give Ursaluna a chance to attack.
So this is going to be really close, because we saw two Pain Splits just barely miss out on the KO on Incineroar earlier. And depending on how Incineroar is trained here, this Eruption is going to do about 2 Pain Splits worth. So
not quite.
Not quite, but that was such a good turn for that Dusclops.
All right, and now Torkoal is forced to protect here. Otherwise, it is going to risk a Fake Out and an Earth Power from that Ursaluna, which would devastate that Pokemon and remove most of Luca's offensive pressure once again.
But there still are plenty of turns of Trick Room, so you can afford to protect this turn, knowing that the Ursaluna would then protect the following turn. And regardless of if the Dragonite protects that turn or not, you're still going to be able to get one good Eruption in against both these Pokemon before Trick Room expires. Yeah, unless Luca rolls a double protect, of course.
Yeah, the other thing to worry about is this switch in to the Dragonite. Potentially, if the Dragonite's probably too healthy for this, but yeah, if the Dragonite could have been knocked out here, then you could have had a free switch in back to the Incineroar, but so healthy right now, it will come down to that double protect.
Exactly. So Nightshade, though, will put it into the yellow, which will make the Eruption roll a little bit nicer at least.
There's the Hyper Voice. The Luca is covering for an aggressive play from Oliver like he showed in Game 1, just trying to get some damage onto the Dusclops and onto the Torkoal if it hadn't protected, but instead, that's going to just be a protect from the Torkoal, and Dusclops shrugs that off.
All right, so this Dragonite does have access to protect. So talking about Incineroar switches, we could see the Incineroar switch in for the Ursaluna here. And I think that would be a great play for Luca, as the Ursaluna is going to be his win condition at this point in time. Get the Ursaluna through Trick Room, and then all of a sudden you have Hyper Voice and Blood Moon to deal the damage needed to finish off the game. Now, the one downside to that is, as long as Oliver has that Annihilate in the back, and as Annihilate is going to be faster, you will struggle a little bit here. So I like the protect this turn, just making sure that it's a little bit risky, but you ensure that you can at least get Tailwind up to support that Pokemon in the following turn.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a whip into the Dragonite and a whiff into both the Dragonite and the Ursaluna with this Eruption. Oliver is not able to get the damage down that he wants to onto these Pokemon.
Exactly. What a close end game, though. I think Oliver's done a great job adapting to how Luca approached Trick Room in game number 1, and just really forcing him to take these risks of the double protects, and also sort of offering up the Incineroar to take these hits so that he can have the damage to get through the end game.
Yeah, I love this switch that Oliver is showing, knowing that Luca is going to try and protect the Ursaluna potentially. You have to make sure that you are able to not waste any time in threatening it on the next turn. It's really going to be about this Dragonite that's at just under 50% health. If it can survive an eruption from this Torkoal, then Luca may be able to take this 2-0. But if not, then we're probably going to game 3.
So Dragonite has 2 opportunities to survive, or maybe even
and
3.
A free Defiant.
That part's great. I was going to say, if it fails the double protect, this is going to be a damage roll. We'll just have to see how it plays out.
Yep, fails the double protect. This eruption will knock out the Incineroar on the Dragonite. It is enough. After the multi-scale, we saw some good damage done to it, and that means that it's just going to be the Ursaluna switching in outside of Trick Room. We know that it's slower than this Annihilate and can easily clean this one up with a close combat.
Maybe even a helping hand close combat if you want to be super safe. You know, Eruption as well, I think you could just go for the double attack if you're worried about. I'm not sure what you'd be worried about at that point, but I think that it's Oliver again.
Don't click Rage Fist. That's the one way.
Yeah, okay, that's the one way. If you're worried that you're going to somehow misclick in that situation.
Well, fortunately for Oliver, he did not click Rage Fist, and that was a forfeit from Luca, which is going to put us into a game 3. And wow, this has been a really interesting set, and this is one of those cool moments where you're just seeing how players, especially high-level Trick Room players, recognize how to use their archetypes.
Exactly.
Like you called out, saving the Trick Room for just a few turns later put Luca on the back foot and required him to go for a double protect at some point in order to stall out the Trick Room.
It worked very well the first time you're able to pull it off. It's now this game 3 situation where I think it's going to be a little bit more dicey because the surprise is gone.
Right.
You know, I think that Oliver also made a great call there, getting that Rage Fist into the Typhlosion switch in, and that helped him out a lot early on in the game. That was a ton of momentum lost for Luca in addition to the later Trick Room rounds. But overall, Luca now knows, I think, that Oliver's going to commit to this later Trick Room strategy, and to respond to that, I think Luca's options here are definitely keep the Dragonite, Ursaluna, Typhlosion. I think those 3 Pokemon put a lot of pressure down onto the field. But you can also adapt on how you approach this matchup. You know, you could maybe lead the Typhlosion and try and just go for a big eruption immediately. You could even bring the Farigiraf possibly as your last Pokemon to try and just force Oliver to maybe not feel as comfortable using Trick Room, because you could Trick Room the Trick Room.
Yep.
You know, there's a lot of mind games here that Luca can start playing to really throw Oliver off his game. And when you're playing a Trick Room player that's experienced with Trick Room, it's really the mind game battle that will give you that advantage.
Yeah, that is the tricky thing about the Trick Room, is it does come down to sort of sometimes reading your opponent and understanding exactly what kind of lines they're trying to go for. But this is it. This is game 3 here in Sao Paulo. Both of these players would really love to be 9-1 and not 8-2 after this. You do need at least 10 wins to guarantee your spot in the elimination cut. But once again, it's the Ursaluna Dragonite for Luca, and Oliver will be using the Incineroar and the Annihilate.
And last time we saw these leads from both these trainers, I believe we saw the Hisuian Typhlosion switch in and try to take an attack. So whether or not Luca tries that again really will determine the outcome, I think, of this match.
Yeah, it did. It was able to take that first close combat, but then the Rage Fist afterwards was able to clean that one up after a weaker eruption. But Luca is just playing it so safe here with the double protect on the Ursaluna and the Dragonite, just trying to see what Oliver is trying to go for right now.
And honestly, there's really no downside to going for a double protect, especially in a game 3 situation when you know your opponent is going to use fake out. Just scouting out what they're thinking gives you so much information. It's a very safe play, but at the same time, the information is so valuable, it's always worth it.
Absolutely. And crucially here as well, the Incineroar has not been able to pivot or get any damage done onto either of these Pokemon. So with this, both of these Pokemon on Luca's side have to make a choice here, and it's going to be the Ursaluna staying in, survives the close combat from Annihilate. This is going to take a defense drop for its troubles. That's super effective damage, but it's not enough to pick up a KO. Instead, Dragonite goes for the scale shot onto the Incineroar, deals a decent amount of damage here, definitely enough with a double up like we saw in game 1, and gets the 5th hit this time and the critical hit. Just additional bonus there for the Dragonite, but big damage on to the Ursaluna, which has an opportunity here to fire back with a Hyper Voice, and actually with that extra damage, almost picks up the KO onto Incineroar, but it's going to stick around for one more turn at least as it switches out with the U-turn and breaks multi-scale.
And what was so important about that double up in game number 1 was that with the Incineroar gone, that was a pivot piece gone for Oliver, which meant that he couldn't switch it in to take an attack that would have allowed the Dusclops to make a return later on, which is what we saw in game number 2. So that Hyper Voice survive from Incineroar, even though it's only hanging on by a thread, is huge.
And especially breaking the multi-scale is going to be very impactful onto that Dragonite. Still able to set up the Trick Room here with the Dusclops on the switch end, but it's a little bit dicier.
It's a lot more dicier, I would argue. It's, you know that this Dusclops, I think in this situation, Oliver is definitely going to go for Trick Room. I think you have to. I think the Annihilate, honestly, is still very comfortable on the field as well right now. I think that you can try to go for a KO here onto the Typhlosion.
The Rage Fist is connecting. That means it's connecting on the Typhlosion on the switch, and Oliver just going on the offensive, picks up that Pokemon, and that means that Ursaluna is going to fire back with a Blood Moon into Dusclops, and it does take it down to about a third of its health. But Ursaluna is also just going to faint to the Life Orb recoil, and now the 2 heavy hitters on this team have gone down in one turn, and Trick Room is up.
I was going to say, if Dragonite stays on the field in that position, because of the scale shot, you know that it would be slower in Trick Room, and then you're in a situation where if Ursaluna attacks with Hyper Voice in the following turn, Annihilate goes down, Torkoal still gets in for free, and I think you have enough momentum to sort of keep yourself in the game, even though the first turn of Trick Room is wasted. Or you could just Rage Fist that spot and your opponent makes the same switch they did in game 2, and all of a sudden you have a huge lead.
You do have a huge lead, but Luca actually has some options here because of that clear Amulet Incineroar with the 3 offensive options. It's not just a pivot Pokemon, it also can deal the damage.
And that's what you need right now, because you cannot flinch either Pokemon on Oliver's side of the field. And fortunately, those Pokemon can't do much to you either. I mean, this Pain Split helps a lot, but that's not going to be a KO. And I think critically, you're going to be able to deal most of that damage back.
Yeah, especially knocking off the Eviolite is huge into Dusclops, but not quite enough, and Dragonite Scale Shot will miss the Annihilate.
That's huge.
That means that Annihilate gets to fire off a close combat into Incineroar, and that's going to be about it for Luca. Only the Dragonite left against the Dusclops and the Annihilate, and probably the Torkoal in the back. There's no way for Luca to get out of this one.
It was still going to be an uphill battle no matter what there. However, had that scale shot connected and Annihilate had gone down, it would have been Torkoal on the field next, and the Incineroar would have been so helpful in that matchup. But unfortunately, sometimes Dragonite just needs a little bit extra help. And
that is the problem when you roll the dice. Sometimes you roll double 6s and sometimes you roll Snake Eyes, and Dragonite just unfortunately rolled Snake Eyes on that turn.
Can you get glasses for Snake Eyes?
No.
Yeah, that's, yeah. But no, seriously, congratulations to Oliver Escalin. Moving on in the tournament, currently has 10 wins and 1 loss. Also was the finalist in the 2022 European International Championships, which is something we didn't have time to mention earlier. Well on his way to potentially getting a second shot at that champion title this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely no stranger to these top-level matches, to these top tables, and to the pressure of being in phase 2 of the international championships. And so obviously you saw him keep it calm and collected throughout that 3-game set. Made the adaptation that he needed to enable himself to have those extra turns of Trick Room, and really well played there. Got the break at the end there on the scale shot, but it still might have been a little bit tricky for Luca to close that one out.
I agree. I think had Torkoal already had some damage down on it and Eruption wasn't going to be at full power, it would have been an interesting endgame. But the fact that Torkoal had not been forced out on the field at that point in time really did mean that Torkoal was a very solid endgame for Oliver.
Yeah, and that's just the good thing about Torkoal. You can always rely on Torkoal, especially when you're clicking Eruption instead of Overheat or Heat Wave. It's a nice sturdy little turtle.
It's very solid, yes. and that's why Trick Room works so well for it. I love that people are looking at Hisuian Typhlosion more. I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. I think it was very overlooked as a best of 3 Pokemon, finding most of its success in best of 1 formats, at least in VGC. But Torkoal really does need speed control.
Yeah.
It needs to be in Trick Room, it needs to be the slowest Pokemon possible, because as soon as you start getting chip damage on it, you start having to deal with accuracy rolls in terms of, whether or not your attacks are going to be to their full potential, and then that just makes things that much harder.
Yeah, every time you add that additional risk of variance of an attack missing, you add an additional chance for an attack to miss that really matters. Sort of like what we saw at the end of that Game 3,
exactly.
where Luca's Dragonite, unfortunately, Scale Shot, not 100% accurate. That's just something that Dragonite players have to accept when they're choosing that Pokemon for their team, as most of the people in the field have.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see how these players are going to keep moving forward, especially seeing the different types of Sun. We didn't get to see the Venusaur mode from Oliver this time around, but I do think it will be really interesting in the future and definitely opens up some more opportunities for that team. So let's go ahead and toss it down to the stage where Oliver is standing by to tell us all about that match. Y'all, take it away.
Thank you very much, Evan and Gabby. Yes, I am here with none other than Mr. Oliver Estelin, our winner of the previous round and our EUIC 2022 finalist, clearly on a mission. Oliver, my friend, how are you feeling? That was a very tough matchup versus our 2024 world champ, Luca Cherrybelly.
Yeah, it's a matchup I've played a couple times before. I felt like I knew exactly what I need to do, and even then, Luca was able to take a game off of me, so he played extremely well. I was quite surprised myself. I thought that it was going to be most likely a quite quick of a game for me, but nothing more than just the biggest respects. Was a great game. He played well.
Yeah, 100%. And we saw the sort of adaptation of the Game 1, where there was a lot of focus, I guess, on the Typhlosion mode that Luca identified. But then you were able to sort of find a way to be able to bring the Incineroar and Annihilate as a lead. So was that a point of contention of, okay, maybe getting Trick Room straight away isn't as beneficial?
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, you mentioned it perfectly. I felt like after Game 1, I had to delay Trick Room a little bit so that a Pokemon like Typhlosion or Ursaluna in the back wouldn't be able to reverse sweep me as happened in Game 1. So that was kind of the main idea I had going with that lead. On top of that, I've faced loads of different approaches from that opponent style of a team that I just played, and I genuinely think that Luca's one has been the most unique in that sense. So it definitely got me to sort of shift my focus a bit from getting up Trick Room instantly to kind of delaying it, getting some damage more on the board, and then setting up Trick Room for later sweep.
Yeah, exactly, and you did that to such a stellar fashion as well. And going into that Game 3 then, I think I really want to focus on that very crucial staying in with the Annihilate, focusing the Rage Fist on the Dragonite that ended up switching out. So what was going through your mind at that point?
So I kind of thought that I'm pretty sure I'm able to actually live the double up from Terra Blood Moon and Scale Shot on Dusclops. But in Game 2, I ended up switching in my Ensign to the Annihilate in a similar situation to kind of cover that and guarantee it. So I assumed that Luca would expect me to do that. So then I decided to take advantage of that opening and at least get a lot of damage on the Dragonite, or potentially get a free sack into Torkoal so that it's able to sweep more effectively in Trick Room.
And we saw it in play. It was such a pivotal moment of that Game 3. Essentially, you're just able to sweep in Trick Room, which is sort of the intention of this team. But I guess I want to talk a bit about the team. It's one of the unique compositions that, okay, there are a couple of usual pieces, familiar, usual suspects and such, but you've got Dusclops and Venusaur. Please talk to me about your motivations and the roles that they complete with this team.
So in terms of the Trick Room mode, obviously there aren't that many PCs supporting it. Mainly it's just Incineroar. And I feel like Dusclops functions extremely well as a kind of solo Trick Room setter in the sense that it's almost impossible to actually take it down in one shot. So you're able to guarantee Trick Room unless the opponent has Taunt or some other means, almost always. The Venusaur just currently has a very great speed tier in my opinion, apart from Goldengo. It's able to play into Rain and into a lot of other like compositions quite effectively, and a lot of people don't expect the damage it's able to do. And I guess on top of that, lastly, you know, if you have to rely on Sleep Powder, that's an option as well.
I mean, it's a win con for a reason, right? It gives you that out win situations that may not be as advantageous for yourself. So right now, Oliver, you are #1 in the EU leaderboard championship points-wise. You were in Las Vegas last weekend and did, of course, get that top 16. So what are your motivations and your roadmap so far this season, back-to-back, just try and do the best that you can?
So there's actually a kind of major reason why I tried to squeeze in a lot of these tournaments into the early part of the season, and that's because I'm starting my first like full-time job out of university in December. So I kind of want to reserve some time to get adjusted to, you know, the flow of things, and I guess on top of that I want to make sure that I have a good shot at qualifying for Worlds as well. So that's kind of the main reason. I'll still obviously try my hardest to attend, especially UIC and NAIC, but obviously the current situation in terms of my availability during those times is unknown, but obviously I'll do my best. I would love to be there, and I don't think I've, for example, missed a single EUIC since my first tournament ever in 2017 being EUIC.
Yeah, and I mean, we'd be absolutely excited to be able to see you accomplish that too. So this weekend right now, you have only dropped 1 set at the moment, going into phase 2, 2 more rounds remaining. What would it mean to you if you were able to pick up the title this weekend?
I mean, it would be amazing. I feel like in 2022, I came very close to actually winning an IC, but after that, it was kind of a humbling experience for a year where I kind of figured that like I wasn't as good as I thought I was. And then I feel like as my skill sort of naturally improved a bit, I was able to win my first regional. So I feel like it is only natural to, at some point in the future, get the international title to follow.
Well, I mean, from my eyes, you are definitely one of the favorites, so I'm wishing you all the very best, Oliver. Now, finally, just to close out this section, give you a bit more rest time going to the next round, do you have any shout-outs, my friend, to anybody in the venue or watching at home?
Yeah, first and foremost, I want to shout out Calvin Foster, who's the main duo behind this team with me. I could have not done this performance without his help. On top of that, there's a lot of people who actually help me prepare matchups behind the scenes. We have people like James Katsaros, Carson St. Dennis, funnily enough, Marcus Statter as well helped me in a couple matchups. On top of that, we got another Australian, Dim the Sim. Appreciate it.
Dimitris Koziaris.
Yeah. I kind of forgot the last name. I'm sorry.
I got you covered. He's part Greek, so yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sure that there are many more, but I wanna appreciate all of you, and you've been part of this success.
Lovely, lovely words. Oliver, thank you so much for your time. As I said, we are wishing you all the very best going into the next round, Swiss round number 11. So with that being said, we're going to cut to a very short break, and we'll be back with more action.
Pokemon trainers, Gabby Snyder here at the 2026 Latin America International Championships. Now, while the main competition is going on and trainers are competing in the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon Go, and Pokemon Unite, there are many side activities for our spectators to enjoy. Why don't we go take a look? Now, over here at the activity zone, there are many fun games you can play, such as carnival games, or maybe you feel like you're a budding TCG artist where you can color in some lovely drawings, or maybe even do some origami. There's plenty of things to try, so let's go check them all out. I don't think my art's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. I think there's a lot of incredible artists here who deserve the recognition a little bit more. But next time you're at an international championship, such as the Latin America International Championships, make sure to check out the activity zone where you can play some carnival games, do some origami, or maybe even color in some pictures of your own. For now, though, that's enough from me. Thanks for watching, everybody.
two-step, and they are getting a knockout. They either way in. Break Queen does low. It's a turn! It's a turn! Peru Unite looks into the eyes of Zeta Division and says, we are the beginning and the end. We are Peru Unite! The time ticks down. 5 more seconds. 2, 1. Peru Unite are your world champions!
Trying to see how much energy maybe that Corsola has
He has
in the back.
back-to-back. This is huge for Beelzebub. I don't know if it's Sparkling Arch going to be enough. He goes on the ice beam!
Wow!
He goes for the ice beam! It should be enough to knock out here. Beelzebub, he feels it. He knows it. It's Beelzebub in 2023 World Spectator. It's Beelzebub in 2024 World Commander. It's Beelzebub, your 2025 World Champion.
Big one card here for Yuya as Jose will disrupt.
It's lightning energy!
If that's true, that would spell disaster here for Jose. Not done with the turn yet. Is going to do everything he can here in this second game. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Phantom Die is being used. This Raging Bolt is being knocked out in the active spot, and if Yuya has an energy card, this game is all over. Raging Bolt charges him.
There it is!
Lightning energy in the hand. Yuya Okita takes the game and becomes your Juniors Division 2025 World Champion!
Huge congratulations!
Question really is there a superior energy retrieval in hand? If there is, Figuan will be making history here, and it looks to be a jolting charge. No access to the knockout on this occasion, is going to have to take a step back and prep for a future turn. No other attacker on Figuan's board. Disruption. That was it. Boss's orders in hand, and that's it. Figuan Liao topples the Titan to become your world champion.
Oh my gosh, genome hacking, not just having its own move, it's hacking the system, copying the Dragon Pulse EX and able to use its powerful move against it here and then applied with that Fairy Zone on the Lily.
Oh, he's ready to just give up the game. It's over.
That is history made in the 2025 season here at the Masters Finals. Riley McKay is taking things down with Gardevoir EX.
He's played this so well. Twisted Dimensions return to normal. We got a twist our Pokemon.
Miraidon right into that walking wake. It's down. It's going to be Luke Whittier. Give a big hand to your junior video game world champion, Luke Whittier!
Rillaboom, Woodhammer.
Oh!
No!
Survive!
Here comes the KO! Now the Calyrex Ice Rider has this opportunity to move, and that is the Glacial Lance. Double, mark it down, double, KO! Give it up, everyone, for your 2025 Pokemon World
It's absolutely surreal. It's gonna take a while to settle in, of course.
Me siento muy emocionado y alegre.
The feeling is yet to sink in. I'm still a bit in shock. Feels so surreal to me. It's my first year seniors and I won the World Championships undefeated. I feel very excited.
Feeling amazing. I'm feeling on top of the world.
Absolutely unreal.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Latin America International Championships in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil. It has been a gorgeous, sunny weekend so far in Brazil, and it has been even sunnier in our matches as we just finished our sun mirror. Well, different types of sun in our last match.
Do you think the weather outside was set via an ability or via somebody using Sunny Day?
I think it was set via someone using Sunny Day.
Fair enough. I was going to go with the ability of science, but, you know, we can debate that another time.
Yeah, we'll have that conversation off camera. But it's actually, I think, time to look at some of the other weathers that maybe other people are experiencing out there in rain and snow. Because in addition to our last match, we, of course, have been broadcasting other featured matches on our side stream. Of course, you can go to the Play Pokemon YouTube to watch in full as they happen. But for now, we have our 7-2 match, which is not quite technically an elimination match in the tournament right now. There is a long shot chance of 9-3 players making it into the asymmetrical bracket, but most likely this is an elimination match for one of these two trainers we're about to see.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and get to that replay when we have it ready. This will be a match between Francisco Piero versus Georgie Casado. Francisco, no stranger to the world stage, got top 16 at EUIC last year, whereas Jordy is a bit of a newer player to this field. And Jordy will be our snow player of the match, having the Alolan Ninetales on his team, whereas Francisco, as the screen revealed, is running Pelipper.
Absolutely. This is going to be actually a much harder rain team than we have been seeing in the rest of the tournament. The Pelipper has the Archaludon with the Electro Shot and the Sinistra as well. So having a number of different Pokemon that I definitely associate with hard rain versus Jordy, who will be using the more traditional Lele team.
You know, I haven't looked at this team in a very long time, but this does look very familiar to that one rain team that a lot of trainers were running at the beginning of Regulation H. There is no Golden Go, which, you know, is kind of sad as the Golden Go works very well in this composition. You know, Rain and Golden Go are just, you know, side by side best friends, but I do think adapting that Incineroar instead does give this team a lot better playability in an international championship when Fake Out Parting Shot are just really good utilities to have.
Yeah, and the Dragonite, I believe, may have been the actual change on that team, but from Elizabeth Rain, but it has been so long since I saw it.
I know, I have to reach back in my memory banks. I'll get back to you on that. For now, though, it looks like Jordy found a water type of his own, at least.
Oh, yeah, the Golden Go can just go ahead and terrestrialize into the water type there. Will make use of at least the resistances of the water typing, if not the benefits of the rain itself. That just means we have Incineroars across from each other, and that is always an option for pivoting out when you have Incineroars staring each other down.
Yeah, so I did manage to pull up my memory banks for what it's worth. And I do believe that the Elizabeth Rain team, which is named after the Japanese player Elizabeth, who built this team, did have Golden Go over Incineroar.
You're right. Okay, thank you for that
Of
clarification.
course. I just wanted to know because I ran that team for like 4 months, and it was more of a personal, am I going crazy moment. So you are totally fine.
And this is also a throwback for LAIC because that was the team that Victor Medina was running for the finals in that tournament.
And that was when I picked it up, right after that.
You and a lot of the other trainers, because it became a very popular team right after.
But yeah, it looks like that Incineroar just parting shot out. The Golden Go honestly looks very comfortable on the field right now. Even though the Sinistcha has switched out onto the field, Ninetales, great adaptation to that, by the way. Sinistcha's best form of dealing damage is going to be that Machigacha, which, you know, it's nice. You can heal up some health with it. You can maybe burn the opposing Pokemon, but it's not really meant to be a damage-dealing Pokemon. Yeah. You're really looking to try and use it to heal up your own partner Pokemon. And given that Pelipper's already down to its Focus Sash and is staring down to one definitely faster, one potentially faster Pokemon, probably going to have to consider switching it out if you want it to stay on the field.
Absolutely, and the Sinistcha does not want to sit in front of a ice type like that Ninetales either, which has the ability to just go ahead and take a chunk out of it with a Blizzard. Could potentially go ahead and commit the Terra to it, but most likely not going to want to do that unless you're going for a Trick Room setup here.
It's possible. I mean, a Trick Room setup in front of an Alolan Ninetales and a Golden Go, especially knowing that you did bring the Ursaluna into the game, would be pretty strong. You could always just buy some time as well with good old Fake Out. Golden Go is now susceptible to it now that it's no longer a Ghost type.
Yeah, and that's what Incineroar loves to see. Golden Go does get to avoid all of the weaknesses that it has to Incineroar, but does get to be faked out in the future. But actually, it's going to just be the switch in for the Incineroar and Ursaluna getting knocked out immediately with the combination of Blizzard and Make It Rain. So Ursaluna, that big damage threat, has to go down immediately. So it's just going to be the Incineroar, that 1 HP Pelipper, and you know what? Sinistcha may need to get some Machigacha damage out there.
A lot of Machigacha damage. Hopefully, Francesco has stocked up on the caffeine.
Well, Incineroar definitely has drinking down some of that matcha from the Sinistcha, giving it that little extra boost for the end game here.
I do have to wonder what the win condition here is exactly for Francesco. Looking at the opposing side of the field, do you really want to be landing the Flare Blitz into that Ninetales and then maybe utilizing the Machigacha to break the Focus Sash on that Pokemon to try and take it out into hits, which I think is exactly why Jordy is now pivoting out that Pokemon. This isn't so much for weather control, it's just for preservation's sake.
Yep, bringing in the Incineroar here. Also gets an Intimidate down onto the opposing Incineroar, which could help it out, could help the Ninetales out in the future, especially with the boost to the defense that Snow gives Ice types. But Francesco will just go ahead and get rid of that debuff and go for a parting shot into the Incineroar now. So spreading some debuffs, Francesco retreating the Incineroar and pivoting back out the Pelipper. Again, most likely not for any type of weather control, although we're going to see this weather change hands multiple times. But more than anything, just trying to make space for some damage to start landing on these Pokemon, which is absolutely blocked by the Protect.
You do now have perfectly accurate Hurricanes, which will help a little bit. This Pelipper also has Muddy Water, which will be super effective against the Incineroar, and of course a Muddy Water accuracy drop can always be a way to buy your way back into the game. I think the most important thing to keep an eye on for this turn is that unless Jordy switches that Ninetales in for the Golden Go, the Flare Blitz from the opposing Incineroar, which it does not have, so that's a moot point, it's actually going to be knockoff on that Incineroar, so that's guaranteed to do super effective damage to the Sinistcha. So Sinistcha not in the best spot to try and set up Trick Room and maybe twist things around to give itself more opportunities to get caffeinated. So it looks like Francisco's win condition really is going to be just trying to get as many of these Machigachas in as possible.
Oh, there's the Muddy Water, like you mentioned, the power of the rain, boosting it just a little bit onto the Golden Go, but
there's
getting
the
big
accuracy
damage
drop
on Incin, and yeah, the accuracy drop onto Golden Go, but also taking this Machigacha, that's actually going to be a KO, so the accuracy drop not really mattering too much there, as the Machigacha just drinks up the now water Golden Go.
And there definitely was a tailwind that we missed at this point, and I just want to call that out because I think it was when I was looking in my data banks.
Looking in the memory banks?
Yeah, that's the one downside. I can't look in the memory banks and also watch what's happening at the same time. I need to get some more RAM.
We need some more Machigacha from the Sinistcha.
That too.
Well, there's the Ninetales coming out onto the field now, but with that Golden Go off, and with Incineroar also being able to threaten Fake Out pressure, could be able to start making something happen against just this low health Ensign and Incineroar and the Ninetales, especially because Francesco is running that with the Flare Blitz.
Yep. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Sorry, I was trying to think, thinking back to how many turns Tailwind could have been in play, because I think the win condition here at this point is, you know, the Sinistra cannot be faked out. Okay, so Tailwind probably is down at this point.
Yeah, Tailwind would have just ended, so Sinistra now going for the Trick Room here to regain the speed control in the other way.
So then that means that the Incineroar can land the Flare Blitz into the opposing Incineroar. You set Trick Room up, and then Matcha Gotcha Flare Blitz for the win condition against the opposing Ninetales.
Run it, lock it in.
Lock, right? I think that's it.
Yeah, so there's the Trick Room from Sinistra. I don't know how many Pokemon we have left on Jordy's side. It's just the Ninetales. I think there's one more,
that's Rillaboom?
That's the Rillaboom. So still neither of these Pokemon going to want to stare down this Incineroar with the Flare Blitz. Ninetales is okay getting the speed or the defense boost in the snow, but it's already a Focus Sash, so it's already a 2-hit KO. And you can buy a little bit of time, but you really need some freezes if you're going to make something happen with that Ninetales.
Exactly. Seeing that Terastallization is still in play is interesting. You don't want to Terastallize the Sinistra, as it's a water type Terastallization, which as long as the Rillaboom's on the field, I think that's a very bad idea. You're going to be taking a lot more damage from its grass type attacks. This is an Assault Vest Rillaboom. Still has Wood Hammer, of course, so that's the move you want to avoid. But I do think that the Ghost type Terastallization is interesting on Incineroar to consider for this turn if you want to, or if you are worried about that fake out from the opposing Rillaboom. But you do have enough health on the Incineroar where that's not necessarily a bad thing, and you could also just opt to heal yourself up.
Yeah, you would be able to dodge the fake out, but at what cost, right? Then you remove your resistance to ice and to grass type attacks. And you do also remove your weakness to the high horsepower from the Rillaboom, but
then you
Aurora
leave
Veil.
yourself, but then you leave yourself susceptible to Aurora Veil, which means that 2-hit KO on the Alolan Ninetales is not looking as guaranteed.
Yeah, and I think I see what Francesco is going for here, trying to potentially target down the Ninetales with a parting shot or something like that to weaken its special attack and maybe be able to just tank it all out with Sinistra.
I don't know. That puts a lot of stuff on Sinistra, though. I am very curious how this game ended up, as unfortunately our players are ready on stage. So if you want to know who ended up winning this match and you don't want to cheat by looking at the match results for this previous round, you should head over to Pokemon to youtube.com/playpokemon, where you can see all of our feature matches from the stream today, the stream yesterday. There are some incredible games up there, and if we take a look at the pairings, which will certainly not spoil what just happened, I hope. Standings, pairings.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings right now,
It's
so we
not
can
gonna
see where our
spoil.
players are and see who is still one game away from locking in their top cut. It is so close. We are now in the moments where everyone is making their way to the elimination bracket. You can see the 6 people there on the left side of your screen are one game away from guaranteeing their position in top cut, but there are so many other players who are just one game away from potentially being eliminated from the tournament, including our defending world champion, Giovanni Siski.
And what a razor's edge to be standing on for all of these players, given just how tough the competition is. Everybody here is playing at the same level at this point. Everybody here is dealing with the same nerves. Everybody here is dealing with, I would argue, like the same, the same amount of luck that's going to come into their runs, the same amount of, the same amount of exhaustion coming into their games.
Absolutely.
And with only a couple rounds of Swiss left, and knowing that you really need to keep that 2-loss record in order to lock your way into Top Cut, that is going to be a very tough couple rounds of Swiss. But let's go ahead and take a look at our notable pairings going into this round, as we have the pleasure of featuring Justin Tang versus Yuya Tada here on the mainstream, and I'm so excited to see this match.
Yeah, and that is a win and end. Whoever wins this match will be guaranteed a spot in the Top Cut bracket, which again is something that Justin has done at every event he has played in this season so far. Regulation H treating him very well, but Yuya Tada is also a player who is known for making it deep runs in these international championships. So I'm really excited to see this matchup coming up.
Our feature stream will be featuring Yuma Kinugawa versus Eric Rios and Giovanni Siski versus Yoav Revin. And all of those matches as well are going to be win and in. So definitely keep an eye on those matches. If you want to go back and watch them, make a note of that for later, but you're going to want to stick with us because again, Justin Tang versus Yuya Tada is going to be such an incredible match. I cannot wait to see how this is going to shake out, as we've seen both these trainers a little bit throughout this weekend so far, Justin Tang especially, and it's going to be a very close match, and it's going to be a really fun, honestly, matchup looking at the teams they're running.
Absolutely. We'll get into that in just a moment. Of course, we have those 2 win-and-in matches at the bottom. The side streams will be showing potential elimination matches this time around, just to be clear about that. But that's going to be really exciting and really tense moments for all of those players on the side stream. So as we head down onto stage, we have Yuya Tada versus Justin Tang, and this is going to be an incredible matchup. We've already seen Justin's team earlier on in this tournament. Actually, the very first match we streamed of this tournament was Justin Tang, who then took a victory in that match and then kept on winning all the way through day 1. And now here in phase 2, Justin Tang is 1 win away from making it into the Top Cut. And it was that support Volcarona and the light screen and reflect on Grimmsnarl that really took it home for him.
And a team that he has a lot of experience with, getting top 8 at the Las Vegas Regional Championships just last weekend. It's the incredible bulk of that Grimmsnarl that really enables the Blood Moon Ursaluna, the Volcarona, to get this damage down on the field. Excuse me, the Golden Go to get the damage down on the field. The Volcarona provides some excellent support for that as well. And I think coming into these international championships, a lot of trainers don't expect this little bit of extra bulk, and that opens up the opportunity for these crazy powerful Pokemon to go on the offense. And looking at Yuya Tada's team, having that Blood Moon Ursaluna go on the offense here against the Archaludon, against the opposing Blood Moon Ursaluna, is going to be so key, as this is a very familiar team. If you were just watching our replay, it looks exactly like the team that Francesco was running with that Incineroar over the Golden Go for the Elizabeth Rain team that was very popular here last year, where you're going to be looking at the Archaludon with those electro shots and the stamina for body press to be your main damage dealers.
Yeah, so having the Rain mode with the Pelipper and the Archaludon with the Sinistcha and the Incineroar, giving that Rain core that we saw in Francesco's match, but also has the different type of Ursaluna using the Blood Moon Ursaluna and bringing in the Farigiraf for additional Trick Room pressure, not just putting all of those on the Sinistcha. That gives Yuya a few more options for setting up that Trick Room mode.
And I really like that, especially against Justin's team, as there's really no opportunity to shut that Trick Room down. You could try and stop Trick Room with a Thunder Wave paralysis, but I think realistically speaking, if that is your concern, which it very much should be given this lead, you're better off trying to weather the storm. And I think Archaludon's natural bulk is a good start towards that.
Yeah, it's natural bulk and the fact that Justin is using a Snarl Archaludon. Actually, both players are using Snarl Archaludon, but what's really powerful about that against Yuya's team is that by going with the special attacking Blood Moon Ursaluna, you could potentially just really negate the power of that Pokemon over time. That's going to be a Scale Shot, trying to do the Scale Shot to the side onto the Archaludon, but came up Snake Eyes once again, means that that Body Press will not pick up the KO onto the Incineroar, which means Incineroar gets to go for the Parting Shot and switch out and drop the special attack of that Archaludon on Justin's side. and that is a devastating scale shot miss.
And Yuya would have gotten this switch regardless had that scale shot connected, but the fact that the Incineroar is still around does mean that it can come back in and intimidate Imparting Shot once more. Getting the Trick Room up on turn 1 of this match with the Ursaluna next to this Farigiraf, though, does mean that Yuya is free now to go on the offense. Justin does have Archaludon with Assault Vest, which is going to be your best answer to that Ursaluna on the field, like you were saying with Snarl, but there's no Snarls in play yet.
There's no Snarls in play yet, and the miss on the scale shot is even more devastating because you can't threaten with that body press anymore. That means Archaludon has to switch out. Volcarona will come in instead, which does also have the ability to lower the special attack of that Ursaluna with Struggle Bug, but Dragonite will also be retreating in favor of Justin's own Blood Moon Ursaluna, trying to match the damage of Uyatada's Blood Moon Ursaluna. Volcarona takes some big damage on the switch-in, though, but will be able to eat up its Citrus Berry and recover a good amount of that health back. Still in a 2-hit KO range of Earth Power, which means there are just no safe switch-ins there, really, for the Archaludon, but will survive this Psychic.
But the Ursaluna Blood Moon on Justin's side of the field does get in without taking any damage. So Justin has one opportunity here to try and even up the damage on the field. Unfortunately for this Volcarona, it doesn't have access to Protect. So it's going to be forced to either try and redirect an attack away from the Ursaluna or otherwise just buy some more time in Trick Room in hopes of getting through this these 5 turns.
Well, the speed interaction between these two Blood Moon Ursaluna are going to be so important. If Justin is slower than Uyatada, that means that he will be able to go before and potentially knock out the opposing Ursaluna with a big Terra-normal Blood Moon. However, if Yuya is slower, then that means that he will be able to move first and deal big damage, and there's nothing that Justin can do about it. And this is going to be even bigger damage with a Terra-normal plus a Helping Hand. The only way for Justin to dodge this would be to go first or protect itself. And you have to imagine with that Protect, Justin is worried about that speed interaction for sure. But even with the resistance and the Assault Vest on this Archaludon, that's good damage.
That is very good damage, but we finally get one of those stamina boosts on the board for Archaludon. And looking at how much damage that Hyper Voice did, it's possible that even with all of the boosts on the field for Archaludon, Blood Moon is not a guaranteed knockout at this point in time. And that's great information for Justin, because otherwise there's nothing really stopping this Blood Moon Ursaluna for just going for it right now.
Yeah, there's another Helping Hand for the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That is going to be a Hyper Voice again coming out, so Yuya's Blood Moon Ursaluna goes first, and that's a one-hit KO onto the Ursaluna on Justin's side. No critical hit, no nothing. That's just the raw damage of Terra Normal, Life Orb, and Helping Hand. Archaludon will be able to fire back with a Draco Meteor, which doesn't pick up the KO. Justin really needed that little bit of extra damage onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna there. I really loved what he set up there to sort of force Yuya to only be able to take out one of the offensive threats at a time, but he really needed that KO to make something happen.
He really needed that KO, or he really needed the opportunity to protect on the Archaludon this turn. Fortunately, Dragonite can protect, so that's another turn of Trick Room gone for one of his Pokemon slots. But in order to keep the Archaludon safe, your only option is going to be to switch in that Volcarona, who cannot take another Hyper Voice.
And Sinistra is going to switch in and caffeinate that Ursaluna on the other side, regaining some of the health that it took from the Draco Meteor. Justin will switch out the Archaludon for the Volcarona this time around. And this Dragonite did not go for a Protect. It still has the multi-scale intact, so will be able to be one of the only things that can tank one of these Hyper Voices coming out from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. That will give Justin an opportunity to go on the offensive and make an attack here. Went for the Scale Shot. This one's going to connect onto the Sinistra here. Needs a lot of damage and needs the Archaludon to be able to deal some damage back once this Trick Room ends.
But it does enough damage to activate the Citrus Berry on the Sinistra, so depending on if this last Scale Shot hits, the Sinistra could really mitigate a lot of that damage. But it's something.
It's something.
It's something.
And something is exactly what you need. Fortunately for Justin, the Trick Room has finally ended here, which means that there may be an opportunity to finally start, getting the momentum back for him. But there's still that Incineroar in the back, and there's still that Farigiraf that is perfectly healthy.
The Farigiraf is going to be running Mental Herb, so it's not the Throat Spray variant that would be, I think, ideal for this end game. It's going to be able to deal super effective damage to the Dragonite with Dazzling Gleam, but overall, it's still going to be the Blood Moon Ursaluna that Yuya will probably want to pick up this end game. So if he can set up Trick Room one more time with the Sinistra, I think that's the win con he's going for, especially with this switch.
Yeah, well, this switch especially is going to make it really difficult for Justin to stop anything from happening here. The Scale Shot trying to connect onto the Sinistra, but the Intimidate is doing so much to mitigate that damage. Gets the 5th hit this time around, but Sinistra needed that extra hit the first time. It needed a couple critical hits on this time to try to break the Sinistra or a double target from the Archaludon. And it's that one Scale Shot miss, the 5th hit, that allows Sinistra to survive for one more turn here in the red health and go ahead and set up the Trick Room on his own. But I think what Yuya's switch in here was really smart, because even if Sinistra went down there, you'd be able to bring in the Farigiraf and set up the Trick Room with the fake out pressure anyway.
Exactly, and I love how Yuya played this game, because support the Ursaluna Blood Moon is the perfect strategy if and when you catch your opponent off guard, and that's exactly what we saw. It was kind of surprising to me that we didn't see Justin lock in the Grimmsnarl in this matchup, given that one of the ways that I think Yuya's team really succeeds is getting the Trick Room up for Ursaluna Blood Moon, then using Farigiraf to stop fake out, using Sinistra to heal it, and then you also have the Incineroar as well to do what it does best and just be there.
Yeah.
But going into this game number 2, I do think that Grimmsnarl is a very natural adjustment, if only because once Light Serene is on the field, all of a sudden that Blood Moon Ursaluna is no longer going to be able to deal that crazy amount of damage. It'll just be a normal amount of damage. And with that little bit of extra breathing room, I do think that Justin will be able to find his way through Trick Room a little bit easier. The question, though, is if Yuya brings both his Trick Room setters again, can he get through it twice?
Yeah, that's a big question, but I don't know that Justin really needs to do too much differently, because let's not forget that first turn started off with the Scale Shot missing onto the Archaludon.
True.
If that had landed, you definitely would have been able to deal big damage to either the Incineroar or the Ursaluna, and just having that available to one-hit KO that big threat on Yuya's side makes that those Trick Room turns so much more difficult. But Justin is not going to go for that risk, or maybe Yuya says, oh, actually Justin had an answer for that and I got bailed out by that 10% chance. Let's both switch it up here.
I also think that Justin has put his life on the line with Scale Shot one too many times. I respect the fact that he made the adjustment.
That's Pelipper going for the Terastallization into the Terra Stellar immediately, going to boost the power of the Weather Ball and the Hurricane on that Pokemon, and that's an aggressive Terastallization.
Ooh, okay.
And it gets punished with a Thunder Wave. That means that Pelipper is now going to be slower than the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but because there was no attack, that does mean that it will be able to survive this turn because of that Focus Sash and at least fire off one Terra Stellar power boosted attack. There's the Electro Shot that connects straight onto the Grimmsnarl, deals good damage there, but the Earth Power comes out from Justin's own Ursaluna and picks up the one-hit KO on the Assault Vest. This is why Assault Vest Archaludon has always felt a little bit fake, because Blood Moon Ursaluna still one-hit KOs it.
And this is oh no!
And there's the paralysis making up for turn 1 of game 1. Yuya is not able to deal any damage with that Pelipper, is not able to go on the offensive despite the Terastallization.
And this is why the Blood Moon Ursaluna broke up the friendship between the Incineroar and the Golden Go. It has so many answers to what is good in the format right now, especially when it's holding the Life Orb. I think this is one of the later adaptations of this Pokemon in Regulation H, and it is such a threat. That now being said, I think we're finally going to be able to see the speed interactions between these two Blood Moon Ursaluna. Maybe next turn if this is a double protect, or not.
That's just going to be a faster Blood Moon Ursaluna from Justin Tang. 2 attacks, 2 KOs from Justin Tang's Blood Moon Ursaluna. It is not happy about how game 1 went.
And the confidence. We haven't even seen Grimmsnarl go for a light screen yet. Just went for the speed control on the Pelipper, and now I think I saw a Spirit Break going into the Pelipper. Probably was the Ursaluna before it was knocked out. Did take a bit of a risk there. Had a Weather Ball connected into his own Ursaluna, we would be looking at a different game, but you can see why Yuya locked in the forfeit right there.
Yeah.
Those were two insanely game-defining knockouts in those 2 turns.
Yeah, that's kind of just what Blood Moon Ursaluna does sometimes.
Oh, 100%.
If you let that Life Orb Blood Moon Ursaluna get rolling, it gets rolling. And what's really impressive about that, you mentioned the confidence that Justin had. There was no terrestrialization either. He knew exactly how much damage he was going to do with that Blood Moon. He knew that his opponent would not be able to survive it. And, you know, we saw there Yuya locking in the forfeit. No way out.
But now you ask the question of how you respond to that, because clearly the Archaludon and the Pelipper was not the answer that Yuya was looking for. And if you go back to that Trick Room mode, is the Farigiraf's bulk enough? You could always bring that Incineroar alongside of it, as Justin has no way to stop Fake Out on that Ursaluna, as it's also a Terra normal type. So it will be able to, you know, always be flinched or forced to protect in that situation, which would guarantee the Trick Room setup. And you can't even think about a Thunder Wave into that Pokemon, as Armor Tail will stop Prankster. And then once Trick Room is set up, you know, assuming the Ursaluna is slower, which is what it seems to be like, you will then be in the driver's seat. And it looks like that's exactly the adaptation Yuya's going for.
All right, I love this game 3 leads here. The Incineroar and the Farigiraf against the Dragonite and Ursaluna for Justin Tang. As you can see, he's locked in the same thing as game 1, but hiding it a little bit this time. And if the Scale Shot can land, it could be really powerful, and we can see exactly what Justin was going for in that first game.
It's a risk, though. At least you have the Blood Moon Ursaluna to back it up, and admittedly, maybe the fact that the Ursaluna will come back in and then you can protect it, that turn will buy you a little more time, but you're still putting everything... Okay, you got 1 stamina boost, so that's pretty good.
Even better, a bonus stamina boost from the Incineroar. The Scale Shot
no!
Oh, it hits this time. Okay. Oh, no.
That's split-second delay. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that split-second delay, if I felt it like that, then you know Justin felt it like that, too. There's going to be this Scale Shot connecting onto Archaludon. The defenses will raise, and now, finally, Justin gets the beefy Archaludon he was hoping for in game 1. That is now max defense Archaludon with that Fake Out as well. So here comes the Trick Room. Yuya, you didn't get the miss on the Scale Shot. Show me how you defeat this Archaludon.
The nice thing is that with Incineroar on the field as well, there is no way for Yuya to immediately go on the offense. He will have to Parting Shot or let something get knocked out this turn. The Farigiraf as well is going to struggle to deal damage, as multi-scale is still in play, and the Archaludon will just naturally resist both of its attacks. So overall, I think Justin is in the driver's seat, despite the fact that Trick Room has been set up on the field.
Yeah, and I think he's in the driver's seat because this Volcarona is now coming in. You can see Yuya is just going on the offensive, trying to get all of the damage that he can off onto the Archaludon. Knocks off the Assault Vest because you're never going to get any damage on the physical side anymore, but that Volcarona is also going to be able to use that Rage Powder to protect the Archaludon for the rest of the game.
But in this situation, there's no need to redirect any attacks, as the opposing Incineroar could consider going for a Flare Blitz here, but I think what Justin is thinking with that Struggle Bug is that you want to try and catch the Ursaluna Blood Moon on the switch, because every turn that Yuya is wasting in Trick Room is another turn towards your win condition, and there's nothing stopping this Archaludon from going for body press after body press, because it's up to Yuya to answer that.
Yeah, and Yuya is not going for any switches because it is too risky with this powered up Archaludon on the field. Just going on the offensive into the Volcarona deals great damage with that Flare Blitz, but will be mitigated with the Citrus Berry. And the Dazzling Gleam keeps chipping away at the Archaludon, which could add up over time, but it's got nothing on this body press that wipes Incineroar off of the map here.
Which means Yuya can now get the Ursaluna Blood Moon on the field. So that is one good thing for Yuya.
Single target, super effective Struggle Bug KOs, we love it.
And now can also get another Pokemon in next to that Blood Moon Ursaluna to provide support if that is the back line that Yuya has. And it does look like it will be the Sinistra and that Ursaluna Blood Moon. So can't necessarily take advantage of the Hospitality ability, but can try and use some Rage Powder support of its own, which will definitely make things harder for this Archaludon. Now that being said though, several turns of Trick Room have already passed, so Justin's win condition at this point in time really is to just stall out the remaining couple turns of Trick Room. And with all 4 Pokemon remaining, that's a lot easier than the first time around.
Absolutely easier said than done. And Justin is just using the threat of a Rage Powder here to potentially stop Yuya from going for a big Earth Power or even a Blood Moon into the Archaludon to pick up that KO. Instead, Yuya will go for the option to Terastallize into the normal type and go for the Hyper Voice and not go for a Rage Powder on the Sinistra. Archaludon survives with 22 hit points. Sinistra may get a chance to move before the Archaludon. The Matcha Gotcha connects onto both Pokemon here. Is Archaludon bulky enough to survive? It is with 10 hit points, and the Body Press connects right onto that Ursaluna, and that just means Sinistra is all alone. And this was the master plan in Game 1 brought to fruition here in Game 3 as Justin Tang is about to lock his 4th consecutive top cut of Regulation H.
Archaludon playing to all, or Yuya playing to all of its outs, hoping for a burn on that Archaludon, but it was just too late in the end. Justin Tang showing just why he is doing so insanely well in Regulation H with those adaptations. Even if that Scale Shot missed a second time in that Game 3, he still guaranteed 1 stamina boost with that Fake Out Connect into the Pokemon with that switch. That was such a clever play. It gave him the opportunity to at least ensure that Archaludon would start getting that body press damage going, would have a chance against the Incineroar and the Farigiraf, which would both take decent damage from that attack, and I think more importantly would be forced to attack into the Archaludon to boost that stamina further. The fact that it connected was just an added bonus.
Absolutely. Very well played there from Justin, and well played from Yuya as well in our other matches, or other games during the match. But just unfortunately in that last game, Justin had the read. He knew exactly what he wanted to go for. It was what he had tried to set up in Game 1, but just missed on the back of a Snake Eyes on the loaded dice on the Dragonite. Scale Shot, of course, not being 100% accurate, but that's why we play best of 3s. That's why we don't have a best of 1 right now, because you have one of those games that happens. Okay, let's move on. It's still the right plan if I can get it set up. And Justin proved exactly why it was going to work if he could have gotten off in Game 1. And now he's in top cut for a 4th consecutive tournament. Just wild.
And it's really a return to form for Justin, because we saw him take off like this in his first year of competitive Pokemon, and I think he's been struggling to find that same momentum ever since, but you know, I think it's great that he seems to have found his stride once more.
I think he was a little bit surprised by that survival as well.
I mean, you had lost the Assault Vest at that point. You're dealing with Ursaluna's strongest attack, and I think it was a very safe play from Yuya there, trying to go for that Hyper Voice, because you don't have to play the guessing game of that Rage Powder like you called out. But in the end, Archaludon just really feeling it today for Justin.
Absolutely. Archaludon was ready and willing to body press everything on Yuya's side in that 3rd game. And I'm really excited to see how this team fares in the top cut. Obviously, last time Justin brought a version of this team, he made top 8 in Las Vegas just a week ago. And those small adjustments appear to have made him at least as good as Las Vegas. Probably better, because, you know, top cut at an international championships, maybe a little bit weightier than top cut at the North American regional.
I think so. I mean, it's kind of an interesting regional to compare it to, because there were a lot of international players at said regional, but also the prizing and everything is a lot better here. Also, the venue's cooler. Also, Pikachu is here. Pikachu was not in Las Vegas, so, you know, when the boss man's around, like, it's way cooler.
Yeah, when the boss man's around, you got to show off, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. You got to impress with the Mr. Boss Man.
Absolutely, and definitely impressed by that performance from Justin. And I'm really excited to, again, see this team as it goes up against some of the other teams in the field. And I'm really glad we've gotten to see it twice so far, because it's been a really interesting You know, I really loved seeing that second game where the Grimmsnarl actually didn't go for screens in the way that you expected to, because it showed just how much command Justin has of this archetype. So he's not just going for the standard, okay, I have Grimmsnarl, that means I set light screen, that means I set reflect. You know, that's the easy way to play Grimmsnarl, but it's usually the wrong way to play Grimmsnarl, except in certain matchups, and going for the Thunder Waves and then going for the Spirit Breaks to keep it down during all of that. Really impressive.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought up Spirit Break, because I do think that, as Unite's popping on from the background, I do think that there is an interesting trade-off between using Light Screen to, you know, weaken the special damage throughout several turns versus landing the one Spirit Break when you need it to reduce special damage, especially now when looking at the format when there typically is one special attacker that people are dedicating their resources to. But if anybody knows that trade-off, it would be Justin Tang himself. So we have him ready for an interview over on the stage. Let's go ahead and talk to him.
And here we are with Justin Tang once again. 24 hours later, you've already been on the stage before. Here you are again, and you've secured top cut. Justin, put your feelings into words if you can.
It's unbelievable. That's all I can say. Starting off 8-0 yesterday, and then losing my last one was it hurt a little bit because I've seen the story before of going undefeated and choking into the top cut. But I'm not one of those people today, and this is my 4th top cut in a row. So I am unbelievably happy. I am so happy. And that game was intense, and I don't even know. I'm at a loss of words, but I'm just really happy to be on stage once again.
Yeah, it's great to have you here, of course, as well. Yeah, that was a really tough match, honestly, versus Yuya. So if you can kind of take us through kind of your thought process there. I mean, we saw your thought process on turn 1 of game 1, right? With the scale shot as well. And of course, it missed as well. What were you feeling after that?
Yeah, so basically, my win condition in this game was mostly the Arch. Arch is very good versus his Ursa. It's also good for his Arch, so I knew Arch Lowdown would be a key piece regardless of how I led it. So game 1, my general idea was to get the body press off in the instant. I really thought he would lead instant Sinistcha, so it would force some kind of more mind games. If you fake out to me, that's totally fine. That means he does get an Ursa immediately. Was my logic, but instant Fari, I guess, was a kind of good way of doing that, so he get that Ursa safely. And even if I got the body press KO on instant, I still had to pivot in and out from the Earth Power and Psychic combos. So I don't know if I had enough turns to still win that game 1, but I think my game 2 and game 3 adjustments were much, much better because it allowed my Arch and Blood Moon, as we saw, to really, really shine. Blood Moon came like 4 KOs in the game 2. It's nuts. I haven't really used it much for this weekend, but it went crazy here, so thank you to them. So yeah, got every KO, and then obviously I got a lucky Thunder Wave, but that's what Thunder Wave does. Thankful for that as well. And in game 3, the bait scale shot stuff is some of the funniest things you can do. I was able to pull it off in my round 7, but being able to pull it off here, because it's like Ursa has so much pressure on the Trick'em setter, he's basically forced to fake out. He has to hard call me out, or he doesn't get Trick'em out. So it was always safe for me to scale shot the Arch, unless he parting shot reading me that. But that was kind of unlikely, I felt, especially in a game 3, so that was able to kind of win me the game from there.
Yeah, that was really interesting to hear your thought process there, Justin. Thanks for taking us through that. And now, yeah, so you got top 16 at LAIC last year, as you were mentioning as well. You're here again this time too. Yeah, is anything sort of different in your mindset for this weekend?
Different mindset? Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. LIC last year was interesting. It was my first IC top cut, so it does mean a lot to me. And to be on the stage again this time and potentially do even better, that's on my mind. I want that trophy. I was close-ish last time, and this time around, starting off 8-0 was a really good confidence booster. It's a little cocky, but like, I can't help but feel good because I'm playing good and I'm doing good, and I just hope for the best. We'll see what happens though.
Okay, yeah, we definitely will. And of course, we've also got tomorrow as well, just in case you made finals too. Did you have any plans, or are you going to try and make some time just in case you make it?
I mean, if I do make finals, I would have to book another flight realistically and probably get a check-in bag for the trophy because I do not have space in my luggage at all. So we will see what happens. That's a little bit thinking too much. I would like to see how I do in the top 8, top 4, whatever. But if it is finals, well, we'll figure it out.
Fair enough. Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves too much. But obviously, you're a very accomplished player, very used to winning regionals as well. But at the international stage, you are certainly ready for it, I'm sure. So finally, Justin, have you got any shout-outs you'd like to give at this point?
Yes. Shout out to Shaling again, once again, for the team. This team has honestly been amazing. I have used a lot of different teams in Red Gauge, but this is obviously probably the best one I've used so far. It's been really insane. Using Ursulino, Blood Moon, and the Arch, I never used them before. It's kind of insane I took them this long to use them. They're so, so good. To my team building group for this regional, Louis, Shanjun, Joe, William, and Gio, our world champ. So thank you so much for all the help and prep. It's been so, so useful. And thank you, Ethan, for getting my mons, and all my family friends for supporting me back at home.
Fantastic. Justin, thank you so much for chatting with us. We'll let you get ready for your next round, and we'll be back for the final round of Swiss very shortly here at LAIC 2026.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2015 Pokemon World Championships in Boston, Massachusetts. This classic moment happened in the Seniors Division Championship match between Mark McQuillan from Great Britain and Koki Honda from Japan. VGC 2015 was a season most remembered for two things: Mega Kangaskhan and Japanese trainers dominating the metagame.
Japan this year came in full force. I mean,
it really did.
Yeah, they just took the junior division championships. In the Masters division, they're pretty much guaranteed. I mean, 7 out of 8 top cut players in the Masters division were Japanese. So Japan's here to play, and you know, I'm pretty sure Koki wants to be able to.
So this will
try to set up a clean sweep.
This will be
for
what
all 3
decides the
divisions.
clean sweep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness.
Mega Kangaskhan was the queen of VGC in this era, as nearly 67% of all top cut teams across all 3 age divisions had Mega Kangaskhan on their team. Mark was the last trainer who could stand in the way of Japan claiming all 3 VGC titles in Boston. Mark was also aging up into the Masters division for the 2016 season, so this would be his final match in seniors and his final chance at redemption. Mark had been on the world stage before. At the 2014 World Championships, he fought through the tournament only to lose in the seniors finals match. So with the weight of the world on his shoulders and the fear of finishing second 2 years in a row, Mark had to find a solution for Kangaskhan, and his answer was Machamp. But before Game 1 could start, the casters had one simple question.
Mark M, does that M stand for Machamp? Question.
Mark felt incredibly confident in this matchup. He even winked at the camera when he correctly predicted a Landorus switch in. Cresselia disrupted much of Koki's game plan by setting up Trick Room and skill swapping away key abilities. When it was finally knocked out, it was time for the crowd favorite to join the fray.
There's the Machamp, the crowd is going wild right now.
Machamp's ability is No Guard, which disregards accuracy and ensures that all attacks hit without fail. Mark used Dynamic Punch as the main attack, because without its dubious 50% accuracy, it is now 100% a problem for Kangaskhan.
That's a no guard Dynamic Punch, a move that normally has 50% accuracy, but thanks to that ability, never gonna miss.
Mark finished up Game 1 in convincing fashion, and was now 1 win away from fulfilling his dream of becoming world champion. The crowd was captivated by Cresselia and Machamp, realizing they were the ideal brains and brawn combination that was capable of defeating Kangaskhan in a format ultimately warped by its success.
Did you ever think that you'd see a Parental Bond Cresselia and a Machamp in the senior division final championships here?
I don't think that ever crossed my mind once.
As Game 2 progressed, Mark built up momentum by making all the right plays. The will of the crowd had been determined, and Mark was eager to give them the Machamp sweep they so desperately wanted.
We're gonna see Dynamic Punch into that same slot. Ladies and gentlemen, will it pick up the knockout? It picks up the knockout. It's a crit. That is a critical hit on an incoming Mega Kangaskhan. Lost its Parental Bond and now lost its will to fight. Dynamic Punch is just gonna punch this Heatran right in the dome. Is it gonna pick up the knockout? It picks up another knockout.
Mark breathed new hope into VGC by showing that no Pokemon can exist without counters.
The match was forfeited. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello and congratulate, applaud, give a huge hand to your new Seniors Division World Champion, Mark Machampion McQuillan.
Mark and his Machamp played a flawless set in the finals and brought a title back home to Great Britain. He also redeemed himself from his 2014 loss and gave VGC trainers around the world one of the most dominant and memorable Pokemon matches of all time. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
The first Pokemon game that I played was Black and White for the Nintendo DS. My favorite Pokemon has been changing a lot. I feel like it's probably Mimikyu, but I actually really been liking Serperior. Mimikyu has been my favorite Pokemon for a little bit because when I first started playing competitive in 2017, it was one of the strongest Pokemon and I was putting in all my teams, while Serperior was simply the starter evolved from my first Pokemon game. I think the farthest I ever traveled to get a Pokemon event was probably Australia for the Oceania International Championship in 2020, since from Italy it's I think around like 20 hours of flight. I feel like there's probably not anybody in particular that I look up to, but I really try to motivate myself by seeing also the results that my friends are getting. Like for example, Luca Ciribelli, that was able to win the World Championship this year, and also Federico Camporesi. My most memorable match that I ever played on stream was probably the finals of OCIC 2020, in which I was able to play Eduardo Cunha and defeat him, since he was one of my first international and I didn't really expect to win. I actually usually don't eat any type of food like during the event. I simply go like without eating anything, and then after I'm done, I go out with all my friends to eat dinner. My go-to snack is probably a bag of chips, simply because I feel like candy are probably not too healthy, while fruit I just don't really like it unless it's something really specific. My favorite city that ever hosted a Pokemon event was probably, I think, Melbourne of OCIC, but I also really like Toronto. The genre that I usually listen the most is probably hip-hop, but lately I've been also listening a lot to J-pop, so Japanese songs.
We are back in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Phase 2. This very morning did start with 74 trainers out of 518 masters registered for the tournament. We have now reached the final step of this phase itself in the tournament, going straight up to the top cut. This may be the final opportunity for somebody to be able to head through to the next stage of the tournament. I am Costa, this is David, and we are here to bring you all of the high-level action throughout this weekend today.
Yes, we are. Yes, we certainly are. Oh my goodness, it's getting really hype in here, Costa. Honestly, yeah. If someone could give us a weather forecast for the hypeness of a day, that would be really helpful because I'm always unprepared.
too high.
It is too high.
But yeah, it's just been so epic in terms of all the different trainers that we've been able to feature, the world champions, the international champions, and the multi-regional champions. You had a lovely little interview with Justin Tang just before there. Very heartwarming words, but he's looking like one of the favorites, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yes, but I can understand his kind of caution as he was talking to me in the interview as well. He doesn't want to get ahead of himself. Like, he's been here before, top 16, and once you're in top cut, obviously, it's single elimination.
Yeah.
So at that point, if you lose, you're out, and that is it. And so it still could be the end of his tournament if he takes one more loss. But the way things have been going, though, the way he turned that game around that we just saw as well was incredible. He lost game one. You know, it could have really thrown a lot of players, kind of getting that scale shot miss on turn one and things like that, but he just really whipped it right around and showed everyone what he can do.
Yeah, exactly, and we know he is made of a metal, which, you know, he's just got so much passion, drive, and hard work put into it, like a lot of our trainers. But as we're going to be waiting to finally get our Swiss round number 2 match ready on stage, we've got a lovely little feature match from the previous round that we want to be able to go ahead and feature on show for you lovely folks. It's going to be Yuma Kinugawa versus Eric Rios, observing it from Eric's side of the field.
Okay, so yeah, Eric Rios we've also featured previously, and Yuma we've also featured previously on our main stage as well. So you'll be maybe familiar with the Ashley Cox team from last year as well, with the Komodo sort of setup. He's going with something similar here with Eric Rios as well. It's got that Clangorosol, that Throat Spray, which really offers to set up and sweep. So we had Eric at the end of yesterday beating Federico Camporesi, the NAIC champion, in amazing fashion, honestly, versus Yuma on the other side. And you can see a Flamigo there. Yes, you are correct. But it's not on your kind of typical Porygon to Ursaluna type team. It's on a Typhlosion Ursaluna team, that kind of Tailwind and Go or your Trick Room and Go.
Yeah, which has been popping off in this tournament. We've seen quite a few trainers running these variants to be able to have that immediate burst damage potential alongside the Sunny Day Whimsicott. But at least in terms of this match here, we see a very easy double protect from Eric's side, just wanting to scout things out and obviously make sure that he doesn't get caught out by a fake out there as the close combat focus onto the mouse hold. Makes a lot of sense. Focus Sash, you want to try to make sure that you get rid of it, and even though it is a Terra Ghost, obviously Flamigo has that really lovely ability known as Scrappy. It's able to bypass any immunities of the Ghost typing with any normal or fighting type moves coming from itself.
And on top of that, it makes it immune to Intimidate too, which is a really nice addition and just kind of gravy on the top, to be honest.
Yeah.
So yeah, a very bit much of a kind of neutral turn here, just kind of scouting out for fake out. But yeah, going forward, Komodo definitely wants to set up here and avoid the Brave Bird that could come out from this Flamigo as well. Sorry, not actually running Brave Bird on this Flamigo.
No.
It's Close Combat, Feint, Wide Guard, and Detect.
Yeah.
So a little bit safer, so not needing to go for Follow Me.
Yeah, exactly, and that means that it could have been an additional mind game in that turn one because of the interaction of Double Protect or Feint being able to break that Protect. And clearly, Flamigo going on the offensive, moving first. Naturally, it is a very fast Pokemon in comparison to Eric's Como-O, which is going to be able to now dispatch of the cheeky little Flamigo from Yuma's side. But at least in terms of what Yuma has been able to accomplish so far, break a Focus Sash on the mouse hold and maybe try to get that reposition with the parting shot to bring in another mode, maybe even that Typhlosion.
This is a lovely position to be in. Yeah, you've taken down Flamigo, which is, you know, not like the star of the show a lot of the time, but
the co-star of the show.
You beat me to it. You little over there. Yeah, I'll get you next time, Costa. Right. And then, so yeah, Incineroar goes for the parting shot as well there. Now, you would have maybe wanted it into the Komodo there, but this Komodo is soundproof as well, which is a really rare ability to see in the current regulation, and you can see why it's so useful. Parting shot being a sound move, it means it can't even be affected by Komodo, and that also would deny the potential for the Incineroar to switch out at the same time. So has to go into this mouse hold, and then you still got this Komodo now at +1 special attack thanks to that Throat Spray. Trick Room's not up as well. Mouse hold is still next to it too. It's looking really strong. So Yuma's got to really bring something out here to really flip the tables on Eric, and Farigiraf is a great Pokemon to do that with that Trick Room threat.
Yeah, I think that's such a good shout. The inclusion of Farigiraf sort of suggests that maybe there isn't a Typhlosion in the back, because surely you don't bring a positive Tailwind speed control Mon on its own without the main sweeper. Let's say if the Whimsicott is in the back for whatever reason. Because I know Farigiraf is strong, and I'm a big fan of it, but I don't think it could sweep the playing field, especially up against Soundproof. But the fact that we've got the Blood Moon on the field does highly suggest, like you said, David, the Trick Room surely will be going up, but you got to be careful of that taunt from the Mousehold.
Yeah, that's a good shout, actually, Costa. Yeah, that is something that certainly can deny it. And yeah, usually you'd pair your Trick Room Setter with something that can help it out, like a Fake Out or a Follow Me. But yeah, the Ursaluna, the Trick Room Sweeper that Yuma really wants to use here is already on the field, so can't support Farigiraf in its ability to do that. So yeah, it's really vulnerable to that taunt at the moment, which could come straight out. And yeah, this Farigiraf doesn't carry Mental Herb, which we've already seen either. So yeah, ball is definitely in Eric's court as to how he wants to play this going forward.
Yeah, and I was just looking at the team list and I saw Nightshade on Farigiraf. That is so uncommon of a move, but it makes a lot of sense. You're able to deal damage equivalent to the current level of the Pokemon, 50 HP. But who needs to deal damage when you've got a good old buddy, Ursaluna, maybe being able to get this a huge attack off if it can survive, which it cannot. Superfine with that Clanging Scale combo does mean the Ursaluna, even though the Terra was activated in that case, Yuma wasn't able to capitalize off of it, so it just feels like Eric's just been able to absolutely run through Yuma's strategy in this game one. Even if the Incineroar's brought back on the field, Kommo-o has literally been untouched.
Yeah, it has. It's been doing exactly what it needs to do. Yeah, no dragon resists or anything. This Clanging Scales has just been putting in so much work with the spread damage, and yeah, Yuma recognizes that it's probably not a winnable game and locks in that forfeit. But we're getting into straight away to game two here to see how Yuma might be able to pivot things around.
Yeah, and just looking at the leads, it seems like Kommo-o's a bit in the way. Please move politely on the side. But no, it's a Whimsicott, yeah, because I was like, Incineroar surely is a bit bigger. I would have been able to see the silhouette. But no, Whimsicott and Flamigo, adaptation from Yuma's side, obviously the same from Eric. So David, at this point, seems like maybe Typhlosion might be lurking in the back?
Possibly, but I think Eric is still probably happy to see that too when you've got a Kommo-o, right? And it resists fire, it has great natural bulk as well, and if a Clangrasol comes up, you're boosting your special defense even further too. So yes, I think you're right. I think Typhlosion probably is the switch up here, just to see if Eric maybe has prepared more for the Ursaluna. But yeah, with Sun and some damage, maybe resists don't even matter.
Yeah, and I think because the Whimsicott's on the field, Eric has to give the respect of the potential Moonblast focus into the Kommo-o if there is no redirection on the field, because obviously Kommo-o is ×4 weak to fairy typings due to its natural dragon fighting typing. Close combat, though, will bring the Mousehold down to Focus Sash, and Tailwind has already been set up, so already this guarantees Yuma to be able to be at least faster if any of their two Pokemon do go down.
So there's the close combat into this Mousehold. A risky one because it could have gone for the Terra Ghost. But yeah, recognizing maybe the threat of Moonblast is a bit too much into this Kommo-o. So it's gone for the nice, safe Terrafire and following up with a Flamethrower.
Yeah, Flamethrower just at least ensures the Whimsicott has been taken out because it doesn't have Focus Sash. It's got the Berry actually, and this may actually be beneficial for Yuma, surely, right? You've got a free switch in. Flamigo is still available to be able to just start dealing damage and even offering feint support in anticipation of maybe any protects that Eric could think of.
Yeah, I like that, actually. And although, to be fair, like, if you're Eric, you really need to get rid of this Whimsicott quickly because it's got that encore pressure, too. So you can't set up Clangrasol. You don't want to protect in front of it either. And Eric's team is very much reliant on protect, kind of switch to something that can support the Kommo-o a bit, set up as well, and Whimsicott is great at punishing that. So getting that off the board is really good. But yeah, it probably got up the move it really wants to get to up the most, which is that Tailwind. Yeah. So yeah, this Ursaluna is looking really strong now into this Kommo-o with that Life Orb and that Earth Power, most likely enough for a one-hit KO on this Kommo-o. That being said, there is the Friend Guard on the Mousehold, so we may see some crazy survival here. But either way, a double up or with a feint, for instance, might be enough to kind of chip this Kommo-o for it to be a KO. So yeah, Eric very much needs to go on the defensive here, and let's see if Yuma goes for a feint to kind of catch this protect.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be quite key here, because like you said, there were the mind games of, interactions, which Pokemon goes for Follow Me, or Detect, or Protect, apologies. But yeah, Mousehold's just going to go down since it can't essentially do much in that situation against priority, forcing Eric to have to go for the protect here, because Earth Power is a very big threat. But looks like Eric has brought the Rillaboom and the Sneasler, which obviously we didn't see the final 2 Pokemon from Game 1 revealed. Maybe these were lurking in the back the whole time, but I guess what do you think now that the Rillaboom's on the field? You've got Fake Out available, but then again, Chroma O is still being outpaced though by the Pokemon over on Yuma's side.
Yeah, it definitely is. But what you can safely kind of do is fake out into the Ursaluna here and then set up with Chroma O. You've got to be aware though the Frigoroth could be lurking in the back still, so it's something to kind of consider whether you think it's good in the back, and if it's in the back, is it switching into? And there is something switching right now, Costa. And it's got Japanese characters, so I don't know what they are. It is the Frigoroth!
It's the Frigoroth, and we know Armor Tail is so powerful of an ability with this Pokemon. It's just so, you know, game-breaking in terms of the board positioning. Yuma just not being stopped from going for the Earth Power. So clearly Eric was just hoping that somehow either the Frigoroth wasn't brought, or at least in this case, Yuma read 2 into the obvious play of, okay, well, surely Frigoroth, you know, gets switched in here, and Eric will respect that, so he won't go for the fake out, right?
Yeah.
He's just going to go for the focus into the Blood Moon. But no, that doesn't seem to be the case. And this is sort of what we're talking about, high-level mind games going either way, and you know how beneficial it can be to actually profit off of that interaction.
Yeah, so an amazing play from Yuma there, getting that Frigoroth in so quickly and in the best possible way as well. Making the most of those tailwind turns is a really nice way to do that, especially with Frigoroth on the board too. It's quite unusual, really, isn't it? It's like it's a trickery Pokemon, but actually in Tailwind, you can see its benefit there, making the most of your speed control that isn't going to be there forever. Yep. Now, Sneasler does come in though, and with that Grassy Seed and that Unburden boost, it's going to be very quick. It's still likely the fastest thing on the field.
Yeah, and we do have the commit of the Terra Normal now, just going for pure offensive damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see another helping hand coming out from the Frigoroth, because you just want to be able to guarantee a scenario of it. But the close combat, not enough! Seems like this Blood Moon has been trained oh so well to be able to survive that, or at least in this case, go ahead and dispatch of a very powerful Terra Normal Life Orb boosted Blood Moon. Pretty much most of the time guarantee an Oko onto the Assault Vest Rillaboom. And changing it up, Frigoroth hasn't even moved as of yet. And sure, Blood Moon's gone down, but it kind of did its job.
Yeah, it really did its job, didn't it? Like, it's so powerful with that Life Orb there. And yeah, most likely a Psychic now coming out from this Frigoroth into the Sneasler, which can no longer Terra as it was spent earlier, for a one-hit KO. Giving Yuma another game up against Eric. So we're going into a game 3, I think.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and Yuma just being able to show off their experience in terms of, you know, like being the 2025 Yokohama champion, Japanese national champions, which is so impressive, and, you know, just going ahead and going up against one of the very best of Europe, if not globally, to... We've got the game 3 at the moment. It does seem like Yuma's gone ahead and switched it up with Typhlosion, and if not mistaken, yeah, the Whimsicott. So going full offensive, and obviously Eric's just changed it up too.
So yeah, it makes a lot of sense to kind of bring this in, especially if you feel like your Komodo lead has been kind of countered, as it were. So yeah, Whimsicott, really strong lead there. Yeah, if your Komodo was there and you Terra, then your Terra is at least spent then, and you're still going to be taking some big damage anyway, especially from an Earth Power that could be in the back from an Ursaluna. Yeah. So instead we're going to see the Rillaboom actually going for that Terra Fire here. Makes a lot of sense into Fairy and Fire offense there. Going to be able to take those hits very well.
Yeah, and just being able to go ahead and ensure that you deal as much damage as you can. We know that the Rillaboom does have high horsepower, which is very staple in terms of the current meta. But yeah, I think even with Sunny Day, the fact that this is a heat wave on top of that means that the Rillaboom definitely going to be able to survive. The question is, can it connect with either a high horsepower, which I feel should be the play into Typhlosion, and it doesn't pick up the KO, but that's sort of why Yuma's locked into Heat Wave, right? You don't want to be caught out the subsequent turn with a basically minimal damage output Eruption.
Yeah, 100% there. It makes a lot of sense, especially if you feel like you can survive a Grassy Glide coming out the following turn. Yeah. But again, is the Frigoroth in the back? Does it want to come in right now? Does it want to block the Grassy Glide? Because Typhlosion doesn't have the best of defenses as well. So it is probably in Grassy Glide range, I want to say here. And so yeah, Frigoroth is always going to be present. It's been brought to 2 games so far, so I feel like if you're Eric, you really need to respect the option for it to come in.
Yeah, and I guess there's also the Blaze, which further powers the firepower of the Typhlosion at that range, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point, actually. That's going to make it even more powerful. But into the Rillaboom, probably not going to make too much difference. difference, but into the Sneasler, very much so.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, this is surely going to be the paragraph. Yuma is going to go ahead and try to capitalize off of all of this offensive pressure, and that's sort of the reason why Paragraph is so cool on this sort of offensive side of speed when it comes to the Typhlosion mode. Diaclaw not enough to even get a status ailment, and we see the raw KO onto the Sneasler. My lordy Blaze really paying dividends here for an additional damage multiplier increase.
Damn, that, yeah, it's a lot of damage right there. And makes a lot of sense to bring in as much as you can. And yeah, unfortunately, Eric did have 2 fire resistances in the back, being that Komodo and the Pre-Marina. So shame didn't come in right there and then. But yeah, maybe just predicting the Paragraph not to come in, given that Yuma's kind of done that twice already. Going, surely you're not going to do it again. Maybe even if it is in the back. But yeah, it definitely came in.
Yeah, and I feel like the Blaze should still be activated from this range. It seems like it's sub 25%. This may even pick up the KO on Como. Oh, no, it doesn't. It survives with 7 hit points, but with the Helping Hand, with the Sun, with the Blaze in activation, and of course with the Specs, there's just so much damage. This Como was somehow able to tank, and yeah, it's just incredible. Not something that you see, not even with a resist of a Fire-type move going into that slot, but the fact that Como is known to be a bit more bulkier than the average Dragon.
It is, but not so much on the special defensive side, unfortunately. You can see all those scales are very much in the physical aspect of its defense. But yeah, Typhlosion going down there, but very much has done its job, bringing Eric now down to his last 2 Pokemon. Meaning, what has Yuma got in the back? We obviously know that Whimsicott's there, Frigor's there. You've got to imagine it is that Ursaluna that is probably lurking around. And with the knowledge of all 4 Pokemon now for on Eric's end, Yuma can now decide whether Trick Room's best here, or maybe if Tailwind is best here as well. And what you can simply kind of do here is maybe Tailwind and Psychic into the Komodo and actually use your Frigorov as the offensive piece here.
Yeah, true, because you don't really need to respect the Como anymore, and you just need to focus on, well, I'd say that, but Yuma says otherwise. Thanks, Yuma, for letting me know. But yeah, going and actually dispatching of the Como here, I guess makes sense because you want to be able to avoid any damage being dealt at all on the Paragraph, and obviously the Flamethrower, which could still pick up that Whimsicott, especially because the Sun is still in play. But yeah, Primarina opting to go for Moonblast here. At this point, it's just essentially going to be Yuma going ahead and rounding off this Game 3 against Eric in order to be able to still keep their lifeline going in this tournament. And yeah, it's just been an absolute riot from Yuma's side with the adaptation of the Game 2 going into Game 3 after Eric's run in that Game 1, and I'd say stomping too.
Yeah, 100%. It looks like we're seeing a Farigiraf sweep here with the Tailwind, the Psychic, and the Moonblast as well, and Eric absolutely knows it. Unfortunately, that's Eric out of contention for top card, but Yuma Kinugawa heading on into the final round for Swiss.
Yeah, and what a way to go about it as well. And they, of course, will be trying to go ahead and compete in what we will now be transitioning into the final Phase 2 round, Swiss round number 12. So yeah, good luck of course to Yuma, commiserations to Eric, but there are still points to be earned and travel awards and stipends to try to vie for.
Yeah, 100%. Still a very impressive run there from Eric, taking Komodo so far there, which I'm very happy to see. Unfortunately, it couldn't quite get the justice it needed to. Why are you wearing the Komodo?
Wait, what?
Wait,
oh, wait, what? Sorry.
I thought you were a Komodo doubter yesterday.
I am a doubter. Hey, that's mine. Wait, what? What's happened here? What funky business have you been up to?
Like, what can I say? Well, you have been inspired by Komodo's success.
I'm an honorary Komodo fan. Let's just say that.
I'll take that as a win, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But it was my cast prediction, right?
No, I think you'll find it's actually mine. Thank you very much.
I don't know about that. But anyways, there's been a lot of Como business, but we are ready to go ahead and get our streamed match of the stage going up very shortly as we have a bit of a review of the rankings so far.
Okay, so you've got so many X and 2s there that all have that contention for getting into the top cut if they can get that win. But of course, the 10-1s on the top left that you can see there have locked that in.
Yeah, and very, very notable trainers, all with their own personal goals. And we've had multiple opportunities of being able to have interviews with quite a few of our trainers on the board right now. We've seen quite a few of them yesterday, but also going into today, we got international champions, we have got multi-regional champions, and we've got a couple of international finalists which are looking to try to grab it all this time round. Gabriel Agachi and Oliver Estelin, I am looking straight at you two.
Yep, and I'm sure they are very happy to hear that, Costa. Yeah, there's a lot of talent there, and looking at your screen now is who we are going to be featuring at the top there. Gabriel Rigo versus Kylan Van Severen.
Yeah, and Gabriel, having gotten last season a top 16 in the Rio de Janeiro Regional Championships, currently hasn't been able to compete at more recent events, but seems like obviously a local to the Brazilian region, looking to try to make a very strong show and run at this tournament so far, having been able to do so exquisitely well against Kylan Van Severen, one of those potential trainers that we have seen rise through the ranks over the past several years, multiple top 16s, and was here last year to get that top 16 spot. And who knows, maybe trying to vie for it and get into it with this final win and in.
Yeah, you might as well try it. You've come this far, you might as well get an extra win under your belt there to make sure you're into that top cut. And there are our trainers on the stage, getting ready and really locking in here. They've fought so hard to come all this way through phase 1, through phase 2, and right at the edge of being able to get into top cut. Here is Gabriel Rigo's team.
Yeah, and bringing what we have been seeing, all of the heat this weekend, especially last weekend. There have been a lot of variants of not only Trick Room Pokemon and modes, but also this Sun dominance. Hisuian Typhlosion has been such a big star this weekend. Gabriel looking to try to bring it all the way through to top cut. One more win away. Gabriel, one more set. And Hisuian Lilligant, I'm always a big fan of it. You've got Utility Annihilate as well as that Clear Amulet for Rigor Up. A combo that I've used and have really enjoyed this season. It's got such a dominant way to be able to force that hard Trick Room mode and not allow a lot of room for error when it comes to your opponents, maybe even forcing them into scenarios where they have to rely on double or triple protects to get outside of Trick Room.
Yeah, I think that's a good analysis there, Costa. And you've got, on the face of it, you've just got some really powerful duos here. You've just got Torkoal Typhlosion as a really offensive lead with Helping Hand eruptions. You've got Torkoal Lilligant as well with some really powerful After You eruptions, but also just Sleep Powders going out here. But you've also got Incineroar for Rigoff that you can lead if you want Fake Out plus Trick Room. And then you just got Annihilate, which is kind of this jack of all trades sort of role here with the safety goggles to get around any sort of Rage Powders and Sleep Powders, Taunt to shut other shenanigans down, or Final Gap to just get rid of that one threat you just really don't like.
Yeah, exactly. Whilst over on Kylan's side, there it is. It is the Dondozo Tatsugiri, which has been absolutely missed this weekend, but no, it's been brought to the right occasion. Covert Cloak Dondozo with the Commander Tatsugiri just allows a lot more room for you to be able to not get failed into the sort of fake out vortex that we've been seeing from the Super Fake Out Bros, Rillaboom and Incineroar, whilst also having your own utility Volcarona with the support, not with the redirection, however. You've got that Will-O-Wisp instead as an option.
Yeah, which I really like, because if you're trying to set up with Dondozo, I suppose you don't really need Rage Powder as much, because you're not going to have anything next to Dondozo to do it. You just kind of want to spread the burns around and then use those weakened Pokemon once your Dondozo comes in. But I want to shout out the Stealth Rock on Annihilate here. I didn't even know Annihilate got Stealth Rock as a move.
It was,
which is a really cool option.
Now we know.
We've seen a lot of Dondozo that used to kind of be run with Glimora, right? To kind of set up toxic debris, those toxic spikes, so that everything is kind of poisoned and you can stall out everything with Dondozo.
Yeah, and I guess it's sort of a way to be able to allow the Dondozo to not get sucked into that vortex of, like we said, the fake outs or the repositionings. It punishes those quick switches of the board.
Yeah, it definitely does, and it's a really good way to punish that, especially in the world where there's so much sun going around, where they're really not going to want to take that 25% damage, given that they are kind of weak to rock, and with the effect of that Stealth Rock meaning the damage is going to be more onto Pokemon that are weaker to that rock typing.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess looking into this matchup, this I'd say Gabriel's side doesn't have a direct way of being able to, haze away or clear smog away any sort of Dondozo setups if Gabriel wants to try to go with that mode, but it doesn't seem to be the case as we are in turn 1 of game 1 between both of our trainers, Typhlosion and Annihilate versus the Dragonite and the Archaludon.
Okay, so it makes a lot of sense to bring your dragons, right? When you're face down with a very fiery team. Something that resists it, resists also Solar Blade in close combat, but we've got the Annihilate as one of the leads here, which I really like. And I can see it as maybe a potential to final gambit something out of the way. Something like that Dragonite that could be really pesky.
Ooh, already going on the offensive. This is a great way to be able to not only break the multi-scale, but also the sturdy of the Archaludon. Final gambit going into the Dragonite, of course, will be able to pick up the KO. It seems like the lock-in of the Eruption there was not only to just break any potential, let's say, sturdy-esque abilities or interactions there, it's wanting to be able to also cover for any switches here, as the Electro Shot will now be launched out. Power Herb will mean this 2-turn charge-up move will become one without the rain and be able to dispatch a very powerful Electro Shot into the Typhlosion, which does survive, but the most crucial thing here is what we were just talking about with the feature match. You are now locked in to a 24-hit point-based Eruption, which is not what you want to do.
Yeah, it is not. It's not going to do very much damage at all. Most likely, we'll still pick up the KO on the Archaludon, though, if it were to stay in. But you still do have a reliable switch into Torkoal here, as you can see Gabriel's kind of going for, and going then for an attack with this Lilligant when it's then going to be really fast. So that also covers for the fact if Kylan does switch in the Tatsugiri for the Archaludon, doubling the speed of the Dondozo, your Lilligant is still probably then going to outspeed. But what we do have to look at is the Terra type on this Dondozo, though, because it obviously doesn't want to be taking a Solar Blade. Most likely, though, can still take it, but that Steel type is going to be able to resist that Grass. But what's great about this Lilligant is it's also Fighting type, and either way, doesn't want to take a Sleep Powder, so that could be a really safe target.
Yeah, and I do think that must be the way that Gabriel's trying to position themselves for that Sleep Powder mode, because they could have easily have just stuck in with that Eruption, but anticipating the Dondozo switching in means that there could be a chance the Dondozo could have outsped the Lilligant, but not when you have Chlorophyll activated. So at this point, it's either going to be a game of the read, are we going to see a commit with the Terra, or does Gabriel want to try to essentially roll the dice in terms of whether the Sleep Powder will be able to connect or not? But it doesn't seem like we're going to be having any sort of interaction of a terrestrialization. The close combat was trying to pick off the Archaludon. Order up will mean it breaks the Focus Sash of the Lilligant, deals so much damage, whilst also being able to bolster its attack up now to +3.
Yeah, that's pretty big now, so it's going to be offering a lot of damage even with a Wave Crash. But yeah, there's the Sleep Powder hit already.
Yeah, it's able to connect, and this is so crucial because you want to be able to find a pin on this Dondozo and either A, force terrestrialization like you were talking about before, David, or B, keep it as a water type because the duality of the typings of the Lilligant at least allows a bit more damage being dealt.
Now, what do you do this time? Kylan can always still go for that Terra Steel to be able to take that Solar Blade if he feels like it's going to come out at that very moment. But yeah, Typhlosion coming in, maybe Gabriel trying to bank on at least one more turn of sleep so it can bring it in safely here. Here's that Solar Blade, no Terra.
No Terra, but it's going to be dispatching a lot of damage. I don't think it's going to be able to pick up a KO unless there's any sort of critical hit, but it's going to ensure that it's within that 2-shot range. As the Dondozo wakes up, that's not what Gabriel wants to see. Order up will pick up the KO on what is one of the most, if not the most valuable piece Gabriel has in this game 1 versus the Dondozo mode. Although there is no leftovers on the Dondozo, and it will be outsped by a Choice Scarf Typhlosion, which does have Blaze activated.
It certainly does, and as we saw in that previous game we've just shown, we can see the power of Blaze and how much damage it can do. But yeah, at this point, Typhlosion needs to lock into something, unfortunately, and Kylan, despite taking a super effective Solar Blade earlier, it seems to be worth having not gone for that Terra just yet, because now you most likely will be able to take on this Heat Wave, given the +2 special defense, but maybe I'm underestimating Typhlosion here.
I don't know, we're going to find out very soon as the Helping Hand does connect. You've got so many multipliers stacking up right now, even though we're not going to be seeing much being dealt due to the Protect from the Dondozo. It's a good way to be able to stall out the amount of remaining turns of Sun, because as Kylan's identified, it's just wanting to be able to survive any sort of damage. And was that a heat wave lock-in from what I saw, David?
It was, yeah, definitely a heat wave lock-in. Given how low your health is, I think you definitely feel like you're back against the wall. You want to be hitting both targets and just assume that you want to hit. But even if the Dondozo goes down here, how do you deal with this Tatsugiri, which kind of quadruply resists fire here, and which is the only kind of sort of damage option that you have on either of your fire types?
Oh, we're gonna have to find out, but there's a heat wave miss! No! That's not what Gabriel would want, but no, that's just a Tatsugiri. Sorry, that was a fake out to myself as well. Dondozo was able to get felled there. The Tatsugiri tricking us, of course, but most crucially, we've got the sunlight now ending. This does mean that Typhlosion will not be able to deal as much damage as before, but when you've got an Archaludon with so low HP and a Sash Tatsugiri, any damage helps.
Yes, it does. Now, the Tatsugiri is obviously the main thing we want to be looking at here, because Archaludon can just go down to a Heat Wave instantly. It can obviously protect it because it's not that Assault Vest set, and then the Tatsugiri needs to then probably do something to try and KO this Typhlosion as soon as possible here. And it could be the Muddy Water or that most likely that Dragon Pulse to really make sure you can connect.
Yeah, and you really need to be able to consider the heat wave misses. It makes the most sense from an optimal point of view on being able to position yourself against the Tatsugiri and break its Focus Sash, but also deal some damage. But now you've got your Typhlosion out for the count, and your own Torkoal no longer will be able to have the Sun to be able to bolster its mono fire type damage dealing moves, and that's why you sort of left in an awkward spot where the Weather Ball has no additional boost dealt to it due to the lack of weather and also the lack of same type attack bonus.
Yeah, poor Torkoal is saying here, unfortunately he's going to have to take this barrage of attacks from Kylan's here. The Archaludon gets to attack, the Tatsugiri following up with that Dragon Pulse, and yeah, Torkoal is definitely on its last little legs.
Yeah, and at this point, Eruption, sure, you picked up the KO on the Archaludon, but like you were sort of calling out to earlier, David, this Tatsugiri is a big endgame threat that you've just got those mono fire type moves locked in against a quadruple resist. That's definitely not where you want to be.
It is definitely not, Costa, and it looks like, even though Gabriel had such a strong start, right, with a huge eruption that kind of came out, and then you've got the final Gambit on the Dragonite that Gabriel seemed very happy to kind of get. Kylan was keeping cool, and you could see how actually the Dondozo was able to stall out things really, really nicely there. Like, even without going for that Terror, because Dondozo is just really great natural physical bulk, he took on a really powerful Solar Blade, taking like, I don't know, 40%, if that, and then shrugged off the rest of the attacks. And once Lilligant goes down, then Tatsugiri was just free to reign after that, and in some ways the Tatsugiri was the Dondozo of that game.
Right, I'm kind of thinking, and I'm not sure if you agree as well, David, if Gabriel was able to get that one damage move turn off on Dondozo when Dondozo had the Tatsugiri switching in favor of the Archaludon, would that have been enough to be able to allow Gabriel more room to maybe lock up that game one in his favor?
Yeah, potentially, honestly. And then there's still a few mind games to go, but the Tatsugiri was like really convincing in the end game there. There was still a little bit of wiggle room where I think things had gone wrong. Tatsugiri still would have been able to pull it out the bag. And of course, also we saw the Sleep Powder connect, but then only get a one-turn sleep. And that could have also been a little bit longer too, which might have given Gabriel a little bit of free reign to kind of take this Dondozo down a bit more too. But the fact that Sleep Powder hits in the first place is one thing.
So I guess then going into this game too, if you're Gabriel, what's on your mind? Do you make an adaptation right now? Do you feel like you could have played a bit more optimally in terms of how that game one went and stick with the same?
Well, I think he's got to be thinking about how to deal with the Tatsugiri in the end game and what you need to save for it. Because, as we saw, even though that Tatsugiri's Focus Sash, it can take multiple hits from the Fire-type moves that only Typhlosion and Torkoal have.
Yeah, I think there could be a case of seeing, it's going to be the exact same, oh, actually, no, there's a switch-up, if I'm not mistaken, the Dragonite. No, Dragonite was the same as well. The interaction that we saw, though, was the eruption in turn one, as well as the final Gambit focus on the Dragonite. So there could be a case of a different target, or both trainers actually going for the same.
Looks like the same at the moment so far. Eruption, followed by a close combat, though. I like this switch up here from Gabrielle. Getting rid of that Archaludon was a Pokemon that did still stick around a little bit for Kylan, but this time it obviously frees up the Dragonite now, which has broken the multi-scale, but it does free up for a scale shot potentially, which could be quite devastating to either of these targets.
Oh, yeah, and I'd say the Typhlosion should be able to survive if there isn't a 5th hit, but we're going to have to find out. Gabrielle is trying to make the counts as well at the time, and there's a 5th hit. Gabrielle so dismayed at that situation there. And that's sort of very big, I'd say. The Typhlosion already, you've got that faster mode essentially just ejected out of this game too, so you're going to have to rely on the Torkoal Lilligant in the back.
Yeah, you can see why Gabrielle felt that sacrificing his own Annihilate to get rid of Dragonite was really worth it there. Because Scale Shot is so strong. It gets around the Focus Sash of Lilligant. It resists all of Lilligant and Torkoal's moves as well. And the Scale Shot allows it to outspeed things, even like the Choice Scarf if Typhlosion doesn't have it. It's just such a huge threat in this matchup here. Plus, it's got extreme speed to kind of get around any other kind of speed control options too. And now it's left for free reign here. And a 50% chance to get a 5th hit as well to get rid of Typhlosion is a really decent chance as well. So kind of very strong position right now.
Yeah, so I guess it sort of like brings to the point of a mind game right now. Do you try to go for the Scale Shot into the Lilligant, anticipating it staying in, not anticipating the Dondozo having its Tatsugiri join on the board? Because I feel like Dragonite is such a big threat right now.
Yeah, it is, but it's a little bit of a 50-50 in some ways, because the Scale Shot definitely is really threatening us into an Annihilate that has already lowered its defenses, but it is the Torkoal here. We'll have to see what the Annihilate does following, though.
Yeah, and the Dondozo hasn't actually gone for Protect. It stayed on the field, which means it may be susceptible to a final Gambit if Gabrielle's been able to get that read and feel like the Lilligant in the back is more than enough to be able to better position himself against the Dragonite and the Tatsugiri towards the end of the turn. But the final Gambit is going to go into the Dragonite, which means the Dondozo is well opened to be able to go for a focus and get some damage onto the Torkoal, maybe even pick up the KO because of the double up.
Let's see what it goes for this time. And it does outspeed the Torkoal. Heavy Slam doing absolutely nothing, honestly. But yeah, it's still in a position where it's healthy and it can now be put next to that Tatsugiri, of course. But you've got the Pokemon that you want at least for it, which is this Lilligant that can hit this Dondozo, whether it's gone for that Terra or not. Well, obviously, things are still on the board here. Torkoal, you don't need to worry about too much. But yeah, it might be that Gabrielle needs to start relying on those sleep powders now, because as we know, without it, this Dondozo can pretty much do what it wants in terms of the damage and how much it can kind of shrug off some of Lilligant's attacks.
Yeah, and you want to be able to give yourself as many outs as possible, because if you need, I guess you need to connect, but then you also need to make sure that the Dondozo stays asleep as much as possible. And Kylan's more than happy to try to wait it out in order to make sure that the Sun turns at some point do expire a bit quicker, and maybe, depending on the training of the Dondozo, it will be able to outspeed the Lilligant outside of Sun conditions when Chlorophyll is no longer available.
Yeah, exactly. And that won't always be the case. It does depend on the training of the Dondozo itself. But either way, the Sun kind of then lowering the power of the fire moves is also really good. We do have that Sleep Powder Connect. It's exactly what Gabrielle needs here, but he needs a good few sleep turns because the Lilligant needs to be able to survive long enough to deal with the Tatsugiri once the Dondozo has gone down.
Yeah, I think at this point, Gabrielle has more required outs in comparison to Kylan. Kylan's very straightforward, one-dimensional. I need to wake up and I need to start A, breaking the sash on the Lilligant, or B, just, you know, avoid the constant sort of sleeps, because as every turn goes by, that means you got more of a chance to be able to run into a mind game of, do I get close combated or Solar Blade, and can I call it?
Yeah, 100% there. So, yeah, you've got potential opportunity to do that here. But yeah, either way, you take something super effective, and then you resist the other thing. So either way, you don't really need to commit the Terror in either aspect here. So, yeah, Solar Blade, it's just going to take it.
Wow, and we saw the damage dealt. It was around 40-ish% before. It seems like to be a bit consistent from that last time, but Dondozo woke up again! But similar to game one, turn one wake is so crucial against Gabriel's side, but this does introduce the case of the Weather Ball probably not picking up the KO here, and Gabriel, I would say, normally having to rely on another Sleep Powder, but it's so chipped down, this Dondozo. Do you just want to have to commit with one of the moves and pick up the KO?
Yeah, most likely you can just pick up the KO with like a close combat, for instance, at this point. Yeah. But I think kind of might be going for the Protect here to maybe stall out the last turn of Sun, I believe. And that means that it's a lot just a lot less threatening from the Torkoal's perspective.
Yeah, because the Solar Blade has 5 more base power than a Close Combat. So Close Combat's 120, Solar Blade is 125, which means you've got a tiny bit more damage that you're able to deal with it.
You do, but yeah, this is why maybe Kylan is going for that. Oh no, sorry, this is not Kylan, this is the Torkoal going for the Terrifier here.
Yeah.
I just want, but Close Combat either way, whether it's
yeah.
Water or Steel type, can hit it for at least neutral damage here. But yeah, so for the last opportunity to do as much damage as possible, Gabriel thinks just, I might as well try it.
Yeah, and it makes sense, and sort of what we were saying to as well, if there's a case that you can outpace this Lilligant, your Tatsugiri will be able to 1v1 the Torkoal, so it really does come down to this, of course. And yeah, there's the sun gone. Which Pokemon's faster, Dondozo or Lilligant?
Yeah, so that's what we do not know yet, and maybe Kai doesn't know either, but yeah, that's a fast Dondozo.
Wow.
Picks up the Lilligant there, and there is just no way Torkoal can take this game versus a Tatsugiri that is still yet to reveal itself from the mouth of this giant fish.
Yeah, and this seems to be over. The Weather Ball at this range with no sun available cannot pick up the KO. We have got the writing on the wall, surely. Gabriel will not be able to progress on to the next stage, gives the helping hand to Kylan's Triumph in their opportunity to be able to progress through to the top cut. Huge congratulations to Kylan Van Severen.
Massive congratulations, honestly. Huge win for Kylan after being undefeated for so long in Phase 1 and then taking a couple of losses here today in Phase 2. They finally got the win that they need to kind of secure top cut and do the team justice as one of the very few Dondozo Tatsugiri players in the entire tournament.
Yeah, what a way to go about it. Dondozo Tatsugiri, not something that we had seen crop up, I'd say. Aside from perhaps, was it Lille Regionals, David, where we did see it reach top 8 with some variant of Pelipper Choice Scarf, if I'm not mistaken. But that, I think, had a Weavile comp to it. But regardless, Kylan has been able to just go through in a so well prepared versus the Dondozo Tatsugiri combo and try to find ways to be able to break that sort of norm and expectation with the Cobra Cloak and the sort of other options available on his team.
Yeah, there was the match we had. That hugely powerful lead that Gabriel consistently went for in those 2 games. Eruptions, close combats, final gambits. But they're just the bulk of Kylan's dragons, and then the final fish at the end was just too much for Gabriel to deal with. It's just arguably one of the worst matchups, honestly, for I think a Sun player to kind of go for, especially when you're backed into the corner of relying on sleep powder as well, and then just going for it and then hoping that you can hit, and then you hopefully get the sleep turns that you need as well. Yeah, just not enough dice rolled Gabriel's way, unfortunately.
Yeah, but to be fair, at the same time, they were able to connect with a couple of sleep powders there, which was quite crucial, right? And that sort of was their win condition. If they don't connect with the sleep powders, that just puts them so far back in terms of momentum when it comes to that matchup. Because like we said, there's no direct way of being able to deal with Dondozo's setup. You don't have Haze, you don't have a clear smog on some of the Torkoal charcoal variants that are running around. And at least in that case, there's still always the reliance on the Dondozo Terra Steel to forego the clear smog, but that introduces a new sort of level of mind games when it comes to fire type oppression onto the Terra Steel Dondozo.
Yeah, it does. And what a showing from Kylan, honestly. It was a really cool match to see, really. We've not had a lot of Dondozo Tatsugiri going around, and we can see the threat of it there too. I'd be interested, though, as to how Kylan had been doing versus a lot of the Dragonite teams that had Haze on their Dragonite, which we do have a lot of as just this one big, awesome move that can just shut everything down.
That is true, and we will be able to hear from Kylan straight away as we've got them ready on the stage for the interview.
Thank you so much. I'm here with Kylan Van Severen, who just cut LAIC for the 2nd time. Back-to-back top cuts. How does it feel?
Feels pretty good. I mean, my opponent played very well, but I got kind of lucky with the sleep turns, and here I am.
I mean, you mentioned that it was very surreal for you. Your mind was blank after the win. Did you have any expectations coming into this tournament?
Well, I was hoping to do pretty well. I was thinking if I got day 2, I had good chances at at least a travel stipend for EUIC, and now I'm in a position where I'm probably getting the full travel award. So I feel pretty good about that. Yeah.
Getting the travel award, now that you're top 8, getting some of those prizes, a prize well earned, by the way. Your play of Dondozo was incredible. What inspired you to bring Dondozo to this tournament?
Well, originally, last LAIC, I didn't have a team the night before, and I went on Twitter, and I found like a Dondozo team that had just done really well at Gdansk. I feel bad, I don't remember the player's name, but it was a European player. They did really well at Gdansk with it, and they posted their full paste. And so I took it and I brought it to LAIC, and I went 7-1 in day 1 last year, and I was able to get top 16 there. And I've just been using that team ever since, because I don't know, nothing else has really felt too great for me. So.
I mean, all that experience paid off. You went undefeated in the tournament yesterday. How did that feel? Like after every win, were you nervous that you were going to ruin it? Were you in the moment?
Well, I felt like, I kept anticipating that I was going to lose yesterday, because I kept looking at the matchups and it's like, okay, this is a bad matchup, this is a bad matchup. I don't think Dondozo's like a particularly great call for this event. There's still a decent amount of Haze Dragonites, and there's been some Dusclops that have been running around. I just lost to Oliver Eskelin last round. He's on the Dusclops, and that was a really difficult matchup. So I'm not sure if it's like the best call or anything, but I was able to get through it just with comfort for my team. Yeah.
That comfort can really go a long way. So let's go ahead and talk about your matchup against Gabriel. You know, Sun Team does feel like a very nice matchup for Dondozo if you can get rid of the Lilligant. What was your strategy going into game 1?
Well, I was anticipating a Lilycold lead. I haven't really played the matchup too much, so I wasn't really sure what to expect. Him going for like the final gambit into my Dragonite game 1 and then close combat into Archaludon game 2, it made it a little bit more difficult for me to deal with that Lilligant. So, and because I'm Terra Steel on the Dondozo, I can't even play to like Terra Grass and then like hit the Torkoal and not take too much damage from that. So I have to play the sleep turns to some extent. Maybe if it went to a game 3, I could have made some sort of adjustment to try and not play with the sleep turns, but game 1 and 2, I got the turn 1 wake up, so I got pretty lucky there. And that definitely helped me. When he played pretty well, like I think at the end of game 1, I thought maybe if he locked into Shadow Ball, there were some more chances for him. But he went for the Heat Wave, and my Tatsugiri didn't take too much damage, so that was okay. But he played really well in the set, like overall, and I had to get lucky with some wake ups.
Yeah, that's just how the game goes sometimes. So, I mean, now that you're here, going into Top Cut, what's your plan? Just gonna try and do your best? Do you have any strategies that you learned from being in Top Cut last year?
Well, I'm gonna try not to lose, I guess. You know, that's. But I'm pretty happy with where I'm at, so I'll try to go further. But I'm content with this run so far. Yeah.
Well, congratulations. You've really accomplished a lot. Back-to-back Top Cuts is a true amazing feat. Do you have anybody in the crowd or anybody at home you want to give a shout out to?
Definitely my mom. She's not here, but she brings me to like most of the events that I go to. She's definitely my biggest supporter. And I definitely wouldn't be able to do any of this if she wasn't supporting me.
Awesome. Well, Kylan, thank you so much. I'm going to let you go get prepared for Top Cut. And that's it for us for Swiss for now. But we have an incredible single elimination bracket coming up soon. So we're going to take a quick break to get that ready. Stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hey, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z-move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and then crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everyone. It has been heating up in Brazil here, and it has been heating up in our matches. We have completed our second phase of the tournament, and that means, Gabby, it's time for Top Cut.
Almost. We do have to wait a little bit for our players to be ready for Top Cut and for our lovely staff and judges to prepare everything for the bracket. But while we wait, we do have the opportunity to give you a sneak preview of some of the players who have made it through to the asymmetrical Top Cut. And I do want to take a moment to mention this before I forget, because I will forget. We will be streaming top 8 matches here on the main stream, but if you want to see our buy-in matches, these are the top 16 placements that will be playing for their opportunity to make it into the top 8. You can go ahead and catch those on the feature stream, youtube.com/playpokemon. I don't know when they'll be kicking off, which is also why I'm saying this right now, but you also don't want to leave us here, so maybe, you know, get a couple of those other tabs going, you know, multiple monitors, maybe one on your phone, maybe one on your Switch.
It's a multi-screen moment.
It's a multi-screen moment here, and we really appreciate y'all hanging out with us during this multi-screen moment.
Yeah, absolutely. We will be playing all of our top 8 matches here, but again, those featured match streams will have all of our play-in matches. That is going to be a top 11. So we will have 3 featured matches that will be happening on those side streams. So make sure you're also following those as we are getting ready for our top 8 here on the main stream.
But that does give us the opportunity to look at who is going to guarantee their top 8 placement. So let's go ahead and pull up our first player profile. And that is going to be, of course, Justin Tang. I think the first player to actually lock in their top 8 placement here in the Latin American International Championship and continue his incredible streak of not placing lower than top 8 in a tournament since the World Championships earlier on this year.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Justin Tang did drop 2 matches, so he may still be, he probably has made it into the bracket, but I don't know if we've finished seeding. The only player who has actually locked it will be Oliver, but we'll get to him later. For now, Justin Tang absolutely is on a run this season. Of course, like you mentioned, no placement worse than top 8. And at this point, no placement worse than top 11 at a tournament in his career this season.
Maybe we should just say no placement worse than top.
Than top, yes. Top, if you think about top trainers, you have to think about Justin Tang here.
Exactly. And the way that he's been piloting the Grimmsnarl, the Volcarona support options on his team to enable Pokemon like the Ursaluna Blood Moon and the Golden to go on the offense has been absolutely incredible. Of course, earlier on this morning, we saw him utilize a completely different mode of the team, using Scale Shot to attempt to and eventually succeed in boosting up the defensive power of that Archaludon so that it could pick up some very heavy KOs thanks to Body Press, just showing an absolute mastery of what these Pokemon can do and what they need to guarantee the win.
Absolutely, and this is a team and a player who is not following sort of the trends of the moment. This is a team that he brought to Las Vegas, where again, he did make the top 8 with a version of the team. But I'm really thinking about this Volcarona set and also the Golden Go. A lot of players are going with the Life Orb, Golden Go with the Nasty Plot setup, or a third attack. Justin actually is using a Choice Specs version, and also this Volcarona being the support style Volcarona that uses Struggle Bug in addition to Rage Powder to protect team and also to keep the special attackers down on the opposing end has been really special to watch.
And we've seen that be so successful for other trainers throughout the tournament, just using Snarl over and over again, using Struggle Bug over and over again to keep top meta threats like the Ursaluna Blood Moon at bay. So just a very clever use of that attack. I think the other thing worth calling out is that we saw that incredible use of the Grimmsnarl trading off between Light Screen and Spirit Break and Thunder Wave, just knowing when you need the I guess the word I want to use is the endurance of the screens versus the temporary placement of the Spirit Break onto a Pokemon so that you can, you know, prioritize whether or not the Grimmsnarl, that little bit of extra damage is more valuable or the extra special defense on your side of the field for a longer period of time. Just really great knowledge of this team, and I cannot wait to see what trainers he's going to be facing up against, such as one of our other top cut trainers, Gabriel Agati.
Yeah, Gabriel has been so impressive in this tournament, using a very common core with the Incineroar and Rillaboom alongside the Basculegion and the Volcarona, but really mixing it up by also bringing the Politoed alongside the Alolan Ninetales. Now, Politoed, I know that's a Pokemon that's close to both of our hearts.
Oh, yes.
We have not seen a lot of outside of the last time. The last time we saw it was the championship-winning Parish Song team that Wolf Glick ran. Gabriel is also using a Parish Song Politoed here, but crucially is not a part of a trap, mostly just using it to secure end games when he gets ahead.
But there is a trap on the team with Whirlpool, which is one of those moves that, other than accessing certain parts of Pokemon Gold and Silver to catch a Lugia, I have honestly not thought about in a very long time. And the fact that Gabriel was able to, one, realize that Whirlpool is an incredible option to provide a water-type attack on Politoed that actually does decent damage in the rain, provides a trapping utility that can be applied when needed, and then also, you know, has Parish Song alongside of that for endgame conditions, or even just to put additional pressure on the board. I think is a excellent metagame call coming into this tournament from Gabriel. And it's been so cool to see him pilot this Politoed in many different ways across the mainstream and across our future matches as well.
Absolutely. I'm excited to see what Gabriel has for us in store in the top cut. That Politoed, so many interesting things going on with that one Pokemon in particular. It completes the Fire, Water, Grass core of Bolt with the Incineroar and Rillaboom. A lot of people have been relying on just the Basculegion for that standard Fire, Water, Grass core, but Basculegion is your offensive threat. You don't want it to be taking too many attacks, especially with Rillaboom being as popular as it is. As soon as you start getting some chip damage onto Basculegion, Grass and Glide can pick up that KO.
For sure. Let's go ahead and move on to our next top cut trainer. That's going to be Oliver Eskelin, who we also had the chance to see play earlier on today, running that Sun team, but just a little bit different, having access to an excellent Trick Room mode on that team with Dusclops, Eviolite being able to withstand the powerful Life Orb, Terra Normal boosted Blood Moon attacks, and Torkoal, of course, then taking advantage of its favorite mode of speed, slow.
Yeah, and crucially, Oliver Eskelin is our only person who is guaranteed into the top 8, because he finished at 11-1 after phase 2. Our other players are currently being seeded to see who will join him in the top 8 and who will have to play in those play-in matches, which, by the way, make sure you go to youtube.com/playpokemon so you can see our side streams that will be broadcasting those 3 play-in matches. But like you mentioned, this is a really cool team. It has a lot of cool techs, and I just got to throw it out there. You know, the mascot Pokemon for Latin America International Championships is Mega Venusaur.
Torkoal. No, I know it's not. It could be.
It could be.
Could be.
The mascot is Sun. That is the truth.
Yeah, I'm trying to make like really powerful eye contact with the camera, which you can't see, but I'm sending those waves into the universe for next year.
Really intense eye contact with the graphic.
But you're absolutely right. No, Mega Venusaur is the mascot here. We haven't seen this Venusaur in use yet on this broadcast, at least, but it's such a fun Pokemon to see in use once again, as it can make excellent use of Chlorophyll and its access to Earth power to really threaten a lot of the common metagame threats. It's also one of those Chlorophyll users who can take advantage of their speed under the sunlight to threaten Sleep Powders. I mean, we saw how just critical that was in the previous round of Swiss for that Lilligant. And then you also have a Leaf Storm and a Weather Ball as well. So just a fantastic special attacker. I think gets left on the sidelines a little bit in Regulation H just because Hisuian Lilligant's fighting typing is very hard to give up, but overall finding its moment in the metagame.
Absolutely, and I think I wouldn't actually even be surprised to see Venusaur if it showed up in sort of a mixed Trick Room mode, because one of the benefits that Venusaur has over some of the other Chlorophyll users when you're using it on a team like this is it actually has kind of a weird middle speed tier, and so you can get to that point where you're outspeeding everything in the sun, and maybe you're underspeeding some other key threats under Trick Room, which can make it really difficult to figure out how you want to face off against this team.
And that's one of the amazing things I love watching when watching a Trick Room player who has these different modes is whether or not they know those key numbers. Given that Oliver has made it this far in the tournament with such an incredible record, I think he has to have that game knowledge, and I really hope we get to see it play out on stream.
Yeah, and there's also a couple of other interesting things here in that this Dragonite has a unique set for this tournament. Most everyone has been using the Scale Shot with Tailwind, with Haze, and Protect, but Oliver has actually decided to go with 3 attacking moves on that Dragonite with Scale Shot, Ice Spinner, and Extreme Speed. We've seen Extreme Speed be very useful in a few of the matches that we've seen this weekend, just to be able to add that a little bit extra damage, especially if like a Typhlosion gets into Blaze range and tries to go for the Terrestrialization to get even more damage, or same thing for a Basculegion going for a Water Terrestrialization and barely surviving a Grassy Glide, but then getting picked off by the Extreme Speed. And having the Ice Spinner is really a throwback to making sure that you have control of the terrain, which can be really important when you're trying to worry about different priority attacks like from the Rillaboom, or even in the field if you're worried about the Psychic terrain with Expanding Force matchup.
All right, talking about someone who has access to grassy terrain on his team, Juan Salerno also making it into our top cut here in the Latin American International Championships. Going to be running one of those more traditional style Regulation H teams, but has shown a commanding understanding of this team, having used it literally all around the world recently to great success. Was able to get top 4 in Gdansk, the regional championships there just a couple weeks ago, and really it's such a powerful team and has so many different ways that you can pivot in and out of situations. You can rely on your game knowledge to sort of carry you across the finish line, and when you're playing at such a top level and playing trainers that have so much game knowledge that you also have, I think giving yourself those opportunities to pivot, utilizing the, what did Costa call them, the fake out brothers?
The super fake out
the
brothers?
Super fake out brothers.
I prefer the pivot pals or the fake out friends.
I'm going to call them the pivot pals because I like the alliteration on that a little bit better. It's just a way to open up opportunities for your Pokemon to deal the bigger damage, to give yourself that lead and to slowly advance through the game.
Yeah, and this is absolutely a very strong 6 Pokemon. You might recognize them from the top 6 usage Pokemon on our list. These are the Pokemon to beat, and it turns out when you put the top 6 Pokemon in the meta on one team, it makes it very difficult to beat as well. This is, of course, a little bit of an evolution of the original Lele team that won Frankfurt Regional, but it's actually very traditional when I think of those style teams. It has the Water Terra type on the Ursaluna instead of the Electric Terra type, and has the Dragonite instead of the Ninetales. But other than that, pretty standard according to what won the Frankfurt Regional Championship. So proving that this is still an extremely powerful archetype and still something to watch out for.
Something to watch out for indeed. Let's go ahead and move on to our next top cut trainer. This is going to be Teotihuacan Maso, who I had the opportunity to talk to yesterday after he won an incredible matchup. And I really loved watching him play that game because that was one of those Volcarona mirrors that we saw where it was really a matter of knowing just how the Volcarona needed to be positioned in the match because it was encored into Quiver Dance. And a lot of times when you're encored into a move, you're like, well, this isn't great. But in Teotihuacan's position, he was able to recognize, well, actually, this is pretty great. Stay on the field for all of those encore turns and then utilize the boost to his advantage to take him to the win.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're just sitting there quiver dancing and nothing can touch the Volcarona, eventually Encore is going to run out, and then you're just going to be at a +6, +6, +6 Volcarona, and that's pretty good.
You can't beat that.
And of course, Teotihuacan has experience being in these top cuts, of course, being in the top 8 for the EUIC last season, now making it into the top 11 here in Brazil for the Latin America International Championship. And I have to really shout out just the level of composure that Teotihuacan has shown to be able to get here. We saw him have a really difficult match at the very beginning of our day today, where he had a bunch of rolls go against him, But he did not let that keep him down. That's just one game, and he still had other games to play, and he won out from there and was able to make it all the way here to the top 11.
That is such a position to be in as well, because every single person in phase 2 of this competition was insanely talented. I think you mentioned this earlier today. We've had world champions not make it through to the top cut phase of this competition. That's just how difficult it was. So that level of cool-headedness is going to be needed to progress beyond top 8 into top 4 and to have your chance to vie for the championship title this weekend.
Yet there were 4 or 5 world champions here this weekend, none of whom are in the top 11.
Sorry for the spoiler on that, by the way.
Apologies. But let's go ahead and continue to dive in on this, because I also love the Encore and Disable Ninetales. That's something that I think people have stopped really seeing it as. They've been dropping it, only keeping one of Encore and one of Disable.
Yeah.
And it's really nice to have both options available, especially if you're just going to go with a Blizzard for extra damage.
And just even having it on the team sheet honestly puts a lot of pressure onto your opponent, because you have to think, not only do I want to be encored into this move, do I feel like struggling? Nobody likes to struggle both in reality and in their Pokemon games. You know, being forced to use an attack that's not going to do a lot of damage to a random target on the opposite side of the field, but will force you to take a lot of damage and recoil is not a great spot to be in, and can honestly lock up win conditions very easily when saved for the end of a game. So again, something that you just have to be very conscious of moving forwards against an opponent like Teotihuacan. So I hope we get to see that played in this top cut.
All right, well, let's take a look at our next player in the top cut. That is going to be our second United States player, William Brown. Billy Brown has made it into the top cut here of the Latin America International Championships. And this is a very classic heavy rain team. The Pelipper, the Archaludon, and the Basque Legion, these are not the fake rain teams. These are actually the rain versions of these Pokemon. Archaludon is holding the Assault Vest and has the Electro Shot available, and Basque Legion is going for that all-out offense with the Terra Water and the Choice Band with the ability Swift Swim, so that it's able to outspeed everything in the rain.
But that does open up some opportunities for a couple of different changes on this team. For example, the Incineroar is going to be the super offensive variant where you're holding Clear Amulet and you're running knockoff Flare Blitz in close combat. We've seen that Incineroar be able to change the tide of battles very quickly, pun slightly intended there, for trainers both this weekend and in Las Vegas and previous tournaments in Regulation H 2.0. Because there's Tailwind on the Pelipper, that also lets you run extreme speed on the Dragonite, that allows you to pick up some last-minute KOs if you need just that little bit of extra damage. And of course, Farigiraf has turned out to be its own very powerful attacker. And we've seen like the Whimsicott sort of take on the offensive role a couple of times this weekend. Given that Billy Brown is running the Farigiraf with Throat Spray, I do think that there is a high likelihood that we'll see the Farigiraf kind of take on that role as well.
Yeah, and I think we have to also highlight this Incineroar and Farigiraf combination.
Oh,
this
yes.
is something that has been really popular since the Las Vegas Regionals and since the Global Challenge right before it.
And in previous regulations in Scarlet and Violet, because let me tell you, I was leading that before my Calyrex Ice Rider when we were back in the single restricted format. It just covers for so much, because you have the ability to pivot out immediately if you're an Incineroar. Getting an Intimidate down on the field is never necessarily a bad thing, and even though William Brown's own Incineroar doesn't have Parting Shot or U-turn, just going for that manual switch there after an Intimidate, like that little bit of chip damage is way less important relative to that drop and attack.
Yeah, and it's really been interesting to see this pairing evolve over time, because now we do have that offensive Incineroar, which is what has really been making a splash in the last couple of tournaments. Having the Clear Amulet on it, everyone just sort of remembered that Incineroar learns close combat so it can defeat other opposing Incineroar, and that's been really huge for that combo. And of course, Farigiraf with the Throat Spray, we all know it can deal some good damage, even if you don't expect it out of the Farigiraf.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to our next top finalist. I just spoke to him a couple minutes ago. Kylan Van Severen, the only Dondozo user in Phase 2, and I believe one of the few Dondozo users in the field here this weekend. He actually just told me that this was the same team that he ran last year at the Latin America International Championships. Yes, where he was able to get top cut there as well, finish top 16 in that tournament. And I think it really is his mastery of this team over time that showed in his run. You know, when we saw him finally on stream in that final round of Swifts, you know, did acknowledge that he got lucky with those one-turn wake-ups on the Dondozo, but overall, that just felt like a nice to have. You know, it still felt like he was very much in control of the momentum. The Dondozo was able to get those attack boosts where he needed it, and ultimately, the Dondozo wasn't really too threatened by the Torkoal endgame that Kylan's opponent kept trying to set up.
Yeah, and I think it's actually really interesting, this particular combination. I don't think it doesn't surprise me once I started thinking about it a little bit that it's doing well here. You know, this is actually a team that Kylan has brought, since you said since the last LAIC, that means it's been probably the last 4 or 5 tournaments in Regulation H that Kylan has been bringing this same six Pokemon.
Yep.
Which is wild to think about. But in this current moment where Pokemon like Typhlosion and Torkoal are so powerful and so strong, even just the lone Tatsugiri outside of the Dondozo having the water and dragon typing to quad resist fire type, it's one of the only, it has a focus sash, so it was always going to survive, but actually it can survive multiple eruptions from those top threats with that resistance.
Yeah, the end game in one of those matches, I know we were watching backstage, was like you needed to somehow land, I think 3 or 4 hits on that Tatsugiri to secure the knockout, and as long as Muddy Water just decided to cooperate, which Kylan didn't even go for, as he knew he had enough time to rely on Dragon Pulse, which was the better play for sure. That was able to lock him in this top cut. So just amazing knowledge of the team, amazing knowledge of the outs that you need. And I think a lot of people weren't preparing for Dondozo for this tournament because it's kind of gone away, which, you know, I think a lot of people were thankful for, myself included. But then you always worry about, well, what if I hit the one Dondozo player in the field? What is my matchup into that? And you have to wonder if our top cut players have a matchup into Dondozo, and if they don't, this might be Kylan's ticket to go even further than last year.
Yeah, I guarantee our top cut players are rethinking their Dondozo
100%.
matchup right now. Absolutely. But I think what's really interesting is that, you know, I think a lot of players in Regulation H, especially once Dragonite became so powerful and so common, started thinking, oh, I have Haze on Dragonite. Of course that means I have a Dondozo matchup. All I have to do is use Haze. We saw some really powerful plays from Kylan in that match, focusing down the Dragonite with that final Gambit Annihilate, just to wipe it off the map. So could not use Haze ever, and clearly Kylan has been really focusing on how to counter the Haze Dragonites that are all over the field.
Yeah, and I think it's actually impossible to have Dragonite survive a final Gambit, especially after if you're able to somehow get a little bit of chip damage on there with an extreme speed. I don't think you need it, but if you're like worried, you have that option.
Yeah, really cool tech there from Kylan to go for the Annihilate, and that Annihilate also has Stealth Rock, so it gives you that sort of pseudo hazards ability like we saw in the earlier Dondozo metas.
That's so wild.
Which were the slower Toxic Spikes Glamora version. I believe it was Yuki who in the Oceania International Championships in 2023 then popularized Mortal Spin to get those poison ticks onto your enemy Pokemon as the Dondozo player. So getting to mix both of those styles, that was the more stally Dondozo. This is clearly a more offensive Dondozo, especially with the Steel Terra and the Heavy Slam, which I can tell you, I've run that Pokemon before, does a lot of damage.
All right, let's go ahead and move on to Yuma Kinugawa, who is our resident Manual Sun user here in Top Cut. I am really excited to see more of this team in Top Cut, as it's been so cool to see our secondary mascot giveaway Pokemon, LAIC 26 Tailwind, The eyes are actually ones.
Eyes are ones.
Build up kind of a hero story this weekend, as being able to set Sunny Day after any switches have been, sort of processed in the game turn order has really enabled Typhlosion to have its moment right now in VGC, and not just in the best of one formats that we've seen for VGC. And when you pair it with a Pokemon like the Ursaluna Blood Moon with Life Orb, with normal terastallization, it just does so much damage. You really have to worry about your plan, because if you plan for one and you don't plan for the other, then you're going to be caught in a really tough spot.
Yeah, you're caught in a pincher move right there. And I really have to say, because we've seen two other competitors use this variant of a version of this team, but they all had different 6th Pokemon.
Yep.
So the Yuma Kinugawa on your screen has the Flamigo there. We also saw Luca Terabelli, who had the Incineroar, that offensive Incineroar with 3 attacks and Clear Amulet, and Ali Dakika from Brazil had the Annihilate with safety goggles as that 6th Pokemon. Clearly, Kinugawa being the only one in top cut, the Flamigo was clearly the reason why, right? Got so many cool options.
I was going to say, Flamigo hits kind of a sweet spot between the close combat as a pure offensive option. You have the scrappy ability, so you can hit any Ursaluna, regardless if they terastallize into a ghost type or not. Not so much relevant with the Blood Moons everywhere, but could have been relevant if it was a normal Blood Moon or normal Ursaluna weekend. But then you also have support with Feint and with Wide Guard, so you can't safely click Protect in front of the Eruption, in front of the Blood Moon or Hyper Voice, if there is the risk of your Protect breaking because of Feint. And then if you are facing off against another Eruption user, another Hyper Voice user, you have Wide Guard to provide that support as well. So it's a lot of like team sheet intimidation with this Flamigo, but again, when you're playing high-level Pokemon, that really is enough to make your opponent second guess, and that can be enough to give you the openings to get an advantage.
Yeah, and I really have to highlight the Feint on this Flamigo.
Yes.
It's such a unique thing about this Pokemon is that it has the ability Scrappy and Feint as an attack, which means that even ghost types are not safe to protect in front of any of the powerful Pokemon on Kinugawa's team. So if you're trying to use your Golden Go to protect itself against a Typhlosion, sorry, you're actually going to get blown up by the Eruption and a Feint combination. And I think that's really special and a really cool twist to sort of really punish people who haven't thought through how they want to deal with the Eruption Typhlosion or the Terra Normal Hyper Voice Blood Moon.
All right, so those are going to be our top players for this tournament, but we're going to take a quick break here to get ready for the Top Cut phase. So please stay tuned, everybody. We'll be right back.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet. So when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building. And yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers, and it was really, really cool. They were so cute, and yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
Tell me if we had to start from the beginning once again? Would it be worth it? Retraced every single step that led us to this very moment. Would you do it? Every high and every low, knowing just where the path would go. Every sacrifice we made, would you do it all again so we could stand up here and say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time.
Look, let me take you all back to the scene of just a small town kid who believed. Growing up, I'd throw a ball against the wall and dream of making the league. So when I got to start, I know I really started a team. From the first loss to the first bash, I articulated what the words lacked. On the journey, pushing forward to evolve with my friends, I look back at every battle and I do it again.
Every high and every low,
And again and again,
knowing just where the path would go.
all the way up to victory road.
Every sacrifice we made,
No regrets, so I live for the game.
traitors, let me hear you say, it's our time. We've been waiting so long, feels like forever. Now the moment has come, finally it's our time. We'll remember this day until forever. We can hold our heads high, come stand with me. It's our time. It's our time. It's our time. Every step and every scar, every wish upon a star, built the strength to chase the sun. We faced our fears, refused to run, from humble starts to dreams of glory high. Now our names echo across the sky. It's our It's our time, yeah. It's our time, and we're living it up. You know we came so far, never gave it up. Now take a look at us. Finally, it's our time, and we're living it up. You know we came so far, never gave it up. Now take a look at us. Finally, it's our time.
It's our time, or it was their time, because we have new champions ready for the making here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. It is the top cut of our Video Game Championships Masters Division bracket, and you can see how strong this cut is. And you can see we have 5 players who are already guaranteed into the top 8, and then we have 6 other players who will be competing for a spot to join them.
It's a long path down Victory Road, but for Gabriela Gatti, Juan Salerno, they're already here in the top 8. So that's where our journey will be starting through this bracket. Now, if you want to watch Kylan Van Severen play off against Teotai Masuv, or watch William Brown versus Yuma Kinugawa, or Yuta Tada versus Javier Signorena, make sure to check out our feature match streams. But also, you want to do some multi-window, multi-tab action, because you don't want to miss anything. If you thought the tournament was great so far, it's only going to get better from here.
Absolutely, Gabby, and I am so thrilled that we're going to be able to show all 4 of these top 8 matches here on the main stream, while those play-in matches happen concurrently.
YouTube.com/playpokemon is where you can catch those feature streams. And if you're watching us here, Twitch.tv/Pokemon, YouTube.com/Pokemon is probably where you are. But also, you're also going to be on the stage, because we are ready to go ahead and get this top 8 started.
That's right, and it's time for our top 8, and we are starting it off with Gabriel Agati versus Juan Salerno, 2 of our finest Latin American trainers here competing for a spot in the semifinals. Again, no Latin American trainer has ever won the Latin American International Championships, and it would be incredible to bring it home here this weekend, and these are 2 of the top names to do so.
Well, Gabriel Agati certainly has gotten close to being an international champion in Europe and in North America back in 2023 and 2022. Also was able to win a regional championship last year, and currently has a fantastic resume to match that as well. Got top 16 at Worlds in 2019. His opponent, Juan Salerno, though, no stranger to the regional championship title.
Yeah, no stranger to the regional or special event champion title, and also has made it to the top 4 here in Sao Paulo before, way back when in 2020. And of course, both of these players are often top competitors at the World Championships as well. So I am thrilled that we get to kick off our top cut with these 2 titans.
All right, let's go ahead and jump into team preview for these trainers, as we've been fortunate enough to see them play earlier on, and you can always go back and watch those VODs. Again, youtube.com/Pokemon should have them ready later. But for now, Gabriel Agati, if you're just tuning in, has been using this really unique dual weather team with the Alolan Ninetales and the Politoed to set up whatever weather is most convenient for the matchup. You have the Basculesian with the Choice Scarf and adaptability ability to deal some big damage, and of course, Volcarona with Quiver Dance as well. Lots of utility on this team.
Yeah, lots of utility, and this team is all about setting up either one of those Volcarona or Basculesian for big damage, and then supporting it with Rillaboom and Incineroar, the Pivot Pals, the Fake Out Friends, or the Super Fake Out Brothers, whichever you prefer, or the Alolan Ninetales or Politoed. Each of those 4 Pokemon brings something a little bit different, and really, it is all about that Volcarona, because even that Basculesian is really just there to stop other Volcarona.
Exactly, and I'm so glad that you brought that up, because in this matchup in particular, looking at Juan's team, it's going to be that Golden Go that carries the most damage potential for that team alongside of the Sneasler, and I do think that Volcarona has a very good matchup into both of those Pokemon, provided you can take care of the speed boost that Sneasler would get from grassy terrain and the Unburden ability. You have to watch out for that flying type Terastallization on that Pokemon as well, but what are flying type Pokemon weak to? They are weak to ice type attacks, and without Dire Claw on that Sneasler, it is going to struggle to find the right alignment against the opposing Alolan Ninetales.
Yeah, without Dire Claw on that Sneasler, that means you are really relying on Golden Go to immediately threaten that Alolan Ninetales and prevent it from doing the disruptive things that it wants to do with that Encore and Disable set. This, again, is a pretty classic 6 Pokemon set from Juan Salerno. It is, again, our top 6 most used Pokemon in the tournament, and for good reason, because they are all very good at supporting each other, and each one of these Pokemon in its own way is very capable of suddenly turning on the gas and doing big damage to their opponent.
All right, well, it looks like our players are ready to go here. One thing that I would love to also see from Juan as we get ready for the first turn of this top 8 game would be use of the Ursaluna in particular. I think that Jan provides a very unique pressure in this matchup to force Gabriel to switch his Pokemon around. And if you're trying to set up a game where the Volcarona gets a Quiver Dance or 2 in, if you go for a Jan there and Volcarona has to choose between keeping the boosts or going to sleep, that is going to open up the opportunity for Juan to get some of that momentum back. And like you just mentioned, these are the top 6 Pokemon for a reason. They have so many different ways they can play. They have so many different ways they can adapt. And Juan Salerno is one player who really knows how to adapt to situations.
Absolutely, you have to do that if you're going to succeed at the international level. And here we go, turn 1 of our first game of top 8. It is the Incineroar and that Ursaluna alongside the Basculegion and Rillaboom for Gabriel Agati. So insane value on that Intimidate from that Incineroar.
Not only that, this Ursaluna carries a little secret with it in that it has a water type terrestrialization it can use maybe once this Rillaboom has been intimidated or parting shot another time or just scared off the field.
Yeah, we've seen Gabriel do this before. Switch in the Politoed, go for the terrestrialization on that Basculegion to try and get as much surprise damage out as possible here on turn 1. Last time it was through an Intimidate before as well and into a terrestrialized Volcarona, so it actually didn't do as much damage as Gabriel wanted it to do. This time around, that Basculegion is still intimidated, but there is no terrestrialization here, and the fake out activating the Chilan Berry on Politoed. Unfortunately, you would rather have that happen on a Hyper Voice or a Blood Moon, but for its trouble, Basculegion will get almost a one-hit KO on that Incineroar, activating the Citrus Berry. That Intimidate remains crucial in controlling the power of that Basculegion.
But a very safe target there from Gabriel, avoiding the Ursaluna Blood Moon on the off chance it went for Protect that turn and guaranteeing that you can pivot the Rillaboom right back in.
The Incineroar took a bunch of damage, but it is going to be in threat in the future, and the Rillaboom on that switch in survives the Blood Moon that certainly that Basculegion would have struggled with.
And now, not only that, the Rillaboom was able to drop the Intimidate from that Incineroar at the beginning of the game. It's back on the field, it's at full power, it has the grassy terrain, and it's threatening a huge Wood Hammer into the Ursaluna Blood Moon.
Absolutely, regardless of if it terrestrializes.
Exactly.
There's Incineroar switching out. It is feeling very threatened, staring down this Politoed. That's going to be the Rillaboom switching in for Juan, and Ursaluna under threat of that Wood Hammer will protect itself as Rillaboom also just pivoting on Gabriel's side. A perfect call out there, deals so much damage into that Rillaboom on the switch in. And now Gabriel gets to decide what Pokemon does he want to bring out. It is the Ninetales, and of course it's the Ninetales staring down a Rillaboom and a Blood Moon Ursaluna that just protected. And now, Rillaboom, you are stuck in here with this Ninetales.
So maybe you can fake out one more time, but unfortunately your pal in the back of your party will not be able to substitute in for you to dodge any threat of a Blizzard from the Ninetales. Ninetales could also opt to try and go for an Encore here. You know, we did just see a Pokemon use Protect, and it's always a little bit tempting to go for that, but I do think that if Gabriel tries to land an Encore at this point in time, it's a little bit risky. It's not necessarily
still got the fake out.
Exactly. Like, you don't have to go for that big of a risk when you have this much of an advantage. You can pretty safely go for Protect here, maybe try and set up a Whirlpool onto the opposing Ursaluna, and that way you know your opponent can't switch next turn, and then you can start going for those Blizzards.
I mean, regardless, you could just go for the Whirlpool on whatever is there and just prevent any of this pivoting happening from the Incineroar or the Rillaboom. This is why the Politoed has been so strong. Fake out connects into the Protect. Gabriel is really excited about that one, getting the call correctly, and Ursaluna is now stuck in this field alongside the Politoed and the Alolan Ninetales as well. And that's the Blood Moon into the Protect as well. Gabriel gets everything on that turn.
I think it's about to get a little chilly in here, and it's about time as the sun
has
been
turned on.
Yeah, the sun has been blazing all day in this convention center, and that's exactly what Gabriel wants at this point in time. Juan could try and go for a double protect here, let the Rillaboom go down, and then the Incineroar can come back in and, you know, provide fake out support, and you could try and wiggle your way around, but Gabriel has such a huge lead, and it's all thanks to Whirlpool and Politoed.
Yeah, and the most important thing about this is, like, the Ninetales has opportunities to go for encores, but really, why bother? You just they're trapped in here with the Politoed. You can just go for the big damage with that Blizzard.
Exactly, and Politoed doesn't even necessarily have to stay on the field at this point. If you switch out, Whirlpool will expire, but one Blizzard is probably all you need at this point.
Yeah, you're at least going to deal big damage to one of these Pokemon and force a Terastallization on the other, as Juan is going to go ahead and decide that the Ursaluna is the more important Pokemon to protect here. Goes for the Water Terastallization on that Pokemon to resist an incoming Blizzard, but Gabriel, recognizing that perfect play, in comes the Rillaboom, tanks that Grassy Glide, and is now ready to punish that Terastallization.
And look at how that Rillaboom goes down on Juan's side of the field. Gabriel now has the Pokemon advantage and keeps the momentum going.
The Earth Power, though, will connect onto Ninetales, so some damage will be traded back onto Gabriel's Ninetales. Both the Ninetales and the Rillaboom are a little bit low, and Juan does have the ability to switch in the Incineroar to start pivoting and getting those Intimidates down onto that Rillaboom.
And that will matter, as now this Ursaluna Blood Moon is still susceptible to that Woodhammer, but instead it's actually going to be the Sneasler coming in, activating the Unburden ability, getting that defense boost with the Grassy Seed. And I think that's a good play here, if only because now the Acrobatics will also threaten the Rillaboom in return.
Yeah, there's certainly a risk that switching in the Incineroar is a little bit too passive.
Exactly.
And you may just want to save that Intimidate for a higher value target like the Basculegion.
Exactly, and after Unburden as well, that Sneasler will outspeed the Alolan Ninetales, so going for another Blizzard, not that you would necessarily want to with these two Pokemon on the field, doesn't feel as comfortable anymore. You also are stopping the threat of an Encore or a Disable from this Ninetales, so you're forcing Gabriel to really be on the back foot once again, and that's how you stop the momentum.
Yeah, and this is actually a really awkward position for Gabriel. The Sneasler is exerting a lot of pressure here. Politoed will switch back in so that there is more risk of trapping to trap the Sneasler and then deal with it as it wants, but the close combat is enough to pick up the KO onto the Ninetales. Politoed switching in removed the defense buff of the snow on that Pokemon, and instead, Ninetales goes down, Politoed switches in, and will have to tank this Blood Moon from the Ursaluna, and does not have its berry to reduce the damage because it was blown by the fake out earlier.
But look at how much damage it ended up doing regardless.
Imagine if it had the berry.
I know. I mean, that's great information for Juan going into a potential Game 2 or Game 3, but still, the Politoed is known to be one of the more bulkier, if not the bulkiest rain setter in the format. And this is why you want to run it, because you can tank those hits and you can pivot yourself into positions where Politoed can afford to take damage on the switch.
All right, well, here comes the Basculegion alongside the Politoed. So now the rain is going to be powering up that Basculegion significantly alongside the Terastallization. But the Sneasler is still going to be the fastest thing out on the field because of that Unburden boost. And that means that Juan is going to be able to swing and does still have the option to continue to switch in that Incineroar now that the Whirlpool trap was broken earlier.
Exactly, and this Basculegion is also susceptible to a close combat from this Sneasler, as it's no longer a ghost type. This Basculegion really is the most powerful attacker that Gabriel has left, so he has to be very smart in how he plays it moving forwards.
Well, Sneasler recognizes that it is a top threat here, goes for a Protect and gets the Protect on the Basculegion, which whiffs that Wave Crash right into it. That means that Politoed, though, is going to go for a Perish Song and start saying, hey, you've got to start switching around or you're going to have to deal with my Politoed or something, because when the Perish Song ends, the slowest Pokemon on the field will be the last Pokemon to faint. And you know what? I think Gabriel would be totally happy for these two Pokemon to be gone from one side.
Exactly, but it is worth noting that the Ursaluna is actually the slowest Pokemon on the field. So you definitely want to consider getting the Sneasler out of there, and it's possible that with the rain, with the terrestrialization and the adaptability ability on that Basculegion, Flip Turn could threaten a one-hit knockout after the defensive drop as well from the close combat. But if the Ursaluna, hypothetically speaking, is on the field when Parasonic Song expires and Gabriel doesn't switch out his own Pokemon, that's now a win condition for Juan.
Yeah, it could be in the future. These Pokemon counts are still at 3 each, so they are able to switch out unless Politoed is able to start trapping things with that Whirlpool.
Exactly.
But Juan has the pressure here with that Sneasler.
He does, and it's such an interesting board state because Gabriel was the one who set it up himself.
Absolutely, but Gabriel just using that Parasong likely to try to force a switch at some point out of these Pokemon and regain some momentum so that Basculegion could maybe get a little bit safer, but this Rillaboom is just taking a close combat on the switch, and that is a KO, and that's going to force the Basculegion out regardless. So no hiding from this damage from the Sneasler for Gabriel.
And unfortunately, Politoed cannot hide from its own song. But this Weather Ball will do a one-hit knockout onto that Sneasler.
Okay. Well, now there is the win condition for the Ursaluna to be knocked out, but likely the Basculegion, being Choice Scarf, isn't going to have an opportunity to do that, and having the terrestrialization already, Incineroar should be able to help its buddy Ursaluna clean this one up.
Yeah, what a great end game from Juan. I think we talked about this earlier, being able to utilize the team's pivots and the little things that make this team important to his advantage to find the openings. Sneasler coming in at the right time, being faster than the Alolan Ninetales, was exactly when the tide turned for Juan. Now he can use Fake Out, attack with the Ursaluna, and then follow it up with 2 attacks, and that Basculegion male should go down.
Absolutely, there's the Fake Out. That's going to be the flinch on Basculegion, and this Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Earth Power cleaning this one up, knocking that Pokemon out, and Juan Salerno from Argentina is going up 1-0 in this best of 3 set. But I think there is a lot to like there if you are a Gabriel Agati fan, as many of the people in our hometown crowd are. I really enjoyed watching the Politoed sort of prevent and block out the pivots coming out from the Incineroar and the Rillaboom. It's just that it didn't seem like Gabriel got enough out of it. Once again, we saw that Basculegion go for a terrestrialization very early on, trying to sneak its KO and miss out on it.
And that's really good information, though, going into Game 2, that you will miss that knockout, because now Gabriel can play around that. I think the other thing that I want to call out was the use of Perish Song on the Politoed, especially after seeing the knockout from the Weather Ball. Perish Song is great, don't get me wrong, but you really want to use it in a 3 versus 2 or a already trapped situation. The fact that Gabriel used it before those conditions were set to try and force Juan to switch, and Juan was just, quite frankly, knew that he already had the game locked up, it just wasn't enough. And I think that you really have to maybe rely on Whirlpool in that end game first if you're going to just make a playstyle adaptation as opposed to a Pokemon one.
Or just go for the KO immediately.
Yeah,
like we saw
exactly.
on that Sneasler a few turns later. If you have the damage, go for the damage. Then Perish Song would be able to deal with those final 2 Pokemon in the back. But that's something that's all information that now Gabriel and Juan both know. So we might expect to see some switch-ups here going into Game 2.
Exactly, and I do think that on paper, Politoed is still a solid pick, because forcing your opponent to not be able to switch, especially when they want to use the pivot pals to their advantage, is always going to be incredibly disruptive.
Yeah, well, here is a big switch-up for Gabriel. That's going to be the Ninetales and a Volcarona. So if there is a Pokemon that can make use of getting some free turns, it is a Volcarona here. That, of course, is going to be matched by Juan going with the Ursaluna and Dragonite on his end, the same lead as Game 1, but instantly threatened by Ice-type damage from this Ninetales.
Not only that, because there's this instant pressure from the Alolan Ninetales, that opens up this opportunity for the Volcarona to sort of feel out the situation, try and get some quiver dances in early on in the game, and we've seen how much that can put you ahead.
Okay, the water terrestrialization once more forced out on the Ursaluna on Juan's side. As soon as the Ninetales hits the field, Juan knows that he has to go ahead and protect that Pokemon. Gabriel will go ahead and protect the Volcarona here, knows that the only option for Dragonite to deal damage is into that Pokemon. The Blizzard deals a lot of damage, but the multi-scale really helping out there. High value protect. The Dragonite is unable to do anything here, and that puts Tailwind at risk, and a double whip into the protect from Juan. Volcarona is happy to stand in front of these Pokemon and say, come at me.
Not only that, the fact that Juan wants that Volcarona gone could be some incredible information for Gabriel on what Juan has in the back. For now, though, another Blizzard from this Ninetales feels very safe. You do still have the Focus Sash activated. You know that the Dragonite is still going to be slower, as Scale Shot did not connect and did not give it that speed boost, and that is exactly why Juan is forced to switch here to send in something like an Incineroar who can take that attack way better.
Yeah, Incineroar is definitely going to be able to take a Blizzard way better, as well as a Heat Wave potential from Volcarona, but Gabriel is actually just showing an instant terrestrialization to go for the other offensive option on the Volcarona. Wants to make sure that he has access to Fairy-type damage against both of these Pokemon, potentially also to threaten the Dragonite as well. Another Fairy-type means that that Dragonite is not really a threat at all. Both the Ursaluna and Incineroar do have to take this Blizzard on the switch-in as the Terra Blast connects onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, dealing good damage. Another Blizzard and another Terra Blast would be more than enough to KO that Ursaluna. But as you mentioned, going for the Yawn. So Gabriel knowing can't just go for Quiver Dances here if this Pokemon is just going to get put to sleep.
And this is the perfect opportunity now to get a different Pokemon on the field for Gabriel that can potentially return and intimidate. There is no downside to switching out this Volcarona, as other than the terrestrialization, which is very beneficial like you just called out, you have not invested any Quiver Dances. You've only really done damage from this Pokemon.
You are going to lose your Grassy Seed boost, but by terrestrializing into the Fairy typing, not a lot of threat on Juan's side that you have to be worried about there. And with the Incineroar in the back, getting the Intimidate down onto the Incineroar and any other potential physical attackers in the future, will have an ability to potentially come back in pretty safely. There's the Flare Blitz that comes out into the Incineroar, protecting the Volcarona as Encore connects onto Ursaluna into Yawn. So this Pokemon will no longer be able to fire off those Blood Moons or Earth Powers and will be stuck yawning for the foreseeable future.
The Incineroar is more than happy, though, to rely on its Pivot Pal to avoid being put to sleep at the end of the turn. That's the downside to utilizing Yawn as your move that puts Pokemon to sleep, as it takes a turn to activate. It's not like Sleep Powder, where the accuracy is the downfall, or Spore, where unless your name is Smeargle, you're going to be using on a Pokemon that's typically very slow. This Incineroar doesn't have Parting Shot, but or this Incineroar does have Parting Shot, so this is the perfect opportunity to weaken the Ursaluna alongside of it.
Yeah, and Encore comes out onto the Incineroar, locking it into Flare Blitz, which is going to deal decent damage to the Ninetales, and with a burn, starts putting a timer on that Pokemon. Can negate that somewhat by getting the Rillaboom in for grassy terrain, but another Yawn is just going to fail into the Incineroar. And the slow Incineroar with the Parting Shot will drop the special attack of that Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is already weaker than we're used to seeing because it's the Leftovers variant, not the Life Orb.
And I'm so glad you called out the fact that the Incineroar is the slower variant, because that is key to keep in mind with how these Incineroar will interact. If we get into a Parting Shot situation where they're both Parting Shot each other, you want to be the slower Parting Shot so your drops stick.
And I actually love this Encore into the Incineroar. It all makes sense now. That prevented a Parting Shot from coming out, which means that there is no fake out pressure, so this Ursaluna is not going to be able to protect itself from getting Disable Encore.
Or it will be forced to switch out, at which point you can deal some damage with Blizzard, or maybe even try and fire a Terra Blast into that spot.
Yeah, and that also opens up free space for the Volcarona to start buffing itself, and Rillaboom is forced to switch into a Ninetales and a Volcarona. That feels really, really bad. And actually, the Grassy Seed had not been activated yet, and it's only on the switch-in that Volcarona Volcarona is able to get that defense boost. The disable will fail, but it did force out the Ursaluna, and now Volcarona is starting to dance.
And getting that boost in defense right before you're the potential target of a Flare Blitz as a now Fairy-type Pokemon. What incredible timing!
Wow. Perfect timing there on the disable and on the Encore previously. Really well played, really heads-up play. That's such a complex interaction to think about when you're using a Pokemon like Ninetales.
You do have to worry now about the threat of Fake Out onto either the Ninetales or the Volcarona, but Volcarona with the Flame Body ability carries the threat of burning any Pokemon that isn't a Fire type that makes contact with it. So overall, the Rillaboom on Juan's side of the field probably wants to avoid attacking this Volcarona altogether.
Yeah, most likely wants to avoid it. And also, you have the boost on the Quiver Dance, so you're threatening damage right now from a Heat Wave. The Terrestrialization was already forced, so there's no way for Rillaboom, except for faking out the Volcarona, to stop that from happening. And even if it does, it just got intimidated, so there's really no risk of damage on this Volcarona, which is why the Incineroar has to switch out and the Ursaluna comes back in.
It certainly will be able to take this Heat Wave a lot better, but good information for the future. Rillaboom was able to hang on.
It was able to hang on, but with the defense boost and the Intimidate, Volcarona is actually able to tank that Woodhammer pretty well out of Grassy Glide range, and the recoil damage has dealt significant damage back to the Rillaboom, and now this Ursaluna is out on the field, and that means that there could be yawns, but it's now at a point where it is at about 55% of its health, and Terra Blast with that boost may be enough to get it close. With a double up on the Incineroar, definitely.
A lot of times these leftovers Ursaluna Blood Moons, especially when grassy terrain is still active on the field, will take a moment to protect, to try and recover some health back. But I worry that if Juan decides to go for that move, that's just going to give Gabriel the opportunity to pivot his own Rillaboom in and once again start to threaten that Pokemon.
Yeah, but there's no need to even worry about that because fake out pressure from Incineroar means that this Ursaluna just isn't going to get to move. Juan is forced to retreat Rillaboom for the Incineroar of his own because he needs to be able to deal some damage back to this Volcarona. There's the Protect coming out from Ursaluna. The Fake Out will whiff into the Protect, but this Incineroar is not going to enjoy taking a Terra Fairy Terra Blast on the switch in from a +1 Volcarona.
It connects, and it's going to bring that Incineroar down into the red. Not quite enough for a knockout there, but certainly quite enough to make Juan think carefully about his next moves, as even though there hasn't been a Pokemon knockout yet in this match, the damage is really starting to add up on Juan Salerno's side of the field.
Yeah, the only Pokemon that's actually doing okay right now is that Blood Moon Ursaluna that's been able to recover so much health. That Dragonite, remember, took a Blizzard at the very start. That Rillaboom took a Heat Wave, and now after that Incineroar took that big Terra Fairy Terra Blast. The Citrus Fairy helped a little bit, but it's definitely within another Terra Blast range.
Even though the Ursaluna Blood Moon has all that health, though, it doesn't have the offensive power to match. Without the Sneasler that Juan brought in game number 1, there is just no offensive momentum now that this Volcarona has gotten that single Quiver Dance up. Juan has to target down that Pokemon if he wants his way through this match, and that's exactly why Gabriel's protecting it.
Yeah, and that's exactly why Gabriel gets just this easy free turn of grassy terrain recovery. Another double up into the Protect. We've seen this over and over again on these Volcarona teams. They are so threatening that you are forced to target it, because if you ever let that Pokemon get a swing at you, then you might just lose the game right then and there.
This parting shot, though, will make it that much tougher for the opposing Ursaluna Blood Moon to find that damage, and also give the Rillaboom the opportunity to find that alignment, that chance to go for another Wood Hammer into that spot unintimidated. Now, Juan could switch out the Blood Moon Ursaluna once again to something that can take that attack better, but what do you switch into? Do you switch
anything?
Do you switch into your own Rillaboom, who's already taken damage and could just have to take a Heat Wave? Do you switch into the Dragonite, who's already taken a ton of damage? not a lot of options left.
Yeah, not a lot of options left for Juan on this game. Gabriel is doing a great job of just removing all of Juan's agency. Gabriel has been in control for a while in this game, ever since that Ninetales was able to successfully get those encores off and really stall out everything Juan was trying to do. Juan brings in the Dragonite here, but it's actually just going to take a Terra Blast on the switch-in. So a sacrificial Dragonite here to potentially get an Intimidate down onto the Rillaboom on Gabriel's side, because the Rillaboom is absolutely ready to knock out that Ursaluna with a Wood Hammer.
Exactly, and I think with that KO, it's pretty safe to say that Gabriel, unless something crazy happens, like a critical hit from a Blood Moon on this Ursaluna Blood Moon, Gabriel Agati's has a huge lead and most likely will be bringing us into a game 3, which does make me wonder what exactly Juan is thinking about in terms of adaptations, because I don't think you can leave it all in this Blood Moon Ursaluna's hands if you are assuming that Gabriel will bring the Volcarona. We did not see that in game number 1, and you can see why it was the adaptation in this game number 2, because it has been an absolute force.
And we've been just in a weird, awkward position with your Juan especially. We're kind of just trading protects back and forth. The Blood Moon Ursaluna is back up to basically full health, but so is the Volcarona. All of that damage that Juan was able to get off onto that Pokemon, the damage that Gabriel traded to get those Encores down, is gone.
I think the major difference, though, is that the Volcarona has only gotten boosts, and Juan Salerno's Blood Moon Ursaluna has only gotten stat drops from the parting shot.
And this fake out dodged once again by the Protect, and the Volcarona spending another turn safe from everything, and especially these Blood Moons are being staggered into the Protect as well. The most powerful option that Juan can go for against that Volcarona are just, it's timed such that Gabriel will always have Protect up when Juan also has Blood Moon up.
I love how he's managing all these turns as well, because there's no need to go for another Quiver Dance. He's not taking that risk. And I do feel like a lesser experienced player would have been tempted to try and sneak another Quiver Dance or 2 in. And just having the mastery and the confidence to know, I do not need that. This single Quiver Dance is enough. I just need to keep pivoting my Incineroar, my Rillaboom to keep the pressure on the opposing Ursaluna. That's all I need to win. That is such an incredible call from Gabriel, and it's really exciting to see this play out in real time. Now, it's not quite over yet, but it's still, again, it's just looking so much in his favor right now.
Yeah, definitely looking in Gabriel's favor, but we also have to consider that time may become relevant, as this has been going on for a while now. But Gabriel getting another KO onto that Incineroar with that Terra Fairy Terra Blast means Juan is now down to his final 2 Pokemon. However, there is a world where Juan could set it up such that the Ursaluna Blood Moon with the Leftovers recovery and Grassy Terrain recovery could end the game with more health than another Pokemon on the other side of the field. But as long as Gabriel maintains this Pokemon advantage and is able to find these opportunities, he should be more than capable of just closing this one out, and time may just become an opportunity for him to win.
I was going to say, I mean, we have time. We might as well review the tiebreakers while we're here, as given how this game has gone, you have to wonder if it will come into play for game number 3, or if we're going to see both these trainers just hit the gas. So, you know, while we're here for a moment, let's go ahead and talk about how tiebreakers work in the Video Game Championship Series now. There are 4 Pokemon on the field for Gabriel Agati. There are only 2 remaining for Juan Salerno. The first tiebreaker will be the number of Pokemon remaining. So Juan Salerno needs to find 2 KOs, possibly 3, given how low that Rillaboom is, to even out the Pokemon count. The next tiebreaker would be the percentage of health remaining. So if this Ursaluna was able to keep its health at 100% and the Volcarona would be less than 100%, then Juan Salerno finds the win condition for the game. If Volcarona,
we're 3 ifs deep now.
Yeah, if the Volcarona is also at 100% health, then it comes down to who has the higher HP stat. And traditionally speaking, we obviously don't know how these Pokemon are trained. Ursaluna Blood Moon does have a higher base HP stat in comparison to your average Volcarona. So that has been your lesson. Thank you so much for giving me exactly enough time to review that. Let's go ahead and talk about game number 3.
Let's go into game number 3. Juan, I think may have been going over, wanted that refresher on the tiebreaker as well. And got his information, and is ready to go to game 3.
I'm happy I could help.
Absolutely. Good job, Gabby. And I love that Juan was taking that time to think about it. Obviously, Juan was on the back foot for a while there. He tried to find some ways back into the game, but when you have this time, you do have the ability to start planning for game 3.
Exactly. And that's what makes it so difficult sometimes, especially when you're watching a game like this. I think a lot of people at home are like, y'all, it's over. You know, why don't we go ahead and get to game number 3? But if you know that you only have like a minute and a half in team preview, you know, it's not like you can just sit at the team selection screen and spend 5 minutes trying to decide what song you want to listen to during the game. You might as well utilize the turns remaining, the 45 seconds you're given to select your moves, in addition to the animations, the switch times, all of that extra time to think through your game plan.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Juan was doing there. And now we head into game 3. And it really felt like Gabriel had won that on turn 1, getting the Dragonite and Ursaluna matched up against the Volcarona and Ninetales. This time around, Juan adjusts. It's the Incineroar and Ursaluna against the Volcarona and Ninetales, not that Dragonite that frankly did 0 in game 2.
So already Juan Salerno has a huge advantage with the pressure of fake out from that Incineroar, but Gabriel Agati has the perfect response. You can just protect twice this turn, see what the Ursaluna Blood Moon does. If it goes straight for a Blood Moon into the Volcarona, even better.
Even better. And of course, fake out open. If Juan does go for the fake out, that opens up threat of Encore to lock that Incineroar into that attack. So there's a very safe double protect here. Juan will go for the fake out onto the Ninetales, so just trying to see what this Ursaluna is going to do. It was the Blood Moon, so the Blood Moon is now once again timed with the protect on Volcarona.
There's also an interesting option from this Ninetales. You could Encore the fake out like you mentioned. You could disable the Blood Moon if you're worried about a water type terrestrialization, or you could just utilize Blizzard if you think there is going to be a Rillaboom switching in. Now, we saw Gabriel play very safely in that game number 2, especially around the usage of the Volcarona, and I think moving forwards he needs to keep that safety in play to keep that momentum again, and Juan Salerno already forced to respond. Not a turn 1 terrestrialization, but still essentially the same board state we saw in game number 2.
Yeah, but that's kind of an uh-oh moment with the Ursaluna going for the terrestrialization. That means that the Incineroar did not go to switch out. That means that this Heat Wave is only going to connect onto a water type and a fire type, and of course it misses the Ursaluna to begin with. So there is just damage coming out from the Flare Blitz on Incineroar. Juan is not threatened by that Encore at all, goes straight for damage, realizes that he needs to make an aggressive play and stop reacting to Gabriel's abilities. And now the Yawn is down on the Volcarona, and it will have to switch out or else it will go to sleep. And with no boost, Volcarona doesn't want to be here.
But it looks like Gabriel is comfortable making the same play we saw in game 2, encoring that Ursaluna into Yawn so it can't do damage.
Crucially, the Ursaluna being removed as a damage source does help Gabriel regain some of that momentum. But here goes the Incineroar once again on the field, getting the Intimidate down onto Juan's Incineroar, so making sure that that Pokemon is not going to be able to deal as much damage. Previously, we had Juan stick around for the Flare Blitz, but this time it's just the parting shot, so it's going to get out of here and not be stuck on the field, giving up that momentum to Gabriel.
I think if there is another Pokemon adjustment here from Juan, and honestly, now that I'm saying it, even if there isn't, I would be very curious to see the Rillaboom. Okay, there it is, the Sneasler. I was like, how do you set up the Sneasler for success? This is it.
Sneasler comes in against the Incineroar, which does have fake out pressure, but is not intimidated at all, and also has the ability, the Ninetales has just been yawned by the Blood Moon Ursaluna, so it will have to switch out or else fall asleep, and Sneasler has Swords Dance, loves a free turn.
Loves a free turn, and not just that. Even though it hasn't activated Unburden yet, because the Ninetales has to decide between staying in and switching out, staying in and going to sleep and switching out, it really does give the Sneasler the opportunity to set up, to feel confident in its placement. And if Gabriel does decide to switch in his own Rillaboom, he's going to be boosting the defenses of that Sneasler and also giving it a speed boost. This is a very costly play for Gabriel, and it's going to have to pay off, because if not, and Juan calls this and does go for the Sword Stance, this is going to be such a huge leap in his favor.
There's Rillaboom switching in for the Ninetales, activates the grassy terrain, which activates the grassy seed on Sneasler. Juan is reaping all of the benefits of this grassy terrain right now. Gets the defense boost, gets the unburden boost, and finally switches out the Ursaluna for himself. That is going to be the Incineroar coming back in to get an Intimidate down onto both of the Rillaboom and Incineroar on Gabriel's side. High value Intimidate. Fake Out will connect onto the Sneasler, but that's okay. There's no threat of damage back to that Pokemon, and Juan, if the Fake Out had not come through, could have taken a huge advantage.
There still is another fake out though, and that's something that Gabriel has to go for. There's nothing scaring the Sneasler off the field. You can just hang out here for a couple turns until it is time to go for that Swords Dance, Acrobatics, Close Combat. Honestly, all of those look pretty great.
Yeah, they all look good to me, and Gabriel goes for the Terrestrialization on the Incineroar to protect itself from a fake out, as well to protect itself from a close combat from Sneasler. Gabriel has decided, I'm not getting any value out of Terrestrialization on any of my other Pokemon. Let me just get this Incineroar through this turn and we'll reevaluate from there. But that's the Swords Dance coming out from the Sneasler. Fake Out onto Rillaboom opened up the opportunity here. Parting Shot will try to start controlling the attack here, but because Swords Dance boosts 2 stages, it's still going to be at +1, and in order to try and keep that under control, that Incineroar is going to have to keep switching in and out, and every time that happens, there's a risk of damage on every other Pokemon.
There's an easy switch for Gabriel, though. Certainly you have to make a tough decision right now. Do you send in the Ninetales, risk breaking the Focus Sash next turn, or do you send in the Volcarona? You do get the defensive boost, but you're already at down half your health. But the following turn, you don't have to worry as much about the Acrobatics connecting with that Rillaboom at least, because Incineroar feels like a decent switch into that spot. And then you also mitigate that final attack boost from the Swords Dance, so not the worst way that could have played out for Gabriel, but still on the back foot. Ninetales really only offers encore support in this scenario.
So awkward.
Blizzard's not going to be doing the damage you need to turn the tides.
And Ninetales was also forced out onto the field as soon as snow ended.
Exactly.
So there's both no defense boost and there's no 100% accurate Blizzard. That's going to make Ninetales feel really weird about being out on the field right now, potentially locking into an Encore or a Disable to try and disrupt what Juan's got going. But in a complete reversal from Game 2, Juan is in the driver's seat right now. He is absolutely controlling this match.
And it's all because of that Sneasler. It's such an incredibly powerful Pokemon, especially when you're relying on the pivot pals. You have to respect it, and Gabriel is really struggling to respect it right now.
Now, this Ghost-type Incineroar, like you mentioned, kind of feels safe to switch in, although it does have to worry a little bit about potential knockoffs coming out from the opposing Incineroar. Ninetales will get the Disable off onto Sneasler, which means that they will no longer be able to use Acrobatics. That makes Rillaboom a little bit safer, but the knockoff will connect onto the Ghost-type Incineroar on the switch-in. Not enough to pick up a KO, but the combination of that Acrobatics and that knockoff has dealt a lot of damage to that Pokemon, and you need those Pokemon healthy to get those pivots.
Without the defense drop from a close combat, though, that turn, the Sneasler, I think, is going to stick around even longer. And yes, you can't use Acrobatics anymore, but close combat into that Ninetales or into a Pokemon that switches into the Ninetales is still looking pretty great for Juan. You have to worry about the Volcarona coming in and maybe a Flame Body activation starting to ruin your plans towards victory. And I do think that's a win condition that Gabriel has to start thinking about, given the Pokemon that Juan has remaining. But Juan is just getting closer and closer to that top 4 placement here at the Latin America International Championships.
Okay, well, this is a great opportunity for Gabriel. However, there is no switch from Juan, which means that Ninetales can lock the Incineroar into a knockoff. And of course, the Volcarona switching in means that it has used up its grassy seed, so this knockoff is dealing very little damage. Additionally, because the Sneasler has had the Acrobatics disabled, Volcarona has finally found an opportunity in this game to get a free turn.
And that free turn has to be used effectively. You want to get some damage on the field. You need to start evening up the score.
Absolutely, and you can see Gabriel knows that he has to start getting some damage down, even if it's not 100% accurate.
Blizzard and Heatwave, they can be your friends.
They can also be your frenemies.
Let's just hope that Gabriel gave his Pokemon plenty of sandwiches before this battle.
There is still very safe switch in here from Juan. The Incineroar can absolutely switch out here and bring in the Ursaluna instead, which has been terrestrialized into that water typing. We'll be able to absolutely resist all of these attacks while Sneasler just goes for a Swords Dance. Make sure that it wants to be able to deal as much damage as possible, but in the future turns, but it has to get through this turn first. The Heat Wave will miss one of Juan's Pokemon. That is the Ursaluna, so Sneasler still hangs on, but took a lot of damage on that turn.
I love the Sword Stance from Juan in that turn, because if Sneasler is able to outlast this Disable, which it should be able to protect this last turn, it will, or this couple of last turns, it will be able to deal so much damage. And that is something that Gabriel has to deal with. Now, there's a little bit of a guessing game here, as I do think that Sneasler could go for a protect this turn, or could just go straight for a close combat plus an attack from that Ursaluna Blood Moon into the Ninetales to pick up the knockout into that spot and get the Pokemon advantage. It's all just going to come down to reads.
Well, the read right now for Gabriel is, I want to see what you're going to do.
Which is a very safe play to make when there is so much on the line.
Yeah, that's a double protect. Close combat was going to try to target down the Ninetales from Juan's side. Of course, it does have +2 because it took that extra Swords Dance. And the Earth Power double up, Juan is trying to remove this Ninetales from the field.
Now, though, with the Protect from Gabriel, that does ensure Juan can protect the Sneasler this turn. No more Disable.
No more Disable. The Disable will be free.
It's a really great spot for Juan. Again, that Sword Stance just paying off dividends. Could play a little bit risky here if he wanted to go for a second one, but we've seen players get punished for being greedy time and time again. I think you just have to play it safe here. Go for the Protect. And that's exactly why we see Gabriel get the Fake Out back on the field once more.
Yep.
And he went for the attack.
Switch. Goes for the attack onto the Incineroar. If this Ursaluna doubled up, there is a chance that it could pick up that damage, but the Sneasler has gone down. That's a huge Pokemon removed from the field for Gabriel. The Earth Power will connect onto the Incineroar, so Juan did cover for the potential of a switch in there to take out both the Incineroar or the Volcarona had it stayed in.
The Ursaluna Blood Moon, though, still looking incredibly threatening on Juan's side of the field, recovering up all of that health to Gabriel's advantage. He does still have that Rillaboom available, and that's exactly why we see Juan switching the Incineroar, and that's why Gabriel does not send in the Rillaboom just yet. Your next play to keep yourself in the game is to find a way to get Rillaboom on the field, either unintimidated or unincineroared.
Yeah, unintimidated or unincineroared.
I mean, it's one of the two.
Challenge,
yeah.
The challenge of Regulation H, and any regulation with Incineroar in it.
I mean, even if you do manage to get the Rillaboom on the field when Incineroar is already present, you run the risk of getting parting shotted. So there is still plenty of options here for Juan, and I think keeping the Ursaluna Blood Moon safe in the back is exactly what you want to see, and we get finally the reveal of that last Pokemon.
Yeah, it definitely was going to be the Rillaboom with the Sneasler and Incineroar here. So finally, Juan has forced to reveal the Rillaboom as Ninetales protects itself. Gabriel is reading that Juan is very afraid of the Ninetales, or again, just wants to see what Juan is going to do. Again, we did mention this in the previous match, maybe a little bit more relevant here. If we're going to see some of these double protect turns, time may become a major factor of the end game of this match.
For now, though, there's still a lot of interesting options in play for both of these trainers, as once again, we are looking at a situation where Gabriel can go for a Blizzard or a Heat Wave to threaten that Rillaboom. If Rillaboom risks the Fake Out into the Volcarona, a Flame Body activation could be absolutely devastating. And honestly, even an Encore from that Ninetales could be enough to open up the game for Gabriel, as if the Incineroar is locked into Fake Out, that ain't parting shot.
Yeah, Fake Out ain't parting shot. Doesn't do anything. There's the Rillaboom going for the fake out, finally connects, finally finds a target, connects on to the Ninetales, but that means it will take this Heat Wave from Volcarona. Deals a little bit over half to the Rillaboom, and a critical hit onto the Incineroar deals a little bit more chip damage than expected, while the Flare Blitz will finally knock that Ninetales off of the field. So Gabriel is now forced down to his final 2 Pokemon, and that will be the Rillaboom and Volcarona. And for now, the key Pokemon on Juan's side that Gabriel is going to need to get rid of at ASAP is that Incineroar, which is looking really scary into these final 2 Pokemon.
Rillaboom on Gabriel's side of the field is running U-turn over high horsepower, which would be great into the opposing Rillaboom, and decent into the opposing Incineroar, but overall not going to be as helpful as a higher base power attack. Rillaboom is in a very tough position here as another Flare Blitz from Juan's own Incineroar is going to be doing a huge amount of damage to that Pokemon, and Volcarona, really this Heat Wave is not going to do enough to match that.
Okay, and the Pokemon that Juan needs to get rid of right now is the Rillaboom, so you can see the targeting there.
Yep.
The Heat Wave will miss Incineroar, but knocks out the Rillaboom. So getting that Pokemon off the field will bring the Blood Moon Ursaluna back out onto the field. But in a preview, the claws of Incineroar are out for Rillaboom. That's a KO, and Juan has gotten the Rillaboom off the field. Just this Volcarona is not going to have the damage against this Incineroar and this Blood Moon Ursaluna with the yawn. That's going to be Juan Salerno advancing to the quarterfinals.
Showing us just exactly why his 6 Pokemon on his team are the 6 most popular Pokemon here this weekend. They are so powerful. There are so many different ways you can run them. You can adapt to any strategy that your opponent has, and what incredible adaptation that we saw from him.
Chance of Juanpi breaking out in the crowd.
It's beautiful to see the support for these hometown hero trainers. Juan Salerno, again, just coming off of a top 4 in Gdansk just a couple of weeks ago, finding himself here top 4 at the Latin America International Championships.
Yeah, a familiar position for him. Of course, he had made it back to the quarterfinals since making it back in 2020, and you can see just how much this means to Juan. It has been a real grueling tournament so far, and to go up against a player like Gabriel Legati in that kind of like slug match, like that beat down, throw down of the balance, like big balanced Pokemon, Incineroar, Rillaboom, pivoting all over the place, finding your moments, incredible stamina to make it through 3 games of that.
But Juan was really able to find the driver's seat in that game number 3. And again, it really came down to the Pokemon adaptation of the Sneasler and not being afraid to go for that second Swords Dance when the acrobatics was disabled, because that one move alone was enough to force his opponent to respect that Pokemon a lot more, and that opened up the opportunity, I think, for him to start, okay, I know you're going to have to deal with this. This allows me to use this other slot so I can handle this, and really just felt like it gave him some breathing room, which he clearly needed.
Yeah, absolutely. I would need that breathing room as well after a match like that, for sure. The people in this auditorium, in this stadium, are excited about Juan Salerno making it into our semifinals, and we are too. This is, again, we knew there was going to be a Latin American representative in the quarterfinals with both Gabriel Legati and Juan Salerno being lined up in the top 8. A Latin American trainer has never won this tournament, has never won an international championship and kept it here in Latin America. And I know they are champing at the bit to get this one home.
I would be so excited if this was finally the year.
I believe.
I want to believe.
Then do it.
Okay, I will. I can. Wait, I can't.
It's a choice. You can make choices.
Great.
Yeah.
No, I want to commend Gabriel Legati as well. That game number 1 from him, I think, was just really a masterclass in what this team can do, and really the creativity he had coming into this tournament. Seeing the Politoed try and just find those openings, using that Whirlpool, that Parasong didn't quite work out the way that he wanted it to in the end, but was able to completely run a different mode of the team in game number 2, which was also just really cool to see. That takes a lot of knowledge and a lot of skill to be able to pivot so aggressively in the middle of such a high-stakes match.
Absolutely. These are not easy games to play. They are, in fact, incredibly difficult. And these players have already played 4 rounds of Swiss today, and now into the Top Cut, where each match is an elimination match. It is really incumbent on these trainers to stay focused, and it's really difficult to. And I'm always so impressed by our trainers who are able to do so. And kudos to Gabriel Legatti for making it this far. Kudos to Juan Salerno for making it into the semifinals, and an incredible display of his decision-making and his board game awareness.
Oh, this is so exciting. I'm sorry, I'm just like soaking it in. You can still hear the crowd cheering a little bit for him as well. And I'm sure they're going to cheer even more as we are ready to go to the stage to talk to the man himself, Juan Salerno, our first quarterfinalist here in Sao Paulo.
Thank you very much. We have got our first semi-finalist of the 2026 Latin American International Championships, Juan Salerno! Huge congratulations, Juan. You are in the semi-finals, my friend. How are you feeling so far?
No, me siento muy bien. Allá quedé top 4 en like hace unos años y mi intención este año es terminar la cuestión, así que espero que la suerte me acompañe.
I feel pretty happy about getting here. Just 2 years ago I was top 4 at LAIC, and now I hope to finish the job.
And what a way to be able to go into the semifinals in what felt like the Superclásico de las Américas against Gabriel Legatti. Fantastic trainer, IC finalist, of course, 2 times around. But yeah, that matchup looked very difficult. We saw Gabriel bring that Politoid mode in game 1, but you felt like you had a lot of tools against it. So did you feel confident after that game 1 going into game 2?
Agati es uno de los mejores jugadores del mundo y es un gran amigo y una inspiración para mí jugar con él. Creo que fue un partido cerrado, era muy difícil y que al ser un mirror de balance, quien saque los mejores tradeos iba a ser el que gane.
Agati is a really top player of the world, and is a really close friend, so he was a little nervous about it, but he got it at the end of the day. Sorry.
That's okay, that sounds fine. I mean, exactly that. And I believe you also played against him in Swiss round number 12, so just before going into Top Cut. Were there any big differences between that set and this one?
Como Agati ya estaba en el CAT, no sabía si tomar esos juegos como referencia, pero gracias a que pude jugar con él y me ayudó para que pueda tener el bye y jugar top 8 directo. Así que muchas gracias a Agati, tuve suerte de jugar con él.
He wasn't sure about the matchup, so it was really lucky for him to play him beforehand so that he had an idea of the matchup. Yeah. So thank you, Agati, for that.
No, of course. I mean, it must have been a lot of mind games going into that, of course, but you were able to get through quite well. It was a very close game 3 in particular, and I noticed that you brought the Sneasler over, I think, the Dragonite. Was that the main adaptation that you recognized that you needed to make?
Agati estaba trayendo siempre Ninetales, entonces sentí que Dragonite no iba a hacer un gran trabajo y hablé con Raxen antes de jugar mi match de suizo y me dijo básicamente Sneasel es la clave. Así que gracias Raxen, tus consejos me sirvieron.
Agati was using a lot of Ninetales, so he was sure that Dragonite was not going to help a lot on the matchup. So a friend of his talked to him and said that Sneasel was the key, and thank you to our friend for that.
Of course, and I mean, it really proved to be such a vital piece to his strategy. So, now you are in the semi-finals, my friend. You've come a long way. You've been able to go across the globe so far, early season. I saw you at Lille and Gdansk as well. You had really strong performances. This really feels like it's your year. You've got a good form going. So, what would it mean to you if you were able to win LAIC?
Quiero ser el primer campeón latinoamericano, así que creo que solo me queda un partido hoy. Voy a trabajar duro en el siguiente partido y espero tener la oportunidad de jugar la final mañana.
I would love to be the very first Latin America winner of LAIC, and I only have today one match, so I'm going to prepare for that and hopefully come back tomorrow to play the finals.
That's it. And we believe in you, my friend. One set away, like you said. So, with that being said, we're going to go ahead and let you have some rest. So, before that moment, do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give to anybody in the venue or your lovely crowd as well that were cheering you on, or at home?
No, quiero dar las gracias a Sufi, que ayer me ayudó con el tema de las listas, igual que en Gedanks. Así que bueno, muchas gracias a él. Y quiero decir que le prometí a mis amigos que iba a traerme un Pikachu a este torneo y lo conseguí, así que estoy muy contento.
So I want to thank Sophie for helping with the list, and he promised his friends to take a Pikachu home now, and now that he was able to bring that home, he's really happy about that.
That's it, and there's a lot to be happy about as well. So with that being said, that was just our first semi-finals here at LAIC. Number one player getting ready. We've got more coming up with the quarterfinals continuing. With that being said, we'll catch you very shortly for more action.
is long and tough, and it takes all your heart and soul to keep on going. 夢にたどり着くまで諦められない。 While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? The training has been taking all your life, and you need courage if you want to win the fight. Respect the opposition like a real hero should, then strike. While your passion is the fire, always lighting up above, it's the greatest who will get to lead them all. So do you wanna be legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Do you dream of becoming legendary? So do you wanna be legendary? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win? Have you got what it takes to win?
We're going somewhere, and we're bringing all our friends. Adventure is in the air, and the journey now begins. The radio up and the windows down. Me and my squad will never back down. Gonna show the world how to get that gold. But first things first, baby, let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? Put the pedal to the metal, let the good times roll. Let the good times roll. Are you ready? Are you ready? To put
Hey Pokemon trainers, you are joining just in time for the second top 8 match of the Masters Division of VGC at the Pokemon International Championships here at LAIC. We have just seen our first semi-finalist crowned, and so has locked in a world invite, and that is Juan Salerno, who is our player who has the most championship points in the world.
Yeah.
So very much a deserving world invite already secured.
I know, it's insane the fact that, like you said, #1 globally ranked, and now auto invite straight into Worlds. Fantastic that we're able to reward that to our top 4 when it comes to the international level, but of course, extremely fantastic for Juan himself. Going ahead in what was essentially a Super Clásico de las Americas, essentially the El Clásico between Brazil and Argentina, a rivalry known as old as time, and against with 2 fantastic world-class caliber trainers.
Yeah, it really was. Yeah, it's the same to see Gabriel Agacci kind of get defeated, but obviously making top 8 at LAIC is just an incredible feat in itself. So congratulations to him, and pushing the double weather that we never expected all that way.
I know, it's quite a crazy concept. I think double weather usually doesn't have as much potency as the single weather, because normally you have a couple of different tools in order to mesh together with that certain composition, but clearly, Gabriel showing us good reason why it truly can work instead of that Blood Moon that usually is that 6th slot. And it really proved a lot of dividends. Unfortunately, in that game 1 of the set we just observed, it wasn't able to put in as much work. And that is what we saw Juan sort of try to adapt against in game 2, where Gabriel brought all the heat.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, it was a really back and forward match, wasn't it? Really scary as well, with the setup between Volk and between that Sneasler too. But on your screen, you can see the bracket now and where we are currently at here in our phase 2. We've seen the outcome of a few of our top 16 matches there on your far left, which have been on our feature stream, side stream going on as well. So catch those in your own time, but because we are going to be focusing on our top 8B very shortly as well. So it looks like Yuma has gotten the win, and Teo team as well.
Yeah, we've got such great trainers rising to the fore right now, onwards towards the top 4. And now, top 8, of course, we are going to be featuring Oliver Estelin versus Teo team Maso, 2 of the best and in-form EU trainers are battling it out now in front of our screens. You can see them all prepped and ready to go on the stage. Oliver on the left-hand side, and Teo team on the right.
Yes, so we've seen Teo team a couple of times already for the last 2 days, using that Volcarona setup team that he piloted to 2nd place at the Gdansk Regional Championships, just losing out to Simone Sanvito in what was the mirror, basically. So, but we've seen him also play the mirror throughout these last 2 days, and we've seen him do very, very well. So now, very much deserved to be up here on the big stage in top 8.
Yeah, exactly that. Going up against Oliver, who is a previous season Gdansk regional champion, so being able to accomplish what Teo team was 1 step away from doing so. So who knows, there could be additional layers of competitiveness between both our trainers, but fantastic quality achievements across all the board. We know that Oliver is a previous EU IC finalist, so definitely not a stranger when it comes to this high-level international play.
And here is Oliver's team, the team that's been really shaking up the meta here this weekend, that almost no one's been using, especially including that Venusaur, which we love here this weekend. Obviously, Mega Venusaur being our kind of mascot this weekend. And here is Oliver with all the protagonist energy with that amazing first partner Pokemon. And with a really cool set with it as well. That Dusclops that we've often known back from the Dynamax era.
Oh, yeah.
At risk of sounding a bit too old there. But,
don't worry, I'm there with you, my friend.
Okay, and with a lovely supporting cast, and of course that Torkoal.
Yeah, and I do really like the Dusclops inclusion. We had a bit of a chat on the stage during Oliver's previous interview on the utility of Dusclops being such I'd say, tank in terms of being able to take all of the damage. It's such a good sort of Pokemon to be able to set its own Trick Room up, but then get a bit of self-recovery through the interactions of Pain Split, but also the Nightshade, which deals 50 damage per, of course, the level across the board in the format being 50. And yeah, generally speaking, it's a great way to be able to function and utilize your Trick Room user whilst being able to extend its longevity on the field. And then you've got Annihilate, which is a Focus Sash variant. No Protect to be found, but it does have Taunt.
Yes, it does. And slightly less need for that Focus Sash when you are Ghost type already. You can get around Fake Out regardless too. So it seems like these players can maybe see or kind of really sense the achievements that they're already there and the support that they've got from the crowd, which is amazing to see as well. So yeah, a bit of camaraderie from our trainers there with the fist bump. Looks like we're going to get into it shortly. But first, we need to have a look at Teo Team's team.
Yeah, well played there, my friend. Yes, it is a team composition that we've seen time and time again. Of course, like we mentioned, Teo Team did go up against in what was a pretty much 6-mon mirror. Simone Sanvita Dance seems to be the exact same 6. And Basque Legion Male being one of those Pokemon opted in, as well as the Volcarona for the switches to the regular Lele team composition.
Yeah, 100%. That Basque Legion has been a really big fish amongst the pond of other Pokemon here this weekend, making sure that you're hitting on the special, or the physical side rather, with its really hard-hitting moves.
Some would say it's made a bit of a splash.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, feel free to kind of splash in with a few more of those as well. Sorry, I used your previous one there. Yeah, it's a cheap one.
I like it. But yeah, I think sort of what we're saying is that there's a lot of different ways to be able to protect the king or queen of the hill with all of the supporting partners, the Rillaboom, Incineroar, notorious for their fake out spam, pivot shenanigans, but then also you've got Pokemon such as the Ninetales, which offer a different sort of level of disruption. As make some noise, everybody! We have got Game 1, turn 1 in play. Oliver leading with the Incineroar, Annihilate versus Teo Team's Blood Moon Ursaluna and that Rillaboom.
Okay, so we can see that the grassy terrain is going up first before the Intimidate, confirming that the Rillaboom is most likely faster than Incineroar. Already big information going into this matchup when the two fake-out buddies often want to be using that at the same time there. So Teo Team having a little bit of a good matchup there too. But obviously not into the Annihilate, which can move very much next. And if that's a close combat into the Ursaluna, this could be big.
Yeah, it truly can be, and it seems like it will be. It's not enough, though, to pick up the KO, but it definitely puts it within range of being able to pick off at a later point. But this is leftovers. Ursakin unleashing damage, bringing the Annihilate down to its Focus Sash. Of course, getting a tiny bit of residual recovery at the end of the turn via the grassy terrain, but the most crucial thing here is that you're able to at least expend its item and maybe even position yourself where you can easily pick it off with a grassy glide.
Yeah, so obviously with that massive physical defense, Ursaluna is able to survive. And yeah, a good thing too. And when you're on this leftover set with grassy terrain, as we've seen in previous sets and our last top 8 match with Juan Salerno's Ursaluna, it can heal so much HP across the turn that we may well see this Ursaluna back into the green after a few more turns here, especially if we see maybe a pivot out at some point. So Oliver's got to think about how to reposition here and whatever for what is in the back. Most likely, let's say that Torkoal, that Dragonite looks all really good as well, and the Venusaur has been really popping off for him this weekend too. But here it comes, it's going out, saving itself from that grassy glide.
Yeah, and from Oliver's point of view, you want to be able to position yourself to the point where Trick Room can be set up as long as the big disruptors over on Teo Team's side have been dealt with. And we're seeing the Frisk interaction coming out, of course. The reason why the abilities are utilized is just in case to scout out for any sort of Zoroarks that may be on the playing field. There's a bit more advantage in that interaction. but none to be found here, as we do see Tail Team bringing that Incineroar in and maybe position himself up for a fake out in the subsequent turn as Grassy Glide does pitiful amounts of damage onto what is such a bulky Dusclops, and Oliver going for the pivoting of the Incineroar now.
Yeah, so it makes a lot of sense, but what do you want to get in at the moment? Because Tail Team has switched in another super fake out, bro. Incineroar here instead. So you can kind of continue to slow down the pace of what Oliver's trying to do. But with the double Ghost type, it means that Dusclops is still going to be able to get away with doing something here, but is certainly threatened by the potential of knockoff coming into this turn. Particularly as Torkoal can only go for fire moves if Tail Team were to maybe commit the Terra onto the Rillaboom to the fire type or switch into a water type. Then even if Torkoal is let loose, it's not going to do loads of damage, but at least then you can still pressure this Dusclops. Because either way, if the Dusclops goes to that Terra, getting rid of that Eviolite could make it so much easier to remove from the rest of your team as well, which are basically going to be doing at least 50% more damage onto it. For a Pokemon that can also heal on top of that Pain Split, it is amazing.
Yeah, at the same time, being able to, you know, detract away, or should I say subtract, the health of the target it doesn't lock into, which could be quite crucial in order to be able to get any sort of damage calcs with that Torkoal by its side. But Volcarona switching in right now will be having its Grassy Seed procced, and Oliver trying to reposition as well. Bringing that Incineroar in allows you to not only get Intimidate off of both of what were physical offensive Pokemon, but also have that fake out available. Maybe even go for a very raw eruption in front of Tail Team's Pokemon.
So there is the Terra from the Torkoal, and there is no water type switching in on Tail Team's end here. It's obviously not been brought, so it's only the Incineroar that's going to want to take this damage. But yeah, there's definitely going to be an attack here, but it's going to be a fake out instead. So keep things safe.
I mean, it makes sense because Tail Team wants to make sure that they keep that Torkoal in check, because if you let out a Terra, Fire, Charcoal eruption, it's just going to take so much resource availability from your side, which is definitely not what you want to be able to sort of have to deal with from this resource allocation sort of battle between them both.
It certainly isn't. But you can see there's a missed opportunity there for Oliver to actually set up the Trick Room, which is unfortunate. So Tail Team either reading into that or just knowing, right, I've got a bit of a game plan where I know if Trick Room goes up, I can still try and stall it out with the options that I have.
Yeah, and now the Volcarona on the defensive, most likely going to try to make sure that the Volcarona is the best spot in a place where the Incineroar lowers the damage output of this Torkoal in two ways, not only through a damage, but also through knocking off that Charcoal item, which means it's going to be dealing substantially less damage at the cost of being able to deal, resisted damage onto this Incineroar, which it's going to be able to take quite handsomely with that recovery at the end of the turn. So all of a sudden, Tail Team knows that they're not being pressured since Trick Room is not currently being set up at that point, and they've got the speed advantage.
Yes, exactly. So Tail Team's still in a very nice position because that Dusclops is just still not on the field. Oliver, with those 4 Pokemon, definitely wants to try and get it in at some point to be able to get off that Trick Room once more, because then you can suddenly unleash the damage potential your Torkoal has. Otherwise, you're kind of just relying on Annihilate and Incineroar at the moment, and yet versus the defensive boost on that Volcarona, you might be able to hit past it too hard.
Oh, as Heat Wave does come out in the sun, will deal respectable amounts of damage to both of Oliver's Fire-type Pokemon. Knockoff will now finally be able to get rid of the utility of which is that Assault, but in the sun, Flare Blitz deals so much damage, and most likely with a follow-up here of the Torkoal, it's going to be able to actually pick up the KO into the Volcarona, already getting rid of what has been such a big MVP for Tail Team's sort of strategy and team composition.
Yeah, I was kind of saying, oh yeah, we need to get up Trick Room, okay? Yeah, otherwise the Torkoal does nothing, but it doesn't care. It's just still erupting and doing so much damage despite that.
It's just fire oppression, basically, at this point.
Yeah, love it, exactly. So it looks like maybe Tail Team's kind of anticipating the Dusclops switch, trying to get the Torkoal into position, but yeah, like Oliver's just clicking that big funny button and it's doing some really good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought? But yeah, I mean, that's the sort of thing that you really need to be cautious about when it comes to the Torkoal. You don't want to be able to give it a clean opportunity of attack, even though it doesn't have Charcoal anymore, it's taking damage, it's still picking up the crucial KOs that it needs to.
And now this may be an opportunity to get in Dusclops at this point, because if the Incineroar doesn't target and knock off into the Incineroar, which has already had its item knocked off, then that's quite a read to make, and so it could be a slightly safer decision to swap it in there. And that means on the following turn, Incineroar can come into the other slot and then lower the potential damage from the 2 physical attackers that are on the field currently as well. So it could be a way to kind of position things around. Because the Annihilate, yes, it looks like it may be the fastest thing on the field at the moment, but it still needs to avoid a grassy glide from this Rillaboom, and that requires the grassy terrain to be null and void, which is quite hard to achieve.
Yeah, and it does feel like Tail Team feels the pressure at the moment because obviously they've lost that main sort of setup sweeper from their side, and they need to be able to act to not allow Oliver to go all out as the high horsepower does pick up the K onto the Incineroar just within range, and with that Terrafire combo allows it to be able to take on all of damage output and firepower, should I say, from this Torkoal. Even though it's going to be a heat wave, even though still is sun in effect, it doesn't deal enough damage to be able to threaten Tail Team's double Pokemon in this scenario. And this is quite interesting, David, because we know the Annihilate had its Focus Sash already broken, and the Torkoal is at a point where it's lost so much HP. So Dusclops is going to have to try to carry in terms of trying to better improve the board position for Oliver.
Yeah, it's tricky there. I mean, Dusclops could have come in there, but it was most likely a cover on Teo Team's end where he was going high horsepower and knock off into the same slot, so you deal enough damage still into the Dusclops if it does switch in, and then most likely in the following turn you can still pick up the KO on it as well. So a really tricky position for Oliver, honestly. But now with the Incineroar gone, obviously, you can't switch it into a new to the attack stat anymore without the Intimidate.
And no switch-ins of the Annihilate, maybe as a potential sack in this case, just the safe protect from the Torkoal. You know that you're going to be able to get that Trick Room off if there's no commit of the Taunt, but there is. Tail Team wanting to prioritize no Trick Room being set up at the cost of potentially getting the Incineroar KO'd, but the Nightshade not quite enough to be able to pick it off.
No, not at all. Yeah, you can't, unfortunately, critical hit with Nightshade, given that it always will do 50 damage, or basically the level of the Pokemon is. Now, Trick Room could have gone up there, obviously, if without that Taunt, but the Taunt was such a crucial play there and really safe for Teo Team to kind of do there. So, good call from Oliver to kind of make the most of it, still go for that Nightshade, but it doesn't improve the position loads unless some significant damage starts coming out. But in front of Assault Vest Rillaboom with Terrify and that Incineroar, but look, there's a high horsepower miss.
That is so big, because you want to be able to not only get rid of the Torkoal, but I don't think it would have been enough. The most crucial thing is not allow it to have that much HP pool left for it to be able to go for those oppressive eruption attacks. Although we've got the pivot action going, Ursa Blood Moon has been brought in. The -1 special attack Torkoal will be allowed to get a damage off, but it's not enough as we have the Dusclops following through with the Nightshade, not into the Incineroar slot since it would have guaranteed most likely how low the Incineroar was at. The KO with the Heat Wave, or at least anticipate the pivot, goes for the Rillaboom and deals a good amount of damage there too. So it's all about essentially a battle of attrition in this situation.
Yeah, it is. Now, we've got 2 turns of grassy terrain left. Now, Oliver really needs to get rid of this Rillaboom because we've got a 1 HP Annihilate in the back, and as long as it can avoid a grassy glide, it looks really strong actually into the rest of what Teo Team's got. You've got close combat into either slot. You know the Terra's been already committed, but obviously you can only target 1 slot, so there needs to be Annihilate on 1 HP and another Pokemon still around on the field in this game if Oliver has a chance to clinch it. Now Rillaboom doesn't have Protect, so maybe targeting to this slot again might be able to get it close to being picked up.
Yeah, and at this point, it's actually going to focus in on the Dusclop. They're going for the Grassy Glide, but the Earth Power seems to be the target, trying to pick off the Torkoal, guaranteeing, of course, the KO. But Nightshade at that range is not enough to pick up the Rillaboom. At this point, I think you really pointed out such a strong, you know, sort of win con, or at least the strategy that Oliver's trying to apply. The Annihilate end game after the grassy terrain is no longer on the field because, like you said, it outspeeds everything on Tail Team's side of the field, and that's at the cost of not trying to switch the Torkoal out to bring the sun back in.
Yeah, exactly. So you can see Torkoal's been putting in the work without actually having to switch out yet, because as soon as you switch out, you are really risking any sort of hit into that Annihilate and it will go down. Now, interestingly, Dusclops is no longer taunted, so it can go for that Trick Room. But then that takes away the win condition of the Annihilate. It does make it the Torkoal more of an option, so you can Trick Room and switch your Torkoal out into Annihilate, kind of sack it, then bring your Torkoal in fresh, you get rid of the parting shot drop, you bring the Sun back up, and you might have enough damage from that point too. So it looks like that's what we will be seeing.
Yes, such a good call as well, but it's the fact that Oliver still had a couple of branches of strategies to be able to employ, but had to wait for the situation, but that dealt so much damage from the Rillaboom. This might well just be enough if the Ursaluna does target it down at the cost of the Rillaboom going down itself. So what's going to be the play right here? It is the Blood Moon into the Dusclops. It does get rid of it, but then again, even though Trick Room hasn't been set up, Annihilate is on the field. It's going to get an Intimidate into a Defiant proc whilst being able to be immune to Fake Out and also have the speed advantage outside of Trick Room.
Yeah, 100%, and that is what is really key here at the moment. You've got that Annihilate that we talked about, which can only target one Pokemon at a time, plus the Torkoal. Still, you've got that second Pokemon here too, which is really key. So yes, this Annihilate is free to KO this Incineroar at its leisure, giving it has no Protect at all. Now, Ursaluna is a little bit more tricky because it can Protect, for instance. But yeah, if you target into Incineroar, Ursaluna then has to target either the Torkoal or the Annihilate. There's no Hyper Voice on this Ursaluna. So if you target the Annihilate to take it down, Torkoal then gets its attack off. And if it's an Eruption, which is 100% accurate, it should still get the KO. So basically, Oliver has this locked up.
Yeah, it does feel like an ultimate pin, doesn't it? And just being able to preserve the Annihilate for so long. Ever since the beginning, it was just turn 1 where it lost its Sash and was essentially brought down to 1 hit point, but a couple of grassy turns later and preserving it in the back just goes to show why Oliver is playing at the top of his game. Goes for the close combat KO into the Incineroar, doesn't actually focus onto the Blood Moon. Could this be a misplay or at least a over-predict from his side? Because the Blood Moon surely is going to be open to pick it off now.
Yeah, and I probably misspoke here. Yeah, because the Ursaluna has gone for that Earthbound to the Annihilate. And yeah, I wasn't counting for the Fake Out, actually. That could have gone into the Torkoal to stop it moving and actually hitting into that Ursaluna. So yeah, now we're in a position. This Ursaluna can just Earth Power Torkoal.
Wow.
So actually, it was maybe more of a 50-50 there as to whether the Ursaluna protected or it went for the attack at this point. So yeah, Oliver has to forfeit.
Wow.
Team 1 game up.
Wow, what a turn of events. Definitely felt like it was all in Oliver's favor in terms of the momentum. But like you said, it came down to that final flip of a coin, essentially. And you either, like you said, commit to the close combat into the Blood Moon. Maybe Oliver anticipating the Protect there, and then thinking, okay, Incineroar's probably going to go focus into my Annihilate, and the Torkoal still won't be able to outpace. So like you said, literally a 50-50. Oliver thought there was going to be a passive play, defensive play, should I say, from Tail Team, but Tail Team saying, no, not today. I'm going straight for it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, a really good call there too, because it's obviously a lot more risky to kind of go into a Pokemon that can also protect. Yeah, really well played from Tier Team, right to the wire, obviously, and without a single turn of Trick Room that had gone up either.
No,
this team, but it still was so close. Yeah, a couple of good calls that you can see there from Tier Team. Getting that damage onto that Dusclops, that high horsepower as well was really good. Yeah, there's a reason they are here and not me.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we are physically here, but not on that side of the desk. We're behind the caster one instead. But yeah, I think, like you said, both of our trainers, honestly, are showing spectacular showcase that even though your mode may not necessarily work for a game, you need to be able to improvise on the spot. Tail Team's Volcarona getting knocked out early on in the game, and then Oliver's Trick Room not being set up. So that makes me curious on whether Oliver might try to employ that strategy going into Game 2, but at the moment doesn't seem to be the case. It is going to be the Incineroar Annihilate bleed yet again that we've seen Oliver rely on when it comes to these sort of matchups versus the Rillaboom and that Ursakin.
Yeah, so same leads yet again here. Now, they obviously worked out in some ways. I think it was the later turns that were a little bit dicey, where a little bit more thought behind the plays was kind of going on. Whereas here you've still got a fairly safe Fake Out, and you've still got that fairly safe close combat yet again into that Ursaluna, because you're forcing then the Ursaluna to either protect and not do the damage it did last time, or take that hit instead. Now, there's still a lot to play for here, because the Annihilate wants to try and get rid of this Rillaboom, right? If you want to try and preserve Annihilate's own Focus Sash towards the end game. but you also definitely want to deal with that Ursaluna because it was such an issue last game for Oliver. So, but it's left wide open yet again for a close combat.
Oh, here we go. Fake out into the Incineroar. Close combat will go through into the Blood Moon, dealing roughly around the same amount of damage as it did in game 1. But yeah, it's probably going to be the Blood Moon. Yeah, it's straight back into that Annihilate slot at -1 of its special defense due to the double defense drop on that Annihilate's close combat will guarantee the Focus Sash being broken. So similar situation as game 1 thus far. Do we expect any adaptations given the prehistory?
We might, I'm not sure. I mean, for Oliver here, a switch into the Dusclops is looking pretty nice because the Blood Moon has already been spent. You can't use that move in consecutive turns. And the Rillaboom is already at -1 from the Intimidate as well, so it's not going to be able to do too much damage. And Taunt isn't also on the board because Incineroar isn't there at the moment on Teo Team's end. So it's a really nice switch in here, but Teo Team probably knows that and wants to also get in Incineroar at some point as well. But obviously, it's a little bit of a risk when you're sending in Incineroar in front of Annihilate that can then activate its Defiant boost. And then a safe close combat into a certain slot could really deal a lot of damage. So you might see the safe Grassy Glide into the Annihilate, which we saw last time, plus a swap to the Incineroar to kind of cover that too. So yeah, here's the Annihilate swapping once again.
Yeah, it sort of depends on how much Teo Team respects the sort of flow chart of Oliver when it comes to this. Oliver sticking to the game plan does bring that Dusclops in a similar fashion as to game 1, and the Blood Moon switching out. Likely going to be this oh no, it's going to be the Incineroar. You want to be able to have that fake out available and potential knockoff if the Dusclops does come back onto the field.
Yeah, so there's the Incineroar, making sure it's on the field when the Dusclops is there as well to threaten all of those amazing supporting moves. But first, it's actually going to be the Terror on this Rillaboom, which Teo Team committed last time. It was very useful, to be fair. It took a lot of moves for the team, so it might be seeing it going on the offense here, but it is just the Grassy Glide still into what was that Annihilate.
Okay, sort of a middle play in essence from Teo Team, sort of wanted to make sure they could better position themselves and advance the board state in favor of their own. As like we said, the Dusclops has taken a bit of damage, but now it has to deal with a combination of a knockoff and a Wood Hammer, which it definitely won't like if Teo Team wants to go on the offensive, but then you've still got Taunt yet again if you're anticipating the Trick Room.
Yes, exactly. So it's a fairly safe play here to just kind of go for that. Really deny the strategy that Oliver most likely has, because Teo Team most likely has guessed that Torkoal is in the back as well, given Dusclops is already here.
Right. Yeah, and Ursaluna being brought back onto the field, and Dusclops at the same time, we've got a bit of a revolving door of Pokemon being switched out, Torkoal being brought back in, and this is starting to sort of show that it truly is a game 2. Both of our trainers trying to make those adaptations, get that one step ahead in terms of the board progression. And Torkoal, sure, it's fallen for a taunt, but this allows Oliver to get that reposition going, the pivot of the U-turn into the Incineroar. You get a tiny bit of chip damage, but most importantly, you can choose to bring either the Dusclops or the Annihilate, and Annihilate is going to, of course, have that speed advantage.
Yeah, this is really nice right now because suddenly you are threatening that Incineroar with so much damage here. Plus, we know that Teo Team has already committed the Terror on that Rillaboom, so neither of these targets can get away from their fighting type weakness on this turn. So this is a really pivotal turn for Teo Team.
Yeah, and due to the fact that this is a Focus Sash set, the Annihilate is probably going to be fully invested with attack and speed.
Yes, exactly. So then you've got most of the offense that you can get in, and you know you're going to be outspeeding everything on Teo Team's side here. And so that frees up this Torkoal to start dealing a lot of damage as well, especially into that Incineroar slot, which is the only slot that can't protect here. So but on Teo Team's end, how do you respond? Most likely a swap into the Rillaboom here, which we know, because it's fire type, can take on a lot of the attacks that Oliver has right now.
Yeah, and I'm quite curious to see how the Blood Moon moves this turn round. Most likely going to be a defensive protect there. Teo Team is a big fan of trying to reposition the board and get that fake out available at the same time as that main sweeper, on the other hand, protected. And it's so crucial when it comes to these sort of matchups to be able to anticipate that. And like we said, further improve your board, and that's exactly what we're going to be seeing from Teo Team's side, at least protecting the Pokemon on its end. And Close Combat does, to be completely honest, deal a very respectable amount of damage onto the Rillaboom, but you've still got the Fake Out available in subsequent turn.
Yeah, exactly. So a really good switch there for Oliver, kind of respecting the fact that Rillaboom can actually switch in here, because then obviously it offers that Grassy Glide into the Annihilate, but to deny that now, you've got your Incineroar on the field. So a really good call there, because if Torkoal had stayed in there, it would have been doing not a lot of damage to that Rillaboom because it's Terrafire, and the Ursaluna is obviously just protected too. So yeah, Oliver is really playing this game nicely at the moment, kind of anticipating Tear Team switches at the moment too. But now, do you call that Grassy Glide coming out? Do you just fake out? But I think we've seen Oliver maybe lock in something quite different.
Oh, that could be the case in order to try to... Oh, there's a reveal actually of the Volcarona. It has indeed been brought and will have the Grassy Seed procs now, plus one of its defense. It's a good way to be able to supplement for the amount of damage that could be coming out. But the fake out, of course, will be going into the Rillaboom. Close combat though, there is a chance of a Flame Body activation.
Oh, is it going to be? I don't know. Does it come after the stun drops?
No! Not what Oliver wants to see at all. Currently has his back against the wall. You do not need a burn on top of that. This has absolutely ruined the strategy of the Annihilape's offensive prowess available outside of Trick Room. You could see the expressions on his face. This does most likely, David, mean Trick Room may be the way out, and you need to try to prioritize getting that set up.
Yeah, you do, 100% there. I mean, you've got an Incineroar that has a decent amount of offensive pressure. As we've seen, like in the sun, Flare Blitz does a lot of damage into whatever that Tear Team has there. So it's not the end of the world, but yeah, still, that could have been a KO right there.
It really could have. Yeah, exactly. And that's sort of why it's so crucial in terms of the different interactions, especially when it comes to the Flame Body. But Heat Wave, talking about interactions, will actually double miss both of Oliver's Pokemon, trying to bring a bit of a reward back, or some sort of balance, should I say. However, U-turn, not enough either with that double up into the Rillaboom slot. But like we've seen before, this allows the opportunity of Oliver to bring in the Dusclops. Now at least, you can go down the run of enabling the Dusclops whilst maybe even allowing the Annihilape to go down.
Yeah, so quite interestingly there, I think Tear Team kind of wanted the Rillaboom to go down there, actually, on his end, because then you get Incineroar in that can then start going for taunts, and it most likely survives the close combat as well. So Tear Team doesn't actually too happy there, because now the Dusclops in a position where it can most likely get up that Trick Room fairly safely, particularly if Annihilate wants to lock in the attack that just KOs this Rillaboom, or even you could go for a coaching, for instance, as well. Actually give you Dusclops a defense boost, which could be quite nice as well. But either way, Dusclops is in a nice position now. Despite all that burn, this might start to turn things around for Oliver.
Yeah, I think you touched on some really good points there, and Tear Team, acknowledging that, needs to be able to bring in that offensive pressure with that Ursaluna, which is able to handily take that close combat burnt, of course, damage to remain on the field, as Volcarona opting to go for Quiver Dance. So sure, the Trick Room may be set up at this point, but you want to be able to essentially hedge your bets when it comes to allowing the Volcarona to be set up to the point where even under Trick Room, you can have enough special defensive bulk and play around with the protects to be able to extend and further peter out the amount of remaining turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, Tear Team probably identified the Trick Room is going up there, so yeah, how do you slow that down? Well, yeah, the Super Fake Out Bros, obviously are very good here too, versus the Torkoal specifically, given the load of ghost types that Oliver has. But yeah, like also that Quiver Dance giving that special defensive boost, being able to hopefully take on some more fire type attacks. Unfortunately, Annihilate is kind of stuck in here, doing not a lot of offense at the moment. So now the Ursaluna is going to underspeed it within the Trick Room. And of course, being normal type, Dusclops cannot KO it either. And so it kind of wastes a turn of Trick Room already at this point. And so Tear Team can kind of safely deal with the Annihilate with one hit and then continue maybe to set up on the other as well. Now, obviously saying that, Dusclops does have Haze, which can kind of get rid of those boosts. But either way, it has to Haze first, and then Quiver Dance will come up with another boost. But it looks like Tear Team doesn't want to try that yet.
Okay, and willing to sacrifice the one Quiver Dance setup there in order to be able to bring that Rillaboom in. Sure, you're able to sort of position yourself to the point where maybe you're wanting to try to further extend the amount of turns or waste away the Trick Room, like we said, because the Nightshade. Oh, wow! That was a very high Q, a high IQ. High Q, yeah. I've lost my low IQ clearly, but yeah, that's a high IQ play from Oliver. You want to be able to sack that Annihilate. It's not going to help in this scenario. You want to bring that Torkoal in ASAP and have the Incineroar available to switch in, get another Fake Out available in the subsequent turn to be able to capitalize off of your Trick Room.
Yeah, love that play so much there. At least, as if Annihilate wasn't angry enough, its own partner KOs it.
The nerve.
Right. So yeah, now we've got Torkoal in the position it wants to be. Obviously, it's going to probably take a fake out here, and so it will probably want to protect from that, because otherwise you could take a double up from the Ursaluna. But then going forward, it will start to be in the position it wants to be in. But it will most likely want to protect here, but then only have a couple of turns of Trick Room. But it looks like Teo Team's really popping off here, because if you're going for the Terra, you're most likely not protecting Costa.
Oh no, I wouldn't expect the Terra to be able to supplement for a protect. This is going to be big. Nightshade goes into the Rillaboom. Teo Team, is this moment he's going to be able to pop off? He looks like he's generating a very, very powerful expression right now. Oliver may be seeing the writing on the wall. We're going to get the confirmation of the Earth Power into the Torkoal, already picking up what was such a key piece to Oliver's strategy. You got Trick Room set up, you got the Torkoal Terrifier committed, the Charcoal, so much damage coming out, but it's all gone in one turn. And now Oliver's going to have to depend on the Assault Vest Incineroar and the Dusclops to see this out. And I'd even say you need the Incineroar to pick off the Blood Moon, or else your Dusclops cannot touch that Incineroar.
Yep, exactly. I mean, you can Pain Split all you like, but yeah, you're never actually going to get that KO when it comes down to it. So Incineroar coming in, Intimidate coming out first from Oliver's Incineroar, and then the Incineroar on Teo Team's end. So we know that because we're still in the Trick Room, the Incineroar on Oliver's end is the slower naturally, and so can outspeed this turn too. So yeah, only thing for it now is to just kind of try and predict Teo Team in so many different ways. So hopefully maybe the Ursaluna protects here, you get the double into that Incineroar, because yeah, as you say, Costa, this Incineroar is the last hope for Oliver to deal with this Ursa King.
Oh, and no protect from the Blood Moon either. Nightshade as well as the Fake Out doubling up into the Incineroar Earth Power, into the Assault Vest. Incineroar Dusclops has been left on its lonesome self versus the 3 Pokemon of Teo Team that it looks like will be guiding his way through to the semi-finals. What a way to go about it as well. Very unfortunate because of the read interaction. And there we go. We've got confirmation. Teo Team Muscle, your second semi-finalist.
Huge congratulations to Teo Team there. Amazing play as well. Battling through that Trick Room matchup. Battling through so many mirrors, so many Pokemon, so many top trainers, and there is the realization. He's made it. He's got that Worlds invite as well. You are in the semi-finals, Teo Team. Congratulations.
What a way to go about it as well. Oliver, as we know, a previous European International finalist, Gdansk regional champion. He's got so many accolades to his name. And yeah, what a tough match, and such an interesting team as well. He's been able to pilot to the top 8 of Gdansk, of the Las Vegas regional last week, top 16, apologies, and now through to the top 8 of LAIC. But Teo Team is on an absolute riot of form, pushing through from last season with their own EUIC debut, or should I say outrageous performance, only losing against Wolf Glick, the eventual winner.
Yeah, exactly. So it has bested all of their previous accomplishments here and absolutely knocking it out of the park with the team they've practiced with so much across multiple tournaments too. So yeah, here we saw it. The reliable Terra, Fire, Rillaboom, and that really crucial burn as well, which Oliver was obviously very not pleased to see either.
No.
Yeah, but really cool to see that, adaptation to kind of get the self-KO, start making most of your Trick Room turns, but yeah, that incredible turn where we saw Teo Team suddenly target into that Torkoal. Yeah, just amazingly well played.
Yeah, did not want to give any sort of beat or moment of opportunity for the Torkoal, and Teo Team played it right. I think you always need to rely on the safe play in that scenario. The moment that you let the Torkoal sort of unleash those powerful eruptions under the Trick Room conditions that it really craves, you're just going to get your team swept, and you can't afford that. Oliver obviously was unfortunate with the Flame Body burn, which meant that you can no longer pick up the KO onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, which, you know, would have prevented that interaction of playing out. But you need to be able to make sure that you cover your grounds and you don't give your opponent any sort of moment to be able to bring themselves back into the game.
Yeah, exactly. And there was that moment there, as we talked about too. So yeah, really good to kind of identify that. And maybe identify the fact that even if you're not targeting the Dusclops at that point, then it's still probably fine too. You know, the Nightshade isn't doing a whole lot. You've still got Incineroar in the back, for instance, too. You've got room to maneuver, and you can afford to make that risky play as well.
Yeah, exactly that. But we have got Teo Team Masol ready on the stage for their interview. Please take it away.
All right, everybody, I am joined here by our second semifinalist. Congratulations, Teo Team. You are now qualified for the World Championships and made it to our semifinals of the Latin American International Championships. How do you feel?
Félicitations Teo Team, tu as accédé au top 4 et tu te qualifies pour les championnats du monde. Comment tu te sens?
Là c'est fou ce qui se passe, je m'attendais pas du tout à ça, surtout après ma round où j'ai perdu en stream précédemment. Et ouais non, c'est juste magique et je suis trop content là. Ouais.
It's very crazy, I did not expect to win, especially after the round that I lost on stream before, but it's very crazy.
I actually wanted to ask you about that round because it was such a hard way to lose a match, but you definitely stayed focused and were able to keep your calm and keep your cool as you progressed through the rest of Phase 2. How did you manage to bounce back from that after suffering, a really unfortunate loss?
Je voulais justement te parler de cette ronde. Comment tu as pu garder ton calme et rebondir sur ta défaite après cette défaite en stream? Comment tu as pu garder ton calme et tout ça?
Les situations où je suis en X2, donc proche de l'élimination, ça arrive souvent. Et c'est toujours dur de perdre comme ça, mais Gabriel Agati jouait extrêmement bien aussi. Et donc je me suis dit que c'était pas grave, ça arrivait, c'est normal dans un tournoi. Et par la suite, dans les dernières rounds, j'ai eu beaucoup plus de chance qu'en stream. Donc,
So, situation where I am in X2 situation is very common during tournaments, so I thought to myself, if I lose, it's not very important. And my opponent played very well, but I had a lot of lucks during the rounds after the loss.
Yeah. Well, congratulations again. This means that you are now qualified for the World Championships. How do you feel knowing that you already have your World Championships invitation locked up?
Félicitations encore. Ça veut dire que tu es qualifié au championnat du monde. Comment tu te sens à propos de ça?
Un petit peu moins de pression forcément. Surtout, c'est surtout le fait que ce soit pas fini qui me motive encore plus à gagner les 2 prochaines rounds. Et puis, oui, juste content globalement.
I'm very happy to be qualified. It lowered my pressure a lot, but I'm very happy that it's not finished and there is still 2 rounds to play, and it motivates me to give my best.
I love it. That's the perfect attitude to have right now heading into your semifinals match. We're going to go ahead and get into our next match ASAP, but first, Teo Team, I want to make sure you have a chance to shout out who are the people who have helped you and supported you along the way.
Teo Team, félicitations encore. Avant de passer au prochain match, on voudrait te demander si tu avais des gens que tu voudrais remercier avant de passer au prochain match.
Ok, déjà, toujours ma team Peps qui me soutient beaucoup pour mes tournois, même les supporters qui me soutiennent, etc. Ça me donne beaucoup d'énergie encore une fois, donc je les remercie encore. Et à mes mates de préparation, donc Audrey David et Adam Cherfaoui, et puis à toute la communauté française qui regarde le stream.
So first of all, the team Peps for supporting me since a long time, and especially my friends and my teammates Adam and David, who I'm training with.
Awesome. Well, congratulations one more time, Teo Team. You are now qualified for the World Championships, advanced to the semifinals, and I can't wait to see more out of you later on today. But first, we have to find out who is going to be joining Teo Team in the semifinals, and we've got that action ready right now. So I'm just going to toss it right back to our casters. Costa, David, get us back into game.
Oh, thank you very much, Evan. We are indeed back in the game. Great words from Teo Team there. Thank you very much for the insight. But now they are our second trainer getting through to the semifinals. Our second trainer at this event that have been able to get that direct invitation through to Worlds. But 2 more sets to define who will be joining them in the semi-finals.
Yeah, so we can see that it will be Teo Team and Juan Salerno up against each other in those semi-finals too, so I'm sure they are racking their brains thinking about the matchup as well. But yeah, we've got a couple more to still focus on here. And yeah, we can see the results of that final top 16 as well. Yuya having conquered over Javier Senorena as well. And they will be facing off against Hans. But first we'll be doing Justin Tang and Yuma Kinugawa, two trainers we've already featured as well. And with some cool teams too. Yuma with that really hyper-offensive, Whimsicott Typhlosion stuff, but also for Rigrov, Selena, and we can't forget the only Flamigo in Phase 2.
I know, which is such an incredible sort of statement piece, I would say. And Yuma being able to absolutely pilot it to such a great extent and results. But yeah, we've seen quite a bit of Justin both yesterday and today. And of course, Yuma through even a couple of our side feature matches, which don't forget, we had been previously showing on Pokemon.com/broadcast. However, that is our next set right now. Both trainers are vying for that spot in semifinals. And yeah, from Justin's side, we've got three-time regional champion. Last year was able to accomplish that top 16 placing here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the LAIC. And now trying to go that I'd say 2 steps forward.
Yeah, and already getting that top 8 is pretty incredible, isn't it, at LAIC? And just the consistency, the sheer consistency that Justin's been showing, just like consecutive top cuts, it's incredible, isn't it? And only starting in the 2023 season as well.
Oh, don't remind me.
It's just my goodness.
He's so good.
So talented as well.
Talented.
Yeah, I dare to ask what else he's good at, because it'll just make us feel even worse.
Probably. But no, I was able to have the pleasure of seeing both Justin as well as Yuma just before backstage, and they were both looking really focused. They were pumped, they were ready, but of course they were still exchanging pleasantries with one another, and that's sort of the spirit of the game that we're talking about. Even though we've got all of this high stakes competitive things on the line, in the end of the day we're all like-minded people that just love and have such a big passion for this game and community.
Very philosophical costume. I love that. Love that, exactly. Yeah, and we got to talk about Yuma as well, being the Yokohama Japan Championship champion as well, most recently too. Conquering over Shohei Kimura in the final as well, our previous world champion too. Really showing what an amazing trainer he is, and coming not just from that season, but also into this season as well. Coming into our internationals as well, and doing incredibly well with just really innovative teams.
Yeah, exactly that, and both of our trainers are on stage. They're prepping, as we mentioned, and Justin on the left, Yuma on the right.
Oh yes, they must be really thinking about the matchup right now. What sort of strategies they want to bring here too, particularly as they've played across the entirety of the Swiss rounds, both in Phase 1 and Phase 2. They're most likely starting to get familiar with what each other's Pokemon are as well. And of course, these trainers have not actually faced each other yet at all, which is going to be really key as well. Whereas a lot of trainers may have already faced by the time they kind of get to Top Cut. This is a fresh new matchup as well. But one I think these trainers have probably started to think about.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I do want to call out, let's not forget everybody.
And that goes both ways. And that goes both ways too, doesn't it? Like, I can't believe how stacked this Top Cut is. Often we have quite a few players that kind of are getting in with not much accomplishments behind them, or some newer players that have kind of creeped through. But here, it's just been the absolute, best of the best.
Yeah, and also, let's not forget, Justin was one of our undefeated trainers at the start of this day, going into Phase 2 as well.
Yeah, it's true. And he took a couple of losses as well, going along it too, and saying, Jumpluff wasn't a great matchup here. And that Jumpluff had a Typhlosion on the team as well when he was facing it earlier in the Swiss rounds today. And there's a Typhlosion there on Yuma's team too that he's going to contest with too. But without a Jumpluff though, so there's got to be ways to kind of get around it. And I know Justin's been talking about the Thunder Wave on Grimmsnarl being a little bit OP and being super good, and it looks quite good into Yuma as long as as you can get around Farigiraf's armor tail.
Yeah, and I think that's the beauty of the rise of Farigiraf in terms of the usage as well, especially when it comes to these sort of like fire oppressive sort of burst damage potential modes and compositions that we have been seeing rise up, especially with that Sunny Day Whimsicott. We've seen so much that pairing this weekend thus far. We'll be seeing it once more as Justin from his side focusing, Yuma doing the exact same. They're in the zone, they're in the flow state. They've got one more step to be able to ensure they get their direct invitations to the World Championships later on this season.
Oh yeah, and Justin's Pancham is also very serious as well.
And
as
adorable.
You can see there. And so adorable
So
too,
adorable.
but mostly serious.
Of
Probably
course.
60% and 40% adorable at the moment.
That's a good rate.
Yeah, I would say so too.
Well
And
done.
Thank you. And so we will see how the matchup goes, obviously. Like, looking at those teams there, Costa, there's a lot of different lead options that I can see. And Yuma's maybe a little bit more obvious in terms of the pairings there, but we know Justin loves leading with that Grimmsnarl, for instance, to kind of just get those screens, start spreading those Thunder Waves. Just a really lovely, bulky Pokemon too. But he's got to make sure he knows his counts.
Yeah, and also the Volcarona is a good sort of opening statement piece when it comes to being escorted with the Grimmsnarl, as you got that Struggle Bud and Tailwind, which can really form to be such a good way to lower the damage output from your opponent's side.
Exactly, a really good way of doing it. But obviously, if the Trick Room goes up, that's a little bit more tricky. But then, can you just stall out the Trick Room turns with your screens?
True, and that's sort of the big thing when it comes to Grimmsnarl. I think Grimmsnarl goes in and out of the meta in terms of being underrated, then being overpowered. And clearly Justin putting in his faith with this Pokemon, as well as the very innovative structure of the team composition too. But yeah, with that being said, we're just going to have to see and find out.
Yeah, we will. There's a lot on stake here as well. And of course, Justin's been in this position too. He's really feeling it at the moment, but hopefully with so many regional championship wins, he knows how to deal with the pressure at the moment here too. Like 3 regional championships as well. Like when they're all kind of listed, you can't list them all on the graphics as well.
No.
Like, just so many to count in such a short space of time. Yeah. But Yuma still up and coming as one of the best Japanese players and players of all time.
Yeah, truly, you know, I think what we've spoken about time and time again is the Japanese meta and the sort of influences that a lot of the Western sort of meta games take in from it in terms of inspiration and even direct sort of influences when it comes to what is dominant in what kind of different formats. Because as we know, being not only having one opportunity, let's say if you stick to the Japan Nationals in order to qualify for the Worlds, is already high stakes and pressure. Yuma being the 2025 champion and having to undergo a best-of-1 tournament initial phase going into a state of best-of-3 means you need to be able to have such creativity and well-grasped sort of understanding on how to take advantage of both of those states within the same tournament structure, which is so bonkers.
Yeah, that's a really good point. You've got that high variety, don't you, as well? We've got a replay here as well from a little bit earlier where we had Justin Tang really going for those targeted scale shots into his own Archaladon to be able to dish out so much damage into the opponent, into the Incineroar as well versus Yuya. A really cool set.
Yeah, exactly, and then Sinister going ahead and proving why it's such a good Pokemon to be able to sort of bring to this meta. And yeah, like we were saying, the Archaladon, honestly, from Justin's side of the field, the fact that it is an Assault Vest, it doesn't have Electro Shot, and it's Terra Fighting is so innovative when it comes to how the rest of his team works and how they blend in. And you can see Justin overwhelmed by positive emotion there, ensuring, if I'm not mistaken, that was progression into Top Cut, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I mean, phenomenal player. Like we said, put in all of the work to reach the top 16 phase, now at the threshold of entering top 4. And you know how much this means to him. He has been such a fantastic sport trainer as well as person that we've been able to have the pleasure of meeting. So yeah, we are getting everything ready for you lovely folks, just making sure that both of our trainers will be able to give it their all.
Yeah, so for any of you just joining us, it is our 3rd top 8 match at the moment here at the LAIC 2026 International Championships. We already know it's Juan Salerno and Teo Team Maso that have made it into our semi-finals, and who will be facing each other as well. So the other side of the bracket, the other semi-final, it's going to either be one of Justin Tang or Yuma Kinugawa. And which one it's going to be, I really cannot say, because they're so amazingly hype trainers and with really interesting teams that I do not have the experience in like knowing about, especially Yuma's team as well, with that Frigraph, the Flamigo, the Typhlosion. There's so much going on here, so many nuances into how to play it, that it's probably putting a spin on a lot of other trainers' heads as well who've probably not practiced it at all. We've seen Typhlosion picking up, though, on a lot of other teams, most likely with Lilligant and Verigraph and Torkoal, more of a hard trick room sort of scenario, but not necessarily alongside Whimsicott or alongside Flamigo. I know I keep talking about it, but it's Flamigo, people.
Yeah, I know, and sort of what we're saying, it's just one of those Pokemon that have fallen under the radar. They were quite prominent in the past season, and Yuma being able to bring it back to the spotlight. Their fellow co-star, some would say, when it comes to being able to be a bit of a jack of all trades. You've got that scrappy ability, you've got the feint and wide guard utility tools in order to be able to break through protects, but also wide guards on the other side of the field, whilst also being able to provide that sort of spread damage protection on your end.
The last time we saw Yuma was yesterday in Phase 1 versus up Victor Medina as well, with a rain team on top of it too. So something that could really shut off what Typhlosion wants to do. But yeah, Yuma was able to really position in really expertly too. Because there was a game 1 where the Basculegion got the critical hit flip turn onto the Incineroar, just getting an instant KO. Whereas then when Yuma ran it back in a future game, he was able to survive that hit instead. Incineroar got to do what it did, switch on out, and was able to really just sweep, even with Typhlosion, with that choice picks was in the rain, having been set up by Victor's Pelipper. Wow. It was an incredible feat to kind of see and bring back from a 1 game down to take the set 2-1.
Yeah, and it's so tricky because we know that the Typhlosion, it's locked in to that choice specs, at least with the move that Yuma does decide to stick with. And we've seen interactions from the previous sets that Yuma tends to be willing to stick with the Heat Wave lock-in in anticipation of, let's say, a powerful move coming out, which will lower the damage output of an Eruption if that's locked into. But then again, if it's put within just enough range of sub 25% of its HP, it's got Blaze activation. It's going to be dealing so much more firepower, which sort of offsets the utility of the Heat Wave for the subsequent turn.
Yeah, it is. It's a very powerful attack. Yeah, especially given the abilities, just the normal abilities, obviously, of these first partner Pokemon, which we don't often see used. It's usually the hidden ability that we've seen. You know, Exhibit A is Intimidate on Incineroar, obviously. But yeah, Blaze has a lot of usage here on that Typhlosion. Well, particularly maybe because Frisk isn't that useful. But obviously, but it still makes use of it though, right? As soon as that health gets a little bit low. But something that's been really picking up across the entirety of this weekend is the Life Orb on that Ursaluna. We've seen a lot of Assault Vessel leftovers, particularly on Juan Salerno's team, for instance. You've got that leftovers, and same on Deo teams, but Life Orb has really picked up here, and Assault Vest is somewhere another item that's been nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, and that's sort of the testament to finding ways to be able to break through and make a crack into the meta. And when it comes to this sort of team composition, it makes sense. But going over to Justin's, we've spoken about it before, we've seen it before, but let's see it again. There's so many great utility tools. As we were talking about, the Grimmsnarl and Volcarona add such a great layer of being able to limit the amount of, I'd say, damage, but also speed control to an extent with the Tailwind and the Thunder Wave, which is why he's relied on it so well in order to be able to support the more offensive pieces to his 6. Golden Go, Choice Specs, Terra Steel, hit like a truck. Blood Moon, Ursaluna, Life Orb, Terra Normal, yet another same type attack bonus commit when it comes to the Terra typing.
Don't forget about that Archaludon, which is such an incredible Pokemon, and it's just such a broken Pokemon too, but most people will think it's probably broken because of an Electro Shot, its signature attack. But here it is, without even Electro Shot, and it's still doing so well. So really incredible there. You just don't need to rely on the rain either.
Yeah, it is truly incredible, and like we said, a great way to be able to better position yourself and capitalize off the body press via the stamina boost. But Yuma with the uprising spicy team, Hisuian Typhlosion and the Whimsicott. You've got that core of absolute dominance when it comes to speed, as well as setting up Sunny Day. The Berry, which is super fascinating on this Whimsicott. No Focus Sash, as the Flamigo has taken up that item slot. And sort of like we were saying, Blood Moon Ursaluna, Life Orb, Terra, Normal yet again. With the Farigiraf, great Pokemon to be able to bring in, even if it's a fast or slow mode, to stop priority from the other side. So looking at this matchup, We sort of initially started talking about it, David. Do we feel like the Choreograph is a must-bring, given the Thunder Wave and priority disruption from Justin's side?
It's hard to say must, but I think a definite good bring, for sure, yeah. Because the Choreograph will offer that Trick Room support, which Justin doesn't have an obvious Trick Room kind of mode, other than just kind of stalling it out with your general bulk and screens, right? So, and it has the added benefit of just blocking Thunder Waves as well, which is a really nice option too. So yeah, I think the Choreograph is just going to be generally quite nice here, especially given that Nightshade, that consistent damage as well, to something that can really bulk out like an Archaladon. It can't get around the damage that Nightshade can do.
Oh, as we've got the leads of Game 1 between Justin and Yuma. Volcarona, Ursaluna, Blood Moon already on the offensive versus Yuma's Typhlosion and the Incineroar. So a very interesting situation where we've got Fade Count online, but at the same time, the Typhlosion could be a big threat.
So we've seen Justin very quickly lock in what he needs to do, and that makes a lot of sense too. You are facing down Typhlosion with that Choice Specs, most likely faster than this Volcarona. Even though it's a slightly slower Pokemon, it's often trained to be very fast, if not maximum speed. Given the Citrus Berry in this Volcarona, probably not that max speed either, particularly as it can get up its own Tailwind. But we'll see though, it might be a little bit different too. But either way, Yuma can fake out either of these targets as well. And it's a really safe one into the Volcarona, given that it doesn't have Protect and there's no Covert Cloak either. But here's the defensive Terra from Justin, that Terra Water to take almost 5 moves at least.
Yeah, and once again, you want to be able to position your Volcarona to the point where it's setting up its partners for success and willing to go for this defensive Terra means you've got the options of taking and absorbing good amount of damage whilst also being able to survive, maybe proc a Citrus Berry, and the subsequent turn allow the Blood Moon Ursaluna to move. Terra Fire though, on the other side, Yuma going straight for the burst damage. Ursaluna opting to go for the Protect here. Most likely going to be seeing a Fake Out from Incineroar, but which slot is it going to go into? It is going to be covering the Volcarona, acknowledging the utility of this Pokemon. Eruption though, David. It's going to be dealing a bit of damage. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to be able to proc a Citrus Berry, but the fact that this is a Choice Specs, it may well be able to, and it does!
Easily, that's a lot of damage. Yeah, and interesting to see how much damage that is. That's 120 HP of damage there, and now Citrus Berry has put it at 110 HP. So now we know another Eruption is just going to clear the board. This is not Assault Vest Ursaluna either. Yuma can just click Eruption. Wow. There's nothing Justin seems to be able to do about this either. And it's just but except for the speedy Volcarona.
Here we go, here we go. It's able to outspeed, and this is not a Choice Scarf Typhlosion. Earth Power is going to be going straight into the Typhlosion slot, picking up the KO, already getting rid of the Terra Pokemon piece from Yuma's side. This will leave Incineroar a bit more room to at least go, most likely for a parting shot into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but you are already down one of your main offensive pieces. And this may even necessitate Yuma to be able to have another mode available in the back, most likely a Blood Moon Ursaluna of their own.
Yeah, such a critical outspeed there from Volcarona, showing off what an amazing moth it really is. Yep. And with the supportive set too, amazing to see. And yeah, so here is the Farigiraf that's coming in at the moment, which I really like to see. So you've got to imagine that Ursaluna might be in the back as well, if you want to set up that Trick Room to really flip the speeds on what this Volcarona has now provided too. And the question is though, can you take the double up though? That's the question. But Incineroar coming in though could be very safe to be able to get it to do what it needs to do. But it's not. It's actually the Ursaluna coming in here.
Fascinating. And this sort of brings to the question of, does Justin go for the just absolute damage output now, the Blood Moon focus, into the Farigiraf in recognition of a potential Trick Room setup, or expect a defensive play from that slot, maybe a switch in and the Blood Moon Ursaluna from Yuma's side going on the offensive?
So the Ursaluna's going to switch out here, a little bit afraid of what Yuma's Pokemon are going to be able to do in front of all this Tailwind as well. Archaladon, a good switch in there too, but catching a Protect there as well. But where has this Volcarona targeted? It is both. Strugglebug, a really nice defensive option to support the team. Yeah,
and even though Yuma will likely go ahead and get that Trick Room being set up, critical hit is actually a bit annoying in terms of the amount of HP resource available on that Farigiraf. But like I was saying, the fact that you've got the Archaludon now on the field. It doesn't have the option to tear out of the Earth Power incoming from the Blood Moon Ursaluna. Sort of forces a point where we know this Volcarona has Rage Powder. It's going to be able to redirect that and maybe force Yuma to have to decide which Pokemon to really try to go for in terms of, do you go for the Blood Moon, do you go for the Hyper Voice, or do you go for the Earth Power?
Yeah, all really good questions, Costa. I mean, like, it would have been closest to where the Frigruff would have gone down to maybe a double off on that previous turn, but I think something else is about to happen right now.
Yeah, it is, and it's just going to be the redirection from the Volcarona for now, but which move has the Blood Moon gone for? It's going to be the Hyper Voice, wanting to make sure that it can at least pick up the KO onto the Volcarona, deal as much damage as possible onto the Archaludon, and now we have got a +1 defense boosted Archaludon by the stamina ability interaction. It could be a case of trying to go for the body press straight into the Blood Moon Ursaluna. It's not that bulky, but I would say the safer place, it seems like, is the Snarl. You're not only able to get some good chip damage onto both of Yuma's Pokemon, but you start lowering the damage output of their special offensive prowess.
Yeah, it's a really nice option there. We've seen Volcarona do exactly what it wants to do. We've seen the Struggle Bug, we've seen the Tail, we've seen the Rage Powder. It's doing exactly what it needs to. But yeah, because you're that fast on Volcarona, you don't have the bulk to be able to take on those Hyper Voices, so it does obviously go down here. So Justin is a little bit of a battle here to try and stall out his own Tailwind and top of the Trick Room as well that Yuma's got up at the moment too. So yeah, Yuma's still very much in the driver's seat at the moment. But yeah, given that special attack drop, we might start to see these Pokemon survive. But there's where the Nightshade comes in on Yuma's end. The damage of that has not been mitigated. So I do wonder if something like a Nightshade and Earth Power could still be enough to KO this Archaludon. It looks like Justin is a bit wary of that too.
Oh yeah, so I'm curious to see if Yuma's been able to sort of anticipate this and go on the full offensive, maybe interact with that Dragonite slot instead, which at the moment it looks like there's been no protect on that side. Earth Power is enough though to pick up the KO thanks to that helping hand. Such a crucial KO onto that slot, leaving Justin down to the final two Pokemon. You can see Justin nodding his head, does connect with the Scale Shot, but even though the Blood Moon Ursaluna is more of the offensive set with that Life Orb, it's got so much bulk when it comes to its physical defensive side, and that's only 4 hits. It's able to take that and have a couple of more attacks in its slot available before the Life Orb recoil is able to pick itself off.
Now, here's something interesting, is where the Archaludon is now in, the Tailwind has expired. Now, if you're running an Ursaluna that has a Tailwind on the team and Trick Room on the team, there's a chance that Archaludon could underspeed the Ursaluna here, but Yuma seems confident that it will underspeed the Archaludon, I think.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Helping hand, Earth Power into the Archaludon. Yet another Pokemon KO'd from Justin in consecutive turns, leaving the Dragonite on its own. At this point, yes, it could go for the Scale Shot. It will potentially get the KO on the Farigiraf if we see all 5 hits and maybe even a critical hit at this point. But you've got the Incineroar in the back, and this just looks like Yuma's been able to run away with this game 1. You've got Trick Room still remaining and a lot more resource available versus Justin.
Yeah, 100% here. It's 3 versus 1 at the moment, but obviously 2 Pokemon who are very low on HP here. So what you might want to try and do here is switch in the Incineroar, so at least you've got a Fake Out turn to if you want to then set up Trick Room at the same time. So, but if Justin can get the KO on this, like, Farigiraf, then maybe there's a shot.
No, as the multi-scale has been broken, Blood Moon at -1, special attack is enough. Life Orb, of course, means this bear is a monster of mass destruction, giving Yuma game 1. I would say not very comfortably, because there was a lot of back and forth between both of our trainers, and Justin definitely felt like had the initial sort of momentum in their favor, but it just seems like the bring of the Trick Room in the back was able to give Yuma so much more room.
Yeah, it really was. So you could see the kind of the bait of the Typhlosion in the lead, right? Going like, you need to get up Tailwind, otherwise I'm gonna like just destroy the rest of your team. So Tailwind goes up, but then suddenly Farigiraf comes back in. And that is where the tables completely flipped. All the speeds were flipped. Now, maybe a missed opportunity there for Justin to have actually targeted into that Farigiraf on that turn specifically with a Blood Moon. Double up with that Struggle Bug. Might have had a chance to KO there as well, given the Struggle Bug did get that critical hit as well. So they might have looked at a different game. Even if it didn't KO, it would be in range and there would be less helping hand. But interestingly, we had so much damage from that Ursaluna, even at -1 from Strugglebug.
Yeah, I know, and that's sort of the beauty of having a helping hand user on the other side of the field. Helping hand, of course, meaning it's got one of the most highest priority in terms of order of assisting its partner Pokemon, and there's no protect on this Farigiraf. So that does mean, like you said, that was such a pivotal point of being able to focus down in that slot, or maybe anticipate an Incineroar switch in and not allow the Trick Room being set up. But we've got a change up in this game too. Justin has now brought the Grimmsnarl as well as the Volcarona, and this allows a bit more room for Justin to be able to further bulk out or maybe even disrupt with Thunder Waves Yuma's side of the field.
Yeah, exactly. So what is safe here is maybe a Terra on Grimmsnarl's end, plus, say, a Light Screen to get around Fake Out that could come out here. And obviously, we've seen the Terra on the Volcarona before as well, to get into that Water type too. But Fake Out can only go into one target. Either way, Yuma is still putting all the eggs into the Typhlosion basket to just kind of blow the board again, and with a potential trigger off in the back, could flip those speeds once again.
Yeah, as the Fake Out will be targeting the Grimmsnarl. No support or disruption, at least for one turn Strugglebug, because we saw the speed interactions will be moving first, bringing the special attack of this Typhlosion down by one stage, which could be so crucial in terms of the sort of necessary damage output to ensure 2-hit KOs here. As we say, it's just on the threshold. Volcarona, of course, is going to be able to recover via the Citrus Berry recovery, but yeah, this sort of still at least introduces a different angle that Justin can ensure screens being set up here, and at least further enabling the Volcarona to stay on the field just in time for the main offensive Pokemon such as the Blood Moon to be coming in afterwards.
Yeah, 100%, you're really right here. This is a much better position for Justin at the moment here. We can see from the Citrus Berry recovery, Eruption could be survived again, even if another Strugglebug doesn't come out. So yeah, Light Screen might want to go up here, but obviously Justin maybe not thinking so as much here, but if you switch in something that maybe resists fire, that could be slightly better.
Oh yeah, what a nice little bring here, because what are you really scared of, at least in terms of this board position? Now, the Typhlosion is at -2 of its special attack, so you sort of want it to stay on the field and not deal that much damage, as well as getting that Dragonite in means scale shots will start really taking the toll on Yuma's side in the subsequent turns, as a Flare Blitz focus into the Volcarona is actually enough to pick up a KO, because there's no sort of damage mitigation, at least when it comes to the physical output of this Incineroar.
Yeah, it's a really good play from Yuma, just to kind of keep up that offensive power going, because the Volcarona has to leave itself open if it's going to start mitigating damage from Typhlosion. But the beauty of having a special attacker and a physical attacker on your team is that you can't often counter both at the same time here. So yeah, Volcarona ends up going down, which was such a pivotal, supportive piece for Justin. And now he needs to get into his position where he can start dealing out some damage. And now is a good time to do it too, right? You've got two Pokemon that can't protect, so can Justin capitalize on this position now?
Yeah, and I'm curious to see if there's going to be a switch up from Yuma's side in more of a Whimsicott Ring, which will be able to be immune to a scale shot. So question is, has Yuma been able to read which slot the scale shot has targeted, as the Flamigo makes an appearance too? But no, wanting to go more on the safer side, Tailwind has been set up. Earth Power, does mean Flamigo is able to have a Focus Sash intact. Well played from Yuma.
Yeah, Yuma is absolutely in Justin's head here. Wow. Not only from the play, but from the Pokemon that Justin has been using too.
Exactly.
The perfect switch-ins there. Dragonite has just gone for Tailwind. This Whimsicott has Encore, so it can actually lock it into that move. Not only that, it can Encore the Ursaluna into Earth Power, which can do nothing to the Flamigo and resisted damage to this Whimsicott. And even if Justin goes on the defensive, Whimsicott can just go for Tailwind and match it for what the Dragonite has done too. And now we have a Flamigo on the field as well that can deal really good damage to this Ursaluna.
Yeah, Yuma is on fire right now. Justin does still have the option of committing to a Terrestrialization in order to forego the weakness to the Fighting type in the subsequent turn, as it wants to go a bit on the defensive right now, get that reposition of the Grimmsnarl going, and yeah, try to read that Encore, which obviously will definitely not affect the Grimmsnarl, but the close combat will instead. Yuma reading the defensive play, saying, right, all I need to do is get rid of that second slot, lower the amount of available switches that you've got, in order to pin that Ursa Luna. It's so crucial as well. It makes a lot of sense because there's no way for the Flamigo to be impacted with a Focus Sash intact. And we've got Yuma Kirugawa, our third semi-finalist.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh my goodness. Yuma completely turned things around on Justin there. The perfect play, the perfect Pokemon, the perfect switching.
Wow.
Every single time. It's like he had the game plan all mapped out from yesterday. Absolutely incredible job there. Flamigo in the back to take it all and get that Worlds invite and that semi-final placement.
Yeah, what style point, not only because it's a shiny, but obviously because of the level of comprehension when it comes to the board state there. And yeah, unfortunate for Justin because he did a really good job in having such a better strategy when it came to that initial early game for the game 2 there. But it's the fact that you had the double switch up there, and that's the beauty of being able to run a Tail Room composition, so Tailwind and Trick Room have the sort of speeds evaluated to the point where you can capitalize off of the different mode depending on the matchup. And Yuma had the advantage, was up one game and had breathing room to be able to switch it up, anticipating Justin surely having to commit to a switch up from his side, given how game 1 ended up evolving.
Yeah, and there was opportunities to maybe get up some lights and screens as well to take some bit more damage. But yeah, that Typhlosion in the lead, not even supported by the Whimsicott, was just enough to just pressure so much of Justin's team there. Obviously, Justin's team is all about trying to mitigate damage, right? Slow the pace of the board down. But Yuma had the tools to get around that. Encore pressure, Tailwind, Trick Room, Armor Tail, all of those things that Justin really doesn't want to see. Like, just amazingly played as well. Not even that safe, just bravo, honestly.
I think he absolutely had the flowchart figured out. And like we said, that's sort of the difference and the importance, should I say, of having the game advantage and sort of trying to suss out the adaptations from your opponent's side. And Justin, we all know how fantastic of a trainer he is. Yuma does as well, and can sort of anticipate, okay, what does Justin need to do in order to get that sort of weird interaction of that game 1 result solved? Because, okay, committed Terra Water, sure. You get Tailwind set up, sure. But then what do you really have against a Trick Room mode that you need to respect and you can't afford to go for the Tailwind? You're going to respect it now. Maybe you bring the Grimmsnarl. I'm just going to have my own Whimsicott and go on the other side of the coin. I'm going to go for the Tailwind or have that disruption of the Whimsicott as well as the Flamigo. And Flamigo, unsung hero. Didn't even need to commit that much. Just went for one close combat and that was the set.
Yeah, that was it, exactly. As soon as you deny that support in that Grimmsnarl as well, it was just over from there.
It was,
yeah. And the Whimsicott, the defensive typing of the Whimsicott in some ways was just so good there, right?
It was.
That Grass and Fairy, you're immune to Dragonite Scale Shots, you resist the Earth Power from Ursa Luna as well, and you just have the ability to just lock down any sort of defensive play at all that Justin kind of goes for.
Yeah, and it's not like it's a Focus Sash set of a Whimsicott as well, right? It's Babiri Berry, which means it's most likely going to have a lot of investment when it comes to its bulk in order to be able to survive very crucial commits of attacks into that slot. And clearly a style that Yuma has been able to like in being able to switch the Whimsicott in that sort of interaction.
I'm sad we didn't get to say Babiri Berry too much. I just really love saying it. Babiri Berry.
Babiri Berry. Well, you said it now.
Okay, thanks. That's
well
what I wanted
played.
to do.
But with that being said, we are going to go ahead and cut to a very short break to give you, lovely folks at home, an opportunity to get more refreshments as we will be debuting our final quarterfinal to determine who will be our 4th semi-finalist here at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Be right back.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament, check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to Championship Sunday at the 2023 North America International Championships.
Welcome to the finals in the junior division of the Pokemon video game.
Most iconic moments in Pokemon come from trainers in the Masters division, but this time around, the juniors stole the show in Columbus. The trainers in the juniors division often show the purest form of passion for the game of Pokemon.
I've just got a couple questions about the championship.
I've never been to a championship. Oh, this is a national. Whatever.
Avery's energy made him an immediate fan favorite.
We got Avery from the United States and Takumi from Australia. I am enchanted with these trainers.
Avery made it to the finals with the help of his hard Trick Room team. Trick Room can be a difficult strategy to implement, especially when relying on an unconventional Pokemon like Oranguru.
Oranguru is my favorite of all time. I mean, he supports other Pokemon.
Oranguru is carrying a very interesting move called Instruct. So if you're able to get the Torkoal into position or something that's just going to be a little bit slower, then you can start firing off some big damage that way.
Trick Room teams flip the game on its head by having the slowest Pokemon on the field move first.
Tell us about your team that you're about to play.
It is hard Trick Room.
Hard Trick Room game plans can even be difficult for Masters Division trainers to pilot, but Avery was ready to show the world that juniors are wise well beyond their years. For his strategy to work, Avery's Oranguru would need to twist the dimensions.
We're going all in with a terrestrialization on the Oranguru. Well, the game plan is being executed for Avery very, very quickly here.
With Iron Hands going down, Avery brings Torkoal onto the field for free. Under Trick Room, Torkoal is one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, with the Sun boosting all fire attacks by 50%, and Oranguru's Instruct allowing it to attack twice in one turn. This Torkoal was ready to erupt.
Of this Torkoal across the way as we see the eruption come through, and that's going to help a little bit, but Tinglu still takes a ton of damage on the switch in.
With the momentum in Avery's favor, Takumi's savvy defense turns the tides of Game 1 and punishes Torkoal, putting the Australian youngster in a winning position. Despite properly setting up Trick Room, Game 1 got away from Avery. But even if Oranguru didn't work the first time, it was important for Avery to trust the process and rely on the strategy that got him to the finals.
This one is going into Game 2 with Takumi up 1-0.
After the exact same turn 1 play in Game 2, Avery's Torkoal was ready to take over, which meant it was time for Oranguru to do it again.
Avery once again has the opportunity to bring in the Torkoal. Let's do it again.
Yep, there's the Instruct.
Learning from his mistakes against Tinglu in Game 1, Avery made an adjustment to keep momentum on his side.
This was where last game got a little bit different because he went for the overheat into the Protect. Let's see if Avery goes for it again. It is an Earth Power! See you later, Chi-Yu.
Although it didn't have a single attacking move, Terrifier Oranguru was the star of the show. The ability to instruct your teammate to attack again would lead to more offense than Takumi could handle.
Does it hit this time around? It's going to be another overheat from the Torkoal.
Avery's confidence was back, taking down Takumi's team 1 by 1. This championship would be decided in Game 3. The crowd became enchanted with Avery and Oranguru. It was incredibly amusing to watch such a simple yet repeatably effective strategy from a junior. With the first 2 games playing out the exact same way on turn 1, there would be no surprise what these 2 trainers would do in Game 3.
This is 3 games, 3 identical turn 1s.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. With Trick Room set up, the crowd was chanting, "Do it again," knowing another Instruct was on the way. Avery's bravery, relying on a 90% accurate overheat to connect twice into Chi-Yu, would put him into a commanding position. With Takumi's back against the wall, he would put all his hopes into Terra Water Fluttermane, but Avery's Oranguru had one final instruction: become champion.
We know what's coming, and even with that defensive Terra, Avery is getting another bite of the cherry. Avery will be a well-deserved champion, showing a crazy strategy. I think people had forgotten about it too.
Avery is immortalized in Pokemon history as a champion, captivating the audience's heart with his charming personality. As for the Oranguru that clicked Instruct 13 times in the finals, Avery summed up its role on the team perfectly.
So, tell us about your Oranguru. How do you use it?
It doesn't do any damage.
Who knows what the future holds for Avery, and who knows what Iron Hands was going for in all 3 games. But we can be sure that Avery's future will be bright in Pokemon as long as he remembers to do it again. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time to find out who our final semi-finalist is going to be here in gorgeous Sao Paulo, Brazil. My name is Evan Lattin. I've got Gabby next to me getting ready for our next matchup, and I could not be more excited. We've seen so many incredible matches so far that this 4th one is going to be as good or better.
Not only did Yuma Kinugawa just get a direct invite to compete at the World Championships in San Francisco this upcoming summer, we're going to be giving away one more to the winner of this next match. And this has been a really unique opportunity for our Japanese players making it this far in the tournament to guarantee their Worlds invite and avoiding what has been arguably the toughest circuit to compete in competitive Pokemon.
Yeah, absolutely. This is our 3rd Japanese player overall since the change was made to qualify directly to the World Championships, and our 2nd this season alone after Hirofumi Kimura made it to the top 4 of the World Championships last season. Let's take a look at our current bracket and see where we stand heading into this final match. Again, we have already identified 3 of our semi-finalists. Team Maso and Juan Salerno and Yuma Kinugawa are in the semi-finals, and we are going to find out which of Hans Pizarro or Yuya Tada are going to make it alongside of them.
And Yuya Tada could increase the number of Japanese players to get a direct invite to the World Championships by 1, but will have to defeat Hans Pizarro to get that prize. And this is going to be such an exciting matchup. I don't think we should keep people waiting any longer. Let's go ahead and jump straight to the stage and get into our final top 8 match of this Latin America International Championships.
Yeah, I am so thrilled to see this final matchup and finally see who our semifinalists are going to be, because already we have 3 Titans there, and whoever will be joining them will also be an incredibly powerful trainer, which means we are going to have 2 incredible matches later on today. I am thrilled to see we have Hans Pizarro on the left-hand side of your screen and Yuya Tada on the right.
This is going to be such an interesting matchup too, because it's return of one of the VGC favorites. This is a sun versus rain showdown, but let's go ahead and take a look at our players first. Hans Pizarro won the Santiago Regional Championships back in 2024, got top 32 at the North American International Championships last year and the Latin America International Championships 2 years ago. So no stranger to this international stage, and his his opponent, Yuya Tada, has the same level of comfort competing at this level.
Yeah, absolutely. A regional finalist in Brisbane, not more than a couple weeks ago. Yuya Tada is here in Sao Paulo, ready to repeat the top 4 finish of his OCIC finish in Melbourne in 2023. Of course, Hans Pizarro is our second remaining Latin American player here in Sao Paulo. Again, a Latin American player has never won an international championship, and it would be so meaningful for one of our 2 remaining Latin American players to bring that trophy home here to Sao Paulo in Brazil, in the Latin American region, and keep it in the region for once.
Hans is going to be piloting a team that is a bit of a throwback to the first time Regulation H came around, but of course has been updated to some of the more modern techs. You do have that jump fluff and the Hisuian Typhlosion and the Torkoal that work very well together, but Dragonite holding that loaded dice with extreme speed and haze. You have Garchomp with the Life Orb and King Gambit with Assault Vest and Defiant. This is a very well-rounded team. It's going to be looking to go very fast, deal a lot of damage, and I love this Torkoal in particular because of the access to Burning Jealousy and Helping Hand. This Torkoal is such a great support Pokemon against what Yuya Tada can bring, which is going to be one of those more traditional rain teams. And unfortunately, it is going to be a bit heavier on the special side in terms of damage, so we'll have to be very careful about how you play and how you approach it given that. But if you can find the openings for, let's say, your Garchomp to get set up and get going, that's going to be a huge threat for Yuya to contend with.
Well, Yuya also has plenty of threats on his side to contend with against Hans's Sun team. Of course, when you're talking about a Torkoal, a Sun versus a Rain matchup, you have to look at the Pelipper. This is a very offensive Pelipper with the Focus Sash and the Stellar Terastallization, not going for the Ghost typing that sometimes is used to avoid fake outs. Instead, just the offensive power to boost the Weather Ball and the Hurricane. So keep an eye out during this match to see who is remaining in control of the weather at any given time.
I do think that the weather is going to be slightly more important for Yuya in this matchup because if you look at that Archaludon, it has the Terra type of grass, which means the Torkoal and the Typhlosion are going to threaten it no matter what. And if you look at the rest of the team and you look at that Blood Moon Ursaluna in particular, yes, it is going to be that more offensive Life Orb variant, and you can kind of pick up some of the missing damage from that Pelipper. But if Hans is able to keep the weather in his favor, I think Yuya's going to struggle to keep up the damage alongside of it.
Okay, well, Yuya is not leading the weather, but Hans is. It is the Typhlosion that has been a breakout star of this international championship, next to its best buddy there, Torkoal, facing down the Blood Moon Ursaluna and Incineroar.
But not for long, as the Eject Pack item activates. And this is such a cool tech for Torkoal in particular, because after one of your stat drops, regardless if it's from an Intimidate or maybe from your own Overheat, you are able to switch out. So Torkoal is now safe, so that if Pelipper wants to switch in, Torkoal can also switch in. And you can also pivot to get Garchomp or maybe even another attacker in, unafraid of an Intimidate.
Yeah, Hans gets to preview what Pokemon Yuya led and select which Pokemon in the back he thinks is going to match up best against them. And that Garchomp, no surprise, another powerful offensive threat to whittle down these Pokemon.
And because it's both the Typhlosion and the Garchomp on the field now for Hans, if there is a weather pivot from Yuya, you're still going to do some nice damage to both of these Pokemon. Garchomp can't necessarily go for an Earthquake, as you will be attacking your own Typhlosion. That's not ideal. But going for a Stomping Tantrum or a Dragon Claw in this position from Garchomp will do good damage to that Blood Moon Ursaluna or that Incineroar. Do have to worry about this possibility of a fake out into that slot, but that Incineroar is too scared to stick around.
Yeah, the Incineroar doesn't want to take any attacks from Hans Pizarro's Pokemon, but more importantly, Yuya needs the rain out on the field to limit the damage of this Typhlosion. Hans is going for that Terastallization to get the additional damage on all of the Fire-type attacks that Hans's Typhlosion is carrying. Does have the option to go for spread attacks like the Eruption or the Heat Wave Wave, but instead the Dragon Claw connects onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and Hans is going to go for the overheat into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but it does miss. Ursaluna is able to avoid it and fire back with an Earth Power, and that means Yuya Tada gets the first KO of the game in a one-hit KO.
Hans recognizing that the odds of Pelipper switching in were so high that you needed the additional damage from an overheat plus the Dragon Claw to threaten a knockout into the Ursaluna. Unfortunately, overheat not the most accurate move, and that miss absolutely critical. Getting in the King Gambit here is nice. At least you can start to threaten some damage with like sucker punches, and having that priority low kick as well is a great move to have against an Ursaluna that's already taken about 50% of its health and damage, as that should guarantee a knockout. But you're already on the back foot, where as Yuya Tada still has his main attacker and a hidden Pokemon in the back.
And crucially, Hans invested so much into that Typhlosion. Investing the Terrestrialization means that there is no more opportunity for Pokemon like this King Gambit to remove the ground type weakness, or even go into a different typing like the water typing to resist damage from the Pelipper. Instead, Yuya is just able to set up the Tailwind here from that Pelipper as another Dragon Claw connects into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and you can see, even with the Assault Vest, this Life Orb Ursaluna is dealing super effective damage, and that is a fair trade. You always take a trade of this Blood Moon Ursaluna knocked out one Pokemon and brought another one down to red health.
But the Pelipper now is also down a lot of health, and thanks to Sucker Punch on that King Gambit, I don't think it's going to be as comfortable attacking until we saw that Sinistcha take the field and offer up some hospitality and offer up some health. Now, the nice thing is Garchomp is still relatively healthy, and this Pelipper will not have a way to deal consistent damage to the Garchomp once the rain is no longer on the field. Weather Ball will change type depending on the weather, and Hans just has to switch in that Torkoal to make it a fire type attack, which won't do as much to the ground dragon type Pokemon.
Yeah, but the problem is that the ground dragon type Pokemon doesn't also have great ways of attacking the Pelipper either, especially with the Sinistcha out on the field, threatening Rage Powder to redirect any attack. Instead, Yuya is just going to preserve Pelipper, because this is one of those moments where you definitely need to make sure that you are keeping your weather in the back, and you're even willing to trade a Defiant boost onto King Gambit for it.
But a call by Yuya, switching in the Intimidate user, knowing there was so much pressure to get the Torkoal on the field that King Gambit did not stick around.
Yeah, King Gambit is retreating just when it got the attack boost, and instead, it's going to be the Torkoal on the field. Garchomp gets a little bit of damage down onto what is now an Incineroar, but we really wanted to knock out that Pelipper, and of course, again, Torkoal has set the sun, but Yuya always has the ability to turn it right back off, and this Sinistcha is still looking pretty okay right now.
I feel so bad for Hans, because I think his best option here, unfortunately, is to try and land another overheat, but this time into the Sinistcha for the same exact reasoning we were talking about all the way back in turn one, with the threat of the Pelipper constantly switching in, and with just how scary the Sinistcha is in its ability to just keep using Matcha Gotcha consistently and continuing to whittle down, and honestly threaten to burn that Garchomp as well, his final damage-dealing Pokemon. You want to get rid of it as quickly as possible, but not only does it run the risk of missing, you also, again, have to worry about the rain returning to the field.
So this is kind of an awkward position now for Yuya, investing the Terrestrialization himself into this Sinistcha. That will be the fire typing, so any type of overheat or burning jealousy from the Torkoal are not going to be super effective, but you did just add a weakness now to the Garchomp's ground type attacks. And with that Protect, Garchomp has protected itself from the knockoff, which means it will keep its Life Orb and, more importantly, keep its hit points, as the Matcha Gotcha is just going to do not very effective damage to this Torkoal.
There are still a little bit of Tailwind turns remaining, and there is still speed control on the board as well from that Sinistcha itself, and just look at how little damage that overheat did to that Incineroar, probably hoping to catch that Pelipper in on the switch. Now that Tailwind still hasn't expired, the Incineroar will still be faster than that Garchomp, and I love the play of using Knockoff there to remove the Life Orb, because now that you have two Pokemon that are going to be taking super effective damage from the Garchomp, and as well the Dragon Claw into that Pelipper, we saw just how much it did. You really want to mitigate as much damage as possible from the Garchomp.
Yeah, and that Garchomp is going to be so important given that you have 2 Fire-type Pokemon left, and of course that Pelipper is within Dragon Claw range. So Hans' Garchomp has the ability to potentially just pick up whichever KO it wants if it can ever get out of the Tailwind.
It's a tough question because on the one hand, you really do want to get any KO at this point. So we'll just have to see where this game is going, as I think King Gambit is unfortunately coming in to be the knockout for this turn.
Sometimes a king sacrifices itself for its constituents, and the King Gambit now being knocked out will allow the Garchomp to come back in outside of Tailwind. So Sinistcha with another Machagacha. You know, Yuya is doing just a little bit of damage each time, but because of the healing of the Machagacha, wouldn't be too worried about taking any damage from this Torkoal. And now from 2 overheats, Torkoal is just kind of waiting around to see if it's going to get a chance to attack, or just going to do anything. It's just going to be helping hand and a support for this Garchomp.
But that support is going to be incredibly valuable when it will be super effective damage to either of the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field. The question is, though, how is the targeting going to work? You don't have Protect in play, but you do have the threat of a Pelipper switching in, which is going to be a flying-type Pokemon, which wouldn't take damage. Now, you could use Earthquake to guarantee that you're going to hit something or 2 things, but that also guarantees you hit your own Torkoal in the process, which also doesn't feel great. And if you go for Protect this turn so you don't take damage, then I think you run the risk of just not knocking out the Sinistcha in one go. So very tough call to make here. Let's hope to see that Hans made the right targeting.
Well, it's also really threatening here, the Sinistcha being able to set up Trick Room if it wants to as an alternate way of getting around the Garchomp. Pelipper will switch in, but Sinistcha is just going to use the Rage Powder to protect the Pelipper on the switch in. So all attacks will target down into the Sinistcha, so that is a stomping tantrum, and that is an angry Garchomp picks up the KO onto Sinistcha because of that terastallization. And now Pelipper is out on the field and does have the rain set up, but is kind of being threatened a little bit here by the Garchomp. Not by the Torkoal, but the real big story here is that Garchomp is really on a timer now because of those Life Orb recoils.
It is going to be on a timer, and more importantly as well, I think it's going to be a little bit slower moving forwards too, as Fake Out and Tailwind is a great play for Yuya here to not only regain the momentum, but to ensure that the Water-type Weather Ball will be able to connect with the Garchomp before it could potentially land a Helping Hand Dragon Claw into that Pelipper.
Absolutely, the Fake Out and Tailwind is so safe here from Yuya because the Torkoal has been stuck using Overheat over and over again. Hans is just fishing for a critical hit at this point to negate those stat drops. There's the Fake Out onto Garchomp, of course, takes a little bit of damage from the Fake Out and also the recoil damage from the Rough Skin, but there's the Tailwind, and that's going to mean that this Pelipper and this Incineroar are going to be able to target down the Garchomp at their leisure after this.
That overheat miss early on in the game was huge. You almost wish you could have traded that for one of these overheats missing, as these are unfortunately inconsequential, whereas not being able to land the Terra boosted overheat into that Ursaluna gave Uyatada such a leg up in this top 8 set, and honestly allowed him to take this game number 1 very comfortably.
Absolutely, he was able to take that Pokemon advantage, taking the one-hit KO in return on the Typhlosion. That's big damage away from Hans. Didn't have any other options there to get that big damage because was never able to get the Torkoal in a good position, and the Garchomp was always slower than that Pelipper because of the tail whip.
Exactly. So you have to talk about adjustments now, right? Because I think the big adjustment is, do you go for the overheat again, knowing that this is a best of 3 situation, and odds are you won't run into the bad luck a second time, knock on wood, trying not to Caster Curse here? Or do you try and mix up your play style to guarantee that Sun is on the field so you can go for a safer play, such as the full health Eruption? If you look at the speed interaction of how switching works in Pokemon, it's always going to be the fastest Pokemon switches first and then the slowest Pokemon switches in. And if you think back to the Eject Pack activation, Garchomp was the Pokemon that came in, and unfortunately Garchomp was the fastest Pokemon on the field, so there was no option to just immediately switch the Torkoal back in. So another way you could approach this would be send in a slower Pokemon, and then you do have the threat of sending the Torkoal in again.
All right, well, it's actually a big switch up here from Yuya, going to go ahead and lead the Sinistcha alongside the Ursaluna here. He is presenting some very tasty targets for some sun-boosted fire attacks.
I mean, everybody loves matcha, so I can't blame Hans if he is tempted to target down that Pokemon.
But it has to be a very specific temperature. If it gets too hot, it ruins the matcha.
For sure, but I don't think you need a specific temperature to try and target down that Life Orb Ursaluna once again, given just how critical it was landing that Earth Power for the one-hit knockout in game number 1.
All right, well, Yuya has options here to redirect any single target attacks, but because of the fear of these powerful fire type attacks, the Sinistcha will be retreating, trying to reduce some of the damage from a fire type onslaught from these double fire types by bringing in the Pelipper. That is going to be matched by a Terastallization here. Typhlosion once again is going for the Fire Terra. Let's try again this time to see if we can actually land one of these fire type attacks and deal the damage we're hoping for.
But there's even more investment this time with the helping hand on the Torkoal. This is huge! And it is going to be able to connect to its intended target this time around.
Oh, but it's not enough to pick up the KO, but that is significant damage that Hans missed out on in game 1, and specifically did not get knocked out by an Earth Power here. Instead, the Hyper Voice will deal damage and knock the Ursaluna itself out with that Life Orb recoil.
So a complete change up to what happened in game number 1, because now the Typhlosion can safely switch out and change its attacking move of choice if that is Hans's priority. I don't think you need to feel pressure to switch, as Typhlosion still should be one of the faster Pokemon on the field until Tailwind is set up, but given that Overheat is now at -2 special attack, and given what we saw in game number 1, I do think it's a bit of a risk to keep it around on the field.
Yeah, at this point, Typhlosion has done its job. It dealt the big damage to the Ursaluna. You would have maybe liked it to do a little bit more, so you didn't have to take that Hyper Voice in return, but you're happy with that trade. Torkoal is going to switch out here to allow Hans to preserve that Pokemon and the threat of weather control for the future. That's going to be the King Gambit switching in. With that Assault Vest, is going to feel much better about taking any attacks from this Pelipper or the Sinistcha. Another Overheat, though, in the rain will break the Focus Sash on Pelipper and deal a decent amount of damage, all things considered. But there's the Tailwind coming out from Pelipper. So Yuyatada has taken control of the speed once more, and here come the Matcha Gotchas. Connects to both Pokemon, really looking to see if that gets a burn on King Gambit, just like that.
That is a tough turn for that King Gambit, getting burned on the switch, and also for that Typhlosion. It's great that the Focus Sash was broken on the Pelipper, but it's still just in this very awkward position where now you can't really switch it out, because it's going to be taking a lot of damage from that Pelipper, whatever's going to come into that spot. You could try and switch in the Torkoal there, so at least it's going to be a Fire-type Weather Ball, or maybe Hurricane can miss, but then you have to ask yourself, with the burn in play, what can King Gambit do to really threaten the Pokemon on Yuya's side of the field?
Yeah, and King Gambit sitting there burnt, being like, Typhlosion, please don't switch out for Torkoal. Please don't switch out for Torkoal. I don't want to take a Fire-type Weather Ball from this Pelipper. But that's just going to mean that Yuyatada is going for the Stellar Terastallization on the Pelipper. The Pelipper, the Pelican smells an opportunity here. Going to go ahead and go on the offensive. The Sucker Punch not doing enough damage thanks to the burn. Here comes the Weather Ball. No switch out, so no fire typing, just a Stellar Terra boosted water type, which means that King Gambit still survives another turn. Here comes the Overheat from Typhlosion once again, targeting down the Pelipper, and with that is enough. A critical hit breaks through the stat drops and knocks out the Pelipper, and now there is no more control of the weather for Yuya. And now, even at that low health, this Typhlosion is looking a little bit better.
It is, and that was even a life dew. So Typhlosion able to hang on for another turn. A huge risk into a huge reward for that Pokemon.
And it's Incineroar as the final Pokemon, trying to give King Gambit a little bit more of its a little spring in its step after getting burned with that Defiant boost. But man, with that critical hit on the overheat, knocking out the Pelipper and making Sinistcha waste that turn of life to, Hans is getting that momentum right back and may be able to force a Game 3 here.
You just have to wait out Tailwind at this point in time and really hope that Garchomp does not get burned by a future Machagacha. Now, the best way you can ensure that would be to try and double target it down with your Fire-type Pokemon and with your Kingambit. One of them's probably going to flinch this turn, but if you get lucky with another crit, you could be looking at a 4 versus 1 situation.
That Defiant boost is dealing a good amount of damage to the Sinistcha. Actually gives it enough damage to activate the Citrus Berry here. Sinistcha restoring its health. The Sucker Punch connects as Incineroar goes for the Flare Blitz. That will finally clean up the Typhlosion here, as the Kingambit will be taking a Machagacha from that Sinistcha.
And while this is only going to do, it will do slightly more damage now that it will be a single target attack. I think more important here is going to be the potential recovery it's going to get from this Machagacha. It's not a lot, but when you're a Sinistcha and you have that natural bulk, you're absolutely right. Every little bit counts.
Well, Kingambit is still taking that burn damage and having an opportunity to consider what Pokemon to bring in here. You have the Garchomp and you have the Torkoal, and this is putting a really nice pinch on Yuya, because Garchomp being able to outspeed outside of Tailwind means that Yuya may want to go for a Trick Room mode, but with that Torkoal in the back and with Terastallization used on the Pelipper, Sinistcha is not going to be able to be safe from any Fire-type attacks from the Torkoal.
You still have to be very careful about how you approach this, though, because other than the Sinistcha, that still is a Incineroar on the opposing side of the field, and it is running Flare Blitz. If it were running Knockoff, it's possible that Torkoal could win the damage trade, but or only Knockoff, excuse me, but it's going to be getting a Sun Boost for those Fire-type attacks.
Yeah, well, also going to be knocking off the Life Orb on the Garchomp, which is going to significantly reduce the amount of damage that Sinistcha is taking from that Dragon Claw. Means it has enough to set up another Life Dew here, healing right back up. So this Kingambit is going for the Assurance. It's not boosted by the attack, not boosted by having taken damage in an attack, but the Defiant attack boost is enough to knock out the Sinistcha and leave Yuya Tada alone on the field. Just the Incineroar facing down a Garchomp, and Tailwind is expiring.
And that Assurance was enough to prevent a potential Trick Room from being set up as well. So now Hans Pizarro able to force a game number 3 with an overheat and a will and a way.
Yeah, there is something about this arena that is making it happen for Hans Pizarro in that game. Being able to land the overheat this time around was huge in getting that Ursaluna off the field. It still dealt good damage with the Hyper Voice, but in doing so was able to actually get the damage trade because of the Life Orb, and of course, that's just left the Typhlosion alone to come back in later because it didn't get one-hit KO'd by the Earth Power.
There was also the fact that he was able to knock out that Pelipper immediately after it terastallized, and really only got to take advantage of that terastallization for a single attack. And going into a game number 3, I think you have to keep the damage pressure up, as Yuya has been forced to bring 1 attacking Pokemon and 3 Pokemon to really support it every single game. Pelipper has had to consistently go for Tailwind first before it can attack to ensure that Ursaluna has the opportunity to outspeed the threats on the opposing side of the field. Now, if you think about it, another way you can outspeed would be this Trick Room and the Sinistcha, but like you were calling out before, Torkoal has done a great job of scaring that away.
Of course, Sinistcha does not want to set up Trick Room for one of the alpha predators of a Sinistcha, the Torkoal under Trick Room. Nothing will be slower than it in Trick Room, so that means that Torkoal, if that Trick Room ever gets set up, is going to be the biggest threat on the field. But Yuya Tada has proven that he has some abilities to get around that, of course. In Game 1, after the overheat miss, was able to completely just crush the rest of that game to make sure that he did not lose momentum a single second after that. And another shakeup here from Hans, leading the damage of Typhlosion and Garchomp, staring down the Ursaluna and Sinistcha.
You still run the risk here of having the Pelipper switch in to reduce the amount of damage that Typhlosion can do in this turn number 1, but with Garchomp alongside of it, I think the Dragon Claw or that Stomping Tantrum, if you're targeting down the Ursaluna, will help make up for that a little bit. I do think that Hans has to be careful about a Rage Powder though, like we saw Yuya go for in that game too.
Yeah, and I think that's why you see Hans considering the Eruption instead.
Yeah.
As well, a double up from the Garchomp's Dragon Claw and an Eruption may be enough to take out the Pelipper on the switch in as well.
Exactly, and I really like the double up here for that reason. Also, Eruption, 100% accurate.
Yeah, there's no risk of missing an Eruption as Typhlosion Terra fires and gets ready to start firing off some damage. But Yuya is not going to switch in the Pelipper. There is no rain to reduce the damage. It's the Sinistcha staying on the field, terrestrializing into that fire type, so it will resist the Eruption from Typhlosion, but may be vulnerable to ground type attacks. Ursaluna protects. This indicates that Sinistcha is probably trying to go for that Trick Room mode here. The Dragon Claw into the Protect. That means that this Sinistcha is almost certainly going to be able to get the Trick Room up after this Eruption.
A great scout here from Yuya, making sure that the Ursaluna is 100% safe from one of the most powerful attacks in the metagame.
Yeah, well safe here on the Sinistcha. Doesn't even activate the Citrus Berry. Who needs Pelipper? Sinistcha can do it itself. And now, under Trick Room, this Life Orb Ursaluna is extremely frightening.
It is, but if it wants the guaranteed one-hit knockout onto that Typhlosion, it will have to use Earth Power, which is a single target attack. It's possible that Machagacha plus that damage would be enough to knock out the Typhlosion, but Machagacha not really accurate, also going to be very resisted by the Fire-type Pokemon, so it's not necessarily guaranteed. So I do think that Hans has the opportunity to make a switch here and start stalling out the Trick Room turns.
Okay, that's the Incineroar switching in for the Sinistcha, activating Fake Out pressure for the next turn, as well as limiting the damage of that Garchomp. Typhlosion retreating as well, going to swap out instead for the King Gambit. That's kind of a risky switch in that position because an Earth Power into that slot would be pretty devastating and cover for the Typhlosion staying in and the King Gambit itself.
Unless... Yeah, that is a lot of damage. I mean, we did see that take the attack earlier on in game number 1, but it's also possible that you wanted a quick turnaround here so that you can get Torkoal in while Trick Room is still up.
True. This does, however, open up the opportunity for this Incineroar to have a free fake out into that Assault Vest King Gambit, and a Hyper Voice here would just do a bunch of damage to the Garchomp in addition to picking up that KO.
But it does again force the use of Hyper Voice rather than a Blood Moon or an Earth Power. So Garchomp, even though it's intimidated here, will have the opportunity to attack. And I think that's exactly what Hans is hoping for. You need to get damage on the board, and unfortunately, you are sacrificing the King Gambit once again for the benefit of its constituents, but it will, again, keep you in the game.
Okay, there's the fake out onto King Gambit. That means King Gambit will not get to attack this turn. That's the Blood Moon actually from the Ursaluna. Not trying to knock out the King Gambit. Instead, just going for a one-hit KO onto that Garchomp. Like you mentioned, this does open up the opportunity for Hans to just bring in the Torkoal now.
Not only that, we saw the King Gambit move first. So the King Gambit and the Torkoal, if Hans decides to send it in, are going to be the two Pokemon attacking first under Trick Room. Now, it's not the best situation to be in, as the King Gambit will be KO'd by anything at this point in time, and the Torkoal will be forced to rely on an overheat for significant damage. But again, we are working our way through these Trick Room turns in hopes of forcing out a Pelipper and in hopes of setting up the Typhlosion for Hans's endgame.
Yeah, absolutely. Hans is going to try and pick off that Pelipper, force it out onto the field, and knock it out. Does have the option to use that Sucker Punch to make sure that it moves before that Ursaluna, and double up with the Torkoal, rather, would be a lot of damage onto that Pokemon. Just the overheat alone may be enough with the Sun, given how much damage that the Ursaluna has already sustained from its own Life Orb recoil. Will protect itself this turn, so it won't take any damage. Will allow the Incineroar to go for an attack. Overheat into the Ursaluna, will go into the Protect. Now it's down to the Incineroar and the King Gambit interaction. King Gambit moves first, deals big damage on that Incineroar with the low kick, but the Flare Blitz is just going to clean up that King Gambit.
So Incineroar now certainly within a sun-boosted eruption range, especially after taking the little bit of recoil from that Flare Blitz. The big question is just how long is the sunlight gonna stay around, as Yuya has done a fantastic job throughout this entire game of keeping that final Pokemon a secret.
Yeah, and if it is the Pelipper, then Yuya is in an extremely good position here with just the Typhlosion and Torkoal. Remember, that's a Terra Fire Sinistcha in the back. You have Incineroar, Terrafire, Sinistcha, and potentially a Pelipper in the back to reduce the power of fire-type attacks even more. Hans is going to need something to break through this because not seeing where the damage is coming from right now.
Well, I do love how he approached this turn, as Overheat will at least get some damage on the board, but I don't know if that's enough.
Oh, that's definitely not enough. The Earth Power coming back out from the Ursaluna will pick up the KO onto Typhlosion, and Uyatada is so close to being our 4th semifinalist and our 2nd Japanese player in this tournament to get a direct invitation to the World Championships.
Torkoal may be sturdy, may be eternal, but unfortunately it's too slow to stop the game.
Yeah, that is the forfeit, and Uyatada advances to the semifinals, setting up a showdown with his countryman Yuma Kinugawa for a spot in the finals. That does mean we will have Japanese representation in the finals of the Latin American International Championship. For those of you who are cheering on at home for another country and for the Latin American representation in particular, it's going to have to come from the other side of the bracket.
What a great game, though, from Hans, as I really love how he tried to make that adaptation in game number 3, finally going for the eruption, you know, trying to rely on that Torkoal for some damage under Trick Room. Unfortunately for him, Yuya made that amazing call of just saving that Pelipper until the final moment. And that's what you have to do in these weather games where you are playing sun versus rain. If you reveal the sun too soon, you run the risk of that Pelipper taking too much damage and going down early like we saw in game number 2, but just keeping it safe in the back, even though you did take a lot of damage for your trouble, was all you needed to secure that win.
Absolutely, and very well played there by Uyatada. I love those adaptations in game 3, showing the Terra Fire Sinistcha immediately, just going for the call that definitely not going to lock into a ground type attack right here, because either I'm going to resist it or I'm going to switch in the Pelipper and you're not going to do anything. So I'm just going to lock into the Terra Fire, and then I will be able to set Trick Room, knock out the Pokemon that could actually deal damage to my Fire-type Pokemon on the team, and then bring my Fire Resist Pokemon, then bring in Pelipper, and then it was kind of game over from there.
Yeah, and also, honestly, taking down one of the teams that has been insanely scary throughout the tournament. Hisuian and Typhlosion really having a moment here this weekend and just very calm and collectively taking it down.
Absolutely. Very much looked like Yuya was very prepared for this style of sun, the more classic throwback sun that we talked about at the start. But we are going to have to see if Yuya has it in him to defeat Yuma Kinugawa to make it into the finals, and we'll have to see who else is going to be in the finals for our tournament. And we're going to do that by doing our semifinals right after this.
fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by Pablo Meza. We're live here at LAIC, and I was lucky enough to walk around the city and, of course, find some Pokemon packs. These are a little bit different, though, Pablo.
Yeah, these are the Mega Evolution set, but in Portuguese you pronounce that Mega Evolução. Yeah, and the booster packs are a little bit different here. They contain 6 cards instead of the usual 10. So let's see if Juancho, let's see what he gets, and let's see if he can pronounce the differences in the attack names and the Pokemon names. Because there are a few subtle differences in the Pokemon names, but also the attack names, they're very different.
Definitely. Pablo's here to help me out with that. They open just like American packs, though. Feels just as good. And of course, our first Pokemon is Grafaiai. I don't even know how to pronounce this in English.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Okay, and it sounds the same exactly,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do one attack here, and it is Tinta Miraculosa.
Almost. Tinta Miraculosa.
Perfect. All right, that's the first card here. We have Helioptile.
Yeah.
Same thing. And its attack, Aranyao.
Yeah, perfect. Actually.
Duplo.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh,
Perfect
I'm doing pretty good.
I mean,
Okay.
I'm not native Brazilian, but yeah, I feel like that's pretty good.
All right. Pyroar. Same thing. How would you pronounce it?
Maybe Pyrori?
Pyrori.
Yeah.
I like that.
The last letters tend to have like that I emphasis or E emphasis. Yeah.
All right, it does have an ability. Let's do the ability only. It is Presa Intimidadora.
You're a natural, Juancho. You're an absolute natural.
Okay, I can't believe I'm doing this right. Maybe I don't need you in this shot.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I kid, of course. How about Corfish?
Corfishy. Maybe it's Corfishy. I'm not 100% sure on that one, yeah.
I like it. It's very cute. And its first attack is Agarramento Compressor.
Juancho, you really don't need me. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm not going to say flawless, but it's pretty good.
All right, and of course, our rare for the pack, and it is Xerneas, the legendary Pokemon. Ooh, if we've been playing some ZA. And its attack, Geoportal.
Okay, that one's a bit different. The L in Brazil sounds almost like a U, so the attack would be Geoportal.
Oh, Geoportal.
Portal. Yeah.
That is beautiful. And that is our rare. We got a basic fighting energy as well.
All right.
Let's move on to the second pack.
You got it, Juancho.
All right. I didn't get anything too rare there, so I didn't need to grab a sleeve.
Yeah, no, you're a natural, yeah.
All right.
Sounds pretty good.
Ooh, this guy. Bulbasaur.
Yeah, like less English, if you will. Bulbasaur.
All right, and its attack, Aprisionamento. Okay, that one's a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying.
Snomy. Yeah, the E at the end for most
love that. It
Snomy.
matches
I
it.
know, and it makes it like even cuter, right?
Yeah. Snomy. And its attack, Esconder.
Perfecto.
All right.
Oh, that's a good one.
Praia de Surfista.
Praia de Surfistas. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Beautiful place.
I thought Praia would be challenging for you.
Bulbasaur. I forgot already.
Bulbasaur.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah.
Yes, and Aprisionamento. Our
Perfect.
reverse rare, and of course our rare. Ooh, okay, we got something.
All right, let's see you try that one.
Mega Manectric.
That's English.
I don't know how.
All right, so it would be Mega Manectricky EXE or EX. That one I'm actually unsure, but Manectricky, I'm pretty sure.
That's very tricky, Pablo.
Yeah, it's
Mega Manectricky.
Yeah. And now the attack name?
I'm not gonna try, Pablo. Wait, what is it?
Rayo Declarado.
Oh.
Pretty good.
What about the second one? The second one is where I gave up to.
The second one is Detonazao Desenfrenada. Yeah, so you have to put like a little emphasis, like a little oomph to it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Pablo. I'm going to try and learn a little bit more, maybe open more packs with you. And
Love opening packs.
Of course. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Welcome back, trainers. This is the moment we have all been waiting for. We are about to embark on a journey to find out who will be our 2 semi-finalists. First set coming up right now, top 4A, here at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. I'm Costa. This is, of course, David, and we are absolutely hyped to be able to introduce the first semi-final.
Yes, we certainly are. Yeah, if you've been following us so far, it has been a whirlwind of amazing matches already. And of course, we have so much more to go. We've got 4 trainers who've now secured a Worlds invite, having got that top 4, which is amazing. But of course, they're only 1 game away from a finalist position as well for even more championship points, prize money, and of course, those booster boxes too.
Yeah, exactly. And looking at the bracket, we've been able to see Teo Team and Juan Salerno in the top 4A match, as well as Yuma Kinugawa versus Yuya Tada. So we've got an all EU bout with the first semi-final and an all Japanese bout with the second. And just looking at the progression through to the top 8, they've been able to overcome of the most informed trainers we've been able to see, not only this current season, but in previous as well. So no small feat at all.
Yeah, absolutely not. We've seen so many trainers get this far, and obviously not all of them can make that final either. Now, we've got a really interesting matchup coming for you. We're going to be featuring that top set first. Teo Timaso versus Juan Salerno, who has been featured multiple times already across today and yesterday too. So we've been able to see how they play their teams, what the teams are like, what sort of a mindset they get into, what is a good matchup, what's a bad matchup. And it seems like everyone else has had a bad match into them, basically, given how far they've come.
It's so true, isn't it? And Juan Salerno, of course, the final representative of the Latin America region. At this point, 1 in 4 opportunity to be able to become crowned as the first LATAM champion of the LAIC, which at the moment we've had multiple finalists, but we haven't had someone yet crowned from the region itself champion.
We haven't yet, and we're on the cusp of that happening again, which would be really interesting. But also, it could be our first Japanese LAIC champion as well, which could be very interesting, because obviously our previous champions being Carlson Confer, Ashton Cox, and Marco Silva as well, which is only 3. We've had obviously more than 3 LAICs, but 2 of those people are multiple LAIC champions, which is just insane.
It truly, truly is, but they're not going to be able to claim another one, as it's going to have to come down to one of these 4 trainers, which we are so excited to be able to check out and see who will make it through to the finals. Final 2 sets, of course. So, with that being said, we're going to be featuring Teo Team versus Juan first up, and we've seen both of our trainers embark on what has been a very big bout between not only themselves, but also in the current meta, because this is a bit of a run back. We've seen several weeks ago, if I'm not mistaken, David, Teo Team and Juan actually faced off at Gdansk Regional Championships at the top 4 stage, where, of course, we know now via history, Teo Team was able to make it through to the finals. So it's just going to have to be down to whether Juan's going to be able to overcome Teo Team this time round, as both of our trainers are actually rocking the exact same teams.
Yeah, that's a really huge piece of information there, honestly. This is a rematch just from a few weeks ago. I'm sure Juan, having kind of been defeated in that top cut scenario, must have been really thinking about the matchup and what could have gone differently as well. So here they are again, and they must have known it was coming too. And plus, Teo Team, given that he made the final and given that his team also won the Gdansk Regional Championships by Simone Sanvito, it's a matchup that Juan has very much probably prepared for, but also vice versa. Juan arguably has one of the most standard teams actually out there, one of the most tried and tested and consistently just very good teams that Teo Team has also probably prepared for too. So it's maybe going to come down to that individual player skill difference and how each individual player itself actually likes to play, how risky they like to play, what sort of leads they are comfortable doing, and how that mindset changes across 3 games.
And we have seen Juan at least rely on the Swords Dance Sneasler in previous bouts, and it's a good way to be able to break through the Volcarona, not only damage-wise, but also outpace it due to the unburdened proc of that Grassy Seed. So, like we said, there's a really good potential. tested, tried, and true through with this 6 Pokemon, which Juan has just been rocking non-stop with all of the events. He's been absolutely running through most of his opponents this season already.
Yeah, it really has. So it probably looks very familiar to a lot of you. It's very much the Emanuele Briganti team that won the Frankfurt Regional Championships, but has the Dragonite over that Ninetales Alolan form as well. So you've still got that Sword Dance Sneasler as well, that kind of threat that can really set up on you, and that Yawn Blood Moon Ursaluna that's been really key and the star of the show, honestly, for Juan across the sets that we've seen particularly. It takes so much damage and then suddenly heals up a ton with all that leftovers in grassy terrain.
Yeah, in comparison to the Lele team composition, Terra choice, which was electric, this one instead is water, so it could be able to benefit off of certain resistances, especially when going up against, you know, the usual Golden Goes, but the Rise of Sun, which is such a vital resistance to have.
Yeah, 100% actually, and also versus a lot of the Volcarona teams that we've seen it really good against. Yeah,
exactly.
Terra Electric isn't going to make you resist fire there, but water certainly will.
Yeah, and of course, we've got the other side of the coin. Tail Team Maso with the team, of course, that they've been running. Similar fashion to Juan on multiple occasions in the past several weeks. Bastia Legion, just being such a juggernaut in terms of the damage output that it's capable of with the adaptability ability, and then you got the Terra Water to boot. So it is going to really have to come down to which sort of key pieces you're going to be able to position when you're going up against, I would say honestly, the Sneasler mode, and how you could be able to find a spot maybe for the Bastia Legion to be able to just come in towards the mid and end game to start wiping up the KOs, because you need to get the KOs ASAP in order to be able to break down the sort of balanced form of the team composition on both sides.
Yeah, 100%. And that Sneasler that you pointed out is a really good call too, because of that Unburdened ability, it gets that double speed, right? And so actually, even if Tier Team manages to set up a couple of Quiverdances, Sneasler can still come in, hit it on the more squishy physical side, and deal a lot of damage with that acrobatics.
Oh, and here we go! Make some noise, everybody! We have got Juan's lead being the Incineroar Golden Go versus Tail Team's Incineroar and the Volcarona. This is such an evolution of the meta development to witness in front of our eyes. Volcarona usually comes in for that slot of the Golden Go, and Juan still rocking true with that Pokemon this time round.
Fake out coming out from Juan's, well, Incineroar. Of course it is an Incineroar all the time, and followed up by a Shadow Ball with a special defense drop. That's going to be big.
Yeah, that truly will be. It guarantees a KO in the subsequent turn if there is no sort of defensive play from Tail Team's Volcarona coming into effect as the knockoff. Not quite enough to pick up the KO due to that Intimidate drop off the attack from Incineroar's side.
Okay, so yeah, we've got a little bit of a throwaway of big attacks there without necessarily any sort of setup that both of these trainers do have access to as well. And yeah, that special defense drop is going to be big on that Volcarona, because without that, you could have maybe gone for a Quiver-Dance and guarantee you then take another Shadow Ball from that point, but that's no longer the case now. So Tail Team has to really go on the defensive here with that Volcarona if he wants to save it.
Yeah, and both of our trainers rapidly inputting their actions, given the sort of prowess that they've got in terms of the flow charts when it comes to this matchup. They're so keen and tuned in to what it needs to be done. Shadow Ball targeting what was that Volcarona slot. Sure, not dealing anywhere close to good amount of damage due to that Assault Vest, able to sponge up all of that damage, even if it is, of course, going to be from that Life Orb Golden Go. And Juan's Incineroar moving first. Getting that pivot action going with the parting shot allows that potential Sneasler to come in and maybe even start trying to set up, or at least even if not, you can directly threaten that Rillaboom.
Yeah, you really can. It's a very strong Pokemon. Obviously, not having that Dire Claw access here, but the acrobatics itself, especially when combined with that Terra Flying, that Juan's maybe been saving for it, could be really strong. But first, that another parting shot from Tail Team here, yelling insults at each other.
Yeah, truly. And at this point, actually, Tail Team's slower Incineroar really getting the fruits of that speed interaction advantage, because you can at least ensure the Sneasler is now at -1. So already feeling like it's having to work back a bit more and maybe even force Juan to consider a Swords Dance setup from the get-go.
Yeah, exactly. You need to kind of get some sort of boost if you want to muscle through a Rillaboom specifically, I think. Or you're going to go for that Terra, and that might also be enough that once you kind of commit that. And that's the same for the Volcarona here. Like, again, acrobatics is looking really strong. But of course, this Sneasler is at -1 attack from that parting shot. And there's an Incineroar in the back, which is the strongest type of Incineroar, because as soon as it comes in, it drops another attack drop on you and has Fake Out for the following turn. So I wouldn't be surprised to see an Incineroar switch, but we don't even.
Ooh, okay. Just to protect from the Sneasler, wanting to maybe allow the Golden Go to go down, bring in that free switch in from behind. If there is a focus of the Volcarona into that slot, Fake Out obviously trying to target down the Sneasler, the Shadow Ball, not enough, and it seems like the double up was intended for the Sneasler, so really Juan being able to still benefit off of having that Sneasler retained on the field and sort of what we were talking about, the free switching capability, and the fact that the Golden Go obviously hasn't committed to a Terra option means that Juan's probably considering and valuing that Sneasler's Terra Flying more and just wanting to allow Golden Go to just start chipping away the health of Tail Team's Pokemon.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Costa. I think getting those Pokemon really low suddenly puts you in range of so many other Pokemon. In a way, you don't need to rely on what you had before. Like, you don't have to just kind of completely set up and then lose that Pokemon suddenly. So I really like this. Juan is definitely going to be playing around the Sneasler now, as we know he's got Rillaboom in the back too, to provide another yet Fake Out option. But if he's going to make the most of Sneasler, he probably doesn't want to switch it out either. Losing your defense boost, losing the Unburden boost too. You want to find a way to try and get those Swords Dance boosts up, especially when you are one Pokemon down, which is really dangerous. But at least you do have a Sneasler that's going to be very fast, most likely outspeed everything that Tail Team has. Tail Team just has to find a way to deal back to that Sneasler, maybe with some special attacking damage to get around that Grassy Seed boost.
Yeah, and something to call out as well, we hadn't seen the 4th Pokemon revealed yet from Tail Team's side, but it is going to be confirmed to be the Ninetales Alola, which we know has a Focus Sash. It will start being able to actually incentivize Juan to really consider when to Terrasalize into the Flying type, as of course it will become susceptible to super effective Blizzards if allowed to do so. And the Fake Out into that slot means we have the Focus Sash now temporarily broken unless we see the Grassy Terrain recovery bring itself back. Not just yet. Seems like it may have to be the subsequent turn, but a Swords Dance has been set up now.
It certainly has, yeah. That's exactly what Juan needs. So back up to neutral now, though. So yeah, still not the ultimate powerhouse of offensive threat. Incineroar can probably still survive a close combat depending on its training, although we know Tail Team's Incineroar is pretty fast given its outspeed. It's sped a lot of other Rillabooms in previous sets. But first of all, it's not going to do anything this turn thanks to that Fake Out.
Ooh, but this opens up a play for the Ninetales to try to go for the Encore. Here we go. What a lovely little lock in this scenario. Juan not opting to go for the safe play of just to protect, wanting to capitalize off of momentum, anticipating maybe Tail Team reacting to that play. Flare Blitz into the Ninetales will bring it just beneath half of its HP, but in this scenario, Sneasler's in such an awkward spot.
It is now, yeah. It's going to have to Swords Dance constantly for the next few turns or so. And that is going to free up so much room for Tail Team to kind of deal with the other Pokemon here. And Juan's price is going to have to be to switch out that Sneasler if he wants to get rid of that Encore. But of course, you give up so much time to kind of set it up in that first place. But it looks like Juan is happy to keep that Swords Dance going as long as he can kind of support it a little bit more with the offensive threats that he's still got besides that, being that Incineroar, being that Rillaboom. Because looking at that team that Tail Team's got, it really doesn't like those fire moves, which Incineroar definitely has access to.
No, it doesn't. So we're going to have to make sure we keep count of how many attack boosts this Sneasler's got so far. +2. Given the Encore Swords Dance. Blizzard not picking up any sort of freezes. Parting Shot going into the Ninetales slot allows Juan to have the Rillaboom available for the subsequent turns Fake Out. And that gives a bit more breathing room when it comes to the Sneasler to be able to have a bit more of staying power and not just susceptible to any sort of KOs from the Incineroar. What a smart play from Tail Team. This is sort of an equivalent to an Encore Disable interaction due to the Encore effect of the Swords Dance being in play, now taunted.
Yeah, that's a really cool effect there. So as soon as this Sneasler tries to attack, it will struggle here. And so it looks likely it's not in the second slot, otherwise you can kind of accidentally lock yourself into it, because it will be a random target and it's going to then take 25% recoil as well. But does Juan want to stay in? It looks like he's maybe considering it, but at this point, if you want to use anything about that sneeze and not get it to KO itself, you do really need to switch this out to have a chance. But Tier Team, very strong position right now. Ninetales in a great position to deal some damage too.
Yeah, and it's a great pin that Tail Team has been able to force onto Juan to make sure that they could forego the initial, not only attack boost, but the unburden as well, which is so crucial when it comes to the end game for Tail Team's side, having that Volcarona setup going.
And so there is the Sneasler switching out as what makes sense. Ninetales switching out too, maybe wanting to set up that snow for a little bit later on. And it's good old Pyrax, the Volcarona coming in.
Yeah, and this is sort of the positioning that Tail Team definitely wants to be able to capitalize off of. But at the same time, Juan does still have the Incineroar on the field, whilst Tail Team is going to be burning their Terra option onto the Rillaboom. No pun intended, it is Fire Terra, of course.
Nice.
Apologies, that is from Juan's side. Going for the Wood Hammer means that not only do you guarantee a KO onto that slot, if it's a Volcarona switch-in, you're not going to fall susceptible to a burn due to the Flame Body interaction of the ability knockoff. Going into the Rillaboom will finally actually be able to get rid of the Assault Vest, but at this point, Volcarona's gone. The only thing that could benefit off of the Assault Vest being knocked off is going to be the Alola Ninetales, which we know its only offensive move is going to be the Blizzard, which naturally will be hitting a resist into that fire typing.
Yeah, it is. So a really good Terra there for Juan. Now, you're going into the rest of this game kind of thinking, right, what are my offensive pieces? How do I just dish the damage I need to do to all of those Pokemon that we've still got here? And for Juan, the Incineroar is obviously very important here. You deal so much damage into both the Rillaboom and that Ninetales. Now, Sneasler, given though it's lost its ability to have that Unburden boost and the defense boost, it still does have a really nice speed tier into Tail Team's team. Yeah. Now, it also naturally outspeed Ninetales, but we don't know whether it's trained to outspeed Ninetales either, because we've only seen it with the Unburden boost activated as well. So it could be that this Sneasler is still faster than max speed Ninetales, and if so, it's looking really strong.
Yeah, it's going to have to come down to the nature perhaps, because the Ninetales do tend to have max speed when it comes to the focus sets, but we're going to have to find out as the high horsepower apologies will go into that Rillaboom slot, perhaps wanting to make sure that there's any sort of coverage in terms of a reposition from Tail Team's side. And looking at the recovery interactions, we saw the Incineroar is faster than Juan's Rillaboom, followed then by the Rillaboom over on Tail Team's side.
Yeah, exactly. So really critical information to kind of go with for throughout the set here as well, because that's going to determine who has the luxury of faking out whoever they want, basically, rather than being faked out in turn by the opposing fake out Pokemon.
Right.
Right.
We got there. We got there, David.
Right. So yeah, obviously now we're in a position where the Ninetales is threatening like Encores and Sables as well, and a Raw Blizzard could obviously deal with a few put a few freezes around, but like otherwise it's not doing a whole lot of offensive presence, right? But still, that control of how it changes up move selection is really powerful. So it could be that Terra teams are looking for that bait there, just kind of target that slot as Incineroar comes in to maybe take grass or fire moves.
Yeah, and clearly not wanting to risk the blind blizzards and try to bring that snow back on in later on towards the end game, as we finally have the terrestrialization committed from Tail Team's side. It's going to be, yes, you guessed it, the Rillaboom now over on their side of the field. Terra Fire will, of course, mean that there's going to be an interesting mind game on whether the high horsepower is predicted or not, but no, it's just going to be a smooth, grassy glide into what is essentially chip damage onto Tail Team's Incineroar switching. Now, though, parting shot allows Juan an opportunity to finally bring in that Sneasler for the end game at such a crucial point in order to be able to perhaps capitalize, unless Tail Team has read this, gone for the high horsepower focus in that slot, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Tail Team, though, did go for the read with an un golpe critico for Juan's Rillaboom, which unfortunately means they're down to their final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, that was definitely not KOing that critical hit there, given the parting shot that just happened in that same turn there. But when there's a Sneasler, there's a way, they say. And often that's because of Dire Claw. But also, it's got a really good offensive typing, and it's still got the close combat and the activated acrobatics, given that double power that it has, because Sneasler no longer has that item either. So we could see critical hits in return as well because of that. But Teo Team, because he's got 3 Pokemon left still, does afford him the luxury of being able to still switch around. And Incineroar is looking really strong here if you switch it out and give it back in again.
And there is a case that the Sneasler no longer has the Grassy Seed proc to give it +1 in its defense, right?
Yeah, exactly. So suddenly the physical attackers on that side are looking really strong still too. Ninetales also in the back can set up the snow, and we also could be that the Ninetales actually outspeeds the Sneasler too.
Oh, as we're gonna see the Rillaboom switch itself out. Ninetales bringing the snow along its side, maybe just wanting to make sure that that slot, if it's gonna have a focus down on, will preserve the Rillaboom for the following turn. You to see Teo Team very happy with that interaction, because the Incineroar did not go for the following opposing Incineroar. It's going to be stopping the Sneasler completely in its tracks, whilst getting additional chip damage via another critical hit.
And we saw that from the grassy terrain confirmation that Teo Team's Ninetales does indeed outspeed Juan's Sneasler here. So that means it's such a safe Blizzard here, assuming Sneasler doesn't try to protect in this scenario. So Juan is definitely needing to rely on this Incineroar now to do the rest of what it needs to do.
Oh, and there's the Encore to force the Incineroar into a locked state, and with no switches means it's most likely not going to be able to move for the remainder of, at least say the next couple of turns, if not the rest of the game. Close combat enough to, of course, pick up the KO onto the Ninetales, but Sneasler now susceptible to, I would say, the Flare Blitz on Teo Team's side. -1 of its defense is not quite nice, but there's no KO focus. Teo Team preserving himself in terms of not wanting to play around with some awkward damage calcs, just in case there's a bit more investment when it comes to the physical defense of this Sneasler.
Yeah, and the Incineroar doesn't even have Flare Blitz either, so most likely not able to kind of get that KO on either side. So doing it what Incineroar does best, switching out so it can come back in, so it can fake out even further. So here, Teo Team has a really nice safe play here. We know the Incineroar on Juan's side is locked in to that fake out as well, so it means it's a really safe target for just a general attack at this point. So Incineroar can fake out Sneasler, and then you have the high horsepower from Gorhythmic to go into this Incineroar to deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, this does feel like a complete lockdown, even though the Sneasler opts to go for the Protect by a bit more time in terms of the remainder of the turns from Juan's Incineroar, now locked in the spot. We see the fake out interactions. Juan's Incineroar going first, still unfortunately locked into the Encore. And now we've got the follow-up. The high horsepower connects, does not pick up a KO, does proc that Citrus Berry, but like we said, I think it's just a little too late in order to be able to bring this back, especially because of what we've seen the speed interactions would be. Although, something to note, the Rillaboom is actually slower than the Incineroar on Juan's side.
Yeah, exactly. So we still can see a lot of damage come out from there. So maybe a double up from the Incineroar and the Sneasler, but I think we still got another fake out turn still to go on Incineroar here too. So it's still a sitting cat when it comes to just being dropped at the moment. So it could be that Teo Team wants to commit, say, a Wood Hammer into that slot to make sure something hits.
Yeah, and the close combat is of... Oh! It's enough! Because of the critical hit! Does that mean the Sneasler has been able to bring Juan back into this game, which looked so dire for himself? And we're going to have to find out the interactions. We know for a fact the knockoff is not enough. Even -1 defense Sneasler holds on. What a turn of events, and what a way to bring yourself back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely huge. We saw Juan kind of hover over their own Sneasler, seeing how low all those stats were there. It was going to do pitiful damage, but yeah, critical hit, critically timed as well. Sneasler loves its trainer so much.
Oh, and the Flare Blitz just to make sure you get as much chip damage as you can in order to seal the deal with the close combat knockoff. Of course, not enough to be able to do any sort of respectable damage. Teo Team anticipating the Protect, but I think it is definitely not enough. The Sneasler in a situation where You had to go for the critical hit. Juan was able to get it, and this is sort of the end of the process in terms of this game one. What a way to be able to get back in and force an advantage game against Tail Team.
Yeah, so just putting that Incineroar in range, most likely of another Flare Blitz now.
Yep.
So Sneasler going down. We've seen that Juan's Incineroar has been faster than Teo Team's Incineroar very consistently, unless Juan's been winning speed ties this entire game. This is most likely a KO.
Yeah.
And yeah, Juan stealing up game one.
Wow, there we have it. Juan not giving up. There were 3 minutes remaining of that game one. Tantalizing back and forth between both of our trainers. And, you know, every little count of RNG matters so much when it comes to this sort of interaction and matchup, because it's just all down to the fine margins between both of these trainers. They played multiple times before in the past, and Juan clearly has a bone to pick with Tail Team this time round.
And we saw how critical hits actually went both ways in that set, right?
It did.
We saw Tail Team actually get the high horsepower crit on the Terrifying Rillaboom as well, and then the fake out crit a little bit later to put Sneasler a little bit more in range of other attacks.
Yep.
So yeah, that's one kind of really biting back there, saying, right, I'm going to get you where it counts this time.
And yeah, was able to do it to such exceptional fashion. This is sort of what we were talking about a bit earlier, David. The Golden Go sort of there to be able to reduce as much of the HP from Tail Team's side with no true intent of committing it as the main sweeper. But we've got to change up. This is game 2 of our first semifinals. Blood Moon Ursaluna now making its way through onto the field, accompanied by that Incineroar in the same lead over on Tail Team side.
Yeah, so no Golden Go this time for Juan. So bring the Volcarona instead, which is the Ursaluna instead, which is obviously much less threatened by the Volcarona on the other side here. And obviously, Juan did get a little bit lucky with the Shadow Ball special defense drop a little bit last time, so maybe not wanting to rely on that again here. So this time, Ursaluna's most likely going to go on the offense, get some Blood Moon damage out there to do as much damage as possible to put things in range.
Yeah, Juan's Incineroar first to move and get the fake out going over on Tail Team's side whilst the Quiver Dance has been set up, but this does mean the Blood Moon Ursaluna is open to go for the Yawn in order to trap in, or at least initiate a Yawn Vortex, and this sort of already nullifies the Quiver Dance being set up unless Tail Team can find a way to navigate around this by going for another Quiver Dance commit and hoping that you're able to survive the next couple of turns and wake up.
Very interesting as well. Yeah, we've seen Tail Team kind of just commit when this Volcarona has been locked in. So there's a knockoff that's going to get rid of that Grassy Seed, which has not actually been activated yet. So a really big play there from Juan. But the parting shot from the other side is going to bring in something else to support this Volcarona and help it buy more turns.
Yeah, and this is so crucial because it already skews off those damage calculations in order to be able to allow the Volcarona to survive those physical hits from Juan's end. And yeah, even though the fake out is now available on Rillaboom's side, you're going to be able to give yourself one more turn of rest whilst the Blood Moon is showing that, you know, such a powerful move is not able to deal a very big dent in a +2 Quiver Dance Volcarona as we take that immediate sleep status condition now applied.
Yeah, that's a really big deal there, especially for that knockoff that Juan went for there. Absolutely huge, because suddenly the physical attackers that Juan had a lot of, right, in the last game, can suddenly hit this Volcarona for so much more damage. Tier Team, we can obviously see, is trying to go, right, I'm going to accept the sleep, but I've got enough supportive pieces to try and stall out the sleep, wake up eventually, and with the bulk of the Quiver Dance, I should be able to survive. But that is not quite the case right now. Incineroar is in a very, very good position, assuming an attack can come off, but most likely getting faked out this turn.
Yeah, Blood Moon already doing what it needed to in that scenario, getting that Yawn initiated, allowing the Sneasler now to be brought in, +1 defense. It is unburdened. It will be able to outspeed a +2 Quiver Dance up Volcarona, whilst being able to capitalize off of what is one of the freest switch-in turns that I've seen throughout this tournament. Fake out into the Incineroar. Not going to be able to get any sort of motion going for Tail Team.
Yeah, it's not. So yeah, this is looking really strong at the moment. Now, we have seen Volcarona proc its Flame Body multiple times across the last couple of days, so even if the Sneasler can get the KO on this Volcarona with an Acrobatics, it still is risking building itself getting burnt here particularly, which could be really key to Tier Team's plan, especially based on that parting shot that the Volcarona is kind of providing in that sense here too. We also haven't seen the interaction between the speed of Sneasler at +2 and the Volcarona at +2. So I'm assuming the Sneasler is going to outspeed, but we don't know for sure.
That is true. At the current moment, we do not, as Tail Team feeling forced to try to get the pivot action going between the fake-out siblings, let's say, in this scenario. Incineroar now making its way on the field whilst forcing Sneasler down to -1 of its attack. Most likely going to be seeing a Swords Dance coming out, but the Volcarona going on the offensive, or at least the defensive, to make sure there's no acrobatic focus onto that slot. Not able, of course, to wake up. Mandatory turn off sleep. Acrobatics, not enough to pick up the KO, but that's sort of what we're talking about. How Tail Team is forced to be able to already go for that terrestrialization button.
Yeah, so Tail Team breathing maybe a moderate sigh of relief there that the attack can go into the Volcarona to KO it, obviously. But yeah, we saw there that there was still no wake up yet there, and the Sneasler still able to kind of push through and deal a lot of damage. Rillaboom coming in though, it can still provide that fake out, but yeah, this Volcarona, if it does manage to wake up, could be pretty scary here. And I believe we saw an attempt at a protect actually from the Volcarona potentially, or it was still going on the attack. But it does depend, because you could say Terra Fairy in case you don't wake up, and Terra Fairy, and like if you the attack does kind of go through instead. So yeah, we still don't know if this Volcarona is going to outspeed the Sneasler.
Oh, let's see if we're going to find out. Tail Team not trying to go, I'd say, a bit on the aggressive in order to have subsequent and continuous fake outs available. Immediately switching that Incineroar out. The Volcarona does not wake up. Fake out just to make sure the Volcarona does not move, as we have a Swords Dance now set up, trying to guarantee the next couple of turns where we're going to see the Sneasler capitalize off of so much damage that it needs. So Tail Team is really trailing right now in terms of the offensive availability of the field.
Yeah, this is the risk of letting your Volcarona go to sleep here. You're very much at risk of taking a full 3 turns of sleep, and Juan's been really making the most of it. We've now got a very powerful Sneasler here that possibly could outspeed this Volcarona still. Now, the Volcarona, because it's still asleep, even with protect attempts, could still get a successful protect. And therefore, we could see Rillaboom kind of switch around, get Incineroar back in, provide more fake outs. But crucially, this Volcarona, having sacrificed the Terra option, is now very vulnerable to the grassy glides that this Rillaboom on Juan's end provides.
Here we go, no switch outs, fake out into the Rillaboom from on Juan's side, and Acrobatics does pick up the Volcarona. Tail Team's main setup sweeper has been knocked out of this game, really setting back the offensive, I would say, availability, like mentioned before, that the Volcarona is going to be able to dispatch. This is so big, because this Acrobatics Sneasler is looking so dangerous and menacing, especially when you got the Ninetales on the field, which, to be fair, still has its Focus Sash intact, but with some timed turns and switch-ins of the Incineroar, is going to be susceptible to big damage.
Yeah, big damage is the word here. So, Tail Team still back against the wall a little bit, but still has the opportunity to switch things around. And that's when the Incineroar and Rillaboom combination is still really powerful here. Combined with Protects, you can still kind of keep your opponent guessing as to what target they're going to slot into and where they need to call.
As we do have the Incineroar now joining the field, and terrestrialization being utilized from Juan's side. Terrifier, Rillaboom, will make sure you're not going to be susceptible to the super effective Ice-type Blizzard from that Ninetales. Close combat into the Incineroar, picks up the KO. Juan is not messing about. There's so much momentum advantage for himself. He needs to not let his foot off the gas in any form. This allows the Blizzard to come out. I think the count now is to try to go for the freezes. There's no freeze. Wood, however, breaks the Focus Sash on the Ninetales, and Tail Team now forced down to its final 2 Pokemon versus Juan's 4. This is looking so rough, and Juan has got the advantage.
Yep, definite advantage in so many ways here. Pokemon advantage, the boost advantage, and really utilizing that Sneasler, one of the unique Pokemon on his team that Tail Team does not have, that so many players have dropped from their teams, and really showing off how much damage it can do.
So much, nearly picking up the KO onto the Rillaboom. The Blizzard, however, does get rid of the Sneasler, which has been such a thorn in Tail Team's side. No freeze on the Rillaboom, which was needed, and the Woodhammer enough to pick up the KO onto the Alolan Ninetales. Juan has a free switch in right now. We've got a Blood Moon Ursaluna in the back that has been barely damaged, even though Juan's down to his final 2 Pokemon. You've got Fake Out, you've got Intimidate via the Incineroar, and the Blood Moon has Yawn. This is looking like a wrap-up.
It very much is, yeah, unless Tail Team's Rillaboom somehow has Eruption or something, which we've been seeing a lot of this week, and wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Yeah, I think this is going to be a wrap. One with that Incineroar and that trusty lefties Ursaluna that loves to yawn and snack. A little bit of a Snorlax, actually, kind of reminding me, to be fair. But just with that Blood Moon is going to be able to put it in its place. It's going to take it down. There it is. The big old Blood Moon, the Red Moon from the sky, taking Rillaboom down, and Juan Salerno advances to the final of the LAIC International Championships.
What a way to be able to clinch yourself in to Championship Sunday versus Tail Team Maso. Like we said, both of these trainers, this isn't the first time they have bouted against one another. They have history. And Juan has been able to come out on top this time round to clinch himself into the finals as the final representative of the Latin American region.
Huge congratulations. You could hear the crowd chanting for their hometown hero here. And he's so close to tasting it now. That final is just in reach. We could have our first LA LATAM representative champion.
Yeah, one more step. That was just our first semi-final. Of course, we've got another one coming up, but my lordy, was it such an explosive set between both of these trainers. Game 1 had RNG from both sides of the field. We see everybody in the stands waiting with anticipation of how things evolved. And let's not lie, that crit at the end of Game 1 was so crucial and allowed Juan that game advantage in what seemed to be Tail Teams all the way through.
Yeah, incredibly well done, honestly. Like, masterfully done as well. Just with the Ursaluna as well, with that lead, forcing the Yawn as well into that setup. It's not often the answer that you see into Volcarona all the time, right? You just, try Basket Legion maybe, do a little damage there. But yeah, having that pressure of deciding, right, are you going to stay in and stick with your guns and kind of keep boosting up? Or are you going to take the nap and then just sacrifice the offensive's momentum? And yeah, I think that crucial knockoff from the Incineroar, knocking off that grassy seed, meant that Volcarona was so threatened by all of that physical damage that the Sneasler was provided, the Incineroar and the Rillaboom that we saw was taking so many hits in that game.
And the beauty of that Volcarona set, right, like you said, with the Grass Seed, you get +1 in defense stat. Cool, lovely. You've got the Quiver Dances to help buff you out from the special defensive side, but then because, sure, Rillaboom's one component of that, you've got the Incineroar with the Intimidate on the other side of the field to be able to sort of offset and act like a pseudo additional stage of defense that you get. And because of the nature of those two as a pairing, you just keep rotating them back and forth to the point where Volcarona is just such a beast that's been set up, you cannot stop it. It just goes through everything, takes all of the damage, and unfortunately Tail Team wasn't able to position themselves to the point where they could capitalize off of that strategy because that Sneasler proved to be such a key component in being able to be that offensive piece. But then the Blood Moon Ursaluna bring, instead of the Golden Go, from Game 1 to Game 2, put it in its place in terms of the Yawn and slowed things down.
Yeah, it was really nicely done as well and perfectly positioned in front of that Volcarona, as you were saying, Costa. But yeah, obviously, kudos to Tier Team to kind of still make it this far. Like, absolutely amazing to get to top 4 here. Like, and it's definitely a huge accomplishment that they should really be proud of.
Exactly, and they have officially gone ahead and gotten that direct invitation to the World Championships later on. But with that being said, we're going to leave you lovely folks the opportunity to get refreshments because guess what? We've got our second semi-final coming right up in just a few short moments.
Welcome in, everyone. We're here at LAIC 2026 in Sao Paulo. My name is Koning Leinert, and I have a few booster packs of the Pokemon TCG that I really want to give away, but I want to see something for it. So I'm going to go to players, ask them for something on their Pokemon Go account, and then they're gonna get a pack. Follow me. Hungry Wolf pack. Can you, for a pack, show me a shiny 4-star Pokemon on your Pokemon Go account? Yes, you can. All right, show it to the camera. All right, beautiful, shiny. Take this booster pack. Good luck with the pulls. Ash, I need you. So for you, I have something more specific. Can you show me, for a booster pack, on your account, a Dugong that has a bottle cap used on it?
I do have one, yeah, I have one.
All right, show me.
Long story short, I wanted to bring the Dugong Slayer, right? And I had a 0, 11, and 3 HP, right? But I said, okay, let's use a civil bottle cap, right? And here it is. Here it is, hyper training. As you can see here, if you appraise it, it's like this, right? So I only needed 4 additional defense, right? And if you go to hyper training, it asked me for 15 days. Oh my goodness. Like, everybody's gonna make fun of me because of that. So I wanted to use it. I couldn't use it, but yeah.
Well, you're doing fantastic regardless, and here is your pack. All right, let's find more players to show me cool stuff on their Pokemon Go accounts. Follow me. Steve! Steve!
Yes,
Hi.
Hi!
Nice to meet you. Nice that you're here at LAIC.
Of course.
Can you show me, for a pack on your Pokemon Go account,
Oh yeah.
that you're doing an EV Dynamo? Okay, no, now you just quit out of it. Okay, show me a shiny Darmanitan.
A shiny Darmanitan, uh-oh. Darm and shiny.
That's no pack for you, sorry, I don't make the rules. I do make the rules, but he's not getting one. All right, take care, good luck on your journey. All right, follow me. All right, this is getting... Can anyone here show me a shiny Darmanitan on their account for a pack? Does anyone have a shiny Darmanitan? It works, just a Darmanitan. Any Darmanitan? Shiny Darmanitan, let's go! And we got another winner. I can see someone I can recognize from Europe over there. Look at this. Hello, what's your name?
What?
What's your name?
Shimon.
All right, okay, I was going for a nickname, but that's fine regardless. Can you show me, on your account, a 4-star Pokemon that is XXL?
XXL?
Yes, XXL.
XXL. I will show you XXL Pokemon. I have a couple of those, a lot of those.
Oh, beautiful. Probably just caught some of those at the Wild Zone. Oh yeah, you get a pack. All right, have fun opening it. Okay, we have 3 more packs to go. Let's see. I forgot to make up more of those Pokemon that I want to see, so I'm going with 4-star Ho-Oh next. All right. Are you Go players? Do you have a 4-star Ho-Oh on your account? A 4-star Ho-Oh for a pack. This is intense. Yes. Does it have 4 stars? If you appraise it. You know what? That's enough for me. You get a pack. All right. Okay, 2 more packs to go. Those are the final packs. Okay. Arrow, you're looking at me funny. My friend, can you show me a 4-star Lugia on your Pokemon Go account for a pack?
Let me see. I don't know. The microphone's scaring me.
I'm sorry. It's harmless.
Is it?
Kinda.
I cannot. I have an 98.
Oh, you're letting me down here, right there. Okay, we have 2 more packs we want to give out. Can anyone show me a 4-star Lugia on their Pokemon Go account for a pack? Oh yes, we got one! Perfect, congratulations. Good luck with the pulls. Okay, all right. The last pack. I kind of want to open it myself, but I won't. I won't. Good sport. Hey, can you show me a 4-star Darmanitan in your Pokemon Go accounts for a pack? A 4-star Darmanitan, a Hundo Darmanitan. Can anyone show me? Darmanitan, yeah. Oh, you got one? You got one? That is perfect. A 4-star Darmanitan. If you're wondering why Darmanitan, it is my favorite Pokemon. Congratulations. Good luck with the pack. That was it. That's all the packs we've got. I enjoyed this quite a lot. It's always fun to see cool Pokemon, and we're going right back to the action.
I train hard, go hard. I'm a real rock star. Got the fire in my veins, yeah. I'm a go far. I'm a maverick, havoc in my way. High stakes, and I'm dishing out moves. Time to step up through the plate, and I'll battle anywhere. Yeah, I'll step up anywhere. Name the place, and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. And I'll battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Anytime, anywhere. I'm a battle anywhere. I'll step up anywhere. Name a place and I'll be there. Anytime, anywhere. Anytime, anywhere.
Anytime, anywhere, and the time is now, and the place is Sao Paulo, Brazil. We have our first finalist at the Latin American International Championships in Juan Salerno, and we are about to find out who our second is going to be joining Juan Salerno in the finals. And I am so thrilled to be here. My name is Evan Latin. I've got Gabby Snyder right next to me as we are going to see a clash of some Japanese titans in our next match.
Regardless of what happens, Latin America will be facing off against Japan to vie for the title of champion. And once again, Latin America has the opportunity to finally take home the title of Latin America International Champion in the video game championships. So Juan Salerno, what a fantastic match. His brother was right in the front, not only cheering for his brother, but also encouraging the crowd and leading them in chants to send his energy to Juan Salerno. So
Yeah,
it was
leading the chants. Incredible.
It was so incredible to see. So congratulations to Juan, but it is time now to crown our second finalist here. And between Yuma Kinugawa and Yuya Tada, we're going to have another battle of titans.
It is going to be an incredible matchup here. Yuma Kinugawa has been running over the competition with this manual Sun team featuring the Sunny Day Whimsicott. And Yuya Tada has been showing off that Rain also has a place in this meta. This is going to be an intense matchup between two incredibly decorated and accomplished Japanese trainers. We are going to have Yuya Tada on the left here and Yuma Kinugawa on the right. Yuya, of course, is fresh off of a finals appearance at the Brisbane Regional Championships, while Yuma Kinugawa is coming off of his time in the Las Vegas Regional Championships last week.
Yeah, but I think there's some other accomplishments that are taking the place of regional championships, as Yuya Tada, no stranger to the international championship stage, having gotten top 4, top 8, and top 16 in the past. Yuma Kinugawa, most recently, our Japan Championship Series champion in Yokohama last summer.
Yeah, Yuya Tada has made it to the top cut of international championships multiple times, but always stalled out right here, right in this moment, the semi-finals. He is going to have to take down one of Japan's strongest current trainers in Yuma Kinugawa to get past that hump. But if anyone can do it, the time is now, the place is here. Yuya Tada, you've got to show what you've got.
We saw Yuya Tada earlier on today in top 8 use this Pelipper with the Terra Stellar Terrestrialization to great success, finding an opportunity for the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Life Orb on this team to deal massive damage to take his opponent down. He supported that Blood Moon Ursaluna with the Sinistra and the Incineroar on that team, and you know what? He was placing off against an opponent who was using a Sun strategy. So going into this top 4 matchup, I wouldn't be surprised to see something very similar from Yuya Tada, as sending in your Pelipper to reset the weather works great when you're facing off against a Sunsetter that's also relying on its ability. Now here's the wrench in the plan. Yuma Kinugawa is running one of those Pokemon, Whimsicott, Prankster, and Sunny Day, and there's nothing on his team that can necessarily shut that down. So he needs to find a way to eliminate the Whimsicott, and honestly, more importantly, eliminate one of the secret stars of this competition. Sometimes it's a co-star, but I think today it is the shining star, the Flamigo on Yuma Kinugawa's team. Because let me tell you, Evan, it can threaten almost every Pokemon on Yuya Tada's side.
Yeah, and the Pokemon that it can't threaten itself, that feint attack will allow it to make sure that it cannot protect from another Pokemon on Yuma Kinugawa's side. And we've seen a little bit of this team over the course of the weekend, but we haven't seen enough of that Flamigo as far as I am concerned, so I'm really excited to have this matchup here. Of course, we have the 2 different modes here with the Tailwind and Trick Room. So even if Yuya Tada does try to go for the Trick Room mode like we saw against in his previous match, Yuma Kinugawa is also very capable of playing in that space as well.
You do have to wonder how the speeds will match up if we see Yuma Kinugawa go for the Trick Room. Obviously, with 2 Blood Moon Ursaluna in play, which one will be naturally slower, or if there's a potential for a speed tie, will be absolutely critical for these 2 trainers to figure out. They have not played yet in the course of this tournament, so none of this information is available to either trainer.
Yeah, at least not over the course of this tournament. Who could say if there have been any other prep matches over the course of their preparation for this tournament itself? This is going to be an extremely exciting matchup, and I expect it is going to be so heavy on some dynamic moments that hinge on a razor's edge. And there it is. It's the Sinistra and the Incineroar alongside the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Whimsicott that Yuma Kinugawa has shown he loves to lead and get those big chunks out of Pokemon with that hyper voice from the Ursaluna.
We saw Yuya Tada lead the Sinistra in situations where it went for an immediate Terrestrialization into the Fire type and then an immediate Trick Room. Not necessarily an opportunity for it to go for the Terrestrialization, but certainly a great opportunity for it to Trick Room, as that Blood Moon Ursaluna alone will not be able to knock it out in a single hit.
Yeah, and especially won't be able to knock it out if it gets faked out by the Incineroar. So having that fake out pressure is huge here for Yuya, as Ursaluna is forced to protect itself. Yuma Kinugawa knows what's coming. The Trick Room is what's next, and so not going to waste any time going for any other type of speed control or even bothering to set up the Sunny Day at this point. Just going for the Moonblast into the Incineroar, and you get that Trick Room set up just like you planned it.
And I love how Yuya Tada actually went for a parting shot into that Ursaluna on the off chance that it did connect. Maybe if there was no protect there, maybe if you risk an attack knowing fake out is in play, then you also get the special attack drop on that Life Orb user, which is huge when you consider how much damage you need to do during the limited time of Trick Room.
All right, and we saw Yuya cycling through some switch options here, and notably that includes the Farigiraf, because one of the potential options for Kinugawa here would be to encore the Trick Room. But of course, if that Farigiraf is switching in, as it is, that is going to block Whimsicott's Prankster Encore from being able to reset the Trick Room this time around. Instead, Kinugawa is just going to go for an immediate Terrestrialization on that Blood Moon Ursaluna that is now normal type, which means it's about to take a chunk out of all of the Pokemon on the field.
And this is what this team does best. We'll have to take a Matcha Gotcha first, but there's a lot of damage coming in the future.
Yeah, that's a cute amount of damage, Sinistra. Let me show you what real damage looks like with this Terranormal boosted Hyper Voice. No KOs right now, but that is huge damage onto these two Pokemon that are key, bulky cornerstones of Yuyatada's team.
And I think most importantly here, the Whimsicott free to go on the offense to follow it up with a Moonblast to ensure that Sinistra looks like it's still in range for a KO after a second Hyper Voice. Just assuming that the Farigiraf could be present, Encore maybe not the safest play. You just have the amount of damage you need to have that be your answer to a Trick Room user.
Yeah, and I love this answer to the Trick Room from Kinugawa. Just instead of trying to worry about, oh no, what if my opponent gets Trick Room up? Like, great, get Trick Room up. I'm now going to blast through your team with my Terranormal Blood Moon Ursaluna. And that is just softening up all of these Pokemon for a potential eruption endgame in the back.
And that's exactly what Yuma Kinugawa's team wants to do. Ursaluna Blood Moon is the first attacker. Hisuian Typhlosion typically the second. But there's the star of the show right there.
That's what everyone was waiting for. Flamigo out on the field now, taking the place of the Whimsicott. So Kinugawa can save the Whimsicott for the future. That Ursaluna Blood Moon will protect itself from any damage coming through this time around. And that is huge value, meaning that no damage is taken on that Pokemon, and the Flamigo gets in with just a little bit of Matcha Gotcha damage.
But it could burn, we'll have to see if it's going to happen here, as the healing will happen first.
Oh, no burn. Kinugawa gets the Flamigo in for free.
All right, so now the Flamigo is on the field. With Trick Room still in play, you have to be very careful about the Farigiraf, as it's able to hit the Flamigo super effectively with either a Psychic or a Dazzling Gleam. But this Flamigo does have access to Detect and Wide Guard, so you can buy yourself a little bit of time opting for Wide Guard in this instance.
Yeah, no Dazzling Gleam, no Matcha Gotcha available for Yuyatada. Instead, not falling for it, goes for the Psychic straight onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna, but the Psychic alone is not going to be enough on that Pokemon. That means that this Ursaluna is going to get to finish off both of these Pokemon as the Matcha Gotcha goes into the Wide Guard, and another Hyper Voice. A big scream coming out from the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and all the Pokemon on the field faint.
A great use of the Wide Guard from Yuma Kinugawa as well there, because had the Farigiraf targeted down the Flamigo with the Psychic, a single target attack to pick up the KO, now that the Focus Sash it's holding had been broken, we would know that the Ursaluna would be perfectly fine to fire back that Hyper Voice. So ultimately, Yuyatada making the correct call to try and double into the Ursaluna Blood Moon, just lacking the amount of damage to take it out.
And this is now really scary for Yuyatada. Both of the Trick Room setters have fainted. That means that Kinugawa is going to be in complete control of the speed as soon as Trick Room ends. So Yuyatada needs to get as much as possible out of these last turns of Trick Room.
The nice thing for Yuyatada is the fact that the Ursaluna has taken so much damage, but at the same time, Yuma still has all 4 of his Pokemon available to him. If Ursaluna is the endgame he wants, he can make a couple switches to protect it, or you can try and sneak the Whimsicott out on the field to set up for a potential Hisuian Typhlosion endgame.
Or even a Flamigo endgame by switching that Pokemon out. Of course, both of the Pokemon left on the field, the Ursaluna and the Incineroar, will both fall to Flamigo's close combat. So Kinugawa now protecting the Blood Moon Ursaluna for one more turn here, and the Whimsicott will be the Pokemon that takes all of the damage here.
Not taking a risk as well, following up a Wide Guard with a Detect, which is not guaranteed to work.
Yeah, and the Wide Guard would have worked, but of course the fake out pressure making sure that that was not an option. So the sacrifice of Whimsicott is not in vain. It is totally useful for Kinugawa to save that Flamigo for this turn.
And honestly, the Whimsicott did what it needed to do in this game number 1. It provided the encore pressure to force the Farigiraf onto the field. Yeah, Sun would be great if it is going to be the Hisuian Typhlosion in the back, and you know, Moonblast would add up after a while, but it really is, again, the Flamigo that has the biggest threat here with those close combats as Yuyatada forfeits game number 1.
the power of the Flamigo. It's too intimidating, and it causes Yuya to forfeit that first game. And wow, what a masterclass put on by Yuma Kinugawa in that set. It felt like Yuya had no opportunities whatsoever to get into that game.
Exactly, and it was because of how Yuma Kinugawa revealed his Pokemon throughout the set. You started out with the Whimsicott and the Ursaluna to threaten huge damage immediately with those Terra Normal Hyper Voices, which Yuya had no way to stop other than that fake out on the Incineroar. And then as soon as you had the opportunity to get Flamigo in safely enough, all of a sudden you revealed your secret attack, your special Pokemon that really will close out the matchup. And by the time that Flamigo was revealed, Yuya had lost a majority of his resources needed to take it down.
And I just don't know how Yuya bounces back from this. The Trick Room mode, I don't see a way that you can safely get it up at all and actually make use of it, because Kinugawa was the one who actually made the most use of the Trick Room in that first game. So there must be another option here. Yuya might have to try to match Tailwinds and play the weather game, or maybe that Archaludon has some space to threaten that Blood Moon Ursaluna, which really did all of the work.
It's such a tough spot to be in, because on paper, if it wasn't for the Flamigo and the Typhlosion, Archaludon would be a great piece to have. If you can get the rain up, Electro Shot would certainly help with the Flamigo, and Body Press with enough stamina boosts would help with the Ursaluna, but then you would probably want to Terrastalize at some point so that maybe you're not as threatened by a close combat, let's say, but now you're a Grass-type Pokemon staring down a potential Choice Specs boosted Eruption. So there's really no great out for Yuya if you think about it purely on paper. I think he has to bring the right pieces to the board, so a Pelipper adjustment I think is almost mandatory at this point in time, but whether or not you reveal it really is going to come down to if you're able to knock out the counters to that Pokemon, because if you're not able to get the alignment, I think Yuma Kinugawa just has so much of an advantage because of how the matchup looks on paper.
Yeah, the other option, if you feel like your matchup is so bad in the semifinals, is maybe you go for just a heavy read gameplay. You try to read Yuma Kinugawa's soul and know exactly what he's doing and counter it every step of the way, which, look, if you could do that, do that.
The time is now. The moment is here.
And here we are in game 2 of our semifinals. It's just the Whimsicott and the Ursaluna once again versus the Incineroar and Sinistcha from Yuya Tada this time around. Last time we did see that the Ursaluna went for the Protect, so maybe there's an opportunity to use that passive play to make a more aggressive play this turn 1.
There is, but you also have to remember that it was the Parting Shot that was targeting down the Ursaluna Blood Moon, and think about how much damage it did after that initial turn when Trick Room was up with the threat of Encore onto the opposing Sinistcha. Yuya Tada could certainly play around that, but I do think you try and land that Parting Shot a second time just to neutralize the Ursaluna Blood Moon by that little bit.
Okay, well, Kinugawa is going to make an adjustment here. Brings out the Incineroar, which we did not see in that first game. So a new Pokemon out on the field for Kinugawa alongside the Ursaluna. Here comes the Terrastalization from the Ursaluna, so not going for the passive play of Protect, instead going on the offensive, and that does open up the Ursaluna to that Parting Shot.
It does, but it will have to attack first, except it's slower.
No, it's slower than that Incineroar. Parting Shot goes off first. The Ursaluna will take a special attack drop, while Yuya Tada gets to decide what Pokemon do you want to tank whatever this Ursaluna is about to send at you?
Well, if you think about historical to game 1, Hyper Voice seems like the most likely option here, but it's Blood Moon!
Oh, that's the Blood Moon coming out from the Ursaluna straight onto the Sinistcha, and it survives thanks to that Parting Shot.
What an incredible prediction from Yuya Tada, just staying the course, hanging on with just enough health to eat that citrus berry to set up Trick Room for your own Ursaluna, and now all of a sudden you are in the driver's seat for this match.
Absolutely, this is a much better position for Yuya Tada than in game 1. Still has the opportunity to bring in the Farigiraf to counter the fake out pressure from the Incineroar on the other side, and given the speed interactions here and the type of team, if this Ursaluna is slower on Yuyatada's side, now all of a sudden Yuma Kinugawa's Ursaluna is afraid of a Hyper Voice or a Blood Moon from its counterpart on the other side.
I think we're going to see a reversal of what we saw in game number 1 with some big damage coming out on the field.
Another one-hit KO. That is on the Incineroar, knocking it out in one shot with the Earth Power. But that means that Yuma Kinugawa is able to continue to fire off attacks with this Blood Moon Ursaluna. Here comes a Hyper Voice onto the Farigiraf and the Ursaluna on Yuyatada's side, but crucially, it was Yuyatada's Ursaluna who moved first under Trick Room. So finally being able to position an offensive threat with speed control.
And I do think that's something we can assume from here on out, if only because of Yuya's consistently playing to this Trick Room endgame.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do have to ask yourself, is this a speed tie or not? But again, looking at the matchup on paper, I think Yuyatada is just so much more comfortable in Trick Room compared to Yuma Kinugawa. Moving forward from now, Yuyatada's Ursaluna will most likely always be moving first, which is a big problem for Yuma Kinugawa. You do finally get that Flamigo on the field, and certainly you could use Wide Guard to stop a couple of spread attacks, but what's stopping a Psychic and a Blood Moon targeting down that Pokemon?
Probably nothing, but in doing so, you're focusing only on the Flamigo and allowing the Ursaluna that has terrestrialized with that normal typing plus the Life Orb to continue to fire off more attacks. That parting shot has been doing a lot of work on turn 1. The question is, can it keep doing enough? There's the Wide Guard coming out from Flamigo, trying to detect. Sorry, that was the detect from Flamigo, which means that it will be able to survive a double up here.
And it was a Blood Moon and a Psychic into that Pokemon!
Oh, that is devastating for Yuyatada. Went for the offense against the Flamigo.
And here's
another Blood Moon fired off by Yuma Kinugawa. Another KO for Farigiraf goes down, and now Flamigo is looking pretty safe.
And it's almost like that parting shot didn't even matter in the end. That Blood Moon was still able to take the knockout and put the Ursaluna Blood Moon on Yuyatada's side of the field within KO range from presumably another Hyper Voice from Yuma's own Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Oh, and this is a really bad spot for Yuyatada here because of the detect on the Flamigo. That means, and the Blood Moon being used into it, that means that there are only spread type attacks that could damage the Flamigo, which means that a Wide Guard will block it all. So the only target available is just an Earth Power into Yuma's Blood Moon.
And something really tricky here is that if you use Wide Guard into detect, it's not guaranteed to work. But if you detect and then use Wide Guard, that's going to work quite well.
That's all fine.
That's all fine.
Yeah, you can see Yuya really wants to click Blood Moon instead, but isn't going to get an opportunity to. But instead, Kinugawa is going to retreat the Blood Moon, save it for later, and bring back out the Whimsicott. This is going to be very scary because this Ursaluna just protected and Farigiraf has gone down.
There's that Wide Guard, so no Machagachas this time around, but Yuma Kinugawa using the same strategy we saw in game number 1, but here's an adaptation, not being able to attack. Sinistcha going for a Life Dew to heal itself up alongside of that Ursaluna Blood Moon. So Yuyatada buying himself a little more time to get through this match, but time is also the name of the game in terms of Trick Room turns here. And if he runs out of Trick Room turns, I think Yuma Kinugawa is going to be able to just outspeed and outwin.
Yeah, and there's nothing this Ursaluna can do here. An Encore will just lock it into Protect. This Sinistcha will only be able to Machagacha for damage. You can't even Rage Powder it away because Whimsicott is a Grass type.
And you could also Encore into Life Dew if you were really worried. I don't necessarily recommend that, but it is another option to consider here. There's so much going in Yuma's favor.
Yeah, and that means that Ursaluna is going to have to retreat here, try to make something happen with the Incineroar, but you don't even get to intimidate Flamigo because of its Scrappy ability. Sinistcha is trying to protect that Pokemon from any damage on this turn by going for the Rage Powder, but it is now going to be locked into Rage Powder. So Whimsicott did go to try to lock into the Life Dew, but that just means that Sinistcha is tanking this close combat.
but I think that is okay for Yuma Kinugawa because now that it is locked into Rage Powder, you know that it's only going to be able to use that move. Now, Trick Room has not expired yet, so we still have a little bit more time here for Yuya to find his footing, but if Sinistra does not break out of this Encore before Trick Room ends, and Yuma's able to knock that Pokemon out, again, Yuma Kinugawa will have the speed control and will still have the offensive advantage. Like, there's so much going in his favor.
Yeah, Kinugawa is completely in control of this match. Will be retreating the Whimsicott for Ursaluna Blood Moon once again. That Pokemon is going to come back out and potentially threaten even more damage once this Trick Room has ended. But here comes the Sinistra, going to retreat, maybe get some hospitality later on to protect one of these Pokemon from a big hit. But that's just going to be another Detect coming out from the Flamigo as Ursaluna switches in on Yuya's side as well. And there's the Incineroar, just trying to make something happen, but just can't do it.
I mean, Fake Out to stop another close combat there to protect the Ursaluna Blood Moon switch in and protect itself really was a great call. But still, there is still a huge Pokemon advantage for Yuma. Now, Yuya does have the opportunity now to start making some more ground back now that the Ursaluna Blood Moon is back out on the field. But you really want to try to be finding a one-hit knockout in this situation. And I believe the Flamigo's Focus Sash is still intact. So you still have to double that slot if that's the Pokemon you're worried about, and honestly double the Ursaluna Blood Moon as well. You need a lot of damage this turn.
Well, you know what does a lot of damage? It's a Flare Blitz that's been boosted by a Fire Terastallization, and this is one of the benefits of Yuyatada's Terastallization choices. The close combat connects onto the Incineroar, lost the weakness, but now has the ability to potentially fire back big damage. Needs something huge out of this Flare Blitz. It will connect onto the Ursaluna, but it's nowhere near enough for the KO. Needed a critical hit, and that just means that Yuma Kinugawa is going to make a huge statement here. Blood Mooning into the Blood Moon on the other side, and it goes down. 3-2. Yuma Kinugawa is so close to the finals here.
Sinistra coming back on the field does mean that the Incineroar will be regaining some of its health back and would be able to attack if it can take another close combat from this Flamigo. But the only option here would be a redirection.
Yeah, there is no shot here for Yuyatada. He will resign, and that means that Yuma Kinugawa is advancing to the finals here in Sao Paulo.
With such a unique team. We've been talking all tournament about how cool the Whimsicott with the Sunny Day and Prankster ability has been throughout the most recent round of the regional championships and of course the Latin America International Championships this weekend. But honestly, it was really the Flamigo that was the star of that game. It just was able to threaten so much on Yuyatada's side of the field, and it was the presence of that Pokemon that really kept him in the driver's seat turn after turn after turn.
And I am so happy that Yuma Kinugawa is getting his moment here in Sao Paulo. Ever since we started seeing him win the Japanese National Championships in 2025 and then competing at the North American International Championships last season, he has been such a dynamic and entertaining player to watch. And I think if you saw those games that I just saw, you also know exactly why Kinugawa was one of the favorites coming into this tournament.
I know, it's such a pleasure to watch him play as well. And honestly, I love how the Japanese players in general are just very like emotive during their battles, and you can tell, you know, exactly how they're feeling, you know, if they're trying to hope for something to happen or if they're made a prediction that came through. But really, Yuma was just very sort of stoic in this instance, now that I'm actually paying attention.
Did you not see him just take off his glasses and lock in at the start of that?
No, I didn't, because I was too locked into the match on the field, but I think him being locked in makes sense given just how clean that game was.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful play in both of those games from Yuma Kinugawa. Yuyatada is an extremely strong trainer. He is someone that you do not want to match up against and see on your, especially in your Swiss rounds, but also in the top cut bracket. But Once again, he is stopped at the semifinals, and this time by Yuma Kinugawa, his countrymate, and an incredible set here in the semifinals. And I am so excited for this finals matchup between Juan Salerno and Yuma Kinugawa. I am like kind of giddy right now.
I know, me too. But congratulations to Yuya Tada as well. I think that his take on this Rain team that we've seen resurface time and time again throughout Regulation H has been really fun to watch. You know, the Terra Stellar on the Pelipper with the Focus Sash dealing a surprising amount of damage has been really neat. You know, Farigiraf as well having a bit of a resurgence as one of the offensive, one of the damage dealers on the team is always really cool to see. So it just goes to show you that even at the end of a format, you can still find some innovation.
Absolutely. There is still, even though we are at the end of our Regulation H season, there is still plenty of innovation left in this meta. So we do still have one event after this. But let's take a look at our two finalists before we get too far ahead of ourselves, starting with Juan Salerno. Juan is, look at this highlight reel from his semifinal set, taking down Teotim Massot from France. And this was an incredible moment here. Just got the critical hit on that Rillaboom. It looked like all was lost, but there is always a chance in Pokemon.
And Juan Salerno running a team that can take advantage of those chances. The 6 most common Pokemon in the format, really giving him every possible opportunity to be creative, to find the outs that you need, and showcasing the knowledge and the determination and the confidence to make the plays that you need to play to those outs.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the match that we were able to cast, seeing the way that Juan was able to, choose his Pokemon correctly and maintain the advantage once, that was a long drawn-out set with Gabriel Agati in the top 8 to make it into the semifinals and now into the finals. It went to 3 games, and it was a brutal back-and-forth match of 2 balanced teams, but Juan was always able in those 2 games that he won to find those little advantages and push and push and push just enough to get Gabriel on the ropes and then secure the win, and now he's in the finals.
And not only that, he has really the hopes and dreams of the entire continent on his shoulders, as he has the best shot of taking the title home for the first time for Latin America. But of course, Yuma Kinugawa, we just saw this, but why not do a little bit of a review here, because it was such an amazing match from Yuma Kinugawa's side of the field, starting out strong with that Terra Normal Terrestrialization on the Ursaluna Blood Moon, dealing those big hits, and then of course following it up with the Flamigo.
Yeah, just absolutely textbook play from Kinugawa, just beautiful. I don't think there was a single moment that went wrong for Kinugawa in either of those 2 games, so congratulations to him. He will certainly be a difficult final boss for Juan Salerno if he hopes to bring back the championship trophy. Actually, bring a championship trophy to Latin America. But you know what? If I were going to put my money on anyone to do it for Latin America, I would choose the only person who has ever done it for Latin America across all age divisions, and that's Juan Salerno, who in the seniors division did win an international championship as the only time a Latin American trainer has won an international championship. And now in the masters division, he has a great opportunity to do so for the first time.
Certainly had his run of opponents to make it to the finals, and Yuma Kinugawa as well. So if you missed any of these matches in the top 8 or the semifinals, you can always go to youtube.com/Pokemon or youtube.com/PlayPokemon to see highlights or see the archived VOD of this event to catch up before we get to the actual Championship Sunday stream tomorrow. But I don't want to leave y'all with just a bracket and a shout out to go check out the VODs to see what you missed.
Great. They've done so well over the course of the weekend. I think they deserve a treat.
I think we deserve a treat. I think our audience deserves a treat. So why don't we give them a treat?
Let's give them a treat. What do you say? If you liked Whimsicott so much during these battles that you've seen from Yuma Kinugawa, can I interest you in Federico Camporisi's Whimsicott from the 2025 North American International Championships?
You can. You can. I would love Federico Camporesi's Whimsicott from the 2025 North American International Championships. How do I get my own Federico Camporesi's Whimsicott?
Let's give it to him. Use that promo code LAIC26 Tailwind. Of course, you have to replace those I's with 1s, but then if you do so, you will be able to receive Federico Camporesi's Whimsicott from NAIC.
It's going to be in a Cherish Ball, and it's going to be the perfect Pokemon you need to build up your team in the future if you are looking for a Prankster user. So make sure you redeem that code, as you only have a few days to do so. You do not want to forget. But hey, we are not just the only game here at the Latin America International Championships. And if you are like me and you enjoy playing all of our incredible games here, in Pokemon Unite, you can actually get a sticker for your profile card. And this is such a cool thing because you can show that you were here watching the Pokemon International Championships by entering the code LAIC 2026 in-game.
Yeah, that will give you a sticker that shows that you were watching the Pokemon Championships here in Latin America when our new international champions for all of these games are decided. But again, we have so many games here. I love VGC, I love Pokemon Unite, but I also want to see what we've got for the trading card game fans out there.
Well, if you like opening booster packs and you like the trading card game live application, you can go ahead and redeem for some booster packs from Phantasmal Flames. This is going to be the latest set for the Pokemon trading card game in the TCG Live. So go ahead and enter the code LAIC26 Phantasmal Flames. Go open those packs and share us your polls, because like we saw earlier in that downtime video, you're going to get some good polls, so please share them.
You'll get some good polls for sure. And of course, if you are a player of the Pokemon Go side of our tournament, you can receive its Axon's Araquanid from the NAIC winning team. So make sure you go ahead and earn that timed research via Twitch drops and also the Araquanid.
I think honestly more exciting than the Araquanid is that you will be getting a Elite TM alongside of that research. So
that sounds
make
elite.
sure, yeah, no, these are great. I mean, the Araquanid is great too, but the Elite TM is what you really want. So make sure to get that. I'm sad that I won't have time to get that because I can't watch live. But no, Araquanid is great too. It's just the
getting
TM.
overshadowed by a TM for Araquanid. Oh no. Well, of course, we are going to have our Championship Sunday kickoff tomorrow. So if you want to make sure that you're there, make sure you are following the channel so you are getting notifications. And of course, it will start at 9 a.m. here in Brazil, 12 p.m. UTC, and 4 a.m. Pacific time. So make sure you make a note of that in your calendar of choice, and make sure that you know when that is in your time zone so you can be there when we crown our new champions.
And of course, if you want more information about this broadcast or all of the broadcasts that we have, from the regional championships to the international championships to the world championship later on this season, you can go to Pokemon.com/broadcast for all that information. It's kept updated very regularly, actually, which I really appreciate. So you can go there at any time to get the information you need to tune in.
Absolutely. Well, I am so excited to get to Sunday and Championship Sunday that I don't want to wait another moment, but I have to wait until 9 a.m. But you know I will be there bright and early and ready to watch it. Gabby, will you be there with me?
Oh, of course. The crowd in the morning is always the best.
Yeah,
so.
We kick off with Unite, and it just goes hard. So make sure you are here for the kickoff on Championship Sunday. But that is going to do it for us here on Pre-Championship Saturday. We have our finalists, the stage is set, and I am so excited to get to those battles. So please join me tomorrow morning for the Championship Sunday. But until then, that's all for us tonight. See you then.